Are you a king? No, I'm merely a knight. This is the tale of a traveler wielding a holy sword, inscribing a legend in the Douluo continent. Chapter 1. An ordinary person's journey in the Douluo continent, in the southwest of the Tiando Empire, lies the province of Fasnuo, home to the village of Holy Soul. Upon a small hill adjacent to Holy Soul Village, a diminutive figure ascends. When he finally reaches the summit, he spots another small boy, seated cross-legged, facing the rising sun. Still as diligent as ever, the boy whispers after catching his breath. At this moment, the seated boy exhales a deep breath and turns to him. "Good morning, Yao." Yao smiles and replies, "Good morning. You always manage to get up before me, Xiao-san." Xiao-san, or rather Tang-san, smiles but remains silent. Yao sits beside Tang-san. "Xiao-san, it seems that in 3 days, a Grand Master from the Wuhuan Temple in Nodding City will come to awaken our martial spirits." "A Grand Master?" Yao nods. "A Grand Master is a title for soul masters." "Xiao-san, you know about martial spirits, right?" Tang-san nods. He has witnessed many villagers manifesting tools like sickles or hoes as their martial spirits. As for the village chief, Grandpa Jackwell, his martial spirit is a carrot. We are born with martial spirits, and at the age of 6, we can awaken them, which will then determine if we possess soul power. If we do, we can become a soul master. Depending on the strength of our soul power, there are 10 ranks: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Grand Master, Soul Venerable, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Doa, and Title Doa. Our village, Holy Soul, is named after a soul sage who emerged here a century ago. Soul Power Soul Masters Tang, San murmurs, sensing that the breakthrough for his Xiantian skill may lie ahead. After a while, Tang San bids farewell, intending to return to cook for his father. Yao sits in silence for a long time, sighing softly. It has been 6 years. Yao's soul does not belong to this world. He is a traveler. Once, in the 21st century, he was a male university student with no vices, who met his end in a car accident, only to reincarnate into this realm. Upon his birth, his mother perished due to complications, leaving his father to raise him alone. His father managed to nurture him until he was 4, but during a hunting trip, he fell victim to a wild beast. When the villagers searched for him a day later, they could only identify him from his belongings. Yao wept profoundly despite having lived 2 lifetimes. The loss of a loved one is an unbearable anguish. With the villagers' assistance, he buried his father and declined their offers of adoption, choosing instead to live independently. Here in a meager living running errands for villagers and relying on their charity to survive. He had not anticipated arriving in the world of Douluo continent. Yet, upon reflection, he felt fortunate to be in a relatively safe realm. As long as he remained cautious, an ordinary person could live to an old age without much trouble. If he truly feared for his life, staying in Holy Soul Village would guarantee a peaceful end. Thus, he emphasized, ordinary person. Indeed, Yao believed he was likely an ordinary individual, with little hope of becoming a soul master. To possess soul power, there are 2 methods. The first, the most orthodox and common, is to have a powerful martial spirit, which typically correlates with the strength of one's soul power. However, this method seemed unattainable for him, as he had inquired about his ancestry, discovering that 8 generations of his family were commoners with martial spirits that were mere farming tools, and not a single one possessed soul power. As for hoping for a martial spirit mutation, he dismissed such notions. Past experiences taught him that the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The second method is unique to Tang San, the Xiantian skill. Tang San cultivated this skill from a young age, resulting in innate full soul power. Yet, from his limited memories of Douluo continent, he suspected Tang San's second martial spirit was indeed powerful, raising doubts about whether the innate full soul power was a result of the second martial spirit or the Xiantian skill itself. Over the years, despite not actively pursuing a friendship with Tang San, their mature intellects naturally drew them together as friends. Yao had attempted to subtly inquire about Tang San's Xiantian skill, but each time the topic arose, Tang San skillfully redirected the conversation, leading Yao to abandon the thought of practicing Xiantian skill. What else could he do? Should he bluntly ask Tang San, "What technique are you practicing? Could you teach me?" Such queries were hardly typical for a child. Or should he confide in Tang San that they were both travelers, seeking mutual support? How could he know if Tang San was also a traveler? He feared that revealing this could lead to unforeseen consequences. After all, in terms of physical capability, Yao lagged significantly behind Tang San, not to mention the disparity in combat experience. Was it worth wagering his life on the off chance of acquiring soul power through the Shintian skill? Undoubtedly not. This world is not perilous as long as one avoids recklessness. Survival is quite feasible. Though it was regrettable not to become a soul master in the Douluo continent, simply having the opportunity to live again was enviable to many in his past life. To demand more would be excessive. One must accept that what is destined will come, and what is not should not be forced. Yao certainly did not roll on the bed in despair. If he could not become a soul master, he could always engage in commerce. Once prosperous, he could hire many soul masters for protection. Thus, Yao rose and declared, "I, Yao, would rather leap down from here than become a soul master." Surely, gold soul coins are far more enticing. Turning back to ensure no one had overheard his exclamation, he hastily departed, relieved that his words went unnoticed. What a mortifying historical blunder. Returning to the village, most villagers were tending to their fields. One greeted Yao with a smile. "Hey, little one, back from training? You've done well to stick with it all these years." "Yes, uncle. Once you get used to it, it's not as exhausting as it seems," Yao replied with a smile. He held deep gratitude for the villagers who had supported him, allowing him to survive at such a young age. "Hey, kid, help me deliver this bag of rice to village chief Jack, and he'll give you a copper soul coin." "All right, I'll do that." Yao approached. Hefting the budget was manageable for him. Though he could not compare to Tang San, who wielded a blacksmith hammer with ease, years of training had made him stronger than most children his age. What others found laborious was merely slightly heavy for him. As Yao walked away, the villagers began to converse. "Sigh, that boy is such a good child, what a pity. Indeed, he is much more sensible than my own troublesome son. If we could afford a second child, I would have adopted him. In a few days, he will awaken his martial spirit. I genuinely believe this boy can become a soul master, such a thoughtful child. But it's difficult. Becoming a soul master is not merely about being sensible. For children like us from humble beginnings, the path to becoming a soul master is fraught with challenges. Village Chief Jack's home lies to the west of the village. Although he is the chief, his home resembles those of the other villagers. "Grandpa Jack, are you home?" Nightlight knocked on the door of the village chief, Jack. "Who is it?" "It's me, Nightlight." The slightly weathered door creaked open, revealing an old man with a warm smile. "Oh, it's Nightlight. Is there something troubling you?" Grandpa Jack inquired cheerfully. "Not at all. I've come to bring you some rice," Nightlight replied, shaking his head as he handed the rice to Grandpa Jack. "Ah, you've worked hard," Grandpa Jack said, looking at Nightlight with a hint of affection. After Nightlight's father passed away, Grandpa Jack had offered to adopt him, but Nightlight, with his stubborn independence, insisted on living alone. Eventually, seeing Nightlight manage on his own, Grandpa Jack had relented. Suddenly, Grandpa Jack slapped his forehead. "Ah, Nightlight, in 3 days, the esteemed elder from the Spirit Hall in Nodding City will come to our Holy Spirit Village to conduct the Spirit Awakening ceremony. I will come to your house to fetch you." "All right, Grandpa Jack," Nightlight nodded in agreement. "Let us hope that this year, someone from our Holy Spirit Village will become a Spirit Master. After all, we did have a Spirit Saint emerge from our village back in the day." Grandpa Jack began to recount the history of Holy Spirit Village. Though Nightlight felt a sense of helplessness, he patiently listened. "Ahem, look at me. I've rambled on again." Grandpa Jack coughed awkwardly. "It's quite all right, Grandpa Jack. This year, someone from our village will indeed become a Spirit Master, and they will be an extraordinary one," Nightlight softly assured him. The Spirit Awakening ceremony in just a few days would mark the turning point in Tang San's destiny. He would become a Spirit Master, embarking on a grand journey to pen an illustrious epic, ultimately ascending to divinity. Haha, that would be wonderful. It has been many years since anyone from our village has become a Spirit Master. For common folk like us, it is exceedingly difficult. Grandpa Jack chuckled lightly before sighing again. Nightlight smiled, but chose not to respond. Anything he said now would merely be taken as an attempt to comfort Grandpa Jack. In a few days, after the Spirit Awakening ceremony, the truth would reveal itself. "Grandpa Jack, I'll take my leave now," Nightlight said as he bid farewell. "Let us hope that this year someone in the village can become a Spirit Master. It would be best if it were Nightlight or Little San, as both are such good kids," Grandpa Jack thought, watching Nightlight's retreating figure. As evening fell, Nightlight lay in bed, gazing silently at the dark ceiling. In the stillness of the darkness, a sigh echoed. "In the end, I still cannot accept it." Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On a serene morning, a firm knock resounded on the door. "Yao, are you home? I am here to take you for the awakening of your martial soul," called Old Jack, his voice echoing with excitement. Yao inhaled deeply and hurried to open the door. "Grandpa Jack, I am ready." As they walked along the path, Yao inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Grandpa Jack, where are we headed? Is this not the way to the Martial Soul Hall? Oh, I forgot to mention. We must first pick up Little San. That fellow Tang Hao has surely forgotten today is Little San's Martial Soul Awakening Day. Sigh, at his age, he still relies on Little San to remind him." Old Jack grumbled, visibly displeased. Uncle Tang Hao surely cares for Little San. He just does not show it. Moreover, having family around is, in itself, a blessing. Yao responded softly. Old Jack suddenly recalled Yao's family circumstances and smiled awkwardly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Tang San's home, situated on the western side of Holy Soul Village, was even more modest than Yao's. A humble abode of 3 mud brick rooms. A wooden sign adorned the roof, featuring a simplistic drawing of a hammer, symbolizing the trade of a blacksmith. Tang San's father, Tang Hao, was the village's sole blacksmith. "Little San, your grandpa has come to fetch you." Old Jack called out from the doorway, refraining from entering due to his dissatisfaction with Tang Hao. Yao peered into the house and noticed Tang Hao sipping porridge while Tang San wielded a large hammer, forging iron. Observing the hammer, which was slightly taller than Tang San himself, Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Only someone as strong as Tang San could swing that hammer, while he could barely lift it, and the other children of the same age were certainly incapable. Tang San paused to glance at his father. Tang Hao coldly remarked, "Go on, don't delay lunch preparations." Tang San nodded and stepped out of the smithy. Under Old Jack's guidance, Yao and Tang San arrived at the Martial Soul Hall, which was merely a larger wooden structure. On the way, Yao, with a mischievous glint in his eye, asked Tang San, "Little San, can you guess what your martial soul might be?" I have no idea. Do you know what your martial soul is?" Tang San queried in return. "I suppose my martial soul is likely similar to that of the villagers, most likely a farming tool of some sort. However, you Little San are different," Yao exclaimed. Tang San, surprised, responded, "You know what my martial soul is?" "Of course. Your martial soul is blue silvergrass." "Ha ha ha." Yao laughed heartily. Tang San's expression darkened. Even if he had little knowledge of martial souls, he was aware that blue silvergrass was a notoriously weak martial soul, inferior even to farming tools. "If your words prove true, and my martial soul is indeed blue silvergrass, you had better be cautious," he retorted through gritted teeth. Yao chuckled mischievously. "Your martial soul truly is blue silvergrass, but you possess innate full soul power, along with your second martial soul. TSK, I must take this opportunity to tease you while I can. In the future, such chances may be rare. When I grow old, I can tell my children that I have teased a god. Do you know Tang San? Yes, the one who became a god. I grew up alongside him, and yes, I often teased him. This year, 9 children in Holy Soul Village would awaken their martial souls, and Yao and Tang San were the last to arrive. The other village children looked down upon Yao and Tang San, for it is human nature to favor wealth over poverty. If their disdain for Tang San was merely superficial, their feelings towards Yao were laced with jealousy. Growing up, they often heard their parents compare them to Yao, lamenting, "Look how understanding Yao is, and look at you. Alas, that child is so unfortunate. Go take this food to him." Thus, they harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yao, the quintessential model child. Yao remained unfazed. After all, he had lived for over 20 years, and he had no intention of squabbling with a group of children. Yet, being mature in spirit, he preferred not to associate with them, which is why he formed a friendship with Tang San, who shared a similar emotional maturity. Inside the Martial Soul Hall, a young man in his 20s stood clad in a fitted outfit. A soul character the size of a fist emblazoned on his chest, the standard attire of the Martial Soul Hall as personnel. After Old Jack exchanged a few brief words, he exited the hall, entrusting the proceedings to the hall as steward. "Children, line up," the steward spoke gently. The 9 children took their places, with Tang San second to last and Yao at the rear. The steward smiled and introduced himself. "I am Su Yun Tao, a rank 26 soul master. I shall now guide you through the awakening of your martial souls. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what occurs." As he spoke, he arranged 6 black stones in a hexagonal pattern upon ground. He then gestured for the first child to step into the formation. "Close your eyes and feel carefully," he instructed. With a commanding shout, he invoked the martial soul lone wolf, and as his words resonated, Yao's pupils constricted. As Su Yuntao's voice faded, the boy's hair rapidly elongated and turned gray. His eyes glimmered an eerie green. His body swelled with muscle. Claws elongated from his hands, emanating a faint cold light. While two rings of light, one white and one yellow, hovered from his feet to the crown of his head. Yao was overwhelmed. This was indeed the martial soul. Despite having read novels in his past life and witnessing others use martial souls here, seeing a soul master wield their martial soul firsthand was utterly shocking. A fervent desire surged within Yao. He realized that despite repeatedly convincing himself that it was acceptable not to become a soul master, he had never relinquished that aspiration. He clenched his fists tightly, lips pressed together, murmuring to himself, even if it is a useless martial soul, even if I possess only half a level of soul power, I still wish to become a soul master. Su Yuntao, seizing the terrified child, reassured him, do not fear. This is merely the effect of the martial soul manifestation. If any of you become soul masters in the future, you will possess similar powers. He then infused the stones with soul power, enveloping the children in a faint golden light. Golden particles flew from the stones and entered the boy's body. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao commanded. The boy complied, and as he did, all the golden particles surged forth, forming a scythe in his hand. Su Yuntao murmured, a weapon-type martial soul. A scythe? It should suffice as a weapon. Next, I shall test whether you possess soul power. If you do, you have the opportunity to cultivate and become a soul master. Now, concentrate and retract your martial soul. He continued, producing a blue crystal ball. After a considerable effort, the boy managed to retract his martial soul and place his hand on the crystal ball. After a moment of silence, Su Yuntao, with disappointment, remarked, no soul power. Next, one after another, the same scene unfolded with 7 children, apart from Yao and Tang San, being found devoid of soul power. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. He stepped confidently into the formation of 6 stones. As the ritual progressed, Yao noticed something peculiar about Tang San. The light points gathering around him appeared significantly more abundant than those around the other children. Su Yuntao's eyes brightened with anticipation. He sensed a potential opportunity for promotion. However, his expression soon shifted as he noticed the light points coalescing in Tang San's hands formed a pale blue blade of grass. Blue-silver grass, how could this be? This should signify the emergence of a powerful martial soul. Su Yuntao pondered, confusion etched on his face, realizing his hopes for advancement had been dashed. Another blue-silver grass. A standard useless martial soul. Let us move on swiftly, Su Yuntao said impatiently. Uncle, you have yet to test my soul power, Tang San reminded. There is no need to test. I have never heard of blue-silver grass possessing soul power, Su Yuntao replied, shaking his head. Uncle, please give it a try. Yao interjected. Su Yuntao glanced between Yao and Tang San before reluctantly acquiescing. All right, this won't take too long. As Tang San placed his hand upon the crystal orb, Su Yuntao casually remarked, I am aware that you all harbor dreams of becoming soul masters. However, it is imperative to understand that being a soul master is not merely what it seems. Su Yuntao gazed in astonishment as the crystal orb illuminated, its blue light gradually spreading until it sparkled like a sapphire. This signifies innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao was taken aback as he looked at Tang San, as if beholding a rare creature. Uncle, what is innate, full soul power? Tang San inquired, perplexed. Innate full soul power is the maximum soul power one can possess upon awakening their martial soul. It determines that you have a higher starting point and superior talent compared to other soul masters. To enhance your soul power thereafter, you must first obtain soul rings. Su Yuntao explained, slightly dazed. Regretfully, Su Yuntao observed Tang San and lamented, it is unfortunate that your martial soul is the useless blue-silver grass. Even if your martial soul were a mere tool, there would still be hope for you to become a formidable soul master. He then dismissed Tang San and began to tidy up his belongings. My promotion, my raise. Knight Yao interjected, somewhat exasperated. Oh right, and you I almost forgot. Su Yuntao replied, coming back to his senses. Nervously standing amidst the stones, Knight Yao silently prayed, martial soul mutation, grant me soul power. Suddenly, he felt enveloped in a warm environment, a comforting heat radiating from his right hand, which he instinctively extended. At that moment, with his eyes closed, he failed to see Su Yuntao's shocked expression. The light emanating from the child's hand exceeded that of the previous few children combined. An undeniable indication of a powerful martial soul, Su Yuntao thought with excitement. Knight Yao opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was his martial soul resting upon his right hand, rendering him momentarily speechless. Is this not? At that instant, in the Heaven Do Empire, in the city of Heaven Do, within the royal palace, a handsome young man suddenly raised his head, puzzled, and murmured, "Is this a martial soul resonance? What a splendid martial soul it is! Surely, everyone who gazes upon it would exclaim in awe." The blade, forged of gold, was adorned with jewels upon its hilt, its edge sharp enough to cut through iron as if it were clay, radiating a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. A golden sword? Su Yuntao stood in disbelief. Knight Yao, in a daze, murmured, "This is undoubtedly the holy sword. Anyone who has beheld it would never forget. Legend has it that after the legendary King Arthur's sword broke, the great magician Merlin guided him to the lake where the fairy granted him the holy sword along with its scabbard. Knight Yao could hardly fathom that his martial soul would appear as such. Dai Mao, is that you? Dai Mao, even after my reincarnation, you have not forsaken me. It was worth all the investment I made for you. Cough, cough. It seems I have revealed something. What? You mean this could be the old sword? Who is the old sword? I do not recognize it. Farewell. I have never seen such a brilliant martial soul. Su Yuntao mused, astonished. What is the name of this martial soul? Su Yuntao inquired. Knight Yao could no longer contain his overwhelming joy and responded with a smile. The Sword of Oath Victory. Although I have never encountered this martial soul before, it is undoubtedly a top-tier martial soul. Now, let us test your soul power. Su Yuntao gestured with the crystal orb. At that moment, Knight Yao's heart began to calm slightly. Under Su Yuntao's fervent gaze, he placed his hand upon the crystal orb without hesitation. If my martial soul is the Sword of Oath Victory and I lack soul power, then I shall never again utter the word soul master and will simply live as an ordinary person for the rest of my life. As Knight Yao's hand made contact, the crystal orb blazed with light. Another with innate full soul power? Su Yuntao exclaimed. Indeed, the orb shimmered as brilliantly as it had when Tang San had touched it. What is your name? Su Yuntao asked eagerly. I am Knight Yao, with Knight representing darkness and Yao meaning radiance. Knight Yao replied, still beaming with joy. I can become a soul master. I can become a soul master. Very well, Knight Yao. I now officially extend an invitation to you to join our spirit hall. Su Yuntao declared solemnly. Huh? Join the spirit hall? Knight Yao was taken aback. Though his memory of the plot was hazy, he distinctly recalled that the spirit hall played a pivotal role. You cunning Su Yuntao, with those thick eyebrows and large eyes, how insidious of you to attempt to drag me into this. How could I refuse? Knight Yao resolutely declined. All right then, you refuse? Su Yuntao was left speechless. Do you realize how many aspire to join the spirit hall, but are turned away? With your talent, only in the spirit hall can you receive the best training. Join the spirit hall, and you may even have a slim chance of becoming a title Douluo one day. Do you know what a title Douluo is? Su Yuntao urged fervently. This is not a matter to be rushed. Such a promising candidate must not be neglected, lest he incur the wrath of the hallmaster. He might not only lose his promotion, but could also face retaliation. Knight Yao pondered for a moment, realizing that without a reason for his refusal, complications would arise, so he decided to stall. I believe I am still quite young, merely 6 years old, and would like to enjoy a few more years of play. I wish to first study at the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. I can consider joining the Spirit Hall after I graduate at 12. That is not unfeasible, but I still recommend you join the Spirit Hall sooner rather than later. You will gain access to more resources and better training, Su Yuntao suggested after some hesitation. Then it shall be as you say. Thank you for your guidance today. Knight Yao hastily concluded the topic, fearing that Su Yuntao might change his mind and insist on taking him to the Spirit Hall. Su Yuntao nodded in resignation, gathering his belongings as he prepared to leave. Upon opening the door, old Jack approached with a worried expression. Master, are there any children from our village this year likely to become soul masters? Su Yuntao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there are 2, both with innate full soul power, though it is regrettable that one possesses the useless blue silvergrass. What? 2? And both with innate full soul power? Blue silver grass? Old Jack exclaimed in surprise. But his joy quickly turned to sorrow at the thought of one possessing blue silver grass, lamenting the unfortunate fate of such innate potential. However, with two candidates, we only have one slot available for a working student at the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. What shall we do? Old Jack fretted. After contemplating, Su Yuntao suggested, this year, no candidates from other villages have emerged, so their slots are essentially useless. I shall allocate them to your village. Old Jack hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, esteemed deacon. Do not mention it. It is but a small matter, Su Yuntao replied, shaking his head. He understood that with Night Yao's talent, he would likely surpass others quickly, and it would be beneficial to forge a good connection with him while he was still vulnerable. Very well. I must proceed to the next village. Until next year. Su Yuntao turned and departed from the village. Grandpa Jack, what is a soul ring? And how does one obtain it? Tang Sen rushed forward. Old Jack instinctively replied, I am uncertain what a soul ring is. It seems one must hunt soul beasts to acquire it. Little San, you wouldn't happen to be one of the boys with innate full soul power that the master mentioned, would you? What is your martial soul? Old Jack suddenly realized and inquired eagerly. My martial soul is blue silvergrass, Tang San answered. Ah, your martial soul is blue silvergrass. Then who is the other child with innate full soul power? Old Jack asked. It is I, Grandpa Jack. Night Yao stepped forward to respond. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I knew you both could become soul masters. Night Yao, Little San, since you possess such remarkable talents, would you be willing to inform your grandfather if you wish to attend the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? It is there that the knowledge of martial soul training is imparted. And who knows, you might even become a soul sage in the future. Grandpa Jack, I am willing. Night Yao replied promptly. Who wouldn't want to? Only a fool would refuse. Grandpa Jack, I need to consult my father first. Oh yes, of course. Very well. Let us return home now, and you can ask your father for his opinion. Old Jack chuckled. In his view, this matter was nearly certain. What father would deny his child the opportunity to become a noble soul master? Although he was reluctant to meet Tang Hao, that slovenly man, for the sake of Little San and the future of the village, he could not be overly concerned. Ha, Little San, we both possess soul power. It seems we can become soul masters together. Night Yao exclaimed with delight. Tang Sen nodded, but then abruptly stiffened, staring intently at Night Yao without speaking. Night Yao sensed something amiss. It appeared he had overlooked something important. He stammered, Little San, what's wrong? It seems someone mentioned that my martial soul is blue silvergrass. Tang Sen replied slowly. Oh no, this is disastrous. I thought that if we could not become soul masters, we would no longer have any connection, which is why I teased you so freely. But now, Little San, listen to me. The martial soul is innate. It is not something I can define. Please hear me out. Night Yao urgently explained, though Tang Sen remained focused ahead, seemingly oblivious to his words. Although he knew he could not blame Night Yao, he thought, you think you can tease me? Do you really believe that I, Tang San, have no pride? Just wait. I'll make you pay for this. Amidst this strange atmosphere, they arrived at Tang San's home. Tang Hao, Old Jack called out while scanning the interior. His frown deepened upon seeing the shabby furniture, and he opted to stand. Who was making such a racket? Tang Hao's impatient voice emerged as he stepped through the curtain. Ignoring Old Jack's lengthy admonishments, he turned to Tang San and asked, Little San, has your martial soul awakened? What is it? Tang San replied, Father, it is blue silvergrass. Night Yao noticed that the usually indifferent Tang Hao trembled slightly at the mention of blue silvergrass, and a sudden glint of intensity shone in his eyes. Old Jack stated, both Little San and Night Yao possess innate full soul power. So Tang Hao, I have decided to send them to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy for study. The village will cover the travel expenses. Night Yao observed that when Old Jack mentioned their innate full soul power, Tang Hao glanced at him in surprise before quickly losing interest. No, Tang Hao replied firmly. What? Tang Hao, I must have misheard you. Do you realize how precious this opportunity is? Our village has only one position available because it once produced a soul sage. Other villages share positions among 2 or 3, and it is thanks to the assistance of the Spirit Hall's steward that Little San and Night Yao can even attend. This is a golden opportunity. Who knows, Little San might become a person of great stature. Tang Hao regarded old Jack with indifference. What use is being a person of stature? All I know is that when he leaves, no one will cook for me. Since Night Yao also possesses innate full soul power, he can go instead. After all, there is only one position available, and there is no need to trouble the steward. You. Tang Hao, you are utterly unreasonable. Are you intent on ruining Little San's future? Old Jack trembled with anger. Night Yao and Tang San hurriedly patted old Jack's back to calm him, fearful that he might faint from the effort. Grandpa Jack, please do not be upset. I will not study to become a soul master. After all, Blue Silvergrass is just a worthless martial soul. Sigh. Very well, I shall not be angry. Old Jack sighed and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he said, Tang Hao, I hope you reconsider. Little San is not like you. He has a promising future ahead. Becoming a soul master will not lead him to a life of destitution like yours. Should you change your mind, come find me. There are still 3 months until the registration for the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. With that, old Jack departed. Night Yao winked at Tang San, encouraging him, thinking that they had 3 months to persuade Uncle Tang Hao. Tang San smiled wryly, but remained silent. On the way back, old Jack did not speak until they reached the entrance of Night Yao's home, where he kindly remarked, Night Yao, well done. Your parents would be proud of you. In 3 months, I will take you to Nodding City. Of course, Grandpa Jack. Night Yao nodded in agreement. After seeing old Jack leave, Night Yao quickly closed the door, once again summoned his martial soul, and gazed at the dazzling Oath Victory sword. A broad grin spread across his face as he repeatedly exclaimed, Hee, Oath Victory sword, Oath Victory sword. Then his expression paled, and he stumbled slightly, nearly falling. Ah, has my soul power been excessively depleted? Night Yao could not suppress a chuckle before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. At last, I could become a soul master. No matter how captivating the books of my previous life were, nothing could compare to experiencing it firsthand. In this life, let me also pen this legend. Chapter 4. The Master in the Early Morning. On a small hill near Holy Spirit Village, Night Yao sat cross-legged before 2 small mounds of earth, his parents' graves. Mom, Dad, I have awakened a powerful martial soul, and I possess innate full soul power. Yes, the kind with excellent potential. Soon, I will officially become a soul master. Today, Grandpa Jack will take me to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy for study, so I have come to bid you farewell. Night Yao paused, gazing at the mound representing his mother. You passed away before you could even look at me after giving birth. So many years have gone by. I have forgotten what you look like. I only remember your beautiful phoenix eyes. You told me to listen to Dad, and I have always obeyed. You wish for me to be healthy, and I have not been ill all these years. You urged me to be a righteous and kind person. I'm not sure if I measure up to that yet, but I will strive to be. Father, after Mother passed, you raised me alone, fearing that I would lack maternal love. You have always been cheerful and never scolded me over the years. Though I have been obedient, you have not had many opportunities to be angry with me. Our home may be a bit poor, but I have found it quite pleasant. 2 years ago, you risked your life hunting in the mountains, trying to catch some game for me, because you worried I was not getting enough nutrition. Night Yao's voice choked slightly as he whispered, These past 2 years, with the care of the villagers, I have been doing well, but I miss you both. Ultimately, Night Yao could not hold back his tears. In his previous life, Night Yao was an orphan, yearning for familial love. Yet he could not fulfill that desire, even in death. Now, in this life, he finally had parents, only to lose them too soon. Wiping his tears, he said, Mom, Dad, I must go now. I will return to see you when the academy has its break. Rest assured, I will live well. Since I have been given a second chance, and since I will become a soul master, I will not squander this life. Night Yao stood, turned, and left without a trace of longing. A gentle breeze swept over the hill, as if bidding farewell. As Night Yao returned to the village, he spotted old Jack waiting at his doorstep from a distance. He hurried over, apologizing, Grandpa Jack, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. No worries, no worries. Night Yao, are you ready? We must depart, old Jack replied with a smile. Today, he had donned a new outfit that made him appear particularly sprightly. I am ready. Please wait just a moment. As the night faded, Yao opened the door and stepped inside, lifting the package he had prepared the previous night from the chair beside him. He cast a final glance back before resolutely turning away, slowly closing the door to the home he had inhabited for 6 years. With great care, he locked the door and addressed old Jack. Grandpa Jack, let's depart. Indeed, but we must first pick up Xiao San, Jack replied. Has Uncle Tang Hao agreed to let Xiao San attend the Soul Master Academy? Ah, for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly approached me yesterday and expressed his approval. It was only proper, after all. Does he wish for Xiao San to emulate his own behavior in the future? Old Jack could not help but voice his grievances regarding Tang Hao. Amidst Old Jack's complaints, they arrived at Tang San's home. Xiao San, let us go. Old Jack called out. All right, Grandpa Jack, please wait a moment. Tang San picked up a piece of charcoal and scribbled a few lines on the ground, then glanced at Tang Hao's door before shouldering his pack and quietly departing with Yao and Old Jack. On their journey, Tang San frequently turned to gaze back at the village. Yao patted his shoulder, sighing, "Do not look back. We shall return. After this semester, you can come back home. Besides, it is merely a temporary separation from your father, for I will be here with you." Tang San nodded silently. His spirits lifted somewhat. During their travels, Tang San mentioned that Tang Hao had suggested he could work at the blacksmith shop. Old Jack retorted, "Working at the blacksmith shop? Tang Hao must be out of his mind. How old are you? You are hardly taller than a forging hammer. Which blacksmith would take you? Moreover, the wages are meager. You should focus on your studies at the academy." Yet Yao said earnestly, "Xiao San, when the time comes, could you craft a sword for me?" Tang San pondered. "I have never forged a sword, but I suppose I could give it a try. However, you must first inform me of the design and dimensions." Yao nodded. "Naturally." Old Jack shook his head at their conversation, dismissing it as mere childish play. The journey from Holy Spirit Village to Nodding City was not particularly long. They walked for half a day, having a simple meal of dry rations at noon, and by afternoon, they could already see Nodding City. After passing through the inspection, Yao and his companions smoothly entered Nodding City. "Yao Xiao San, I will take you to the academy and then return home. Remember to behave well at the academy. Grandpa Jack will come to pick you up when the semester ends." Tang San asked, slightly puzzled, "Grandpa Jack, are you leaving already?" Old Jack smiled wryly. "The inns in the city are beyond the means of us poor folk. You must strive to succeed. I hope that when we meet again, you will have become soul masters. That way, Holy Spirit Village will take pride in you." After asking for directions a few times, they finally arrived at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. From a distance, they could see the enormous archway, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, with towering trees faintly visible within. As Old Jack and the children approached the entrance, they were immediately halted by the gatekeeper. "What do you want? This is not a place for country folk like you." Both Yao and Tang San were dressed in coarse garments, while Old Jack, despite his somewhat respectable attire, still appeared quite rustic in the city. Old Jack forced a smile and said, "These two are our work-study students from Holy Spirit Village this year. Could you please let us know what procedures we need to complete?" How novel. A golden phoenix emerging from a grass nest? Holy Spirit Village? I've never heard of it. I say, you aren't tea imposters, are you? The young man sneered. Old Jack, suppressing his anger, presented the proof from the spirit hall. The gatekeeper took the document, glanced at it casually, and suddenly burst into laughter. Since when can a person with a blue-silver grass martial spirit become a soul master? Ha ha ha. Is it a full innate spirit power? And what is this Soth victory sword? Sound impressive. I've never heard of such a martial spirit. Is it also full innate spirit power? This proof must be forged. Yao's expression darkened. This individual clearly knew that the spirit hall's proof could not be forged. Thus, his words were evidently an attempt to create trouble. Stepping forward, Yao declared loudly, "This proof was issued by Master Su Yuntao of the Spirit Hall. If you doubt its authenticity, are you implying that Master Su Yuntao is issuing false documents?" The gatekeeper stammered, "Why, you are slandering me. I never said Master Su Yuntao forged the documents." Ignoring him, Yao continued, "Moreover, it seems you have insulted my martial spirit. To insult a soul master's martial spirit is tantamount to declaring yourself my enemy. I shall challenge you to a duel when I acquire my first spirit ring, and the stakes shall be our lives." The gatekeeper was utterly bewildered. This was not how the scenario was supposed to unfold. He had anticipated that he would merely create a minor inconvenience, and they would quietly pay him off, allowing him to let them in. How had it escalated to this? What's going on? Why is there such a commotion at the entrance? A raspy voice inquired. The gatekeeper breathed a sigh of relief and quickly began to bow and scrape. "Master, you have arrived. Just a trivial matter, just a trivial matter. I will resolve it immediately." Yao saw a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man approaching, his hands clasped behind his back. The master glanced at the gatekeeper and then turned to old Jack. Sir, could you please explain what has transpired? Old Jack hurriedly recounted the events. The master took the proof, examining it carefully, and nodded. Indeed, this is a legitimate document from the Spear Hall. I apologize on behalf of the Academy. I will take responsibility for these 2 children. Old Jack quickly replied, No problem, no problem. In that case, I shall entrust these 2 children to you. After bidding farewell to Yao and Tang San, old Jack turned to leave. The master shot a stern look at the gatekeeper. Let this be a lesson not to repeat. Ignoring the gatekeeper further, he addressed Yao and Tang San. Follow me. Yao said, Thank you, master. Master? I'm not a teacher at the Academy, the master replied coolly. But you just said you represent the Academy, Tang San said, puzzled. The master shook his head and smiled. Who says only teachers can represent the Academy? I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality. They all call me master. Remember, there's a distinction between a master and a teacher. Do not confuse the two unless you genuinely wish to consider me your teacher. Yao gazed at the master in surprise, but remained silent, merely observing him quietly. Noticing that both Yao and Tang San were silently regarding him, the master smiled. Ah, indeed, you are both bright children. He reached out to ruffle Yao and Tang San's hair, noting their exceptional talents, one with a mutated martial spirit, and the other the 3rd individual in a century to possess a twin martial spirit. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San's countenance shifted. He discreetly raised his left wrist. Tang Hao had advised him to keep his twin martial spirit a secret. Yao was a trustworthy friend, but the master was merely an outsider. If necessary, the master continued, You must be curious as to how I know you possess a twin martial spirit. As he spoke, he shook the proof in his hand. It is because of this document. While others may overlook its flaws, if I cannot discern them, I would not deserve the title of master. Then the master began to eloquently recount his past investigations and research to Tang San. Indeed, another possibility exists, the mutation of martial souls, akin to the young man beside you. Based on my extensive research into martial souls, I can assert that I have never encountered one known as the Sword of Vow of Victory, particularly one endowed with innate full soul power. Hence, I am confident that his is a mutated martial soul. However, the blue silvergrass is a different matter. According to my studies, no martial soul has been known to mutate into blue silvergrass, leading me to believe that you possess a second martial soul. The mutated martial soul, Yao, spoke up. The master nodded and replied, In rare instances within the legacy of martial souls, mutations occur, often resulting in weaker forms. A martial soul becoming so powerful as yours is truly exceptional. At this moment, Tang San took a step back, respectfully bowing 3 times to the master, prompting Yao to do the same in quick succession. The master, bemused, remarked, You 2 young ones need only bow to acknowledge your teacher. No, once a teacher, always a father, Yao earnestly stated, with Tang San nodding in agreement. The master let out a hearty laugh. Haha, you Xiaojiang did not misjudge you. Cool me. I shall take you to the administrative office. Chapter 5. Dormitory 7. The master escorted them to the administrative office and handed a document to a teacher, saying, Director Su, these 2 are work-study students from this year's Holy Soul Village. Please assist them with their registration. Turning to Yao and Tang San, the master added, Complete the paperwork here. I shall take my leave for now, but I will return to find you. Yao and Tang San nodded respectfully, saying, Goodbye, master. Director Su, intrigued, inquired about Yao, to which Yao simply replied, We have already taken a master as our teacher, and refrained from saying more. As Yao exited the administrative office with their belongings, he overheard a few teachers snickering behind them. Yao felt a chill, but did not turn back to confront them. Only the mediocre would mock others from behind. Their narrow-mindedness required no debate. Merely let the truth slap them in the face. Yao and Tang San arrived in front of a somewhat disheveled dormitory and inquired, Is this dormitory 7? The children inside ceased their chatter, and an older boy approached. He scrutinized Yao and Tang San, and upon receiving their nods, boldly declared, I am Wang Sheng, martial soul, battle tiger, the leader of this dormitory 7. The rule here is simple. Whoever can fight is the leader. If you disagree, challenge me. Otherwise, obey. Yao sighed and looked at Wang Sheng with pity, thinking, Young man, you are narrowing your own path. Yao helped Tang San with his package. Not turning back as he said, Xiao San, be gentle. Wang Sheng, infuriated, retorted, you little brat, do you dare to look down on me? And reached for Ye Yao. At that moment, a slender hand emerged to grasp Wang Sheng's arm. Tang San calmly stated, you wish to spar? I shall oblige. Wang Sheng struggled, but found himself unable to break free, wondering why this boy was so strong. With a low growl, he swung his other fist at Tang San. Unfazed, Tang San feigned a grab with his right hand while releasing his left, employing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, sending Wang Sheng crashing onto a nearby bed. Ye Yao paid no heed to the trembling children and beckoned to Tang San. Xiao San, let us take these two beds. They're conveniently located nearby. Tang San nodded, preparing to move. Just then, Wang Sheng rose from the bed, exclaiming, wait, it's not over yet. A yellow glow emanated from him, and with renewed speed and strength, he lunged at Tang San. Ye Yao sighed once more, thinking, this child is courting disaster. He is further narrowing his own path. 3 seconds later, with a thud, Wang Sheng hit the ground. After a while, he was assisted to his feet by others, revealing that Tang San had grown somewhat impatient and dealt him a serious blow. All right, you win. Henceforth, you shall be the leader of Dormitory 7. By the way, what is your name? Wang Sheng gasped for breath. I am Tang San, and this is Ye Yao. Also, I have no desire to be any leader. Tang San frowned. That won't do, Tang San. Do you know why I want to be the leader? As work-study students, we are often bullied by those from other dormitories. Being the leader means I must take responsibility for protecting the brothers of this dormitory, Wang Sheng said, rolling up his sleeves to reveal several bruises. Look, these are the results of those ruffians' actions. Observing Tang San's furrowed brow, Ye Yao thought, it appears that bullying exists in every school, but thankfully, I have Xiao San as my strong ally. Wait, I have innate full soul power. Once I acquire my first soul ring in a few days, I will no longer need to rely on anyone. I will be the strong one myself. While Ye Yao contemplated, a bright voice called out, excuse me, is this Dormitory 7? Everyone turned to the entrance, where a young girl with a long scorpion tail braid stood. Despite her plain attire, her charm could not be concealed. Ye Yao couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, thinking she would undoubtedly become a stunning beauty in the future. Observing Tang San being urged by Wang Sheng and the others to assert dominance over the girl, Ye Yao felt a sense of deja vu. The girl smiled, hello. My name is Xiao Wu, as in dance. Oh, I remember now. Isn't she Tang San's girlfriend? Ye Yao realized with sudden clarity. Tang San cleared his throat and said, ahem, I am Tang San, the dormitory leader, and, may I ask what your martial soul is? My martial soul is a rabbit, a very cute little white rabbit. She replied. Tang San exclaimed, then you are perfectly suited to counter me. My martial soul is the blue silvergrass, which is your food. Ye Yao felt a pang of annoyance, thinking, are you trying to flirt with her? You are definitely trying to flirt with her. We agreed to be brothers. Yet you sneak off to find a girlfriend. Just then, he noticed Tang San shivering slightly, sensing something was amiss. We have a rule in Dormitory 7. Every newcomer must spar. The winner becomes the leader, Tang San stammered. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she placed her uniform aside, saying, all right, let us do this. Suddenly, she lifted her foot and aimed a kick at Tang San's chin. Though startled, Tang San remained composed, reaching for her ankle while slightly lowering his body. As he stepped forward, he prepared to execute a standard Iron Mountain crash to send her flying. Yao, focused on the unfolding match, knew his own capabilities and desired to learn as much as possible. However, Yao was taken aback when he saw Tang San miss his grab, and Xiao Wu, using the momentum, wrapped her legs around Tang San's neck. This position, if she were wearing a skirt, Yao thought in horror, Xiao San, you beast. She's just a child. In that moment, Xiao Wu utilized her strength to topple Tang San to the ground. Blushing, Tang San scrambled up, admitting, you win. You are the leader of this dormitory now. Xiao Wu grinned at the stunned Wang Sheng and the others, saying from now on, you shall all call me Sister Xiao Wu, understood? Wang Sheng and the others shivered in unison, replying, Sister Xiao Wu, hello. Xiao Wu cheerfully selected the bed next to Tang San and began inquiring about the academy situation. Where are the new work-study students? Which ones are Tang San and Ye Yao? A teacher entered, carrying 2 bundles of bedding. Ye Yao and Tang San quickly stood up as their teacher announced, These are the blankets prepared for you by the master. Yi Yao accepted the blanket, feeling a warmth in his heart, knowing that the master had thoughtfully arranged everything for him. I seem to be missing one, Xiao Wu said somewhat awkwardly. Sister Xiao Wu, you can use mine, offered Yi Yao. The surrounding students eagerly presented their blankets, completely oblivious to the disdainful look from Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu glanced at the blanket in Tang San's hands and said, Tang San, shall we discuss this? Oh well, I might not be able to sleep well with others. Tang San replied hesitantly. I remember you sleep quite soundly, and Xiao Wu is a girl. You should take care of her. Just share half of your blanket with her, someone suggested. What? Before Tang San could respond, Xiao Wu exclaimed, That would be wonderful. Thank you, Tang San. Yi Yao silently gave Tang San a thumbs up, believing in his reliability. Tang San stared blankly at Yi Yao. I don't say such things. The notion of propriety hung in the air. What? Are you afraid I'll take advantage of you? Xiao Wu retorted sharply, leaving Tang San momentarily speechless. Yi Yao couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. Realizing her oversight, Xiao Wu quickly added, Oh, I seem to not know your name yet. I'm Yi Yao, from the same village as Tang San, he replied with a smile. I look forward to your care, Yi Yao, Xiao Wu said sweetly. Yi Yao nodded in return. Just as Wang Sheng announced, it's about time. Let us go have lunch. Yi Yao and Tang San exchanged glances, both feeling a bit awkward, as they were both quite poor. Tang San shook his head. You all go ahead, we'll skip it. Wang Sheng was about to speak when Xiao Wu timidly asked, Will we need soul coins for lunch? The group silently criticized her naivety. Wang Sheng shook his head and boldly declared, No worries, I'll cover your meals for the next couple of days. You can treat me later when you have money. After a moment of thought, Yi Yao decided it would be ungracious to refuse, so he nodded. All right, let us go. Tang San hesitated briefly before also agreeing, while Xiao Wu jumped up excitedly, exclaiming, What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Upon entering the cafeteria, a boisterous voice boomed from the second floor. Isn't that the poor Wang Sheng? Should I treat you all to a meal up here? Otherwise, you might never see the second floor. Yi Yao sighed internally, lamenting the hostility on their first day. Xiao Wu, unable to hold back her anger, retorted, Who do you think you are? What is so great about the second floor? She attempted to rush forward, but Wang Sheng quickly restrained her, saying, Sister Xiao Wu, the second floor is for separate orders. We can't afford it. The rude individual laughed. What a cute little girl, but unfortunately, still just a poor soul. Just as Xiao Wu was about to act, Tang San held her back. We're here to eat. Ignoring Xiao Wu's disdainful glare, he stepped forward to queue up. Yi Yao chuckled and patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder. It's not worth it to stoop to their level. At that moment, Yi Yao noticed the master approaching and called out to Tang San before walking over. Teacher, you're here. The master nodded and said, Let us go eat on the second floor. I'll show you around. Tang San refused. No, teacher. We'd rather eat with our roommates. The master did not insist, merely instructing them to wait in the cafeteria after finishing their meal. Once the master had departed, Wang Sheng curiously asked, Did you two become disciples of the master? You should know he is nearly 50 and hasn't broken through to the great soul master level. He is only here because of his connection with the dean. Yi Yao's eyes turned cold, though he had only interacted with the master briefly. He could sense the genuine care behind the master's actions. If it weren't for Wang Sheng's generally good nature, Yi Yao might have been tempted to teach him a lesson about insulting someone as teacher. However, could Yi Yao defeat Wang Sheng? Probably not without his martial spirit. But it was fine, he had Tang San. Tang San spoke coldly. If you don't want to spar with me again, don't insult my teacher. He then strode out of the cafeteria, and Yi Yao declared, If they're SA next time, count me in for the sparring. He followed Tang San out. Wang Sheng lamented, What is wrong with these two? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu reflected on Tang San's retreating figure, realizing he wasn't as timid as she had thought. Chapter 6. The Realm of Judgment. After returning to their dormitory and consuming their meager rations, Yi Yao and Tang San made their way back to the cafeteria, but this time they merely waited quietly at the entrance. After nearly half an hour, the master emerged from the cafeteria, accompanied by a middle-aged man who glanced at Yi Yao and Tang San, smiling at the master, wishing you success. Before departing, the master then called out to them, Follow me. Yi Yao and Tang San followed the master to his residence. The place was modest, approximately 30 square meters, simply furnished, with walls lined with books and papers that drew attention. The master took out 2 paper packages from his robe and handed them to Yi Yao and Tang San. Eat first. You're at the age where you need nourishment, and you can't afford to have poor meals. After you finish, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Yao quietly accepted the package, murmuring a thank you to the teacher before lapsing into silence. Sometimes, words of gratitude were unnecessary. Actions were the true testament of one's feelings. After a while, once Yi Yao and Tang San had finished eating, the master retrieved a thin book from a nearby shelf and handed it to Yi Yao. This is my revised method for cultivating soul power. Make sure to study it thoroughly. Yi Yao glanced at Tang San, who shook his head. You go ahead. Aware that Tang San had the Xintian skill and did not require this, he graciously accepted it. The cultivation method, even if not as good as Tang San's Xintian skill, was far superior to that of ordinary individuals, especially since Yi Yao had yet to understand how to cultivate soul power. Now, he finally had a solution to his pressing needs. Show me your second martial spirit. Yi Yao asked Tang San. Tang San nodded and extended his left hand, summoning a pitch-black hammer. The moment the master saw the hammer, he abruptly stood up. Tang San, with the surname Tang, is this the Haotian hammer? What does your father do? My father is the village blacksmith. A blacksmith? A perfect match with a hammer. The master remarked with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Remember, do not reveal your hammer in front of outsiders, and do not attach any soul rings to it. The master cautioned gravely. Why is that? Tang San asked, puzzled. It's not the right time to explain that. Just remember what I said, the master replied. Once Tang San nodded, the master confirmed Tang San's martial spirit development direction. Control type, with soul ring choices leaning towards resilience and poison. After taking a sip of water, the master turned to Yi Yao. Release your martial spirit. Yours is a variant spirit, and I need to examine it closely to clarify some matters. Yi Yao nodded and summoned the Sword of Oath Victory. Without a doubt, the master gazed at the Sword of Oath Victory, lost in thought for a few moments. Upon regaining his composure, he sighed, recognizing it as an unparalleled martial soul, one that had likely never before graced the continent. Its brilliance was such that anyone who had ever laid eyes upon it would indubitably remember it. Let's first test its sharpness, he suggested, producing a dagger that glimmered with a chilling light and handing it to Yi Yao. With a gentle stroke, Yi Yao glided the blade across the dagger, which shattered instantly. The master examined the broken edge with astonishment, exclaiming, "It is indeed extraordinarily sharp, even devoid of additional attributes. Its sharpness alone qualifies it as a top-tier martial soul." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yao addressed the master. "Teacher, please take a look at this." As his words resonated, a ring of pale golden light began to emanate from beneath his feet, expanding until it reached the room's periphery. A domain? The master felt more astonished today than he had in an entire year. First, Tang San's second martial soul was the Haotian hammer, seemingly inherited from a notable lineage. And now Yi Yao's mutated martial soul was not only top-tier, but also possessed a domain. Could this be divine favor? Though I, Yu Shaojing, may never transcend the great soul master rank, my 2 disciples are undoubtedly endowed with the potential to reach the pinnacle. All right, withdraw the domain and the martial soul. The master urged eagerly. Yi Yao nodded, retracting both. Exhaling deeply, he felt a tinge of pallor on his face. His martial soul consumed soul power at a far greater rate than the average individual, and maintaining the domain had further drained him. In that brief instance, his soul power had diminished by 6 levels. Tang San, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Teacher, what is a domain?" The master replied, "A domain can be understood as a range-enhancing soul skill that accompanies the martial soul, capable of being developed to yield various effects, or what one might refer to as domain techniques. However, it is crucial to recognize that among the multitude of martial souls, top-tier ones are exceedingly rare, and those possessing a domain are even scarcer. To possess a martial soul with a domain is astonishing. I had thought I had estimated your martial soul's potential quite highly. Yet, the master chuckled wryly. What effect does your domain confer? I call it the judgment domain, Yi Yao explained. Within my domain, the attack power of my martial soul increases by 2 levels, and, he hesitated, it also inflicts 100% more damage to evil targets. Evil? The master was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow in contemplation. I have not heard of such an effect. It may require further research. Nonetheless, even the mere enhancement of attack power is remarkable. Regrettably, due to the scarcity of domain bearers, I lack extensive research in this area, so the development of the domain may fall to you. Yi Yao nodded in agreement. The master continued. It appears your soul power consumption is significantly higher than that of the average individual, likely due to the potency of your martial soul. This issue must be resolved by the growth of your soul power. You and Xiao San are polar opposites, one with a martial soul that consumes little yet has weak attack power, the other with a martial soul that consumes greatly yet possesses formidable attack power, along with an enhancing domain. There is no need for further consideration. Developing a strong attack type is undoubtedly your best option. As for the spirit ring, the master hesitated. You should focus on amplifying your strengths, enhancing attack power, ideally with an added speed attribute, granting you explosive strength that could rival even those of higher tiers. Thus, we shall tentatively select a feline-type soul beast. Yi Yao could not help but silently agree. The master was indeed astute, accurately discerning the direction for the development of his martial soul and the selection of spirit rings in such a brief period. Very well, that will be all for today. Your immediate priority is to ensure your martial souls can continue to cultivate. Pack your belongings. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to search for suitable spirit rings. Understood, they replied. By the time Yi Yao returned to the dormitory, dusk had already descended. After a long day of travel and numerous events, he and Tang San collapsed onto their beds, succumbing to slumber before they even realized it. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Yi Yao groggily rose from his bed to find that night had fully enveloped the sky. A glance around revealed that the work-study students were seated cross-legged on their beds, cultivating their soul power. Where are Xiao San and Xiao Wu? Yi Yao mused. Those two must be off somewhere, indulging in their romantic escapades. Deciding to wash his face and perhaps catch some fresh air to rouse himself, Yi Yao stepped outside the dormitory. To his surprise, he discovered two figures engaged in a scuffle not far from him. As the night obscured his vision, he hurried forward, calling out, "Stop! Don't!" Yet before he could finish, he realized with embarrassment that the two were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, with Xiao Wu perched atop Tang San's abdomen, her hands gripping his shoulders. Their position was rather suggestive. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu seemed to register his presence, their faces flushing crimson. We were actually," Yi Yao interjected, bowing deeply at a 45-degree angle, exclaiming, "I'm sorry. I saw nothing and nothing happened. Please continue." Farewell. Ignoring Tang San's protests, he resolutely turned away, muttering under his breath, "Good luck, Xiao San. May you soon win the heart of your beloved. As a brother, I can only assist you so much." This left Tang San and Xiao Wu in a state of bewilderment, with Tang San stammering, I wasn't. Come back and let me explain." Back in the dormitory, Yi Yao refrained from wandering about, fearing another awkward encounter. It seemed wiser to focus on cultivation. After all, was it not fulfilling? He retrieved the book given by the master and began to read intently. Though not voluminous, the text contained all the essential points for cultivation, easily comprehensible even for a novice like Yi Yao. Settling into a cross-legged position, he calmed his mind, ensuring tranquility and clarity, and commenced guiding his soul power as instructed in the book. Time slipped away until he finally exhaled a breath of stale air, concluding his first soul power cultivation session. Indeed, following the book's guidance posed no challenges, and he felt a marked fullness of soul power. However, he sensed a barrier obstructing further enhancement, indicating that he must await the acquisition of his first spirit ring to continue progressing. At this juncture, Tang San and Xiao Wu had returned. Xiao Wu was engaged in her own cultivation, while Tang San sat awkwardly on the edge of his bed. "Actually, just now he began. "I understand." Yi Yao interjected nonchalantly. Tang San visibly relaxed. "Well, that's good. I thought you wait." He scrutinized Yi Yao, sensing something amiss. "Why does your smile seem so mischievous? Do you truly understand?" Tang San queried. "Indeed, I do not deceive you." "No, I suspect you do not comprehend." "No, I genuinely understand." Observing the playful smirk on Yi Yao's face, Tang San rose, his expression resolute. "Since you claim to be in the dark, I suppose I must make my intentions clear through action." "Wait, what are you doing?" "Calm down, Xiao San. I truly understand now. Please, MMM. Chapter 7. The soul-hunting forest morning light broke. "Yi Yao, what happened to you?" The master inquired, astonished. Tang San, maintaining his composure, replied, "It's nothing. He just had a little fall last night." "A fall? How could it cause such swelling around his eye?" The master regarded him quizzically. Yi Yao covered his panda-like right eye, cursing inwardly. You, Tang San, were far too ruthless. Every strike landed right on my face. Last night, I inadvertently disturbed two playful kittens, and the male cat lunged at me. In my attempt to evade, I accidentally collided with a nearby pillar. Yi Yao stated nonchalantly, but sensing Tang San's increasingly hostile gaze, he quickly shifted the topic. Teacher, where shall we hunt for soul beasts? 400 miles north of Naughty City lies the Soul Beast Forest, but before we go, we must prepare a few things. Yi Yao observed as the master hired a carriage, purchasing ample supplies of cured meat, flatbreads, and water. All seemed well, but he couldn't help but wonder why 20 pounds of radishes were necessary. The master did not respond to Yi Yao's inquiry, merely stating that they would understand upon reaching the soul-hunting forest. On the carriage, a belt and a necklace suddenly materialized in the master's hands. He explained that these were rare storage soul tools, the belt embedded with 24 jade stones, each possessing a cubic meter of storage capacity, while the necklace offered a slightly lesser, yet substantial, 10 cubic meters. He invited the two of them to choose one that appealed to them. Yao, however, was not captivated by the superior quality of the belt. Instead, he fixated on the necklace. Its silvery hue, adorned with a pale yellow jade stone, was undeniably more eye-catching than the plain belt. I shall take this necklace, he declared softly, caressing the yellow jade. He was drawn to it not only for its beauty, but also because it reminded him of a similar necklace he had in his previous life. Tang San observed Yi Yao with a hint of regret, believing Yi Yao was selflessly allowing him to take the better belt. Yet he did not decline, as the belt was more suited for his use of hidden weapons. He resolved to find a way to repay Yi Yao in the future. The master, pleased with their amicable choices, smiled and prompted them to name their new possessions. Yi Yao looked at the necklace and said, "Let us name it the Yellow Jade Necklace." The master nodded in agreement, finding the name unremarkable. Tang San then proposed, "I shall call this belt the 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night." Upon hearing those words, Yi Yao momentarily lost his focus, the familiar line of poetry transporting him back to his previous life. Without thinking, he recited 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Where might the jade figure teach the flute? Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, his face alight with surprise. He was about to respond when Yi Yao, having regained his composure, shot him a glance, urging him to suppress his excitement. Such a beautiful poem. How have I never heard of it? The master sighed. Yi Yao explained that they had heard it from a traveler passing through Saint Soul Village during their childhood, leaving out any further details. The master accepted this without suspicion. The master then instructed the two on how to utilize the soul tools, using the supplies they had acquired as practice. Ultimately, Yi Yao was tasked with carrying the water and provisions, while Tang San was responsible for the radishes. Upon their arrival at the soul-hunting forest, they were met not with the anticipated tranquility, but rather a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace, the myriad sounds disorienting Yi Yao. He marveled at the prices of goods here. Realizing the master had indeed shown foresight, the cost of items was several times higher than in Naughty City, almost akin to extortion. Hearing calls for team formations, the master cautioned Yi Yao and Tang San against forming teams indiscriminately, emphasizing the need for absolute trust among team members to avoid collapse. He then fell silent, leading them directly to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. At the gates, the master produced a hand token, and after being granted passage by the guards, they entered the forest without incident. Once inside, Yi Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to be away from the noise. The master's demeanor shifted, becoming sharp and commanding. "From this moment on, do not stray from my side," he instructed. "Yes, master." Satisfied with their response, the master called out, "Come forth, Ro-San Pao." A swirl of purple soul energy emanated from his hand, revealing a peculiar creature that resembled a cross between a dog and a pig, making a series of chattering sounds. Yi Yao wondered if this was the master's martial spirit, curious about its uniqueness. The master chuckled wryly. "This is my martial spirit, Ro-San Pao." "Yi Yao, I believe I mentioned that most martial spirits undergo mutations that render them weaker. It is rare for one like yours to emerge so powerful. Unfortunately, I am among those whose martial spirits have mutated unfavorably, possessing only half a level of innate soul power. No matter how hard I strive, I shall never surpass level 30 in my lifetime." Yi Yao fell silent, aware that his martial spirit was not a mutation but rather a remnant from his past life. He struggled to find words of consolation for the master, but silently vowed to become a formidable soul master, not just for himself, but also to vindicate the master. Yet the master soon regained his composure, explaining that he named it San Pao for its chattering voice and limited 3 attacks. Now, San Pao, lead the way. San Pao's keen sense of smell enabled it to detect soul beasts, allowing them to avoid many potential troubles. It also consumed minimal of the master's soul power and could replenish it through feeding. Do you recall why I bought so many radishes? The master clarified. They are for San Pao's consumption. He then handed Tang San a short sword, instructing him to deliver the final blow to the soul beasts. While Yao's martial spirit possessed sufficient lethality, with San Pao's assistance, the trio successfully evaded stronger soul beasts. Throughout their journey, the master pointed out various soul beasts they encountered, detailing their characteristics and methods for discerning their ages. As daylight waned, the master chose a low-lying area to set up camp. Given their location in the soul hunting forest, they opted not to light a fire, hastily consuming their dry rations with clear water. The master then began to quiz them on the knowledge imparted during the day, reinforcing Yao and Tang San's understanding. After concluding his instruction, the master remarked, "You are unlike me. You possess exceptional talent. I implore you not to squander your potential. Remember, the cultivation of soul power cannot be achieved through shortcuts. Even if you're born with full innate soul power, complacency is not an option. Otherwise, you are unworthy to be my disciples." Hearing such stern words for the first time, both Yao and Tang San nodded solemnly. The master was about to say more when Ro San Pao suddenly erupted in frantic calls. The master's expression shifted dramatically. Soul beasts were approaching. Yao Xiao San, remain alert and do not stray from my side. Yao rose, gazing towards Ro San Pao, and noticed a multitude of greenish, ghostly flames flickering in the darkness. "It's the nether wolf," the master stated gravely. "Let us ascertain their age. If they are 100 years old, we are in trouble." Tang San's eyes glimmered with a hint of purple as he observed the darkness intently before speaking. "Master, there are 6 nether wolves, each approximately 1.6 meters in length." The master regarded Tang San with surprise before exhaling. 1.6 meters. "It seems we are dealing with a pack of 10-year-old pups." He then produced 3 masks, donned one himself, and handed the others to Yao and Tang San, signaling them to wear them. At that moment, the nether wolves sensed danger, their lingering presence replaced by a fierce howl as they charged towards Yao and his companions. The master shouted, "Thunderous roar, Ro San Pao." A yellow soul ring burst forth, enveloping Ro San Pao. With a sudden leap, Ro San Pao executed a mid-air flip, and with a resounding boom, a yellow energy shield erupted from its rear, engulfing the pack of netherwolves. The 6 wolves were hurled away, 2 crashing violently into nearby trees, seemingly on the brink of death. Yao gazed at the scene before him, disbelief washing over him. This must be a joke, he thought. It was no wonder that so many chose to buy radishes instead of food, as they were likely seeking to induce flatulence. The master, after observing the retreat of the remaining shadow wolves, redirected his attention, reassured that all was well. Ignoring the peculiar looks from the 2, he approached, deftly dispatching 2 shadow wolves with a short blade, then calmly announced, "Look, the soul rings are about to appear." Subsequently, the master utilized these 2 white soul rings as examples to educate Yao and Tang San about soul rings. However, before he could conclude his discourse, an urgent voice from Luo San Pao interrupted him, prompting the master to exclaim, "What is happening? Tonight is unusually tumultuous." As the master turned his gaze towards Luo San Pao, only a rustling sound could be heard in the darkness. Suddenly, Yao caught a whiff of a sweet, acrid scent. Before he could react, Tang San shouted, "Toxic substance." He swiftly produced a fire stick and hurled it into the thicket. In the flickering light, a triangular head with a crimson tongue emerged. The master inhaled sharply. It was a mandala snake. He hoped it was merely a 10-year-old specimen. If it were 100 years old, they would be in dire straits. The mandala snake slithered through the grass, seemingly unhurried in its pursuit. The master pulled Yao and Tang San close, imparting a crucial lesson. Listen well. The number of rings signifies the soul rings, while bones denote soul bones. I will explain soul bones in due time. What I must emphasize is that, regardless of the circumstances, your lives are paramount. I will utilize my first soul skill to launch the mandala snake into the air. If it is a 10-year soul beast, we might stand a chance. But if it is a 100-year beast, we must flee immediately. Understood? Both Yao and Tang Sen nodded gravely. The master began to command, flatulence like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Luo San Pao. The mandala snake was caught off guard, propelled into the air by the force of Luo San Pao's expulsion. The master took the opportunity to observe its full form. He gasped, "Run!" Its length is nearly 4 meters. This is a mandala snake with approximately 400 years of cultivation. The trio sprinted away, but it seemed the mandala snake had been enraged by Luo San Pao's flatulence and pursued them at an alarming speed. With gritted teeth, the master declared flatulence like smoke. Hypnotic flatulence, Luo San Pao. A cloud of yellow smoke billowed forth, depleting Luo San Pao's energy for the day. However, the mandala snake merely slowed slightly, continuing its relentless chase. Yao glanced back, realizing that their speed was no match for the mandala snake. It was only a matter of time before they met their demise. Trapped in a desperate situation, what could they do? Chapter 8. The initial battle. As the mandala snake closed in, Tang San began to produce white radishes, utilizing the techniques of the Tang sect's hidden weapons to launch them at the mandala snake. Though it slightly impeded the creature's advance, all three recognized that this was merely a drop in the bucket. It wouldn't be long before their radishes were exhausted, leaving them truly helpless. Yao's mind churned with thoughts, and ultimately, he steeled himself, stating, "We cannot escape like this. We must take a stand." The master fell silent for a moment before bitterly confessing, "Yao, little San, it is I who have led you into this predicament. Not all. Our fates are yet to be decided." "Master," Tang San asserted firmly, "but my soul skills are exhausted. I am now merely a slightly stronger ordinary person. Moreover, with the mandala snake's defenses, even if my skills were intact, I doubt I could inflict any damage," the master replied, furrowing his brow. Yao inhaled deeply. "My martial soul, it should be able to breach its defenses. That is exceedingly dangerous. A moment's misstep could cost you your life. Yet we have no other choice. This is our only hope." Tang San concurred. "Indeed, this is the only viable strategy. Yao, I will cover you. You must deliver a fatal blow." The master observed the two children, who had so swiftly devised a strategy and self-deprecatingly thought, "Yuxia gang, how could you be outdone by 2 6-year-olds? Yet, a surge of determination welled up within him. "Very well, we shall not flee. We will confront this beast head-on." The trio halted. Yao summoned the sword of oath and victory, gripping it firmly as he faced the mandala snake. Tang San positioned himself at the side, ready to use radishes to obstruct the mandala snake's approach, and would not hesitate to unleash his hidden darts at the first sign of weakness. The master instructed Luo San Pao to remain at Yao's side, ready to absorb any damage. Yao licked his parched lips, feeling sweat bead in his palms and his legs tremble. No matter how well he had prepared, the reality of confronting the mandala snake instilled fear within him. After all, this was his first encounter with such a perilous situation in both this life and his past one. "Here it comes," Tang San murmured. The mandala snake began to glide toward Yao, now merely 10 meters away. 8 meters, its speed increased. 6 meters, Tang San's radishes were all but exhausted, leaving the mandala snake unimpeded. 5 meters, Tang San's first hidden dart was released, creating a shower of sparks upon striking the mandala snake. The creature let out a pained roar, only spurring its ferocity further. 3 meters, Luo San Pao charged at the mandala snake, causing it to sway momentarily. Tang San's second dart flew true, hitting the mandala snake in the eye, eliciting a thunderous roar as it writhed in agony, yet continued its relentless pursuit of Yao. At 2 meters, Tang San could not launch a third dart. Luo San Pao had returned to the master's side, and Yao could clearly see the mandala snake's gaping maw. "Move! Move!" Yao urged himself, but his body seemed to betray him. The dread of life and death paralyzed him. Those who have not faced such terror could never comprehend the depths of despair. At that moment, despair flickered in Yao's eyes. He had been the one to propose the final confrontation, yet now, at this critical juncture, he felt utterly helpless. In an instant, a vision flashed through his mind, and his body instinctively reacted. Yao crouched low, narrowly dodging the mandala snake's jaws. The judgment domain was instantly activated, and he thrust the sword of oath and victory upward. The mandala snake's tough scales offered no resistance. The blade sliced through its flesh, creating a gaping wound, and a torrent of scalding snake blood splattered across Yao, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. Reeling from the sudden injury, the mandala snake opened its mouth wide, and Tang San's third dart found its mark, embedding itself deep within the creature's throat. The mandala snake's body stiffened before it collapsed heavily to the ground, with only slight convulsions indicating it still clung to life. Yao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. As the tension in his mind relaxed, fatigue washed over him, and he yearned to succumb to slumber. The master, having regained his composure from witnessing Yao's actions, urged little San, quickly, finish off the mandala snake. Though puzzled, Tang San obediently approached, using his short blade to dispatch the mandala snake. As a circle of yellow soul rings emerged from the creature, the master finally exhaled in relief. Smiling, fortune has favored us this time. This mandala snake is perfect for you, little San. Its soul ring aligns perfectly with the attributes I previously discussed, resilience and poison. Moreover, its age closely matches the limit for a fur soul ring, 423 years, making it an exemplary acquisition. Despite Tang San's doubts regarding whether his plant-type martial spirit could absorb animal-type spirit rings, he felt reassured after the master elucidated his theory of the 10 core competencies. With a calm demeanor, Tang San sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb his martial spirit. Observing Tang San successfully entering a meditative state, the master approached Yao, hesitating to speak. Initially, he intended to admonish Yao for his earlier reckless actions, but the words transformed into praise for his recent conduct. Noticing the lingering fear in Yao's expression, he sighed inwardly. After all, they were merely 2 6-year-old children, and what more could be expected of them? Moreover, had it not been for Yao's timely intervention, the 3 of them might have met a grim fate. The master then gently suggested, wipe the blood from your face when dawn breaks. We shall seek a water source to cleanse ourselves. Yao, upon hearing this, realized that his body was sticky with blood, a foul odor wafting into his nostrils. Shivering, he retrieved some clear water from his yellow jade necklace to wash his face, knowing that he could not waste the precious resource on cleaning his body, especially with the uncertainty of their duration in the soul-hunting forest. After Yao had cleaned himself, the master nodded, get some rest. I will watch over little San. Yao did not decline, nodding in agreement as he leaned against a nearby tree and closed his eyes. What just transpired? Fleeting images of being bitten by the mandala snake flashed through his mind. Future sight? No, it seemed his body instinctively evaded the danger. Was this intuition? Had he inherited not only the holy sword of the Dull-Hair King, but also its ancestral intuition? With such thoughts, Yao drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and a beam of sunlight graced Yao's face. He opened his eyes groggily to find the master seated nearby. Approaching, he noticed the master's previously faint dark circles had deepened. Teacher, you should rest a while longer. I will keep an eye on little San. The master hesitated, glancing at Tang San, who was nearing the end of absorbing his spirit ring, the most perilous phase already behind him. Feeling the weight of fatigue, he nodded, very well. I shall rest for a bit. Keep vigilant around us, and remember to wake me when little San has finished. After Yao nodded, the master moved to lean against the tree where Yao had been resting and soon began to snore softly. About half an hour later, the sun had risen high, and Tang San finally opened his eyes, fully having absorbed the first spirit ring. He saw Yao in front of him and was about to speak when Yao quickly gestured for silence, pointing at the sleeping master. Be quiet. The teacher has been watching over you all night and has just fallen asleep. Understanding, Tang San nodded. Yao continued, so how did it go? The spirit ring should have been successfully absorbed, right? How does your body feel? Tang San replied, it appears successful. My physical abilities have nearly doubled. Look, he said as he released his blue silvergrass. The once frail plant had transformed, now 3 fingers wide and significantly thicker, adorned with peculiar patterns. Yao, curious, reached out to touch it, but Tang San quickly grasped his hand, shaking his head. Do not touch it. My blue silvergrass is now likely imbued with the toxin of the mandala snake, and I have yet to test its effects. Startled, Yao withdrew his hand, his eyes lighting up with realization. resilience, and poison. It seems the teacher's intuition was indeed correct. The mandala snake is a fitting match for you. What about your spirit skill? What is it? Tang Sen answered, my first spirit skill is bind. Although I have yet to test its effects, it should align with what the teacher described, a control-type skill. The two continued discussing the skill, and Tang Sen hesitated before asking, Yao, are you also? Yao promptly interjected, yes, I too have crossed over. Previously, he had refrained from disclosing his origins to Tang San, fearing the relationship had not yet deepened sufficiently, and worried that Tang San might feel threatened by his knowledge of the Shintian skill. However, now felt like the right moment, and Yao felt no guilt. Their bond had been forged through shared trials, and concealing their pasts would only lead to discomfort over time. Tang San, relieved, smiled, his heart swelling with the joy of encountering a kindred spirit in a foreign land. In this new world, he had to conceal certain truths even before Tang Hao. But now, he could be open without fear, finally having someone with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. As they sat on the ground, reminiscing about their past lives, laughter and astonishment mingled in their conversation, punctuated by moments of exasperation. The sun shone brightly overhead, a perfect day for youth. Chapter 9. Gale leapt when the master opened his eyes. It was already noon. Why have I slept so long? Where are Little San and Yi Yao? He rose in a flurry, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing the two not far away. Approaching them, he reproached, did we not agree that you would wake me once Little San finished absorbing the spirit ring? Yi Yao chuckled sheepishly, joining his hands in a gesture of supplication. Little San, your first spirit ring should have been absorbed without issue. Come, show us the effects of your spirit skill, the master urged Tang San. Tang San nodded, and a circle of yellow spirit rings rose from his feet as several strands of blue-silver grass leapt from his hand, ensnaring a small tree. With a firm tug, the tree bent, yet the blue-silver grass showed no signs of breaking. Tang San explained, my first spirit skill, bind, boasts excellent resilience and clear control within 50 meters. I can command the blue-silver grass to attack from any position. Additionally, I have tested it on several weak spirit beasts I encountered earlier, and it appears to carry the paralyzing toxin of the mandala snake. The master's eyes sparkled with excitement. What about spirit power consumption? He inquired. Tang San replied, it is minimal. I can use it multiple times. The master beamed, excellent. My hypothesis was indeed correct. With low consumption, remarkable resilience, and paralyzing toxins, as long as your enemies do not exceed 2 spirit rings above your own, they will find it nearly impossible to escape your grasp. With Yi Yao's martial spirit possessing formidable offensive capabilities, if you both coordinate effectively, your combined strength will far surpass that of individual efforts. The master then imparted further cautionary advice to Tang San. After sharing some rations, the trio resumed their journey in search of a suitable spirit beast for Yi Yao. On the way, they found a small stream and hastily washed away the grime. The following 3 days, however, passed without encountering any dangers akin to their first night. Yet they also failed to find a suitable spirit beast for Yi Yao. Nonetheless, the master did not exhibit any impatience. Rather, he informed them that it was common for soul masters to go several days without finding an appropriate spirit beast. Instances like Tang San's, where one successfully acquired a fitting spirit ring in just 1 day, were exceedingly rare. As evening approached, the master observed Yi Yao's slightly despondent demeanor. Tomorrow, we shall search for half the day. If we still do not find anything, we may have to explore the water source. Hearing this, Yi Yao shivered involuntarily. Earlier, while washing in the stream, he had seen no fewer than 10 types of spirit beasts in just a few minutes, including numerous century-old creatures, and even a nearly 1,000-year-old iron-armored bull. Fortunately, they were downstream, where the scent was unlikely to waft upstream. Moreover, the iron-armored bull had a rather mild temperament. Otherwise, given the prowess of Yi Yao and his companions, they would have certainly met a grim fate. Nonetheless, those fleeting moments had left Yi Yao thoroughly shaken. He and Tang Sen exchanged resigned glances, acknowledging that this was indeed the best course of action. Their supplies of food and water were dwindling, and if they failed to locate a suitable soul beast in the next couple of days, they would have no choice but to exit the forest for resupply. Regrettably, the trio spent the entire morning without any success. In the afternoon, the master led the two in search of a nearby water source. After walking for a couple of hours, they could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. Yi Yao felt a flicker of hope and instinctively quicken his pace, only to be halted by the master's firm grip. Yi Yao, it seems your soul ring is within reach, the master remarked with a light chuckle. Tang Xin tugged at Yi Yao's sleeve, indicating for him to look in a certain direction. Yi Yao's gaze fell upon a silver-white feline soul beast, reclining beneath a large tree about 100 meters away. The master explained, "This is the Gale Leopard. It possesses a striking silver-white coat, measures approximately 3 meters in length, has purple eyes, and features faint purple markings. As a wind-attribute soul beast, it boasts formidable lethality and notable speed. To ascertain its age, one must examine the unique purple markings along its spine. A Gale Leopard under 1,000 years will gain 1 additional marking for every century. We should check to see if it exceeds 4 markings. If not, this soul beast is a viable choice." Little San, the master, turned to Tang San, who had demonstrated exceptional vision in recent days, though the master was unaware of the influence of Tang Min's purple extreme demon eye, believing instead that Tang San was simply extraordinarily gifted. Tang San nodded. "Teacher, there are 4 markings." "4 markings," the master mused. "It remains uncertain whether it exceeds 423 years. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed. "Very well, but I want it." Yi Yao interjected suddenly. "Are you certain? This Gale Leopard may have surpassed its age limit. Do you understand the consequences of absorbing a soul ring beyond its designated years?" The master frowned. "I am aware. However, this is merely a possibility, is it not? After searching for so long, we have finally found a soul beast that meets our criteria. I am willing to take this gamble," Yi Yao asserted resolutely. "If we forego this beast, we may not find another suitable soul beast for an indeterminate time, and it may not possess the quality of this Gale Leopard." The master appeared conflicted, but Yi Yao added, "Moreover, my martial soul is of exceptionally high quality, which may aid in the absorption of the soul ring. Certain high-quality martial souls indeed could suppress the remnants of the soul after the beast's demise, thereby alleviating the burden on the soul master." The master was finally swayed by Yi Yao's words. He gravely stated, "Since you have made your decision, let's finalize our strategy. The Gale Leopard's attack power and speed surpass those of the Mandala snake, yet its defenses are notably weak, and its resistance to poison is low. Thus, it will be far easier for us to handle than the Mandala snake. Little San, use your soul skills to coordinate with the 3 cannons, while Yi Yao will deliver the finishing blow. Do you understand?" "Understood." The trio donned their masks and began to approach the Gale Leopard. As the beast sensed their presence and lifted its head, the master shouted, "Thunderous fart!" Roar of the 3 cannons. With a resounding boom, the Gale Leopard was launched high into the air, crashing against a tree. Tang San's first soul ring flickered, and blue-silver grass ensnared the Gale Leopard's limbs. With a low growl, the Gale Leopard unleashed azure wind blades from its limbs, swiftly severing the blue-silver grass. It seemed as though winds were swirling around its body, propelling it forward with all its might, intent on making the intruding humans pay dearly. Just as it charged a few meters, more blue-silver grass emerged. Despite the wind blade's attempts to cut through, the beast momentarily halted. The master called out again. Thunderous fart, roar of the 3 cannons. The Gale Leopard was flung into the air once more, though this time it was slower to rise. The 2 strikes from the 3 cannons had inflicted considerable damage, and the paralysis toxin from the blue-silver grass began to take effect, hampering its movements. With a roar, the Gale Leopard began to conjure a growing azure sphere at its mouth, its innate skill, the Gale Cannon, ready to unleash a ranged attack. However, just as it prepared to fire, more of the accursed blue-silver grass ensnared its head, causing the Gale Cannon to veer off course and strike a nearby tree, shattering it before dissipating. As it finally broke free from the blue-silver grass grasp, the 3rd strike from the 3 cannons struck it down once more. Upon landing, it was ensnared again, but this time it was gravely injured. The paralysis toxin had spread throughout its body, rendering it incapable of escape. The master observed for a moment, then instructed Tang San to reinforce the bindings. After confirming that the Gale Leopard had lost all will to resist, he turned to Yi Yao. "All right, it's time to claim it." Yi Yao nodded, summoning the Sword of Oath Victory, plunging it into the Gale Leopard's neck. The beast struggled a couple of times before falling still, a yellow soul ring rising and hovering above its lifeless body. "Are you certain you wish to absorb this soul ring? You may still retract your decision. Once absorbed, there is no turning back, the master warned solemnly. I am certain, Yi Yao replied resolutely. Fortune favors the bold. The closer the soul ring's age approaches its limit, the greater the enhancement for the soul master. I am willing to take this risk. The master ceased further discussion, signaling for him to proceed with the absorption. Yi Yao settled into a meditative position, calming his racing heart, gathering soul power in his palm as the sword of oath victory appeared. The soul ring began to move, ultimately encircling the sword. Yi Yao felt an overwhelming and searing energy surge from his right hand into his body, causing an intense burning sensation within him, as if his very veins were about to burst. After 2 seconds, he could no longer contain himself and spat out blood. Damn it! The soul ring exceeds the age limit. The master's expression changed dramatically, and Tang Sen anxiously exclaimed, Teacher, is there any way to help him? There is no remedy. He must rely on himself. Fortunately, the excess age is not too significant. Given the strength of his martial soul, he may yet succeed, the master replied, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Half an hour later, Yi Yao emitted a muffled groan, blood seeping from his body. How could this be? What is the age of this soul beast? The master was at a loss, hurrying toward the Gale Leopard's corpse for a closer examination. Suddenly, he exclaimed, There is now another marking appearing beneath the 4 markings. Though faint, it is unmistakably a soul beast nearing 500 years. At that moment, the master was filled with regret and remorse. The first soul ring had surpassed its age limit by nearly 100 years, leaving the success rate of absorption below 20%. If Yi Yao were to suffer dire consequences because of this, he would bear the heaviest guilt. Yi Yao, it is I who have wronged you. Just as the master was engulfed in self-reproach, Tang Sen's voice rang out joyfully. Teacher, look. The master turned to see Yi Yao's sword of oath victory suddenly radiating a brilliant light, enveloping his entire being. The blood that had seeped from Yi Yao ceased, and his complexion gradually grew serene. The master finally exhaled in relief. The most perilous moment had passed, and it seemed that his martial soul truly was formidable, for it had safeguarded Yi Yao at a critical juncture. Yi Yao struggled amidst the relentless pain coursing through his body, his consciousness fading. Damn it, have I pushed too far? He thought. Suddenly, a golden light began to emanate from his right hand, the previously tumultuous energy instantly smoothing out and obediently following a designated path. Though he could not comprehend what had transpired, it appeared the crisis had passed. This was the last thought in Yi Yao's mind before his consciousness sank into the flow of power. Chapter 10. The First Soul Skill. Wind King's Barrier. When Yi Yao awakened, it was already noon the following day. At that moment, the master was assessing the knowledge Tang Sen had acquired over the past few days. Upon noticing Yi Yao's eyes flutter open, the master approached with a sigh, saying, Yi Yao, this is my fault. I failed to recognize that the swift wind leopard is a soul beast nearly 500 years old. Were it not for your martial soul's protective nature, you might have been in grave danger. He then solemnly bowed to Yi Yao. Startled, Yi Yao quickly stepped back, declining the master's gesture of respect. He helped the master back up, saying, Teacher, this is not your fault. It was my decision to absorb this soul ring. However, before the master could respond, Yi Yao continued earnestly, Truly, this matter is not your fault. The one who made the decision was I. If there is any blame to be placed, it rests solely on me. The master was taken aback by Yi Yao's earnest demeanor, and with a soft sigh, his gaze toward Yi Yao softened. The master cleared his throat and inquired, Your soul ring should have been successfully absorbed by now. What is your first soul skill? Upon hearing the master's question, a peculiar smile spread across Yi Yao's face. He then clenched his palm, causing a circle of yellow soul rings to rise from beneath him. A blue and white arm guard appeared on his right arm, enveloping it completely. What is happening? The master asked, puzzled. Why is there armor appearing? I have no idea, Yi Yao admitted, equally bewildered by the sudden manifestation. After a moment of contemplation, the master speculated, perhaps this is due to a mutation in your martial soul. Your situation bears resemblance to certain beast martial souls, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. When soul masters from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family absorb a soul ring, their martial soul manifests additional draconic features that significantly enhance their combat prowess. As he mentioned the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the master's expression darkened. Let us test the defensive capabilities of this armor, he proposed. The master produced a short blade, and struck it against the armor with force. To his astonishment, sparks flew, yet the armor remained unscathed. Incredible, the master exclaimed. The defensive capability of this armor is likely comparable to that of a defense-type martial soul. Your martial soul is truly formidable. He expressed his admiration, having never encountered a martial soul so powerful, noting its almost flawless nature, with the only potential drawback being its high energy consumption. Now, release your martial soul. I wish to witness your first soul skill, the master said, his anticipation for Yi Yao's abilities growing. After a pause without any display of the martial soul, the master frowned, asking, "Where is your martial soul? Why have you not released it?" Yi Yao chuckled, "I have already done so," and lifted his right hand to show the invisible sword. Could it be? The master's eyes brightened. Your martial soul is invisible? But how is that possible? The swift wind leopard does not possess such an ability. Yi Yao shook his head and, not wishing to prolong the mystery, explained, "My first soul skill is called Wind King's Barrier. It seems to inherit the wind attribute of the swift wind leopard, wrapping the wind around my sword, altering the light's refraction, rendering the sword's shape invisible while enhancing its cutting power." Suddenly, Yi Yao turned to face a large tree, grasping the transparent hilt of his sword, and shouted, "Wind King's Hammer." The wind enveloping the sword was unleashed in an instant, revealing the brilliant blade in midair. A powerful gust surged forth nearly 10 meters, toppling 2 small trees before dissipating. "I can release the wind entirely, achieving a long-range attack effect," he added. "Excellent. This soul ring is astounding. Not only does it make it difficult for enemies to gauge distance in close combat, but it also amplifies lethality in melee situations. And the explosive strike is among the best in its class," the master exclaimed excitedly. "What is soul power consumption?" he inquired. Yi Yao took a moment to assess, then replied, "As long as I do not unleash an explosive attack, the soul power consumption is minimal. However, if I do unleash it with my current soul power, it may only suffice for 2 uses. That is sufficient. With peak attack power, formidable explosive strength, and decent defensive capabilities, disregarding soul power consumption, you are essentially a perfect offensive soul master," the master praised. Yi Yao sighed, realizing that even with his first soul ring, he could not maintain the martial soul's release for long. If he were to unleash the domain, it would be even more challenging. He calculated that maintaining the domain while using Wind King's Hammer would consume nearly half of his soul power, not to mention the ongoing costs of maintaining the martial soul during battle. The soul power consumption is a significant drawback, Yi Yao lamented, estimating that he would need to reach the 30th rank to ensure a prolonged release of his martial soul, and perhaps the 50th rank to maintain the domain for an extended period. "I do not want to be a 3-second man," Yi Yao thought bitterly, reflecting that it would be better for a man to have endurance. With their initial objectives achieved and their supplies of food and clean water nearly depleted, the trio prepared to leave the soul-hunting forest. As Yi Yao and Tang San emerged, they found their physical capabilities had improved significantly. By the time they boarded the carriage back to the academy, the sky had darkened. The master simply advised the two to rest well and to visit him at his residence before class the following morning. Upon returning to Dormitory 7, Yi Yao noted that at this hour, the work-study students would typically be cultivating their soul power. However, today they were gathered around Xiao Wu's bed, engaged in animated discussion. "Xiao-san, you're back," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she sprang from her bed and dashed toward the door. Yi Yao discreetly stepped back, giving Tang San a gentle push, thinking to himself, "Xiao-san, this is as much help as I can offer you." Tang San stood before Xiao Wu, bewildered and speechless, when she excitedly declared, "That's wonderful, Xiao-san. Now we're certain to win tomorrow's competition." "Competition? What competition?" Tang San frowned. "Those paid students. They have gone too far. Not only did they injure the 2 of us, but when Sister Xiao Wu confronted them, that 6th-year bully, Xiao Lao, even had the audacity to claim he would make Sister Xiao Wu his pet rabbit. Such young minds harboring such vile thoughts." Yi Yao frowned, idly rubbing his fingers across his chin. It seemed they truly needed to be taught a lesson. Even Tang San, usually composed, could not suppress his anger, stating decisively, "Then count me in." Xiao Wu looked surprised. "I thought you would say I was being impulsive and try to stop me." Yi Yao chuckled. It was uncommon for Tang San to instigate trouble. However, if they were being bullied, a response was warranted. As expected, Tang Xin calmly replied, "You did nothing wrong. Why would I stop you? Since they are already bullying you, a duel is the best way to settle this." Xiao Wu let out a relieved sigh, patting her chest. "That's good. I was worried you wouldn't agree." The duel was set for after class the following morning at the back mountain of the academy. Tang Xin nodded in agreement, choosing not to speak further, as he had not had a proper training session since their time in the soul hunting forest, and he needed to familiarize himself with the second layer of the Xian Tian Gong. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled, and she turned to Tang San. "Xiao San, did you obtain a soul ring? Come on, let us spar again." Just as Tang San was about to decline, Yao interjected, "Sure, no problem. Xiao San is eager to spar with you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately tugged on Tang San's sleeve, trying to pull him outside. "I'm not. I didn't tea. Stop making things up. Why does this feel so familiar?" Tang San thought, frowning. He then shot an accusatory glare at the instigator. "You rascal. You've caused me trouble again." Yao displayed a fatherly smile as he gave Tang San a thumbs up, reflecting, "Ah, brotherly love. Keep going. This is all I can assist you with." Observing the two depart, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the essence of youth." Swiftly, he climbed onto his bed, commencing his first soul power cultivation session after acquiring the soul ring. Feeling the soul power surge within him, no longer hindered as before, Yi Yao chuckled softly, immersing himself entirely in his training. When Yi Yao awoke from his cultivation, he found the sky had darkened and noted that Tang San and Xiao Wu had yet to return. This shouldn't take so long, should it? He pondered, scratching his face. Could something have happened? A sense of urgency gripped his heart as he hurriedly jumped off his bed and raced toward the door. Upon exiting, he noticed a figure lying on the ground not far away. Yi Yao rushed over, calling out, "Xiao San, are you?" He faltered as he recognized the person sprawled on the ground. Xiao was bound by blue silver grass, lying on her side, while Tang San knelt over her, grasping her wrists. Both were taken aback by Yi Yao's sudden appearance, their faces gradually flushing red. This scene felt oddly familiar. A thought echoed in their minds. Wait, the positions seem reversed this time. It's a case of the male above and the female below. An unexpected notion crossed Yi Yao's mind. Tang Sin broke the silence first, releasing his grip with an electric shock, hastily saying, "It's not what it looks like." Yi Yao abruptly bowed, saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. My apologies for interrupting." With that, he decisively turned and fled, executing the entire process with remarkable proficiency. Tang Sin hadn't even begun to interject when Yi Yao was already back in the dormitory. At this moment, Tang Sin felt utterly despondent, a single thought consuming him. It was over. Even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't cleanse this mess. By the way, how come your actions were so practiced? He mused. If Yao had heard, he would have surely scoffed. Why so practiced? Don't you know yourself? Man. With a complex mix of emotions, Yi Yao returned to his dormitory, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. As if witnessing a pig he raised finally grow up and root through someone else's cabbage. Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts and began a new round of cultivation. The long journey had only just begun, and there was no room for complacency. Chapter 11. The dual Yi Yao strolled through the academy, feeling invigorated, and turned to see Tang Sin looking somewhat dispirited. "Xiao San, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well?" Tang Sin cast a resentful glance at him, thinking, how could you not know? The mere thought of their misunderstanding lingered heavily in his heart, and he felt a wave of sorrow, nearly crying out in despair, struggling to maintain his focus during training. Seeing the look on Tang San's face, Yao nodded knowingly, patting him on the shoulder and sighing, "Xiao San, we are still young. Some things you must understand." "No, I don't understand." "I'm not." Tang Sin began to protest, but Yao sighed and walked away. "Hey, you should at least listen." Tang Sin stood there, on the verge of tears. With his usual playful teasing of Tang San complete, Yao couldn't help but laugh inwardly, fully aware of the reason behind it. Teasing Tang San was simply too delightful. Soon, Yao arrived at the master's residence, where the master was perusing some books by the bookshelf. Upon seeing Yao enter, he set the book aside and inquired, "Where's Xiao San?" "He'll be here shortly," Yao replied. "Very well. We shall wait for him," the master nodded. Before long, Tang San entered, looking forlorn. The master cleared his throat and stated, "I called you both here today for a specific purpose. After class, you are to visit the Spirit Hall in Nodding City for a soul power assessment. This will help you gauge your soul power levels while also officially registering you with the Spirit Hall. In the future, you will receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin, and you will no longer need to work as labor students. Yi Yao hesitated for a moment before mentioning that Su Yuntao had previously invited him to join the Spirit Hall. The master's brow furrowed as he responded gravely, Yi Yao, what are your thoughts on this? Do you wish to join the Spirit Hall? With unwavering resolve, Yi Yao replied, Teacher, I do not wish to align myself with any faction at this moment. Perhaps in the future, I may consider joining one, but certainly not now. The master silently exhaled, relieved. His intention was to keep his promising disciple away from such powerful factions, especially the Spirit Hall. However, if Yi Yao insisted on joining, it would be difficult to dissuade him. Very well, I will handle matters with the Spirit Hall. You need not worry, the master assured. Also, although you have acquired your first soul ring, do not neglect the cultivation of your soul power. Remember, soul power is the foundation of everything. Yes, teacher, we understand. Yi Yao and Tang San replied in unison. Afterward, the two left the master's residence, preparing for their morning classes. Yi Yao strained to focus throughout the morning lectures. As the Academy's teachings lacked significance, the master's guidance was far more valuable than the basic theories presented by the Academy's instructors. As soon as class concluded, Xiao Wu eagerly rallied everyone to head to the back mountain. Although Yi Yao thought most of the labor students lacked combat prowess, and that their presence would be pointless, Xiao Wu insisted that having more people would create a sense of intimidation, asserting, we must not lose in terms of spirit. Fine, if it pleases you. Yi Yao sighed in resignation. By the time they reached the back mountain, over 20 upperclassmen had already gathered. At the forefront stood a tall young man, arms crossed, grinning. Oh, you actually came? It seems you can't wait to be my pet rabbit. Huh? Ha. Xiao Wu scoffed, pointing at him. Xiao Lao Da. It's you who will be my little brother after you lose. Remember to call me Sister Xiao Wu, got it? Xiao Lao Da laughed mockingly. What? You think you can win against me? Wang Sheng, where did you find this ignorant little girl? A mere first-year labor student dares to challenge me? Don't you even know who I am? Yi Yao interjected, Xiao San, have you ever heard of this Xiao Lao Da? Tang Sin chuckled, replying, never heard of him. How peculiar. How did a little mouse like you come to claim to be the big boss here? Yi Yao feigned surprise. Xiao Lao Da's expression darkened, and he uncrossed his arms, nonchalantly saying, it seems I need to teach you country bumpkins some manners. I won't bully you. Since you have more than 10 people, let us each pick 10 to take turns. The winners can continue battling, while those who lose will step aside. How about that? How ridiculous. You think we'll agree to such an unreasonable challenge? Yi Yao thought, feeling exasperated. All right, it's settled. Xiao Wu agreed readily. What? Why did you agree? Are you out of your mind? Can't you see they're trying to exhaust you with a wheel battle? Thankfully, Xiao San and I are back. Or you'd be turned into a pig's head. Yi Yao thought helplessly. All right, Lu Long, you're up. Xiao Lao did a gesture to a tall boy beside him. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, about to volunteer, but Yi Yao spoke up, I'll take this one. Let us finish them quickly. Xiao San and I have other matters to attend to. Wang Sheng hesitated and asked, are you capable? The figure opposite him, Lu Long, was a classmate wielding a staff as his martial spirit. Although he had yet to become a soul master, he was nearing that milestone. Yi Yao smiled quietly, awaiting Xiao Wu's response, as she was still, in name, the leader of the work-study students, and certain decorum must be maintained. All right, you may proceed, Xiao Wu nodded. Though she had never witnessed Yi Yao in action, it was reasonable to assume that with the first soul ring, Yi Yao would not be easily defeated by someone without a single soul ring. As Yi Yao stepped forward, Lu Long furrowed his brow and said, I haven't seen you before. Are you new? You're no match for me, so just admit defeat. Yi Yao smiled silently, extending his left hand in a gesture of invitation. Lu Long, with a cold smirk, retorted, if I don't beat you in a bed for a few days, I want to be called Lu. With that, he summoned a staff over 2 meters long into his grasp. Then you shall be known as withered flowers and fallen willows. Xiao Wu's playful voice chimed from behind Yi Yao. Lu Long's expression darkened, and without further words, he lunged forward, raising his staff high. Yi Yao sidestepped gracefully, allowing the staff to whoosh past him. Too slow, he thought, as his physical prowess, enhanced by the soul ring, surpassed Lu Long's. In the face of what others would deem a swift strike, Yi Yao effortlessly evaded. Noticing Lu Long's bewildered expression, Yi Yao made a swift motion, encasing his right arm in armor as the vow of victory sword, shrouded in the Wind King barrier, was released. With a focused gaze, he advanced towards Lu Long. Caught off guard and bereft of energy, attempted to retreat. Yet, Yao swept his right hand, and it felt as though something collided with Lu Long's waist, sending him tumbling down. Watching Lu Long fall, Yao calmly retracted his martial spirit, having used the back of the blade to avoid inflicting serious harm. As the sword was far too sharp, the first match's outcome was clear. Xiao, the leader, did not concern himself with the fallen Lu Long, but turned to Yao and inquired, "Is your martial spirit this armor?" Yao maintained his serene demeanor and said nothing, exuding an air of superiority. What a thrill! It's surprisingly entertaining to play the sage and bully the little ones. Yao mused inwardly. I 1T divulge my secrets, and with armor as a facade, who would guess my true martial spirit is a sword? Merely an accessory? What happened? Xiao asked Lu Long, who was returning with a sheepish expression. I'm not sure. He was still a distance away, yet when he waved his hand, it felt as if I was struck by something. Lu Long replied, equally perplexed. Hey, have you come to a decision? Are you afraid? Xiao Wu teased, her mocking tone evident. Yao couldn't help but admire her skill and sarcasm. Ling Feng, it's your turn. Be cautious. This one seems peculiar. You should ascertain his true capabilities, Xiao commanded darkly. A slender student stepped forward, assuring, Don't worry, Xiao. I will handle this little rascal. Yao scrutinized the newcomer, noting his wiry frame, which belied his 12 years, making him appear closer to Yao's age. He seemed to be an agile type of soul master, and Yao wondered if he possessed a soul ring. If he did, it could complicate matters. Ling Feng approached without a word. His legs slightly bent as he leaped into the air, performing a graceful flip, arms outstretched as he lunged at Yao. Recognizing the beast martial spirit, Yao deduced it to be some avian type, though the specifics eluded him. However, it appeared that he lacked a soul ring, and even an agile beast martial spirit would struggle to match Yao's current speed without the first soul ring. This should be manageable, he concluded. Sidestepping, Yao released his martial spirit and executed a swift counter. He once again calmly retracted his martial spirit. Why retract it, you ask? The energy expenditure was considerable. If he could, would he not wish to maintain the appearance of his martial spirit? Yet, with so many opponents still to face, even if they were easily dispatched, the energy drain would accumulate. Encountering two opponents with soul rings could indeed spell disaster. Zhao's expression darkened as he observed Ling Feng, who sheepishly returned and muttered, Useless. Realizing he had no choice but to step in himself, Xiao contemplated the situation. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, even losing to someone like Ling Feng, and still not knowing the methods employed by his opponents, it was evident that they had reserves of strength. If he could not swiftly restore morale, there would be no point in continuing. He could not afford to be humiliated. Chapter 12. Appraisal. Xiao cast a grim gaze upon Yao, his expression grave. Xiao Chenyu, 6th grade student, martial spirit, wolf. Level 11 soul master. Yao smiled, recognizing the intelligence in this individual. He recalled the master mentioning that revealing one's martial spirit and rank is a sign of respect. However, it was clear that Xiao sought to discern Yao's martial spirit to avoid a vague defeat as with the previous 2. Should he deceive him or not? Yao pondered. Ultimately, he decided against deception, reasoning that it would be pointless to overly exploit the other. Thus, he declared, Yao, first-year work-study student, martial spirit, sword. Level 11 soul master. What? You're level 11? You possess a soul ring? Your martial spirit is a sword? Is your sword invisible? Then what of your armor? Xiao Chenyu's face was a mixture of confusion and suspicion. That is something I cannot disclose. Why so many questions? Are you still going to fight? Yao replied, his patience waning, unwilling to reveal his secrets. Xiao Chenyu, observing Yao clad in simple clothing yet adorned with an exquisite yellow jade necklace, could not help but ask, Are you really a work-study student? Yao, now disinclined to converse, merely nodded. There was nothing for it but to fight. Xiao Chenyu let out a low growl, azure light emanating from his body as his muscles rippled, his eyes shifting to a pale green, claws sharpening, and a ring of white soul rings ascending from beneath him. This was reminiscent of Su Yuntao, though lacking one soul ring, Yao thought. First soul skill, claw strike. As the white soul ring glowed, a faint azure light enveloped Zhao's claws, which lunged towards Yao. Yao's expression grew serious. This battle marked his first encounter with a soul master of equal rank and could not be underestimated. Despite Xiao Qinyu's white soul ring, Yi Yao sensed the potential to tear through stone with those claws. Previously, Yi Yao had relied on his agility to evade attacks and counter swiftly, but Xiao Qinyu was a bona fide first-ring soul master. The wolf, inherently swift, could leverage its beastly attributes, so even with just a white soul ring, its speed could rival that of Yi Yao's weapon spirit, if not exceed it. Shall we clash? Yi Yao thought. I'm not an agile attacker, but a power-based soul master. With his muscles subtly tensing, Yi Yao gripped his sword, preparing a diagonal slash to meet Xiao Qinyu's claws. Just as Xiao was contemplating whether to exert more force, he was horrified to witness his proud claws shatter under the impact. Realizing the danger, Yi Yao hastily reduced his strength, or else Xiao Qinyu might have lost his hands. With a surge of energy, the sword sliced through Xiao Qinyu's hands, crimson blood spraying from the wounds as he staggered back and ultimately collapsed to the ground. I concede. I concede, Xiao Qinyu exclaimed, raising his bloodied hands in surrender. Knight Yao discreetly glanced at Xiao Qinyu's hands, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. Although Xiao Qinyu had acted somewhat domineeringly, it was not to the extent of crippling him. Xiao Qinyu had also lost. Did they still wish to continue fighting? Knight Yao scanned the other senior students and, with a flick of his foot, summoned a circle of yellow spirit rings, letting out a cold snort. Who else wishes to fight? I shall accompany you to the end. The senior students, alarmed by the century-old spirit ring, gasped, and Xiao Qinyu promptly declared, no more fighting. We concede. Knight Yao quietly retracted his martial spirit. Very well, since you have lost, let us proceed according to the rules. Xiao Qinyu hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, should I call you boss or her? Call her. She is our dormitory leader. Knight Yao firmly rejected, thinking it absurd to be followed around by a group of underlings like Brother He. It suited Xiao Wu perfectly. He would give it to her instead. Xiao Qinyu, momentarily dazed, contemplated how such an impressive individual was not the dorm leader. Was that girl even stronger than him? With this thought, Xiao Qinyu quickly sprang to his feet, disregarding his injuries, and flashed a flattering smile at Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, hello. From now on, I shall be your little brother. The other senior students soon realized what was happening and gathered around, each calling her Sister Xiao Wu. Having won the contest and amassed a following, Xiao Wu appeared quite pleased. All right, from now on in this academy, I will protect you all. Let me introduce myself as well. I am Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student, martial spirit, rabbit, and a rank 12 one-ring spirit master. What on earth? Not only Xiao Qinyu, but even the departing knight, Yao and Tang San were taken aback. Xiao Wu was of the same age, yet her spirit power was a level higher than theirs. Could she also be a naturally full spirit power? A red glow enveloped Xiao Wu, her eyes turning crimson, her ears elongating, and her stature increasing slightly. While a spirit ring, identical to Knight Yao's, emerged beneath her feet, a century-old spirit ring. I am impressed, truly impressed, Xiao Qinyu murmured, a bittersweet feeling settling in his heart. What kind of monsters were these two? Xiao Wu, observing the astonished crowd, let out a triumphant hum and glanced at Tang San and Knight Yao. What's the matter? Don't you have somewhere to be? Why aren't you leaving? Tang San, dazed, approached Xiao Wu, gently ruffling her ears, unable to contain himself. Xiao Wu, so you really are a rabbit. What? How did this happen? Knight Yao regarded Tang San with admiration. Impressive, San. In the art of wooing, I, Knight Yao, would willingly acknowledge you as the strongest. Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson, and she raised her hand to strike, but Tang San had already made a swift exit. Still blushing, Xiao Wu turned to see Knight Yao lingering, a mischievous grin on his face, and she exclaimed in exasperation, what are you still doing here? Don't you want to leave? Knight Yao, feigning innocence, shot her a glance. Wasn't it your little brother who provoked you? Why are you taking it out on me? After all, it was I who arranged for you and little San to be such a fine match. Ah, women, with a swirl of complex emotions. Knight Yao turned to chase after Tang San. Upon catching up to him, Knight Yao pondered the issues that had arisen during the recent battle. He realized that his greatest problem lay in the overwhelming strength of his martial spirit, with the blade of the oath of victory coupled with the Wind King's barrier. Ordinary martial spirits stood no chance. One careless move could lead to grave consequences. Even if he did not take a life, losing an arm or a leg would be undesirable. Must he resort to using the flat of his blade in the future? Night, Yao found himself in a state of conflict. As every city's spirit hall is a landmark, the two of them easily located the spirit hall. Halt! This is the spirit hall. No entry for idlers. The guard at the entrance called out. Greetings, we are students from the noting Junior Spirit Master Academy. Sent by our teacher to assess our martial spirit levels, Tang San replied politely. After inspecting their uniforms, the guard readily granted them entry and instructed them to find Master Mashuno in the reception hall on the first floor. Thank you, they said in unison as they entered the spirit hall. Now, where's the reception hall? Night, Yao wondered, gazing at the expansive foyer in confusion. At that moment, Tang San's eyes lit up as he hurried toward a tall figure. Master Su Yuntao, who are you? Su Yuntao looked at Tang San with some confusion. Then noticed Night, Yao approaching and suddenly realized, you are the two from Holy Soul Village. What brings you here? Are you here to join the spirit hall? Feeling somewhat awkward under Su Yuntao's intense gaze, Night Yao rubbed his hands together and replied, actually, ahem, we are here for advancement assessment and to test our spirit power. Su Yuntao, initially disappointed to learn they weren't joining the spirit hall, soon exclaimed in surprise, you have already obtained spirit rings? That was quick. A nearby woman suddenly interjected. Yuntao, aren't you going to introduce them? Su Yuntao quickly responded, Cici, these are the two young men I mentioned previously with innate full spirit power. They have now acquired spirit rings, and I will take them to see Master Mashuno. Cici's eyes brightened at this information, and she nodded. All right, go ahead. I will wait for you here. Su Yuntao nodded appreciatively and enthusiastically led the two to a door, entering without knocking. Master Mashuno, we have business. Who is making such a commotion? A slightly plump, elderly man grumbled, reprimanding Su Yuntao for his abruptness. The rapport between them was apparent, and Su Yuntao interrupted, Master Mashuno. These two are the innate full spirit power youngsters I mentioned earlier. They're here for advancement assessment. Oh, the one with the blue silvergrass and the other with a beautiful sword? The elder remarked, somewhat astonished. Yes, I entrust these two to you. Cici is still waiting for me, so I must take my leave. With that, Su Yuntao patted the two on their shoulders and exited. The elder sighed in resignation and murmured to himself before turning to Night Yao and Tang San with a smile. Come, I will take you to your advancement assessment. Master Mashuno led them out of the office and down the corridor to a set of 3 enormous archways. This is the Martial Spirit Laboratory for advancement assessment. He then opened the leftmost door and ushered them inside. From a desk within, Mashuno retrieved a crystal ball and said to Tang San, release your martial spirit. Upon witnessing the remarkable transformation of Tang San's martial spirit, Mashuno was momentarily taken aback. What kind of martial spirit is this? Blue silver grass? Indeed, Master Mashuno. Is there a problem? Rubbing his eyes, Mashuno noticed the yellow spirit ring rising beneath Tang San and lamented. Ah, so it's due to the century-old spirit ring. What a pity, truly a pity. It was unclear whether he was referring to Tang San or the spirit ring itself. With a sigh, Mashuno instructed Tang San. Infuse your spirit power into the crystal ball. Let me see your level. Theoretically, how could this be? Mashuno inhaled sharply, staring incredulously at Tang San. 13th, rank spirit power. What spirit beast's ring did you absorb? The 400-year-old mandala snake, Tang San replied honestly. A 400-year-old mandala snake? That makes sense. Wait, you have a plant-type martial spirit. How could you absorb a beast-type spirit ring? Who is your teacher? These two young men had brought him an abundance of surprises. I do not know my teacher's true name. I only know that everyone calls him master. What? Is that the esteemed master who once published the 10 core competencies of martial souls, only to later be dismissed from the martial soul palace? You are indeed his disciple. No wonder, no wonder. This suggests that the master's theory of martial soul mimicry must hold some merit, Matthew murmured. Subsequently, Matthew gazed at Tang San with an expression of increased pity. My child, I must say, you have an exceptional teacher. Even if your martial soul were merely slightly stronger, even if it were akin to farming tools, you could still become a formidable soul master. Matthew shook his head. Despite the significant transformation your blue silvergrass has undergone, I fear it may reach its limits from here on out. What a pity, truly a pity. Matthew sighed with a hint of despondency, gesturing for Tang San to retract his hand. Very well, Let's move on to another. Yi Yao stepped forward and unleashed his martial soul, yet hesitated to dispel the Wind King barrier. Matthew raised an eyebrow, curiously remarking, "Did Yin Tao not say your martial soul was a sword? Why then? Is it an armored gauntlet?" Yi Yao had no intention of revealing the truth, merely stating, "This is the effect of my soul skill," and then quietly observed Matthew. Matthew opened his mouth to speak, but, recalling that each soul master's skills must be kept strictly confidential, he refrained from further inquiry, simply indicating that Yi Yao should release his soul power. 14th level soul power? A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Matthew's mouth as he pressed his forehead with his left hand. What kind of monsters are these two? One had 13th level soul power before, and now this one possesses 14th level soul power as well. Might I inquire as to what sort of soul beast you hunted? Matthew sighed, rubbing his temples. Yi Yao replied nonchalantly, a 400-year-old Gale leopard. He refrained from mentioning that it was actually closer to 500 years old, for he wished to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention from the Martial Soul Palace, although the master claimed he could resolve any troubles with the Martial Soul Palace. Yi Yao preferred to err on the side of caution. Ah, another soul beast that rivals the Mandala snake. Is it truly so easy to hunt soul beasts of this caliber nowadays? Matthew lamented inwardly. He regarded the two and suddenly grew serious. Although you have already become masters, I still wish to ask you, would you consider joining the Martial Soul Palace? As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Yi Yao. In his eyes, while Tang San undoubtedly possessed considerable talent, his martial soul would inevitably limit his achievements. Yi Yao, however, was different, with great potential to become a top-tier powerhouse. Thus, even knowing their teacher was the master, he still wished to make an attempt. Yi Yao and Tang San exchanged glances and shook their heads. Apologies, but we are already students of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Matthew offered a wry smile, as expected, and then resignedly said, "Ah, very well. Since you are unwilling, we at the Martial Soul Palace shall not press you. Your advancement assessment is concluded. Shortly, you may collect your Martial Soul badge, which will allow you to receive 1 gold soul coin each month." "Thank you, sir." After watching Yi Yao and Tang San leave, Matthew returned to his office and began to draft a report to his superiors regarding the potential application of animal soul rings on plant-type martial souls. After a moment's hesitation, he included details about Yi Yao and Tang San, noting their connection to the master. Matthew sealed the letter and solemnly affixed an official stamp to the envelope. He then summoned a middle-aged man, stating seriously, "Take this letter directly to the papal hall. No delays permitted." The middle-aged man, startled, realized he was bypassing numerous procedures to deliver a letter directly to the papal hall. He did not dare to hesitate and immediately prepared to depart. Watching the man leave, Matthew finally exhaled. Unless something unexpected occurred, this letter would reach the Pope's hands within a week. Exiting the Martial Soul Palace, Yi Yao and Tang San hastened towards the Nodding Academy. Taking the shortcut that Matthew had indicated, their pace now more than doubled. "Oh," Tang San suddenly halted. "What is it, Xiao San?" Yi Yao followed Tang San's gaze and noticed a tall building adorned with a hammer emblem, suddenly realizing, "Oh, right. Uncle Tang Hao seems to have wanted you to work at the blacksmith shop." Tang San nodded, hesitatingly saying, "But we still have our work-study obligations. We might not have time to go." Yi Yao scratched his head, wanting to say something but holding back. Although he thought that after their victory in the Academy's competition, their work-study tasks would likely be handled by Xiao Qinyu and the others, he decided against voicing it, preferring to wait and inquire later. Upon returning to the 7th dormitory, the work-study students were mostly present, their faces radiating uncontainable joy. "Xiao San, you're back." Xiao Wu, reclining on her bed, called out. "Yes, Xiao Wu. Please take me to the place we need to clean." Tang San spoke. Xiao Wu shot him a glance, saying, "No need to clean anymore. That guy Xiao Qinyu took the initiative to find someone to help us finish the work, so we won't have to do it anymore. But our wages will still be paid." Yi Yao nodded in understanding. Indeed, Xiao Qinyu knew how to play his cards right. He then turned to Tang San and said, "Xiao San, since you wanted to work at the blacksmith shop, now that the work-study tasks are no longer necessary, don't you have the time?" Tang San's eyes brightened, and he thanked Yi Yao before hurriedly rushing out. "Is Xiao San really that short on money? Why does he want to work at the blacksmith shop?" Xiao Wu queried curiously. Yi Yao laughed. "It's because his father wants him to. Xiao San's father is a blacksmith." Xiao Wu nodded, losing interest in the topic, then curiously asked, "Where did you and Xiao San go earlier?" We registered as Soul Masters at the Martial Soul Palace. Registered as Soul Masters? What benefits does that entail? Benefits? Well, a Soul Master receives a gold soul coin stipend each month. What? 1 gold soul coin? That is quite a sum. Xiao Wu quickly leaped off the bed, hurrying towards the door. Wait, where are you going? Yi Yao quickly caught her. I'm going to register as a Soul Master too. 1 gold soul coin can buy so many carrots. But no but. Today is the end of the month. If we go now, we might even receive 2 gold soul coins for this month and next. But you, what about me? Xiao Wu exclaimed in frustration. Can you at least put on your shoes first? Yi Yao said helplessly. Only now did Xiao Wu realize she had run out without even putting on her shoes. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she awkwardly thanked Yi Yao and dashed out again. Yi Yao watched her retreating figure, chuckling to himself, hoping Master Matthew's heart could withstand a bit more excitement. Not long after, Tang San returned, jogging with an air of urgency. Yi Yao, puzzled, asked Xiao San, "Why are you back so soon?" As he rummaged through his clothes, Tang San explained, "They said I don't look like someone who would work as a blacksmith. So I came back to change my outfit first." Yi Yao stared at Tang San's neat school uniform, speechless. Indeed, who would wear such fine clothes to be a blacksmith? When Tang San finally left, dressed in a patched outfit, Yi Yao slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to ask Xiao San to help him forge a sword. Indeed, crafting a sword had long been on Yi Yao's mind. Now that he possessed a soul ring, he found his soul skill too taxing, and during combat, he often relied on basic strikes for damage. However, he was not particularly skilled with swords, let alone sword techniques. Thus, he considered forging a sword resembling the oath of victory for practice. Counting the time, it was nearly time for a meal, and Yi Yao set off for the cafeteria. "Oh, Yi Yao, why are you the only one here? Where is Xiao San?" As they approached the cafeteria, the voice of the master resonated from behind. Knight turned respectfully and replied, "Teacher, Xiao San has gone to work at the blacksmith's." The master furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter? Did I not instruct you all to focus on cultivating your soul power? Why has he chosen to work at the blacksmith's?" Observing the master's stern expression, Knight silently lamented, thinking, "It is Xiao San who has taken the job, not I. Alas, there is nothing I can do but to invoke Uncle Tang Hao's authority." Thus, he mustered the courage to say, "It was Xiao San's father's request. I am not entirely clear on the details." Indeed, upon hearing that this was a request from Tang San's father, the master's expression, though still somewhat displeased, softened, and he said no more. "Very well, after lunch, come to my residence. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." "Understood, teacher." After a hasty lunch, Knight arrived at the master's abode, where the master was, as usual, engrossed in a book, occasionally jotting down notes. Upon noticing Knight's arrival, the master set the book aside and rubbed his temples, saying, "Please take a seat. I summoned you primarily to discuss certain issues regarding your domain." Hearing that they would delve into matters of his domain, Knight immediately straightened in his seat. "First, let's address your first soul skill. What are your thoughts on it?" Knight pondered for a moment and honestly responded, "Is quite powerful." "Indeed," the master affirmed. "Your soul skill is formidable, so much so that it hardly resembles a skill bestowed by a 100-year-old wind leopard. More importantly, its versatility is remarkable. I have never encountered a soul skill with such a multitude of applications." Knight chuckled wryly, reflecting on its abilities. Invisibility, enhanced striking power, ranged attacks. Indeed, its applications were numerous. Therefore, I surmise that your martial soul has forcibly altered the soul skill in accordance with its inherent characteristics, allowing for greater compatibility. I was taken aback. "Teacher, is that truly possible?" The master paused and thought, "Theoretically, it is plausible, provided the martial soul possesses sufficient strength. It should be capable of altering the manifestation of the soul skill. For now, I shall refer to this phenomenon as soul skill mutation. However, due to a lack of sufficient evidence, it remains merely a hypothesis. My conjecture regarding your domain is predicated upon this foundation." "Teacher, what do you mean?" Knight inquired. "First, regarding the concept of evil, I have 2 theories. One pertains to a dark attribute soul beast or martial soul, while the second scenario represents what I believe to be the most likely situation." A glimmer of insight flashed in the master's eyes. "Is the target of this so-called evil something you can identify or mark in any way?" Knight appeared contemplative. "Indeed, I suspect that among the soul skills you acquire in the future, there will be one that bestows an evil mark upon a target. But all of this presupposes that your soul skill has indeed undergone mutation. Knight gazed at the master with admiration, recognizing his reputation for unparalleled theoretical prowess. In such a brief span, he had formulated such a reasonable hypothesis, and Knight felt an instinctive belief that the master was correct. Moreover, I speculate that this soul skill may reside within your second or third soul ring, the master continued. Thus, when you next obtain a soul ring, we should have some conclusive results. I understand, teacher. In the Pope's hall, a beautifully dressed woman stared absently at the letter in her hands. Xiao Gang, your theories have proven correct. Have you taken on 2 disciples? It seems you have regained your vigor. One possesses blue silvergrass, and the other an unknown sword martial soul, both with innate full soul power. Chapter 14. Homecoming Knight stretched lazily and turned to ask Xiao San, are you returning home after the holiday tomorrow? Tang Xin nodded, expressing, yes, it has been a long time since I last saw my father. He then unconsciously stroked the 24 Bridges bright moon night. Knight knew that Tang San had specially purchased some wine and a new forging hammer to bring back for Tang Hao. How wonderful! Knight murmured as he lay on his bed, reflecting on the joy of reunions after partings. He too had bought some wine, intending to pay respects at his parents' graves upon his return. This past year had seen him enter the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, take the master as his mentor, acquire a soul ring, and become a soul master. Although he had nearly met his end while absorbing the soul ring, the outcome was favorable. Was not the Wind King Barrier's soul skill delightful? He had also confronted Xiao Qinyu, managed to balance his work-study obligations, and enjoyed a relaxed and fulfilling life. After registering as a soul master at the Martial Soul Hall, he had been courted by others. But upon the master's visit to the hall, it seemed the results had been positive, as the master returned with a smile. Subsequently, he collaborated with Tang San to forge a sword resembling his martial soul. Each morning, he practiced swordplay, attended academy classes, sought guidance from the master in the afternoons, and cultivated his soul power at night. Every week, he and Tang San would engage in friendly sparring with Xiao Wu to enhance their practical experience, albeit with more losses than victories. Reflecting on all, quite a bit had transpired. And you, Xiao Wu, are you returning home as well? Tang San inquired while packing his belongings. Xiao Wu seemed somewhat downcast. I won't be going home. I will likely stay at the academy. Tang San was taken aback, about to speak, when Xiao Wu's eyes brightened. I heard your home is not far from the academy. Perhaps I could join you for a visit? Knight's heart stirred. Could this be what they call meeting the parents? Xiao San, this is moving fast. Tang San suddenly felt a chill, realizing, wait, is there a schemer trying to ensnare me? He cast a suspicious glance at Knight, whose gaze seemed a bit unfocused. My family is relatively poor. I have little to offer as hospitality. Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips. You save quite a bit from your monthly allowance. And you also work at the blacksmith's. Are you worried about not having enough to treat me? Tang San chuckled. Who is it that still owes me 6 silver soul coins? At that moment, Knight chimed in, and I have 4 silver soul coins owed to me as well. Xiao Wu felt a bit embarrassed. She did tend to spend rather liberally. Even with a monthly allowance of a gold soul coin, it often fell short, prompting her to borrow from Tang San and, on 2 occasions, from Knight when she felt guilty about borrowing too much from Tang San. A blush crept across her cheeks as she softly replied, I will repay you once the next allowance comes in. I will definitely pay you back. Tang San smiled, ready to say more, but Knight interjected, if you wish, then you should join us. You can stay at Xiao San's home. Trust me, his father's temperament is quite amiable. As Knight spoke enthusiastically to Xiao Wu, who nodded in agreement, Tang San was momentarily stunned. My father is amiable. Are you joking? You have not seen old Jack nearly have a heart attack each time he visits our home. Wait a moment, stay in my house. You scoundrel. Are you trying to set me up? Tang San felt another chill run down his spine, about to refuse, but Xiao Wu joyfully declared, all right. I will stay at Xiao San's house. I will surely get along well with his father. Knight reassured her, you are so charming. Uncle will surely adore you. Thus, Tang San's intended refusal was once again stifled. He shot a glare at Knight, who only smiled in silence, thinking to himself, trust me, I am a good wingman. Early the next morning, the 3 set off, adorned in their Nodding Academy uniforms, leaving Nodding City behind as they journeyed towards Holy Soul Village. Over the course of a year, both Tang San and Xiao Wu had made significant advancements in their soul power, approximately reaching level 16 or 17. Knight, leveraging his advantage of absorbing soul rings at a higher level, was slightly stronger than them, and he anticipated reaching 20 in soul power within another year or so. On their journey, Xiao Wu incessantly bombarded Tang San with various questions, leaving him exasperated, while Yi Yao reveled in the lively atmosphere, occasionally interjecting with playful banter. How much farther to your home, Xiao San? Xiao Wu furrowed her brows. Grandma, you've asked that question 5 times already, Yi Yao sighed. Xiao Wu's face flushed as she murmured, it's just that after walking for so long, we haven't seen a single trace of it. Yi Yao's face twitched. So long? We've barely been walking for 2 hours, you know. It's almost there. Do you see that mountain? Our Holy Soul village is right at its foot. We're nearly home. Tang San exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Before long, Holy Soul village was finally in sight, causing Tang San to quicken his pace, eager to reunite with his father. Xiao San, you all head back to the village. I need to go somewhere first. Yi Yao suddenly halted, speaking softly. All right, Tang San replied after a moment of silence. Curious about Yi Yao's destination, Xiao Wu asked, where is he going? To his parents' graves, Tang San sighed. Ah, Xiao Wu gasped, taken aback by the revelation that Yi Yao's parents were no longer alive, much like her own. The joy she had felt vanished, replaced by a somber tone as she said, Xiao San, let us hurry inside. Tang San nodded, and together they walked homeward. Yi Yao returned to his parents' graves, took out a newly purchased bottle of wine from his yellow jade necklace, and sat before the graves, softly declaring, I'm back. He then recounted the events of the past year, sitting in silence for a while before rising to leave. As he approached the village, Yi Yao spotted old Jack, who was shaking his head and sighing on the road. He hurried over and asked, Grandpa Jack, long time no see. Have you encountered some trouble? Oh, Yi Yao, you're back. Sigh, it's that rascal Tang Hao. Old Jack lamented. What happened to Uncle Tang Hao? Yi Yao's heart tightened, fearing the worst. He left a letter and just disappeared without a word. Sigh, doesn't he realize how young Xiao San still is? Our village will need to find another blacksmith. Old Jack rambled. Yi Yao breathed a sigh of relief, glad that nothing serious had occurred, but furrowed his brow at the importance of the matter that would lead Tang Hao to leave without a word. Xiao San had been so eager to see Uncle Tang Hao again. This was surely disheartening. With that thought, Yi Yao said to old Jack, I'm going to check on Xiao San, and promptly turned to run, leaving old Jack shaking his head in disbelief. Upon reaching Tang San's home, Yi Yao found him quietly tidying up the house, while Xiao Wu obediently assisted him in arranging the items. Observing their silent support, Tang San felt a warmth bloom within him, as the sun dipped low in the sky. The 3 of them finished cleaning and sat side by side in front of the blacksmith shop, with Tang San in the center, Xiao Wu and Yi Yao flanking him. Xiao Wu propped her chin on her hand, watching Tang San as he hesitated to speak. Suddenly, he said, Yi Yao, Xiao Wu, thank you both. Xiao Wu chuckled, nudging Tang San's shoulder. Don't be gloomy. Uncle is only temporarily away. You will see him again someday. Indeed, this parting is merely a prelude to a better reunion. Perhaps Uncle Tang Hao left to help you grow stronger, Yi Yao added. Perhaps, but why wouldn't he even let me see him one last time before he left? Tang San questioned. Enough of this melancholy. Without your father, you still have us as friends. If you're looking for a family member, I would mind if you call me Sister Xiao Wu, she smiled. Yi Yao rolled his eyes. Sister Xiao Wu? I recall you being younger than both me and Xiao San. You're more like our little sister. Never. I will only be an elder sister, not a younger one. Xiao Wu exclaimed angrily, then playfully lunged at Yi Yao. Watching the two tease each other, Tang San couldn't help but laugh, and his gaze turned resolute, as if he had made a decision. Let us head up the mountain, Xiao Wu. I want to show you something. Xiao Wu looked confused, but Yi Yao had an inkling of Tang San's intentions and nodded, beckoning Xiao Wu to follow. The trio raced to the mountaintop, panting from exertion. For even as soul masters, it was no easy feat to exert oneself fully on the climb. Standing atop the mountain, Tang San unusually adopted a serious demeanor, saying, This is where I used to practice. I have a serious question to ask, and I hope you will answer me earnestly. Xiao Wu couldn't help but tease. Do you realize you look just like those old men right now? Ignoring her jest, Tang San continued earnestly. Xiao Wu, would you be willing to be my sister? Yi Yao, would you be my brother? Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, Tang San pressed on. I know your background is extraordinary, and you've seen that I am merely a child from a humble family, yet I wish for a sister like you. I cannot promise you much, but I promise to always protect my sister and ensure she suffers no harm. I feel the same way, Yi Yao replied solemnly. Then turned to Tang San with a smile. Xiao San, Haven Tea, we always been brothers? Don't forget, we hail from the same place, he winked. Tang San felt warmth in his heart. Indeed, it seemed that only Yi Yao and he shared a true bond, as they were from the same homeland. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Wu asked, but what if many people want to harm me, and you too cannot defeat them? Then they must first cross over my corpse. Tang San and Yi Yao replied in unison. Xiao Wu fell silent, and neither of the boys pressed her. They simply stood beside her in quiet companionship. Brother, Xiao Wu whispered, breaking the silence. Tang San and Yi Yao smiled, knowing they had gained a sister that day. Can I not call you brothers? Xiao Wu asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Tang San queried, why not? Yi Yao laughed. It's because our Xiao Wu is the sister Xiao Wu of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Imagine how it would be if they found out she gained 2 brothers. Tang San stared in astonishment at the blushing Xiao Wu, chuckling. All right, if you prefer not to call us that, I'm fine with it. As long as you know in your heart that you are our sister. Xiao Wu finally nodded in relief. Then, Tang San gifted her a hidden arrow, demonstrating its use. After which, Xiao Wu affectionately called out, good brother, good brother. Yi Yao felt a pang of jealousy, lamenting, just a little hidden arrow, and you're already won over? Women, mom and dad, do you know? I have a brother and sister now. Yi Yao thought, watching the two playfully interact. Rest assured, my dear siblings, I will guard our dreams and the people in my heart with the sword in my hand. As they descended the mountain, their laughter echoed through the wind. Xiao Wu, I'm a bit older than Xiao San, so when you call me, you should call me Big Brother. You can call Xiao San either second brother or third brother, or even second senior brother. Huh? Why second senior brother? Because, you see, second senior brother is a pig demon. Huh? Chapter 15, The Evil-Eyed White Tiger 5 years later. In the kingdom of Balak, Soto City. At this moment, just past noon, Soto City welcomed 3 young individuals, 1 girl and 2 boys. On the left stands a man clad in a light blue outfit, adorned with a belt embedded with 24 jade stones. Though not strikingly handsome, he exudes an approachable charm. In the center, a girl boasts long, scorpion braids that reach her calves, paired with a lovely visage. Dressed in a pink top, her mischievous gaze enhances her delightful allure. To the right, another man is dressed in white, with shoulder-length hair cascading casually over his shoulders. His handsome and refined appearance is accentuated by a splendid jade necklace, emanating an air of nobility with every movement. At this moment, the girl speaks up. I truly wonder what the master is thinking. There are several intermediate soul master academies that would accept us unconditionally, yet he insists that you all take the entrance exam at this dilapidated academy that lacks even a ranking. The young man on the right jests. The teacher only asked me and Xiao San to come. It was you who insisted on tagging along. The girl huffs lightly, linking her arms with the 2 young men. If I don't accompany you, I fear you 2 foolish brothers might do something ridiculous. Last time, when you obtained your second soul ring, you almost drove the master to madness. Oh dear, my beloved sister, please don't mention that. Just thinking about the teacher's expression back then makes me tremble, Yi Yao begs. Then you both must accompany me shopping later. Oh, no way. My dear lady, spare me. Let Xiao San take you instead. Just say whether you will or not. Over the span of 5 years, Yi Yao and his companions successfully graduated. However, the master required Tang San and Yi Yao to decline all invitations and directed them to take the entrance exam at an academy named Shrek. Tang San shook his head helplessly. All right, enough of the banter. Let us first find a place to stay. Upon hearing the mention of accommodation, Xiao Wu finally ceased her insistence on Yi Yao and eagerly began searching for a hotel. Yi Yao wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Over the years, he had indulged his younger sister, fulfilling her every request, except for shopping. Yi Yao lamented. It seems that regardless of the world, girls possess boundless potential when it comes to shopping. Oh look, the Rose Hotel. Xiao San, let us stay here, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she pointed to a hotel. Yi Yao glanced over, his expression turning slightly peculiar. The hotel's architectural style resembled a massive rose, entirely painted in rose red. This must be a couple's hotel, he thought. All right, let us go with this one, Tang San responded. Wait, do you realize this is a couple's hotel? Yi Yao looked at Tang San, hesitating to speak. Never mind, let me lend you a hand. Your wingman, Yi Yao, is here. Yi Yao stepped inside first. Please, We would like to book 2 rooms. Then, discreetly gesturing to the attendant, he made a few hand signals. The attendant subtly nodded. Rest assured, sir, I understand. Then, she called out loudly, Sir, I'm sorry, but we only have 1 room left. Yi Yao expressed his disappointment. Only 1 room left? Then let us find another hotel. The attendant quickly interjected, Sir, there's simply too many visitors in Soto City right now. Nearly every hotel is fully booked. It would be quite difficult to find another suitable place. Besides, our room is spacious enough for 2. One of you can look for another hotel. Yi Yao nodded in realization. In that case, Xiao San, you, and Xiao Wu can stay here. I'll go look for another hotel. Tang Sen hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? We shared a dormitory back at Nodding Academy, didn't we? It's settled then. I'll find us a place to stay and come back for you in the morning. Xiao Wu cheerfully chimed in, Thank you, big brother. You're the best. Yi Yao proclaimed with righteous indignation. Of course, just look at who I am. Haha, successfully getting these 2 into 1 room. And I can avoid accompanying Xiao Wu shopping. The plan is a success. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. I believe that room is meant for me. Irritated, Yi Yao turned to see 3 individuals approaching the counter. A handsome young man with striking dual-colored eyes, accompanied by a pair of beautiful twin girls. It was this young man who had just spoken. You must be new here. Are you unaware that a room has been reserved for me? Noticing the attendant's confusion, the young man impatiently added, Get your manager out here. At that moment, Tang San interjected, Excuse me, but it seems we arrived first. The young man dismissed him without turning. And what of that? Xiao Wu could no longer contain her temper. After all, she was Xiao Wu from Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. She had never endured such disrespect. What of it? Get lost. The young man, angered, laughed very well. It has been a while since anyone spoke to me like that. I see you're all soul masters. Let us settle this according to soul master rules. If you can defeat me, the room is yours. If not, you'll have to leave. Xiao Wu immediately retorted. Let us fight. I'll make you regret it. Tang San frowned. Girls should speak more decorously. It's not your turn to fight. At that moment, Yi Yao calmly stated, Xiao San, I'll handle this. I've been itching to test my skills. The young man's eyes glinted with intensity. Very well. Just then, the hotel manager arrived, smiling nervously at the young man. Please, young Master Dai, restrain your anger. We cannot afford any disturbances here. Enough of the small talk. I'll cover any damages. The young man waved dismissively. He released the twins from his embrace, signaling them to step aside. Then, he stretched his shoulders and addressed Yi Yao. Are you ready, kid? Yi Yao took a couple of steps forward, firmly stating, Please. Good, you got guts. The young man laughed. The young man lunged forward, raising his right fist directly at Yi Yao's face. Yi Yao stepped forward with his left foot, slightly bending his legs, and instead of dodging, he met the blow with his own fist. The 2 fists collided, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the room, both letting out a grunt as they staggered back. Yi Yao retreated 3 steps while the young man stepped back 2. A spark of excitement ignited in the young man's eyes. He was finally taking this seriously. What a challenge. Let us go again. All right, Yi Yao shouted. They charged at each other again, their fists clashing over 10 rounds, each impact creating waves of force that made the hotel manager tremble. Tang Sen's expression turned grave. This opponent was formidable, and Yi Yao was being pushed back. After delivering a final punch, Yi Yao was forced back a step, exclaiming, That was exhilarating. The young man let out a sigh of relief, smiling. Very well. I, Dai Mu Bai, acknowledge you as a friend. Regardless of the outcome of this match, the room is yours. But first, let me have my fun. Dai Mu Bai then commanded, White Tiger, possess. In an instant, his golden hair transformed into a striking black and white, a symbol appearing on his forehead as his muscles bulged, nearly tearing his clothes. His palms enlarged significantly, and claws emerged as 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose from beneath him. Xiao Wu gasped, 1,000-year soul ring? A soul sovereign? Dai Mu Bai declared, I am Dai Mu Bai. Martial soul. White Tiger, 37th level soul sovereign. I look forward to your guidance. Yi Yao smiled, his right hand forming a fist, releasing his own martial soul. I am Yi Yao, martial soul. Oath Victory Sword, 32nd level soul sovereign. At this moment, Yi Yao's armor had noticeably increased since 5 years ago. He now wore arm guards on his left arm and a chest plate on his torso. But what stood out the most were the 3 soul rings that rose beneath him. How is that possible? A second soul ring of 1,000 years. Dai Mubai exclaimed in disbelief. Underneath the feet of Yi Yao, what emerged was not the theoretically optimal configuration of soul rings, yellow, purple, but rather an unprecedented combination of yellow, purple, and purple. How did you accomplish that? Dai Mubai glanced deeply at Yi Yao. Just good fortune, perhaps. Are we still going to fight? Yi Yao replied with a smile. For the sake of this second soul ring, he had endured nearly a week of the Master's wrath. Yet he remained steadfast in his convictions, ultimately managing to succeed by leveraging the uniqueness of his martial soul. Why not fight? Show me what extraordinary abilities you possess with a millennium-old second soul ring. A glimmer of fervor flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. With a roar, Dai Mubai lunged forward, his body swiftly closing the distance to Yi Yao. Yi Yao's expression turned solemn as he raised his sword in a diagonal strike. Dai Mubai felt the hairs on his body stand on end as the first soul ring illuminated, enveloping him in a dome of white light. His right fist collided violently with the invisible sword of Vow, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Dai Mubai grunted, staggering backward. He lowered his gaze to a faint scratch on his palm and sighed. The invisible sword is still so sharp. If I hadn't deactivated the white tiger as protective barrier in time, that strike might have rendered my right hand immobile. Then I shall give my all. Dai Mubai declared, activating his third soul skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. His already robust physique became even more imposing. With a tiger's roar, he unleashed a white energy sphere from his mouth, utilizing his second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Yi Yao sharply commanded, swinging his sword to intercept the white sphere. Although he managed to block the attack, his right hand was jolted aside, leaving him momentarily exposed. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity, his tiger claws nearly grazing Yi Yao's abdomen. In that fleeting moment, Yi Yao thought to himself, there's no time. He activated his purple second soul ring, unleashing a surge of energy that propelled him a meter to the right, narrowly evading Dai Mubai's strike. Following this, he struck down with his sword onto Dai Mubai's shoulder. Dai Mubai was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the hotel. Oh, my brother has won. Xiao Wu cheered. Yi Yao sheathed his martial soul, ready to speak, when a cough interrupted him. Dai Mubai emerged, his clothes tattered and blood dripping from his right shoulder. His complexion paled slightly as he remarked, Alas, I concede defeat. It must be the effect of your second soul skill. Your speed and strength have undeniably increased. Yi Yao chuckled lightly. Indeed, my second soul skill triggers a surge of soul power, enhancing both speed and strength by 100% for a short duration. You're only around 12 years old, right? Truly a monster. Dai Mubai exclaimed with admiration. We shall meet again soon, when you arrive at Shrek Academy. I trust you need to mention the name of your vanquished opponent, he added with a self-deprecating smile, waving goodbye as he walked away. That guy is formidable. Yi Yao observed his retreating figure with a sense of respect. What are you talking about? He lost to you. Xiao Wu replied, annoyed. No, he withstood a strike from me, while I was empowered by my soul power and only sustained minor injuries. Most notably, he is not even a defensive-type soul master. Tang Sen remarked gravely. Let us not dwell on that fellow. Let us check our accommodations and then go shopping, Xiao Wu said, clinging to Tang Sen's arm playfully. Yao suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine and chuckled awkwardly. I still need to find a place to stay, so I'll take my leave first. Wait, Tang Sen called out hurriedly, but Yi Yao was already running away, shouting, I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Huh, I'm quite clever, but Shrek Academy? It seems to be quite intriguing. Yi Yao mused, pondering what tomorrow would reveal. Chapter 16. The Assessment. Little San, are you sure this is really Shrek Academy? Yi Yao asked incredulously, pointing towards the distance. It should be correct. The address given by the teacher matches, and it does say Shrek Academy, Tang San replied, his expression slightly rigid. But this is clearly just a village. A poor little village. Xiao Wu exclaimed in frustration. Tang San and Yi Yao exchanged a glance, hesitant. Before he suggested, shall we take a closer look? Holding on to a glimmer of hope, they approached and found a queue of over 100 individuals forming in front of an elderly man. It seems this truly is the place, Yi Yao muttered, his lips twitching. Is this the academy that claims graduates can become barons of the empire? He mused, noticing others with similar disbelief. At that moment, the elderly man lazily called out, Mubai, someone wants a refund on their registration fee. Handle it. Dai Mubai emerged from the crowd, his yellow, and purple soul rings glowing as he crossed his arms and coldly remarked, "Whoever wants a refund must defeat me first." After the troublemakers dispersed, the elderly man stood up and declared, "This is the Monster Academy. We do not accept ordinary individuals. Anyone over the age of 13 or with soul power below level 21 need not waste their time." He then unleashed his aura, revealing a long staff adorned with 6 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. A soul emperor. Yi Yao's pupils constricted, excitement igniting within him. An academy that only accepted monsters, with a soul emperor level instructor. This place was indeed exceptional. It seemed he had not come in vain. Upon hearing the elder's words, most people chose to leave, and soon Yi Yao and his companions found themselves at the front of the line. Dai Mubai smiled upon seeing them. The elderly man then looked at a noble girl, questioning, "Are your family aware you are here?" "I believe I meet the requirements, as they say there are no restrictions on admission," the girl replied with a smile. "Indeed, that is only natural." The elder gestured for Dai Mubai to escort her inside. When it was Yi Yao's turn, he handed over 10 gold soul coins for registration, and the elder blandly instructed, "Extend your right hand." After examining it, he remarked, "Your age is appropriate. Now, release your martial soul." As Yi Yao unleashed his martial soul, the elder abruptly stood up. "A millennium-old second soul ring? How is this possible? Teacher, does this mean I have passed?" Yi Yao asked with a light smile. "Certainly. If you cannot be considered a monster, then there are no monsters in this world," the elder praised. "Mubai, it seems your record for the fastest breakthrough as a soul master has been shattered." Dai Mubai could only smile wryly. "Let us not even mention records. I lost to him in a fight just yesterday." "What? You lost to?" "Haha, indeed a little monster." The elder laughed heartily. Tang San and Xiao Wu also successfully passed the assessment, though there was a minor hiccup when determining Tang San's age due to his training with the Xian Jade hand. The elder had to feel Tang San's calf to ascertain his bone age. As Dai Mubai led them into the village, he inexplicably kept glancing back. "Spotting a beauty?" Ye Yao said. Xiao Wu huffed. "He is probably thinking about causing trouble for some girl." Dai Mubai frowned. "You don't understand. I sense my martial soul stirring. There may be a possibility of a martial soul fusion technique between me and that girl." "A martial soul fusion technique?" Yi Yao's heart raced as he turned to look back. In the crowd, he immediately spotted a beautiful girl with an ethereal aura. It must be her, he thought. Dai Mubai instructed them to line up in a vacant area and hurriedly departed. After a while, Xiao Wu, with her keen eyes, pointed to a nearby cart where the sausages smelled quite appetizing. "Shall we buy a couple?" she suggested. "That sounds good. I'm a bit hungry too." Yi Yao nodded in agreement. He approached the vendor and said, "Uncle, 3 sausages, please." The vendor's expression froze. "Uncle? Do I look that old?" His voice was surprisingly soft, sounding quite youthful indeed. Yi Yao scrutinized the vendor's beard and earnestly replied, "Uncle, please stop pretending to be young. Just look at your beard. It doesn't match your voice at all." The vendor exclaimed in frustration, "When did I pretend to be younger? This voice is natural, and the beard is just because I haven't groomed it today. I'm only 14. "Only 14? Yi Yao was taken aback. With that beard, he could easily pass for 40. Yet he was merely 14. The vendor insisted, "My name is Oscar, and I am indeed 14. If you pass the assessment and join the academy, you will have to call me senior." Seeing that he appeared sincere, Yi Yao solemnly said, "Senior, I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding." Oscar waved his hand dismissively, smiling wryly. "No worries. I'm used to such misunderstandings. Here are your sausages." As Yi Yao nodded to take the sausages, a panicked voice from behind interrupted. "Wait, Yi Yao. Don't touch that." It was Dai Mubai, followed closely by a cool, composed girl. Yi Yao looked at Dai Mubai in confusion and then whispered to Oscar, "Senior, is it true that the academy forbids you from selling sausages?" Oscar sighed, and just then, Dai Mubai strode over, suppressing his anger. "Didn't I tell you to stop selling sausages at the academy?" "But my sausages are perfectly fine," Oscar replied, his confidence wavering. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived, drawn by the commotion, and Yi Yao frowned. "Is there a problem with these sausages?" Dai Mubai smirked. "Make a sausage? Yi Yao is my brother. I can't let you deceive him. Hurry up. Don't force me to take action." Oscar hesitantly raised his right hand and muttered, "I have a big sausage." 200-year soul rings emerged beneath his feet, the first one shimmering, and a sausage appeared in his hand. Yi Yao instinctively withdrew his hand, his expression darkening as he glared at Oscar. I admit the misunderstanding was my fault, but I apologized. How could you still want to harm me? Xiao Wu turned pale. Recalling her earlier desire for such a treat, she immediately felt nauseous. Sensing the growing hostility from everyone, Oscar quickly explained, as food system soul masters, we must chant spells to create food, so I can't help it. Besides, the quality of this sausage is guaranteed. Dai Mubai shot him another glare. From now on, sell your sausages outside the academy. Come on, Yi Yao. I'll take you to the assessment. UNT have to wait in line. Dai Mubai then spoke to a nearby teacher, who nodded. All right, take them to the 4th round. At this moment, someone protested. Why do they get to skip straight to the 4th round? That's not fair. Fair? Dai Mubai retorted, his eyes gleaming with intensity. I'll tell you. There's a rule in our academy. Anyone with soul power over level 25 can go directly to the 4th round. So if you lack the strength, just wait in line obediently. This is impossible. We are all around the same age. How could they possibly have soul power exceeding level 25? Someone challenged. Oh, you don't believe it? Then open your eyes and watch closely. Dai Mubai grabbed a crystal ball, signaling Tang San and the others to take the test. As a result, both Tang San and Xiao Wu revealed soul powers of level 29, while Yi Yao astonishingly displayed his 3 soul rings. Surprisingly, the cool girl also surpassed level 25, appearing to be around level 27. Wait, I think I can also skip the test, said the noble girl, who then tested her soul power, which, although faint, was clearly over level 25, around level 26. Dai Mubai surveyed the dumbfounded crowd and led Yi Yao and the others to the assessment area for the 4th round. Teacher Zhao, I brought some candidates for the assessment, Dai Mubai announced as they reached an empty area where a middle-aged man sat dozing in a chair. Oh, Mubai, we have some newcomers for the 4th round this year, Teacher Zhao said, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Yes, and they all skipped the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Huh, 5 of them, all with soul powers exceeding level 25. Not bad, not bad. It seems old Flender will be thrilled, Teacher Zhao laughed heartily. Since that's the case, I'll stretch my muscles a bit. Kids, the assessment for the 4th round is simple. If you can withstand my attacks for the duration of an incense stick, then you pass. He added, of course, I will only use my first 4 soul skills. Teacher Zhao, isn't that against the rules? Dai Mubai asked awkwardly. Rules? With that old ghost Flender not around, I'm the highest authority in this academy. Now, you should explain my martial spirit and soul skills to those kids. Seeing that Teacher Zhao was determined to participate, Dai Mubai sighed and motioned for Yi Yao and the others to come closer. You heard him. I don't know what got into Teacher Zhao, but he wants to personally demonstrate. I have no choice but to share all the information I know. Even if this teacher is a soul emperor, we still have a chance to endure for an incense stick-s time. Especially since he will only use the first 4 soul skills, Xiao Wu scoffed. Soul emperor? Teacher Zhao possesses the martial spirit of the Great Bear and is a level 76 assault-type battle spirit master. Nicknamed the Immovable King, Dai Mubai stated solemnly. What? P.S. The Immovable King, Zhao Wujin? He was once able to withstand attacks from 16 soul emperors of the same level and escape. I can't believe he is here teaching. The noble girl gasped. What? A soul sage? Yi Yao exclaimed, realizing the trouble they were in. With their strength, facing someone close to a Douluo level soul sage could indeed make it impossible to endure for an incense stick. Tang San, now serious, suggested. I think we should introduce ourselves to each other first. This will help us strategize later. I'm Tang San. My martial spirit is Blue Silvergrass, and I'm a level 29 control-type spirit master. I'm Xiao Wu. My martial spirit is a rabbit, and I'm a level 29 assault-type spirit master. Xiao Wu chimed in. I'm Yao. My martial spirit is the Sword of Oath Victory, and I'm a level 32 assault-type spirit Daw. Yi Yao introduced himself. I'm Zhu Zhuqing. My martial spirit is the Nethercat, and I'm a level 27 agility-type spirit master, the cool girl stated. I'm Ning Rongrong. My martial spirit is the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and I'm a level 26 support-type spirit master. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda? It seems we have a higher chance of success. What attributes do your 2 soul skills enhance? Tang San inquired eagerly. My 2 soul skills can increase strength and speed by about 30% for approximately the duration of an incense stick, Ning Rongrong explained. That's great. This significantly boosts our chances. Now, let us discuss our strategy. Tang San proposed. Suddenly, Yi Yao interjected, "We have another method. We don't have to endure for the entire incense stick to pass the assessment." Tang San seemed to catch on. "Are you suggesting?" Yi Yao licked his lips. "Exactly, he is only using his first 4 soul skills. So we just need to force him to use his latter 3. Dai Mubai was taken aback. "Have you lost your mind? With your strength, how can you possibly compel teacher, Zhao, to use his 10,000-year soul skills?" Yi Yao fixed his gaze on Tang San. "What do you think, Xiao San?" Tang San hesitated for a moment before fixing his gaze and solemnly stated, "I believe it is worth a try. What about you all?" Xiao Wu had no objections. Zhu Zhuqing nodded readily, and although Ning Rongrong hesitated briefly, she eventually agreed as well. "All right, are you all prepared?" Zhao Wujia asked impatiently. At that moment, Tang San nodded and said gravely, "Let us commence according to plan." Yi Yao stood at the forefront, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing positioned diagonally behind him. Tang San in the center, and Ning Rongrong at the rear. Zhao Wujia lit an incense stick and casually set it aside, declaring, "Now that we are ready, let's begin." As soon as Zhao Wujia's words fell, Ning Rongrong twirled gracefully, conjuring a delicate tower in her hands. The 7 treasures glazed tile emitted a light, proclaiming strength and speed, casting rays upon the 4 of Yi Yao. Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with recognition. The 7 treasures glazed tile? It seems Flander will be quite pleased. Then, Zhao Wujia struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to shatter and unleashing a yellow shockwave. "Get back!" Yi Yao shouted. The group leapt aside, and due to Ning Rongrong's lack of physical strength, Tang San used his blue silver grass to wrap around her waist, guiding her to safety from the onslaught. After dodging, Yi Yao charged directly at Zhao Wujia with his sword. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to retaliate, he felt a prickling sensation on the back of his hand, and his body suddenly expanded, 7 soul rings rising beneath his feet, signifying his martial spirit was activated. Transforming his fist into a palm, he grasped the blade of Yi Yao's sword. "Ah, young one, your martial spirit is indeed a sword, and it can even become invisible. You nearly caught me off guard." Zhao Wujia chuckled. Seeing Zhao Wujia's unharmed hand, Yi Yao's pupils contracted. Was his defensive power already surpassing Dai Mubai in his white tiger transformation while merely in martial spirit mode? A soul saint, truly formidable. Zhao Wujia unleashed a punch that sent Yi Yao staggering back, then activated his 3rd soul skill, gravity control, laughing, "You just stay put for now." In that instant, Xiao Wu darted to Zhao Wujia's side, leaping into the air and attempting to kick him off his shoulders. Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to slip behind Zhao Wujia, striking with claws that left a series of afterimages and a flurry of sounds echoing upon impact. Zhao Wujia remained immobile, snorting, "Little rabbit, your strength is insufficient, but your back massage skills are commendable." Zhu Zhuqing, realizing her attack was ineffective, quickly retreated to await another chance. At that moment, Zhao Wujia felt a tightness as thorny vines wrapped around him, while blue silver grass surged from beneath his feet, lifting him off the ground. The restraints momentarily hindered Zhao Wujia, rendering him unable to exert force and destabilizing his form. Yi Yao recalled Tang San's earlier words. "The key to our victory lies in you, Yi Yao. Teacher Zhao would never expect your explosive power to exceed that of a soul master of equal rank. We can seize this moment when he is caught off guard. Strike with all your might, forcing him to use his soul skills. Remember, we have but one chance. Now is the time. Unleash your soul power." A wave of energy surged beneath Yi Yao's feet, propelling him beyond Zhao Wujia's gravity control. The blade of his sword gradually revealed its true form, as the winds that had coiled around it began to gather. "Xiao Wu, clear the way," Yi Yao commanded, aiming the tip of his sword at Zhao Wujia, and declared, "Wind King's hammer." The fierce wind pressure knocked the unsteady Zhao Wujia into the air. Though surprised, Zhao Wujia chuckled. A little flight now, and then isn't too bad, but his expression shifted drastically as he noticed a golden field expanding from beneath Yi Yao's feet, which then rapidly concentrated upon the sword, causing its blade to shine brilliantly, with energy erupting from its tip. Yi Yao's expression turned grave. Despite the fact that he had struggled for 5 years to manage the energy cost of his domain, he had never given up on its development. The radiance on his sword was a testament to his efforts. The domain technique, Judgment Sword, compressed the field onto the blade, granting the next strike an astonishing 150 attack power. But it did not end there. Yi Yao's third soul ring illuminated, and a golden halo appeared around Zhao Wujie. As the master had surmised, Yi Yao had indeed acquired the skill to mark evil. His third soul skill, Judgment Mark, would place an evil mark upon the enemy upon contact, increasing damage to that target by 50 for a period and allowing him to always know their position within a kilometer radius. During the first strike, Yi Yao had quietly released the Judgment Mark, but withheld its activation for this very moment. This could be deemed Yi Yao's full-powered strike at this stage, potent enough to severely wound a defensive Soul King. Damn it, I've been deceived by these little monsters. Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth, realizing the magnitude of the attack. Even with his first soul skill, he could not completely evade injury. While it did not amount to a serious wound, the esteemed Soul Saint had been injured by these young soul masters, and he would undoubtedly be mocked by Flander for eternity. With that thought, Zhao Wujie ceased hesitating and unleashed his fifth soul skill, Gravity Crush. Yi Yao felt the surrounding air press upon him, nearly causing him to lose control of the energy on the sword. Even though their objective had been met, Zhao Wujie had employed his fifth soul skill, which technically meant they had passed. Yi Yao gritted his teeth, and his armor exploded, unleashing another surge of power and speed. He dashed to Zhao Wujie's side, swinging the victory sword forcefully towards his chest. Indeed, due to the influence of his martial spirit, Yi Yao's second soul skill had undergone a slight mutation, allowing him to sacrifice the defensive capabilities of his armor for a secondary burst of power and speed. For every piece of armor discarded, his strength and speed increased by 20. With 3 pieces of armor removed, his power and speed even surpassed that of a strong assault-type soul master. Still coming for more, you little rascal? Zhao Wujie bellowed, generating a yellow halo as he activated his first soul skill, the Unmoved King Body, barely managing to block the blade with his right hand before being sent flying over 10 meters. After the strike, Yi Yao immediately retracted his martial spirit, his complexion pale, uncontrollably dropping to one knee. Despite breaking through Zhao Wujie's third and fifth soul skills with a surge of soul power, he had suffered a backlash, and now his blood surged violently. Dai Mubai gaped, staring in shock at the direction Zhao Wujie had been sent flying. Wow, they really forced teacher Zhao to use his fifth soul skill and even knocked him away? Those little monsters did remarkably well. Zhao Wujie climbed to his feet, grinning wickedly. Come, let us continue. The incense stick is not yet burned out. Yi Yao gazed at the mere inch-long wound on Zhao Wujie's right arm, astonished. This full-powered strike had only left such a small mark. Truly, a soul saint was terrifying. Wait, teacher Zhao, we should have passed now, Tang Xin called out. Huh? What do you mean? Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback. You mentioned you would only use your first 4 soul skills, but just now you employed your 5th. Tang Xin clarified. So you all were waiting for me? Zhao Wujie chuckled in exasperation. Yi Yao, having regained his composure, bluntly added, just say whether we passed or not. Very well, you have passed, Zhao Wujie conceded, realizing that to persist further would be to act like a rogue. Suddenly, he noticed Dai Mubai struggling to suppress his laughter, and his expression turned cold. Xiao Bai, if you wish to laugh, do so, but remember to come back to me for the practical lessons. Please, teacher Zhao, that's not what I meant. Let me explain, Dai Mubai implored repeatedly. However, Zhao Wujie ignored him, bellowing instead, Oscar, where have you been? Hurry up, we have business. I'm coming. Where's the business? Oscar rushed over, pushing a cart in haste. Here, bring me 2 sausages, Zhao Wujie commanded. At that moment, Dai Mubai interjected. Oscar's sausages can expedite the recovery from injuries. Yet, Yi Yao pondered in confusion. The wound isn't even deep. With his physical condition, he should recover within an hour. Surely, he doesn't need sausages. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie was preoccupied with the thought, no, I can't let anyone know that I was injured by these little monsters. Or I won't be able to hold my head up high in the future. I must quickly get some sausages from Oscar. Teacher Zhao, you've been injured? How did you hurt your arm? Did you fall or cut yourself with a knife? Oscar asked curiously, completely oblivious to Zhao Wujie's increasingly dark expression. Yi Yao cast a sympathetic glance at Oscar, thinking, brother, can't you read the room? You've really narrowed your own path. Oscar, I believe it is imperative to enhance your survival skills on the battlefield. Zhao Wujie grinned menacingly. What does that mean? Oscar trembled slightly, speaking cautiously. It means, come back with Xiao Bai for practical combat lessons, Zhao Wujie replied. No, teacher Zhao, wait. I have a big sausage for you. Take the sausage and spare me. Oscar hastily recited a soul incantation, handing the sausage to Zhao Wujie. Xiao Wu could no longer contain her laughter, bursting out joyfully, like a switch being flipped. The others also began to laugh. Even Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled slightly, observing Oscar's bewildered expression and Zhao Wujie's increasingly grim demeanor. Yi Yao couldn't help but exclaim, in terms of self-sabotage, I have never encountered anyone stronger than you. I, Yi Yao, hereby declare you the strongest. Get lost immediately. I never want to see you again. Zhao Wujie thundered. Oscar scrambled away with his cart, suddenly remembering, wait, I haven't paid yet. This old rascal wants to eat without paying. Zhao Wujie, with a darkened face, finished his sausage and tossed out, Xiao Bai, take them to the dormitory and explain the academy's rules to them. He then turned and left, not wishing to see these little monsters any longer. He was utterly exhausted. Chapter 18. The first encounter with Ma Hongjundai, Mubai looked at everyone with a wry smile. To be honest, I still can't believe you all actually succeeded. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. It primarily depends on whether you dare to dream and act. Yi Yao remarked quietly. Dai Mubai pondered this statement for a moment and then said, follow me. He led them towards a village. And Tang San quickly walked to Yi Yao's side, expressing concern. Are you all right? Yi Yao replied softly, I'm fine. It's just that my soul power has been somewhat depleted. A brief rest will suffice. After a few minutes, Dai Mubai brought them before a row of wooden houses and stated, our dormitory is right here. 2 people will share each wooden house, and you can choose freely. He glanced at Ning Rongrong and Yi Yao, adding, you are aware of our academy's conditions, so I hope you can endure some difficulties. Yi Yao scratched his head, what's going on? Ning Rongrong may come from a prestigious family, but I do not. Why you look at me? Just as Dai Mubai finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing independently chose a wooden house and closed the door behind her. Watching Dai Mubai's sullen expression, Yi Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, Dai Mubai, aren't you supposed to be quite capable? Aren't you a twin? Why are you struggling here? Yi Yao assured himself that he was certainly not envious of him. Ning Rongrong suggested, Xiao Wu, let us share a dorm together. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San and replied with a smile, sure, then I look forward to your care, Rongrong. Yi Yao also said to Tang San, Xiao San, let us room together. Seeing that everyone had made their choices, Dai Mubai cleared his throat. My dorm is right across. Feel free to come find me if you need anything. I'll take my leave now. He then hurried towards Zhu Zhuqing's wooden house. Tang San shook his head and said to Yi Yao, let us go. They randomly chose a wooden house to enter, and Yi Yao curiously asked Tang San, Xiao San, why does Dai Mubai think I am similar to Ning Rongrong? Tang San, while organizing his belongings, replied, it must be your aura. Aura? What's wrong with my aura? You may not have noticed, but over the years, you have gradually exuded a faint, noble aura. If I hadn't grown up with you, I would have thought you hailed from a noble lineage. He then sat on the bed. I asked our teacher, and he mentioned that this might be the influence of your martial soul. As your cultivation improves, this aura will become more pronounced. Yi Yao understood. The influence of the martial soul. That makes sense, though this aura doesn't seem particularly useful. No, perhaps it is useful, an asset for flaunting and charming. He then shook his head, sitting cross-legged on the bed to begin recovering his soul power. After a long while, as night fell, Yi Yao awoke from his meditation, a smile gracing his face. It seems that battle truly is the best way to enhance soul power. My confrontation with teacher Zhao has directly elevated my soul power to level 33. You broke through? Tang San had already awakened from his meditation, observing that Yi Yao's training had taken an unusually long time, leading him to speculate. Yes, I broke through. I'm at level 33 now. What about you? Will you break through level 30? Yi Yao ingweeded. Tang San shook his head helplessly, chuckling. Maybe in 2 months, this bottleneck is quite difficult to surpass. He then sighed. Our cultivation levels have diverged considerably. Don't be so down. You should consider how I achieve my level. If I hadn't pushed my limits to absorb soul rings, my soul power would likely be lower than yours. I'm merely relying on the uniqueness of my martial soul and my diligent efforts. In terms of talent, you are undoubtedly superior to me, Yi Yao replied hastily. Tang San shook his head firmly, stating, your courage to push past the limits of absorbing soul rings is already remarkable. At least I could never do that. Yi Yao, Observing Tang San's contemplative demeanor, felt a sense of concern. Goodness, I hope I haven't inadvertently spurred him on. He wouldn't one attempt pushing past the limits for soul rings, would he? With this thought, Yao began to earnestly counsel him. Honestly, based on my past experiences, if my martial soul hadn't been the Oath of Victory sword, I would have perished during the absorption of my first soul ring. By now, the grass on my grave would be quite tall. Given Tang San's martial soul, attempting such absorption would undoubtedly lead to disaster. I must swiftly dissuade him from this perilous idea. Otherwise, it could indeed lead to trouble. The next morning, Yi Yao yawned as he exited the wooden house. Last night, he had engaged in a lengthy session of ideological education with Tang San until Tang San repeatedly assured him that he wouldn't take risks. Only then did Yi Yao feel at ease to focus on his own training. However, this left him feeling rather sluggish this morning. As an older brother, not only must I pay attention to my siblings' training, daily lives, and emotional matters, but now I must also consider their thoughts. This is truly challenging, Yi Yao mused. Let us find Xiao Wu and grab something to eat, Tang San suggested. Yi Yao nodded, suddenly recalling, Xiao San. Do you know where the cafeteria is? Tang San paused, realizing that Dai Mubai hadn't mentioned it yesterday. Never mind. We can search around later, Yi Yao sighed. Upon reaching the threshold of the dormitory shared by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, neither ventured inside. Although the three were siblings, their maturity necessitated a degree of decorum, particularly in the presence of Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, are you there? Tang San called softly. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu emerged, her eyes sparkling upon seeing him. She dashed forward, leaping into Tang San's embrace. Tang San, you're here. Let us go eat. Yi Yao, feeling a tinge of jealousy, remarked. So you only see your dear Tang San, and not your elder brother? TSK, all those times I've pampered you seem wasted. Xiao Wu quickly shook Yi Yao's arm, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. Brother, I'm sorry. In the first second, don't look at me with those puppy eyes. I, Yi Yao, am not swayed by such tactics, he replied. In the second, how many times have you used that? I warn you, the Saint Seiya will not fall for the same trick twice. In the third second, stop looking at me like that. Your expression is utterly unfair. With a sigh, Yi Yao patted Xiao Wu's head. All right, you win. Delicious. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, playfully saying, I knew you'd treat me the best. Meanwhile, she subtly gestured to Tang San behind her. Tang San chuckled helplessly, having witnessed the scene unfold countless times. Each time Xiao Wu adopted this look, it always ended with Yi Yao conceding. The trio began to follow the trail of smoke, meandering through the village in search of the dining hall, unknowingly reaching the outskirts. Why haven't we found the dining hall yet? I'm nearly starving, Xiao Wu complained, her brow furrowed. Tang San offered a wry smile and sighed. Let us search a bit longer. If we still can't find it, we'll buy some food from a local farmer. Suddenly, Yi Yao spotted a man and a woman ahead, seemingly embroiled in a dispute, with the man appearing to be quite aggressive. How dare he attempt to abduct a decent woman? Xiao Wu exclaimed furiously, charging forward. Yi Yao and Tang San exchanged knowing glances before reluctantly following her. As they approached, the features of the two became clearer. The woman, of ordinary appearance, seemed to belong to a farming family, while the man, slightly younger than them, was shorter and rotund, sporting a pair of small mustaches. What a beautiful girl. Are you here to be my girlfriend? The chubby boy exclaimed upon seeing Xiao Wu, his eyes lighting up. Get lost. Let go of her. Xiao Wu kicked the boy away from the girl, her voice brimming with anger. The boy's expression darkened. Are you meddling in my affairs? At that moment, Yi Yao interjected. A forcibly taken fruit is never sweet. If the lady is unwilling, why must you persist? The boy retorted with a scoff. Humph. My business is none of your concern. Stop your prattling. Who do you think you are? Tang San's expression hardened. I am whoever you choose to provoke. The boy shot back. Without further ado, Tang San activated his ghost shadow perplexing track and kicked towards the boy's chest. Yi Yao sighed in relief, thankful that Tang San had held back. This kick would likely just send the boy tumbling. To their surprise, the boy crossed his arms defensively and blocked the kick. Yi Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. The chubby boy was evidently a soul master, as he had just exhibited a clear fluctuation of soul power, and it appeared to be quite potent. So you wish to fight? Come forth, Phoenix in body, the boy shouted. Phoenix? This boy possesses such a formidable martial spirit. Yi Yao's expression shifted as he prepared to step in for Tang San. The The phoenix had an exceptionally strong fire attribute, almost perfectly countering Tang San's blue-silver grass, rendering Tang San's martial spirit nearly useless against him. However, upon witnessing the boy's martial spirit manifest, Yi Yao's expression turned peculiar, and Xiao Wu burst into laughter. Is that a phoenix? You're clearly a clumsy chicken. The boy's rotund form, adorned with a mohawk and long crimson feathers, bore little resemblance to a phoenix. Yet surprisingly, he also had 200-year soul rings like Tang San. Ridiculous. This martial spirit is indeed a phoenix. The boy shouted angrily as his first soul ring flickered, unleashing a plume of purple-red fire toward Xiao Wu. Watch out, Tang San yelled, moving to pull Xiao Wu aside. Just then, Yi Yao stepped forward, sword the oath of victory in hand, and cleaved through the flames, dispersing the attack. What kind of martial spirit are you wielding that can withstand my flames? The boy questioned, bewildered. Yi Yao ignored him, frowning at his sword. He had just realized that the boy's flames had partially scorched the Wind King barrier. An unprecedented occurrence. Could it be that this boy's martial spirit truly was a phoenix? What are you all doing? Cease this at once. Chapter 19. Flinder, what's happening? Why are you fighting? Dai Mubai approached briskly, his brow furrowed. Before Tang San could respond, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "It's all because that chubby boy attempted to abduct a maiden." Dai Mubai's expression turned quizzical as he glanced at the helpless girl beside him. "Miss Suehua, has he been too much for you to handle?" Suehua's face flushed as she stammered. "Hong Jun wants too much from me every day. I simply can't." Dai Mubai chuckled helplessly, addressing the embarrassed boy. "So, how do you want to handle this, chubby boy? Will you confess, or shall I?" Dai. "You decide," the boy, Hong Jun, replied sheepishly, scratching his head. "Ahem, to clarify, this boy is our Academy's third-rank student, named Ma Hong Jun," Dai Mubai explained. "As you can see, his martial spirit is the grass phoenix." Upon seeing Ma Hong Jun's reddened face, Dai Mubai hastily amended, it is indeed the phoenix martial spirit." "Is it truly a phoenix martial spirit?" Tang San gasped, while Yi Yao nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. The phoenix is indeed a top-tier martial spirit, so it's not surprising that its flames could ignite the Wind King barrier. The main issue lies in the fact that his phoenix martial spirit is somewhat unusual. It has undergone a mutation, granting him immense flame capabilities that are both powerful and difficult to extinguish, but this also affects his body." "What kind of effect?" Yi Yao inquired curiously. "It's the type of malevolent fire, you understand," Dai Mubai replied awkwardly. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai's demeanor, Yi Yao grasped the implication. While Xiao Wu blushed and spat, "How vulgar." Ma Hong Jun lamented, "It's due to my martial spirit. I don't want this either, but the malevolent fire is uncontrollable. Rest assured, this Miss Zahua is my legitimate girlfriend. There's nothing coercive about their relationship. I can vouch for him," Dai Mubai asserted seriously. Tang San nodded in agreement, then inquired, "But what if he loses his girlfriend? How will he cultivate?" Ma Hong Jun and Dai Mubai exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. "It's not as if only a girlfriend can solve the issue of the malevolent fire. There are other means," Ma Hong Jun replied coyly. Xiao looked puzzled. "What do you mean by other means?" Tang San stammered, unsure how to respond, while Yi Yao stared at Ma Hong Jun in astonishment. "Doesn't the Academy's dean and teachers manage this?" "Manage what?" "The dean is his teacher. It was the dean who took him for his first release of malevolent fire," Dai Mubai retorted, exasperated. Shock washed over them. The Academy's dean personally guided a student in releasing malevolent fire? Was this a perversion of humanity or a moral decay? Isn't this akin to being granted a license for such behavior? Ye Yao spoke enviously. "Wait, envious? Why would I envy this flawed martial spirit?" He scoffed. "He can proclaim with authority that my martial soul is the sword of oath victory, the pinnacle among martial souls. He can proclaim with authority that I possess the formidable domain of judgment. He can proclaim with authority that a single strike from my curry stick will sweep across the battlefield. He can proclaim with authority that, fine, I admit it, I am envious. Such a shameless and despicable martial soul must also be granted to me." With this thought, Yi Yao cast a somewhat resentful glance at Ma Hong Jun. Dai Mubai whispered, "Fatty, you should be grateful you didn't provoke a fight. Otherwise, you'd be lying flat on the ground by now. Come on, Boss Dai. Are they really that strong? And I'm no pushover either," Ma Hong Jun retorted defiantly. "Ha ha," Dai Mubai chuckled, indicating that this plump fellow was still too young, subtly pointing at Yi Yao. Did you not notice that even teacher Zhao used his first soul skill yesterday, and Yi Yao still left a wound on him? Ma Hongjun gaped, staring blankly at Yi Yao. Goodness, even teacher Zhao could inflict a wound. He is indeed a werewolf, not to be trifled with. He quickly reevaluated his stance. Feeling Yi Yao's gaze upon him, he grew uneasy. What is he planning? I may have evil fire, but it hasn't come to this. Wait, what if he forces me? I don't think I can defeat him. Wow, he's still looking at me. Oh dear, teacher, this place is too terrifying. I want to go home. Ignoring Ma Hongjun's inner turmoil, after the misunderstanding was resolved, Dai Mubai led the group to the student cafeteria. Upon arrival, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were already having breakfast. Due to their shared experience in battle the previous day, everyone, including the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing, greeted each other warmly. Ahem, let me introduce you. This plump fellow beside me is Ma Hongjun, also from our academy, whose martial soul is the phoenix. Dai Mubai said with a somewhat ingratiating smile, his eyes fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, clearly directing his words at her. However, it seemed his warm introduction met with indifference, as Zhu Zhuqing completely ignored him. Perhaps it was Yi Yao's illusion, but he felt Zhu Zhuqing became even colder after hearing Dai Mubai's words. Observing Dai Mubai's awkward smile, Yi Yao felt a pang of sympathy. Brother, you must have never heard the saying, the more you lick, the less you gain. Boss Dai, the girls who came this time are quite lovely. Yeah, which one do you fancy? Ma Hongjun's eyes nearly bulged out at the sight of several beautiful girls. Ahem, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not that kind of person, Dai Mubai declared with righteous indignation. However, Yao thought to himself, you old rascal are quite mischievous. I wouldn't believe a single word you say. First, explain what happened with the twins that day. Don't say you took them to a couple's hotel just to chat. Hey, what's wrong? This isn't like you, Boss Dai. Last time, you didn't seem to care about how dark your face was becoming. Ma Hongjun continued to spill Dai Mubai's dark history. TSK, this fatty is doomed. Dai Mubai will surely take him down later. However, I underestimated Dai Mubai. His private life is even richer than I imagined, Yi Yao marveled. Zhu Zhuqing slammed down her bowl and chopsticks, declared, I'm full, and turned to leave. Hey, Boss Dai. This beauty actually ignored your charm. Ma Hongjun, oblivious to the situation, continued to dig his own grave. Fatty, don't add fuel to the fire. You're about to get yourself in trouble, you know? Yi Yao thought helplessly. Sure enough, Dai Mubai's right hand landed heavily on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. His expression devoid of emotion as he said, Fatty, I believe I can help you vent your evil fire through combat. Come find me later, and we can spar. No, Boss Dai. After a while, everyone finished breakfast, and a series of ringing sounds echoed from outside. We should hurry. That's the bell calling us from the dean. Dai Mubai rose and announced. When they arrived at the playground, Zhu Zhuqing was already there, accompanied by a languidly handsome man with captivating peach blossom eyes. Munching on a sausage. Weren't there only 3 people in our academy before? Who is this? Yi Yao inquired, perplexed. Dai Mubai stifled a laugh. There were only 3. But this is none other than the sausage uncle. What? Is this the man who looks to be in his 40s with a scruffy beard? Yi Yao expressed disbelief. I haven't read much. Don't deceive me. Hi, good morning everyone, came a soft voice from the man. All right, I believe you. Just as they were speaking, a bespectacled middle-aged man in his 50s approached. Isn't this the crafty businessman, uncle? Xiao Wu exclaimed. Senior Flender? Yi Yao also expressed his surprise. Tang San paused. Yi Yao. Do you know him? Of course. My 2nd and 3rd soul skills were obtained with his help. He's a friend of my teacher. I never expected him to be our dean. Yi Yao realized, astonished. No wonder Master wanted them to study here. It turns out this is the academy run by his friend. Yesterday, when teacher Zhao mentioned Old Ghost Flender, I thought it was just a coincidence. Our Dean Flender, nicknamed the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, is a level 78 soul sage of the agility attack system, and in terms of combat power, he surpasses teacher Zhao, Oscar explained. Level 78 soul sage? Thankfully, he has not a soul de law, Xiao muttered under her breath, audible only to herself. Flender approached, casting a glance over the group, and began, I am Flender, the Dean of Shrek Academy. I am pleased that our academy has gained 5 new little monsters. Remember to each pay 100 golden soul coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. Yi Yao's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Dean Flender to be this way. The first part of his statement was relatively normal, but the latter half was a direct demand for money. Oscar chuckled softly. Our Dean has another nickname, the money-hungry old man. Now do you understand? Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Flender looking at him with a knowing expression. Oh no, I've been overheard. I'm in trouble now. Today's classes will begin in the evening. Return and prepare yourself. Oscar, you, and Ning Rongrong are the exceptions. The rest of you are dismissed, Flender stated indifferently. Yi Yao and the others did not rush to leave, but instead observed with keen interest, curious about the training Flender had planned for the two support-type Soul Masters. After explaining the requirements for support-type Soul Masters, Flender added, your task is physical training. Run 12 laps around the village. If you don't finish, you won't get to eat. Seeing Oscar and Ning Rongrong leave, Flender turned his attention to Yi Yao and Tang San. Yi Yao, my boy. It's been a while. Hasn't been too long. 3 months ago, you helped me acquire a soul ring. Yi Yao replied with a hint of resignation. Flender let out a hearty laugh, turning to Tang San. You must be his second disciple, right? Not bad. He has even given you this belt. It seems he has high hopes for you. Yes, the teacher has been quite generous with both of us. Tang San nodded affirmatively. Then you two must not disappoint him. Flender said with a slight nod, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Has he mentioned when he will come? Yi Yao interjected. The teacher said he would come after handling some matters. Good to know. Good to know, Flender murmured softly, a hint of joy on his face, then added, all right, prepare yourselves, as tonight's training will not be easy. Understood, they replied in unison. Chapter 20, Battle of Souls. As night fell, Flender quietly regarded the 8 students before him. Except for Oscar, who appeared somewhat lethargic, the rest, including Ning Rongrong, were in excellent spirits. Flender suddenly spoke. Oscar, did you complete your tasks? Oscar cast a furtive glance at Ning Rongrong, clenching his teeth as he declared, I have completed the task. You should understand, I am inquiring about all of you. Indeed. Dean, we have fulfilled our duty. Excellent. I appreciate your spirit of camaraderie, Flender replied with a smile. Yet to Oscar, it was undeniably a devilish grin. As a reward, you shall run an additional 20 laps. Oscar managed a wry smile, refraining from further comment, and turned to leave. And you, Ning Rongrong. Now explain to me why you failed to complete the task, Flender said languidly. The distance was too great, and I was exceedingly hungry. I simply could not persevere. Ning Rongrong replied, with a pitiful expression. So you opted to meander around Soto City and indulge in some food. Is that correct? What? You were following me? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Do you not realize that had this been a battlefield, your actions would constitute a violation of military orders, warranting immediate execution? Ning Rongrong retorted loudly. But this is merely an academy. Flender concurred. Indeed, this is an academy, which is why we adhere to my rules. I present you with 2 choices. Either pack your belongings and leave, or demonstrate to me your determination to remain here. Huh, who do you think you are? Merely a soul sage, Ning Rongrong scoffed. Night, and the others gazed at Ning Rongrong in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the seemingly gentle Ning Rongrong possessed such a willful and haughty nature. Has the little witch from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School finally revealed her true colors? Yes, I am but a soul sage, yet this is my domain, and I am entitled to request your departure. Flender then turned to Dai Mubai, instructing, retrieve Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings and escort her away, if necessary. I permit you to employ force. Yes, Dean, Dai Mubai replied coldly. You dare. Ning Rongrong was genuinely alarmed. She had not expected Flender to truly attempt to expel her. Why would I not dare? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tower is indeed the most formidable support-type martial spirit, yet you would only bring it shame. He then gestured toward the others. Dai Mubai, who broke through to Soul Master at 13, holding the record prior to your enrollment at Shrek Academy. Knight, who broke through at 12, shattering Dai Mubai's record upon admission and possessing an unprecedented Millennium Second Soul Ring, even stronger than Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Both at the level of Great Soul Master, poised to advance to Soul Master before the age of 13, Ma Hongjun at 12 with the top-tier Martial Spirit Phoenix, whose cultivation may have slightly lagged due to martial spirit deficiencies, yet his soul power is not inferior to yours, Zhu Zhuqing, whose soul power is comparable to yours, yet she possesses an unwavering resolve to grow stronger, which you lack. Flinder paused, and then there is Oscar, at 14, with innate full soul power, a great soul master, and a food-type martial spirit, which is far more challenging to cultivate than battle spirit. I have no doubt that when he matures, he will surpass the position of the 7 treasure glazed tile soul masters in the realm of support-type soul masters. Flinder then sneered, "Now, tell me, what do you have left to be proud of?" With each of Flinder's remarks, Ning Rongrong's face grew increasingly pale. Ultimately, upon hearing that even the food-type soul master Oscar surpassed her, she could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, fleeing to her dormitory. Dai Mubai tentatively inquired, "Dean, should I still move her belongings?" "Move what?" "Go fetch Oscar and have him comfort Ning Rongrong. The girl is not inherently bad, merely overly pampered," Flinder huffed. After Dai Mubai called Oscar back, Flinder cleared his throat. "Now, run to Soto City." Before long, they arrived in Soto City, where the night had fallen. Yet the city was ablaze with lights and bustling with more energy than during the day. Flinder led them to a grand structure, declaring, "Our lesson will take place here today." Dai Mubai was taken aback. "Are you bringing them here on the first day?" Flinder nodded slightly, and, observing the puzzled expressions, he solemnly stated, "This is the Soto Great Soul Arena, a venue specifically designed for soul masters to engage in combat, providing you with valuable practical experience. As for the rules, Mubai, please explain them. Your task is to secure a silver soul badge before graduation." Dai Mubai began elucidating the rules of the arena and recounting his own achievements. "Dai, with your strength, how could you only have a win rate of approximately 50%? Knight asked incredulously. Dai Mubai smiled wryly, but then his eyes lit up. "No worries, you are also at level 30. We can participate in 2 versus 2 battles. And with our combined strength, we shall swiftly acquire points." Knight's eye sparkled. "Great. Should we come up with a team name? How about White Tiger Knights?" Dai Mubai was momentarily perplexed. "What? White Tiger Knights? Who is the knight, and who is the White Tiger?" "All right, Knight. I consider you a brother. Yet you wish to ride me." Observing Dai Mubai's unfriendly demeanor, Knight was bewildered. "What happened? Did I say something wrong?" As laughter erupted from the others, Dai Mubai darkly inquired, "You want to ride the White Tiger?" Knight suddenly comprehended and began to laugh nervously as he explained himself to Dai Mubai. Ultimately, the duo settled on the team name White Tiger Holy Sword. "I shall team up with third brother. We shall call ourselves the 3-Dance Duo," Xiao Wu chimed, linking arms with Tang San joyfully. Then, under Dai Mubai's piercing gaze, Ma Hongjun approached Zhu Zhuqing with a sheepish grin. "Zhuqing, look, we are both great soul masters. Shall we form a 2 versus 2 team?" Knight, witnessing Dai Mubai's increasingly dark expression, could not help but exclaim, "Why are the people in this academy so troublesome? Can't they just live peacefully?" Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, merely casting him a cold glance before turning to register for one-on-one battles. Ma Hongjun scratched his head. "Is that a yes or no?" "Hey Dai, what are you doing?" Dai Mubai, with a forced smile, draped his arm around Ma Hongjun's shoulder. "Fatty, I think we need to have a serious heart-to-heart. What are we discussing? Isn't it all about pretty girls and such?" "Dai, what are you doing?" "No." As Dai Mubai delivered a series of blows to Ma Hongjun, he muttered about forming teams and attracting pretty girls until Ma Hongjun's face resembled that of a pig before releasing him. "I'm sorry, I was wrong," Ma Hongjun stammered. Dai Mubai took Knight to register for the arena battles, then quietly awaited the commencement of the matches. "It seems we should first engage in 2 versus 2 battles, followed by one-on-one bouts," Dai Mubai remarked after glancing at the arena. At that moment, the announcer boomed. "Now we proceed to the next Soul Master Duel, featuring the Wild Boar Brothers, who have achieved 3 consecutive victories against the newly formed White Tiger Holy Sword Duo. Let us witness whether the Wild Boar Brothers will secure a 4th consecutive win, or if the White Tiger Holy Sword Duo will rise to fame. Let's go, Knight. It's time," Dai Mubai said with a smile. "This is our team's inaugural battle. We cannot afford to lose." Knight stretched his limbs. The two ascended to the arena, facing 2 middle-aged men, their faces round and somewhat portly. "Brother, it seems our 4 consecutive victories are assured," one chuckled. "Indeed, in this day and age. Even 2 little kids are joining the arena," the other nodded in agreement. "Ah, Knight, it seems we have been underestimated," Dai Mubai grinned, cracking his knuckles. "Indeed, they require a taste of their own medicine," Knight's shadow remarked, licking his lips. "You insolent brats, are you tired of living?" The 2 exclaimed angrily, their skin becoming coarse. hair lengthening into sharp spikes that shimmered with a metallic sheen, and two fangs protruding from their mouths, as three soul rings, one white and two yellow, rose beneath their feet. Daring to boast without even a millennium's soul ring? Dai Mubai scolded. He then activated his martial spirit, summoning two yellow and one purple soul rings beneath him, while Night Shadow, for reasons unknown, merely released his martial spirit without summoning his soul rings. You will pay for this, the brothers declared, unleashing their second soul skill, hardening, followed by their third rage. The Boar brothers' eyes turned crimson, their bodies darkening slightly, emanating a faint glow as they panted heavily. Enhancing physical strength and boosting attack power? Then their first soul skill must be. Night Shadow analyzed calmly. Charge. The Hedgehog brothers charged swiftly at the two. Indeed, empowered by their augmented strength and speed. Their attacks consisted solely of this reckless charge. Even a weaker control type, Soul Master would struggle to restrain them. And a typical assault type would find it challenging to counter such a rogue strategy. However, this was merely the case for ordinary Soul Masters. Daigo, Night Shadow urged. Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger Protecting Shield and the White Tiger Diamond Transformation in an instant, releasing a wave of White Tiger Radiance. Roar! The Boar brothers cried out in pain, yet they did not halt their advance, barreling straight toward Night Shadow and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai growled, extending his palms, and after retreating 3 meters, he forcefully resisted one of them. Observing the fear on the assailant's face, Dai Mubai exerted his strength, slamming the individual down onto the ground. The person attempted to struggle, but how could one relying solely on a charge resist Dai Mubai's might? Night Shadow fixated on the approaching figure, his soul rings suddenly glowing as he unleashed his soul power, swiftly sidestepping to the left to evade the charge, arriving at the assailant's flank. With his sword held horizontally, he struck, crimson blossoms erupting from the adversary's side, who staggered a few steps before collapsing. Night Shadow glanced back to see Dai Mubai had also incapacitated his opponent. Although the reckless charging tactic was indeed brazen, numerous countermeasures existed. For instance, by relying on his superior strength to withstand a wave of attacks. Dai Mubai could decisively determine the victor. After all, their soul ring configurations were woefully inadequate. Had they possessed configurations akin to Dai Mubai's, they might have posed a genuine challenge. As for Night Shadow, he had myriad strategies to employ, yet he preferred not to reveal his second soul ring too soon, resorting to this method instead. An instantaneous burst of soul power, with the soul ring flashing and vanishing, capable of deceiving most observers. As few would suspect, someone bore a millennium's second soul ring, likely attributing it to mere illusions. In summary, the first battle of the White Tiger Sacred Sword concluded in victory. Chapter 21. A grueling battle. Upon returning to the stands, Dai Mubai remarked, Tang San and Xiao Wu are up next, Night Shadow observed. Following Dai Mubai's gaze to see Tang San and Xiao Wu facing off against 2 burly men wielding forging hammers. The two were formidable assault-type Soul Masters, naturally at a disadvantage against the control-type Soul Master, making this match seem assured for them. Night Shadow asserted confidently. Indeed, under Tang San's control soul skills and his cooperation with Xiao Wu, the duo successfully suppressed their opponents, victory seemingly imminent. Just as a smile crept onto Night Shadow's face, the opposing duo unexpectedly hurled their hammers. In an effort to protect Xiao Wu, Tang San was injured and coughed up blood. Cursed be my ill-fated words, Night Shadow thought, a wave of concern washing over him regarding Tang San's condition. What is Xiao Wu doing? Dai Mubai suddenly exclaimed. Night Shadow's pupils constricted, and he shouted, Xiao Wu, show restraint. Seeing Tang San hurt, Xiao Wu unleashed 4 hidden arrows at the 2 incapacitated figures, clearly targeting their heads. With the power of those arrows, they could easily pierce through. Despite having injured Tang San, they were merely defending themselves in a competition, and their offenses did not warrant death. Night Shadow, too far away to intervene, was relieved when Tang San, quick on his feet, drew 4 willow leaf knives to deflect the arrows. As Tang San exited the stage, Night Shadow inquired with concern, Xiao San, are you all right? Tang San shook his head. I'm fine, just a minor injury. A little rest will suffice. Night Shadow sighed in relief, then added helplessly, Xiao Wu, that was a bit excessive. Xiao Wu retorted defiantly, who told them to hurt Xiao San. Night Shadow facepalmed. Oh dear, this is a competition. You can't just take someone's life for that. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, realizing she may have overstepped. Retreating behind Tang San in silence. Tang San quickly reassured, "It's all right. Just don't be so extreme next time." Night Shadow responded with resignation. "You really indulge her, Xiao San." Tang San subtly rolled his eyes, pondering who truly spoils her more, knowing full well that had he reprimanded Xiao Wu earlier, Night Shadow would have unsheathed his sword against him. "Ahem, Night Shadow, it's your turn for a one-on-one duel," Dai Mubai suddenly announced. As Night Shadow departed, Dai Mubai was taken aback upon seeing the figure stepping onto the stage. His opponent was none other than him. Tang San frowned. "Mubai, is that person very strong?" Dai Mubai smiled wryly. "Very strong. That individual," the host proclaimed loudly, now on stage, everyone should be familiar with him. He is Yang Jixing, a soul master with over 1,000 matches completed at the Soto Great Soul Arena. He will face the novice soul master, Night Shadow, who will emerge victorious. Let's wait and see. Night Shadow was startled as he stepped onto the arena. Over 1,000 battles? Such individuals may lack high soul power, yet their combat awareness and skills are undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even more so than those with greater soul power. Yang Jixing appeared somewhat disheveled, lanky, and with an unremarkable, rigid face. Upon seeing Night Shadow ascend the stage, he silently released his martial spirit, summoning 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow. "A spear, is it?" Night Shadow squinted. As the host announced the match's commencement, Night Shadow promptly summoned his martial spirit, forcefully stamping his right foot on the ground as his body propelled forward. Yang Jixing, unfazed by Night Shadow's rapid approach, suddenly thrust his iron spear forward like a black poisonous dragon. "I will be pierced," Night Shadow thought, barely managing to deflect the spear's trajectory with his sword. The spear grazed his waist, igniting sparks upon contact with his armor. Night Shadow staggered, swiftly leaping back to create distance. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Jixing's stiff features. He had evaded it. Night Shadow brushed his hand over his waist armor, eyeing Yang Jixing warily. Had it not been for his instinct, akin to foresight, that attack would have undoubtedly pierced through his abdomen. The armor he wore offered him no sense of security. "From your earlier display, I deduce your martial spirit is a sword," Yang Jixing remarked slowly. "You discerned my martial spirit from a single strike?" Night Shadow's pupils constricted. Then he gripped his sword and smiled. "Who knows? It could be an axe, a spear, or even a bow." Such nonsense. Yang Jixing's lips twitched as if he wished to smile. He then gazed at Night Shadow with intensity, finding it rare to encounter someone who could evade his spear without relying on soul skills. "How about we engage in a contest of technique without using soul skills?" "A contest of technique? You mean to forego soul skills? Uncle, are you still not a soul master?" Night Yao gazed at him in surprise, rendered speechless. Yang Jixing seemed to discern the meaning behind Night Yao's gaze and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "My talent is mediocre, and having injured my essence in my youth, I shall never break through to the soul sovereign level in this lifetime. Thus, my soul power remains stagnant, and I must rely on skillful techniques instead." He sighed. "It is unfortunate that today's soul masters depend heavily on soul skills, regarding the techniques of using their martial souls with disdain." He added, "By the way, I encountered a defensive soul master back in the day, and no matter how I tried, I could not breach his defenses. Out of frustration, I chose to enhance my 3 soul rings with penetrating power." Night Yao chuckled softly at this, but felt a surge of respect within him. Even when faced with insurmountable obstacles, he refused to surrender, instead opting for an alternative path, an attitude undoubtedly worthy of admiration. Night Yao shivered slightly, shedding his armor. Since it was of no use, it was better to relinquish it entirely. Even without a soul power surge, merely discarding the armor would enhance both his strength and speed. With the sword in hand and his body slightly crouched, he said, "Please instruct me." "Oh, no longer donning your armor?" Yang Jixing queried. "Indeed. Since it could not withstand your iron spear, there seems little point in wearing it. I also wish to experience your spear techniques," Night Yao replied earnestly. "Excellent. You possess courage," Yang Jixing exclaimed, before charging toward Night Yao with a spear in hand. Faced with Yang Jixing's relentless and tempestuous spear techniques, Night Yao felt as if he were a frail boat struggling against a storm. In mere seconds, he bore multiple wounds. "Damn it, I can't find any openings." This technique is not a soul skill, yet its power exceeds that of any. It is clearly his self-created soul skill, Night Yao thought grimly, before abruptly turning his head. A thin line of blood appearing across his face. Do not lose focus. You might truly perish. Young Jisheng Lao Gid Heartili. This old rogue, Night Yao thought, and he dared not lose concentration again, fully committing himself to countering the elusive iron spear. Gradually, he entered a remarkable state, instinctively slashing, parrying, and thrusting with his sword. Lacking any extraordinary techniques, yet relying on fundamental swordplay, he managed to keep pace with Yang Jisheng's rhythm. Suddenly, Yang Jisheng spar kui Fred, forcing Night Yao back as he laughed with delight. All right, no more fighting. You have won. Night Yao was momentarily perplexed, unaware of the reason. Young Jisheng si get. Your martial soul is too powerful. If we continue, my martial soul shall not withstand it. He then raised his hand to reveal his iron spear. Observing the multitude of tiny dents on it, Night Yao fell silent, realizing that had they continued, it could have resulted in the shattering of Yang Jisheng's martial soul, leading to grave consequences. Night Yao sincerely praised, Senior, you still possess ample strength. I should be the one to concede. He understood that although he had ultimately matched the rhythm of the spear, he had never managed to close the distance. Remaining firmly controlled at the original range, this indicated that Yang Jisheng had clearly held back. Had he exerted his full strength, Night Yao would have undoubtedly been defeated. Yang Jisheng shook his head. It is rare to encounter a junior who resonates with me. To exert my full strength would be rather ungracious. With such prowess, why do you appear so destitute? Yang Jisheng chuckled nonchalantly, stating that he preferred solitude and had no interest in joining a sect or serving others. Lacking any additional abilities, he relied solely on the support from the martial soul hall and the income from soul battles. Surely the income from soul battles must be substantial? Night Yao asked, still slightly puzzled. In terms of technique, I'm quite formidable, but how many would dare to compete with me in skill? Out of my 658 soul battles, I have one fewer than half, as most soul masters still rely on soul skills, Yang Jisheng lamented. If not for the martial soul hall's assistance, I might have found myself homeless. The martial soul hall? Night Yao murmured. Indeed, without the martial soul hall, it is uncertain whether individuals of our humble origins could ever become soul masters. Ultimately, the soul masters of the two great empires are still concentrated in those sects and noble families, Yang Jisheng reflected. Night Yao fell silent. It seemed the martial soul hall was not as dismal as he had initially thought. For the majority of soul masters, or rather, for commoner soul masters, the martial soul hall had significantly altered their fates. Unbeknownst to him, they returned to the viewing platform, where Xiao Wu anxiously inquired, Big brother, how are your injuries? Are you all right? Night Yao came back to his senses and glanced down, discovering numerous wounds on his body, with blood having stained his clothing, creating a rather alarming sight. I'm fine. They are merely superficial wounds, and the bleeding has already stopped, Night Yao reassured her, shaking his head. Xiao Wu, still unconvinced, scrutinized Night Yao's wounds closely, and upon confirming his words, she finally sighed in relief. Then, with hands on her hips, Xiao Wu chastised, Are you foolish? When they said not to use soul skills, did you really refrain? Listening to Xiao Wu's relentless scolding, Night Yao turned to Dai Mu Bai and Tang San for assistance. But these two ungrateful companions merely shrugged, indicating they were unable to help. You two rascals, just wait. Night Yao gritted his teeth in thought. Afterward, the group exited the Grand Soul Arena, where Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing awaited them. You all head back first. The dean wants me to visit his shop, Ma Hongjun said, his excitement evident. Dai Mu Bai chuckled mysteriously. Fatty, take it easy. Dai Lauda, are you going or not? I'm not saying anything, but Zhu Zhuqing is here. Why are you still asking, Dai Lauda? Night Yao smacked his forehead in realization. Not going, not going. You hurry along. Dai Mu Bai's expression shifted, nervously glancing at Zhu Zhuqing before speaking. What's wrong? Didn't you say women don't count? Fatty remained oblivious to the danger, continuing his chatter. After being angrily dismissed by Dai Mu Bai, Tang Xin curiously asked, Why does the dean seek him out at this hour? Dai Mu Bai replied with a strange expression. Looks like the fiery passion can no longer be contained. Xiao Wu blushed, retorting, That fatso is off to trouble young ladies again. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, Men are all filthy. Xiao Wu smiled playfully. Our little San is quite clean. Hey, what about me? Knight Yao exclaimed in disbelief, only to see Xiao Wu's disdainful gaze, causing him to retreat into silence, mumbling, one should consider who treats you best, and scoffing, women. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. Indeed, your little San is pure as snow, but I surely possess better taste than fatty. That's it, in every sense, Knight Yao thought bleakly. As expected, Zhu Zhuqing coldly remarked, you have better taste than him? Dai Mubai hastily replied, Zhu Qing, let me explain, only to be interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing. You make me feel nauseous. With that, she turned and walked away. Never having experienced such treatment, Dai Mubai's expression soured as he prepared to take a step forward, but Knight Yao placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, Dai Lao, duh. That is enough. Dai Mubai glanced back at Knight Yao, withdrawing his foot and silently watching Zhu Zhuqing depart. Chapter 22. A special lesson. The group returned to the academy in silence, only to find Ning Rongrong sitting on a stone at the entrance, wearing a cheerful smile. While Oscar looked on with a complex expression. This situation feels a bit off, Knight Yao thought suspiciously, observing Ning Rongrong's seemingly gentle smile. He had witnessed her true nature before, which made her current demeanor perplexing. Dai Mubai coldly inquired, what are you doing here? Ning Rongrong laughed cheerfully. I am, of course, waiting for you all. Why Haven T the Dean and the Fatso returned. They have matters to attend to. What about you? Will you stay or leave? Certainly. Let us retain this moment. I have yet to savor enough of the experience. I observe your countenance seems troubled. Has Zhu Qing treated you poorly? Oscar even referred to you as a romantic hero. My dear, have you not noticed the current state of our esteemed leader Dai? You dare provoke him further? Are you truly fearless? Knight Yao has already tensed his body, prepared for the moment when Dai Mubai might lose his restraint. With Ning Rongrong's delicate frame, a single strike from Dai Mubai could indeed send her home. Do not test my patience. Others may fear the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, but I do not. Angering me will bear its own consequences. A chilling glint flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. Oh, how fearful I am. Pray tell, what can you do? She bravely puffed out her small chest, oblivious to the impending danger. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Dai Mubai's hand shot forth, grasping for Ning Rongrong's neck. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at the approaching hand, incredulous that Dai Mubai would dare to inflict harm upon her. Yet, there was no time for reaction. She could only despairingly close her eyes. Moments later, she cautiously opened her eyes to behold the hand mere inches away, emitting a startled gasp as her body involuntarily stumbled backward, landing on the ground. At that critical juncture, Knight Yao swiftly grasped Dai Mubai's wrist, while Tang San firmly held his shoulder. Mubai, enough. Dai Mubai inhaled deeply, signaling Knight Yao to release his grip. Fine, Knight Yao, Tang San. I will grant you both this favor today, but should she dare provoke me again, I shall not be merciful. With that, he strode into the academy. Ning Rongrong, regaining her composure, muttered to herself, he actually dared to strike at me. He truly dared. Frustrated, she exclaimed, Knight Yao, I know your strength. Help me eliminate Dai Mubai, and I shall reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins. Not to mention you will become a distinguished guest of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Knight Yao could only stare in disbelief, realizing that her status could not intimidate him, and he could not defeat Dai Mubai in a confrontation. Thus, she resorted to hiring an assassin. On one side stood a beautiful maiden, a substantial sum of money, and the promise of being a guest of the top 3 sects. On the other was a brother he had known for merely 2 days, and a man at that. The answer was evident. I refuse, Knight Yao replied coldly. Why? Ning Rongrong asked incredulously, unable to fathom anyone rejecting her generous offer. Because Dai is my brother, and you are not. I only intervened because your offense did not warrant death. Allow me to remind you that not everyone in this world will indulge your whims. If you continue to approach this with a frivolous mindset, I suggest you return. It would be better for you and for us, Knight Yao stated matter-of-factly. He then walked into the academy, with Tang San and Xiao Wu casting a sympathetic glance at Ning Rongrong before following Knight Yao. As they walked, Xiao Wu remarked, I truly did not expect Ning Rongrong to be such a person. A child spoiled since childhood. Her elders must bear the responsibility for her behavior, Knight Yao replied. Achoo! Far away at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, a refined middle-aged man and 2 elderly gentlemen sneezed in unison. A large-framed elder rubbed his nose in confusion. What is this? Even at my age, I still sneeze? Oh, I see. Rong must be missing me. Nonsense. Rong is clearly missing me. The other elderly man retorted angrily. The middle-aged man sighed, rubbing his head. Here we go again. At that moment, both elders turned their ire toward the middle-aged man. Ning Fengji, it is your fault. Why let Rong attend Shrek Academy? Would it not be better for her to stay within the sect? You truly allow her to endure hardships outside? Ning Fengji chuckled wryly. Jian Shu, Goo, Rong is practically spoiled by both of you within the sect. A little external training will do her good. Otherwise, how could she ever bear the responsibilities of the sect? He added with a gentle laugh. Furthermore, I left a letter for their principal. Rong will be just fine. In the early morning, Night Yao awoke from his training and noticed Tang San was no longer in bed, aware that he had gone to practice the purple extreme magic eye, which did not surprise him. As Night Yao washed up, he pondered the previous day's battle. The 2-on-2 match was unremarkable, but the 1-on-1 encounter had left a profound impact. It was the first time he had witnessed someone attain such a level of mastery, where each strike felt akin to a soul technique. Regrettably, it was limited by soul power and a singular approach. If one could not close the distance, all was lost. Nevertheless, this method was worth studying. Perhaps I should delve into this aspect as well. As Night Yao contemplated, he finished breakfast with Tang San and, upon hearing the class bell toll, proceeded to the training grounds with the others. The principal and teachers had yet to arrive, leaving Ning Rong alone with red-rimmed eyes. Given her behavior the previous day, no one approached her, and she seemed to sink further into despondency. After about 15 minutes, Flinder arrived late, scanning the group before frowning. Where's Oscar? He is crucial for today's lesson. The group exchanged glances, all indicating they had not seen Oscar that morning. Flinder frowned. Let us wait another 15 minutes. Just as they were nearing the 15-minute mark, Oscar rushed in, his face alight with joy. Oscar, unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, you will run 20 laps after class, Flinder warned ominously. Oscar, undeterred by Flinder's displeasure, exclaimed, Principal, I have broken through to level 30. Oh, is that so? Well done. You are now the third student to reach level 30, and as a food-type soul master, that is no small feat on behalf of the Academy. I congratulate you. Flinder praised enthusiastically. The others all extended their congratulations to Oscar, but Ning Rong clenched her teeth, her eyes growing more resolute. All right, since Oscar has arrived, we shall commence today's lesson. Your task is to consume the sausages made by Oscar, at least one of each kind. What? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. What sort of lesson is this? They murmured. Is that what you think? Flinder retorted with a smirk. Do you realize that while Oscar's soul spells may be unconventional, his talent as a food-type soul master is unparalleled? His sausages possess remarkable effects. In critical moments, they can save lives. Tell me, is your pride worth more than your life? Flinder's words, though harsh, were undeniably sensible. Night Yao swallowed hard, silently convincing himself that it was merely a psychological hurdle. If he did not overthink the soul spells, they were just ordinary sausages. Then suddenly, he froze. It turned out that Oscar, hearing that everyone was to eat his sausages, was so overwhelmed with joy that he nearly shed tears, feeling as though he could embrace Flinder and exclaim, You are my true friend. With a sly grin, Oscar then shouted, I have a big sausage. I have a small sausage. Thinking to himself, let them who usually disdain my sausages eat them now. At least one of each. Seeing Oscar lewdly brandishing a sausage in each hand, Night Yao seethed, Do not hold me back. I must take down this lecherous man. I have only just suppressed the unsavory thoughts in my mind. Do not impede me. Among the group, only Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun seemed slightly better, while the others appeared pale, with Zhu Zhuqing's face reflecting unmistakable terror, clearly indicating that she would rather perish than consume that food. In the midst of their hesitation, it was unexpectedly Ning Rong who stepped forward first, resolutely taking a sausage and devouring it. Oscar felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing Ning Rong's fierce demeanor. He then observed her expression shift from a fearless resolve to a lingering desire, even licking her lips, which made Oscar's legs tremble slightly. He chuckled awkwardly and asked, Are you hungry? The next in line was Dai Mu Bai, followed by Ma Hongjun. Night Yao suppressed his discomfort and stepped forward alongside Tang San. Upon seeing Oscar's lewd grin and hearing his lecherous laughter, Night Yao muttered as he took the sausage, If I see that sleazy smile again, I shall sever your third leg and insert it into your rear. Oscar immediately shuddered, no longer daring to act mischievously, and obediently handed over the sausage. Night Yao closed his eyes while consuming the sausage and was pleasantly surprised by its flavor and efficacy. Evidently, Dean Flander did not exaggerate. This food could indeed be life-saving in critical moments. After Xiao Wu, pale-faced, also consumed the sausage, only Zhu Zhuqing remained motionless. Then Flander casually remarked, "Do you wish to defeat Dai Mubai? If so, hesitate not," prompting Zhu Zhuqing to resolutely step forward and consume the sausage. Observing Dai Mubai's complex expression, Night Yao could not help but sigh inwardly. Matters of the heart were beyond their ability to assist. They could only rely on themselves. It did seem that the nature of their relationship was rather intricate for two who had only recently met. How could it feel as though Zhu Zhuqing harbored deep-seated grievances? That concludes today's lesson. Tomorrow morning, Teacher Zhao will lead you to the Stardow Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his third spirit ring. This will serve as your trial. Unless faced with an insurmountable crisis, Teacher Zhao will not intervene. Now, return and prepare yourselves. Chapter 23. Sanghui the following morning. The group encountered Zhao Wujin, who awaited them on the training field. Upon seeing Night Yao, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Zhao Wujin's mouth, and his expression darkened inexplicably. "Now that everyone is here, let's depart. Mubai, lead the way." Dai Mubai replied solemnly. The Stardow Forest is unlike the Spirit Beast Forest. Powerful spirit beasts abound, so we must proceed with caution. Night Yao and Tang San, you will lead the way, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar will be positioned in the middle. Fatty and Xiao Wu will guard our flanks, and Zhu Zhuqing and I will bring up the rear. Once the formation was arranged, they began to run forward, despite Zhao Wujin's insistence that they run rather than take a carriage for their training. Night Yao suspected it was more due to Flander's reluctance to incur transportation costs. With each hour, they consumed a sausage provided by Oscar, ensuring they maintained good energy. However, since Oscar was a food-type spirit master and continuously produced sausages along the way, Tang San and Dai Mubai took turns supporting each other's arms. Surprisingly, Ning Rongrong did not complain of fatigue throughout the journey. Even as her steps grew unsteady in the latter half, she still refrained from asking for help. Night Yao could only sigh softly. Why put oneself through such hardship? Yet he understood that Ning Rongrong's stubborn nature would not change without some adversity. So he remained slightly attentive to her, ready to catch her should she falter. Fortunately, they successfully arrived at a town near the Stardow Forest before nightfall. Concluding their day's journey, after settling into a modest hotel, Zhao Wujin vanished without a trace. "Where's Teacher Zhao? Aren't we supposed to invite him for dinner?" Tang San inquired, perplexed. "No need. Teacher Zhao will handle it himself. Our academy has a rule that teachers do not pay for our expenses, but they do expect some benefits in return," Dai Mubai explained. "Ah, I see." Tang San nodded in understanding. "Fatty, since you're the best at eating, you can order the dishes. This meal is on me," Dai Mubai declared grandly. Ma Hongjun rejoiced and exclaimed, "Boss Dai, you said it. If I order expensive dishes, don't blame me." "Less chatter, just order," Dai Mubai urged. Ma Hongjun quickly summoned a waiter and efficiently ordered several dishes, rubbing his hands together. Nice, their selection seems quite comprehensive. I hope the taste lives up to the expectation." The group couldn't help but chuckle. It was no wonder Dai Mubai claimed Fatty was the best eater. They soon began to converse quietly, with Night Yao discussing combat techniques with Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu playfully flirting with Tang San, and Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanging banter. Aside from Ning Rongrong, who appeared somewhat out of place, even Zhu Zhuqing's expression seemed less cold. Shortly thereafter, a group of 8 entered the hotel, consisting of a middle-aged man and 7 young men and women, all clad in moon-white robes adorned with the characters Sanghui. "Sanghui Academy members?" Oscar murmured. Night Yao frowned as he recollected. "If I'm not mistaken, that is a prestigious Spirit Master Academy. I've heard whispers about it before." Dai Mubai scolded. "They're merely the bottom of the barrel in a prestigious academy, unworthy of even carrying our academy's shoes." Due to the tavern's noise, the Sanghui members did not fully catch Dai Mubai's words, only hearing the name Sanghui. Turning to glance at Shrek's group, they haughtily snorted upon realizing they were merely a bunch of children and soon lost interest. Look at their arrogance, thinking they're so superior. How can a mere Sanghui Academy be so brazen? Dai Mubai sneered. Hey, Boss Dai, those guys are one thing, but that girl is quite something, Ma Hongjun said, his eyes gleaming at the only female among the Sanghui group. Although she was somewhat attractive, she paled in comparison to the girls in their own academy. Looking at his own academy's beauties, it was clear Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai shared a special bond. Xiao Wu had two overprotective brothers, and as for Ning Rongrong, despite her beauty, her personality made Fatty hesitant. Night Yao whispered, Boss Dai, Fatty, you two are being too loud. Since Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had not moderated their voices, or perhaps intentionally amplified them, the Sanghui group turned to look in their direction. Oscar chuckled softly. It's fine, Night Yao. The dean said that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity, and besides, it's just a matter of a scuffle. Yet Night Yao frowned, feeling that such behavior was somewhat inappropriate. However, recalling the Sanghui member's previous demeanor, he opened his mouth but chose not to speak further. Among the Sanghui group, a young man sneered and exchanged a few words with the middle-aged leader, who cast a dispassionate glance at Shrek's group and nodded indifferently. The next moment, the young man strode toward Shrek's table. In his haste, he accidentally bumped into a serving maid, causing her to exclaim as the dish she carried tilted toward Dai Mubai's head. Night Yao sighed softly, suddenly rising to his feet, his right hand darting out like lightning to catch the plate, preventing a single morsel from spilling. That was excessive, Night Yao said, slightly annoyed. Upon hearing this, the young man spat disdainfully. Who do you think you are? Night Yao took a deep breath. Very well. Then I shall not be held accountable. Dai Mubai suddenly stood, striking out at the young man. The young man smirked, raising his hand to meet the attack. But the moment their hands made contact, his smirk froze. And in the next instant, he was sent flying, crashing into a table and collapsing to the ground. Dai Mubai withdrew his hand, his eyes glinting with cold fury. With such paltry skills, you dare to provoke? Who do you think you are? The young man's earlier words were thrown back at him. As the young man lay unconscious on the floor, the Sanghui group's expressions changed, and the middle-aged man bellowed. What do you mean by this? Which academy are you from? Academy? You think you're worthy of that? Dai Mubai retorted disdainfully. The rest of the group wore cold expressions and remained silent. Although Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had spoken somewhat inappropriately, their direct confrontation and arrogant words were already excessive. Not to mention that their attitude had been excessively haughty from the outset. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. In a fit of rage, he commanded, all of you, step forward and teach these arrogant youngsters a lesson. The remaining 5 youths revealed their martial souls and soul rings, which consisted of only 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring. Dai Mubai's eyes reflected disdain. Was this what they called a prestigious soul master academy? Brothers, let's show them our soul rings, he proclaimed. Subsequently, the group displayed their optimal soul ring configurations, and Dai Mubai's 1,000-year soul ring was particularly striking. Yi Yao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from revealing his soul ring, as it would be too conspicuous. I'm Yi Zhiqiu, the Director of External Affairs at Sanghui Academy. May I ask which sect you belong to? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as he spoke cautiously. Ma Hongjun boisterously replied, We are from Shrek Academy. After pondering for a moment, Yi Zhiqiu could not recall any notable Shrek Academy, and assumed it was merely an insignificant institution. His expression changed instantaneously. Regardless of their academy's standing, it was audacious for such young individuals to behave so arrogantly. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher. Yi Yao found this amusing. Did he really think he could teach them a lesson on Zhao Wujia's behalf? He might as well be slapped dead by Zhao Wujia, for the unmovable king was not one to be trifled with. He silently noted that this man was not a good person, one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. With that in mind, he resolved to strike decisively when the moment arose. Xiangui, manifest, Yi Zhiqiu commanded, his back arching as his turtle shell emerged, his limbs slightly shortening and bulking up. A black aura flickered around him, and 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose beneath his feet. A soul king, yet one without a 10,000-year soul ring. What audacity did he possess to act so arrogantly? Yi Yao mused. He thought to himself, if I strike with all my might, you may not survive. Haha, Dai boss. Did you see that? He looks just like an old turtle. Ma Hongjun chuckled upon seeing Yi Zhiqiu's martial soul manifest, sharing a grin with Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. Indeed, he is quite the turtle. Yi Zhiqiu, infuriated, retorted, This is the Xian Gui. At that moment, the tavern owner approached timidly, a pained expression on his face. Gentlemen soul masters, our small business cannot withstand your disturbances. Yi Zhiqiu scoffed, we shall fight outside, and with that, he swayed his way out. Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. He really does walk like a turtle. The group paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smile slightly. Upon hearing their laughter, Yi Zhiqiu gritted his teeth in anger and quickened his pace. As they made their way outside, Dai Mubai spoke in a low voice, Tang San, you handle the tactics. Tang San accepted without hesitation, whispering, the Xian Gui martial soul is water attribute. Fatty's martial soul should have a restraining effect. Even if your soul power differs significantly, it should still serve as a diversion. Turtle-type martial souls possess strong defense. Although his soul ring configuration is lacking, he is ultimately a soul king. Only Yao among us may be able to harm him. So Mubai, you must hold him off from the front while I control him. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, you two will flank him and relieve some pressure from Mubai. Yi Yao, seize the opportunity to strike hard. Oscar, prepare your sausages in the back and provide support. Ning Rongrong waited for a moment. Noticing Tang San had not mentioned her role, and couldn't help but speak up. Tang San, what about me? Tang San hesitated before replying, you adapt as needed. Ning Rongrong's expression changed, and as she felt the strange gazes of her companions, she felt a pang of disappointment. Yi Yao, sensing her distress, glanced at the hesitant Oscar and rolled his eyes. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. He then pushed Oscar forward. Awkwardly, Oscar found himself standing before Ning Rongrong and softly said, use this battle to prove that you are also a part of Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong looked up suddenly, only to find Oscar had already turned and marched ahead. Her eyes reddened, determination flooding her gaze as she quickened her pace to catch up with the others. Chapter 24. Battle with the Soul King. Yi Zhiqiu stood in the open space before the tavern, arms crossed, and coldly stated, I shall give you one last chance. Apologize now, and I may let this go. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, impatiently replying, stop stalling. Let us see if you could defeat us first. Very well. You asked for it. Yi Zhiqiu retorted, a twisted smile forming on his face. Dai Mubai, uninterested in further dialogue, unleashed a white tiger light wave, propelling himself forward with fierce momentum. Ma Hongjun followed suit with a phoenix fire line, while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu swiftly approached from the sides. Yi Yao, maintaining a steady pace, trailed behind Dai Mubai, awaiting the opportune moment. Yi Zhiqiu bellowed, turning halfway, his first and second soul rings shimmering. A layer of black light enveloped his turtle shell as the darkness spread beneath him. First soul skill, Xian Gui protection. Second soul skill, Xian Shui seal. The white tiger light wave detonated against the turtle shell but yielded no effect. With a tiger's roar, Dai Mubai found his steps halted, frozen in ice. The white tiger's shield and white tiger's transformation shattered the ice, allowing him to stride forward and strike at Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu grunted in annoyance, his limbs ensnared by blue silvergrass. Resolutely, he did not evade, channeling his soul power to withstand Dai Mubai's palm with his shell. After the impact, he grunted again, but remained steadfast, while Dai Mubai staggered 2 steps back, frost forming on his tiger palms. Haha, not enough power. Yi Zhiqiu laughed heartily as he broke free from the blue silvergrass. At that moment, Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire line struck, and Yi Zhiqiu scoffed, dismissing it. However, when the flames made contact, his expression shifted drastically. What is this? He exclaimed, fury and shock mingling. He had believed that with his soul power in the 50s and his water attribute, the flames should have been ineffective. Yet they clung to his turtle shell, causing him to feel intense burning. As he frantically tried to extinguish the flames, Yi Yao appeared before him, sword in hand, and struck down upon the turtle shell. Yi Zhiqiu grunted again, his form staggering slightly as faint cracks appeared in the darkness surrounding his shell. This strike has some power, but unfortunately, it cannot break through my defense. Ha! Yi Yao felt exasperated. Was he truly so pleased with himself for withstanding a simple test strike without any enhancements? Yi Zhiqiu's third soul ring glowed, and a dark current surged towards the nearest Dai Mubai. Third soul skill, Xian Shui surge. Dai Mubai summoned his soul power, crossing his arms defensively, ready to take the blow. At that critical moment, Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire line intervened, allowing Dai Mubai a chance to retreat. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu flank Yi Zhiqiu from the side, Zhu Zhuqing unleashing her first soul skill, Ghostly Puncture, targeting Yi Zhiqiu's neck, while Xiao Wu lunged towards his shoulder. As a result, Yi Zhiqiu's head and arms retracted, retreating directly into the shell, while a faint voice emerged from within. "Ha! You cannot harm me." In an instant, the second and third soul rings of Yi Yao illuminated, the judgment mark activated, and soul power surged forth. A crisp sound resonated. 7 treasures, I summon the glazed treasure. The first is strength, the second is speed. Yi Yao's speed intensified, and with a flicker, he appeared behind Yi Zhiqiu, delivering a fierce strike upon the shell. Yi Zhiqiu's head and arms were jolted out of the shell, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward into the grass over 10 meters away. The villain perishes due to excessive chatter. Are you not aware? Yi Yao sighed, retracting his martial soul, and turned to glance back, where Ning Rongrong held a delicate tower aloft. Yi Yao smiled and gave her a thumbs up, while the others turned to look at her, their expressions softening slightly. Ning Rongrong, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of joy and turned just in time to catch Oscar's encouraging gaze, stirring within her a sense of gratitude and an indescribable emotion. "What are you all doing awake at this late hour?" A voice, seemingly impatient, rang out. The group turned to find the towering figure of Zhao Wujia standing behind them. "Quickly return to your beds. We must venture into the Stardow forest tomorrow," he commanded with a wave of his hand. Before anyone could respond, a frail voice called out, "Wait." Yi Zhiqiu trembled as he crawled from grass. The force of Yi Yao's strike had sent his internal energy into turmoil, rendering him barely able to speak. "You are their teacher, correct? You must provide an explanation to our Songhui Academy." "What? You expect me to explain? What do you desire?" Zhao Wujia inquired, intrigued as he regarded Yi Zhiqiu. "You must apologize to me, my students, and our academy, and compensate for our losses," Yi Zhiqiu continued, his words tumbling forth. Yi Yao sighed helplessly, turning away in pity. Why not simply pretend nothing happened and make a swift exit? Demanding compensation from Zhao Wujia? Do you not understand how he earned the title of the unmoved king? Is it not better to remain alive? Indeed, Zhao Wujia strode forward without employing his martial soul, merely raising his hand to deliver a slap. Yi Zhiqiu was sent flying once more, collapsing to the ground, teetering between life and death. Zhao Wujia spat disdainfully, "You, a mere soul king, and your insignificant Songhui Academy, dare to seek an explanation from me? You are nothing but a waste who cannot even defeat our academy students." As Yi Zhiqiu regained consciousness, the harsh words struck him like daggers, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, falling unconscious again. After delivering the blow, Zhao Wujia felt a sense of satisfaction. He had been lurking in the shadows during the earlier conflict with Songhui Academy. Witnessing the group's combined effort to defeat Yi Zhiqiu had pleased him. Yet seeing Yi Yao's decisive strike had stirred memories of his own injury at Yi Yao's hands, leaving him inexplicably irritable. Now, as Yi Zhiqiu foolishly sought compensation, Zhao Wujia felt a wave of annoyance and swiftly delivered another slap, finding instant relief in the act. Noticing the peculiar gazes from the others, he glared. "What are you all staring at? Hurry back. Do you wish to attend my combat class?" The group dispersed in haste, and as they departed, Ma Hongjun chuckled, calling out, "Teacher Zhao, that slap was beautifully executed." Before Zhao Wujia could glare at him again, he turned and fled. Zhao Wujia chuckled to himself, "That little chubby one." The group returned to their inn, sharing laughter over dinner before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. As the sun rose, the Shrek team hastily consumed breakfast before setting out on their journey. Along the way, Oscar felt a surge of excitement, pondering what his third soul skill might be. Before long, they arrived at the Stardow Forest, one of the 3 major soul beast gathering places spanning the Tiandou and Xingluo empires. In the distance, a sea of green trees loomed, their heights exceeding 20 meters, lush vegetation casting intricate shadows. Just as they were about to enter the forest, Zhao Wujia commanded, "Halt." Oscar began to recite soul incantations rapidly, creating sausages to replenish their energy lost during travel. Zhao Wujia looked at the group sternly. "Let me make this clear. The Stardow Forest is unlike those hunting forests. Powerful soul beasts abound, some even exceeding 10,000 years. Therefore, do not stray more than 20 meters from my side. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you must remain close to me should an unexpected situation arise. Even I may not have time to assist. Oh, and by the way, Flanders should have informed you that during this hunt, I will not intervene with soul beasts under 1,000 years. You must rely solely on teamwork to resolve such encounters. The group nodded solemnly. Matters of life and death were no trifling matter. Oscar began distributing sausages, explaining, "My sausages have recovery, healing, and sustenance properties, while the cured sausage could detoxify. It should alleviate most common toxins." "All right, let us set forth," Zhao Wujie declared with a wave of his hand. Over the past few days, the group had developed a level of synergy. Dai Mubai instinctively took the lead, with Yi Yao and Tang Sen flanking him at an angle. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu occupied the sides of the formation, Zhu Zhuqing staying slightly behind in a vigilant stance, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar positioned themselves centrally, with Zhao Wujie bringing up the rear. As the Stardow forest remained undeveloped, there were no established paths. Thus, Yi Yao and Dai Mubai alternated, leading to facilitate the group's progress. Before long, they encountered a wave of soul beasts. Just as Dai Mubai was about to engage, Tang Sen stopped him, shaking his head. "They are merely 10-year soul beasts. We need not concern ourselves with them. Let's circumvent them." As they advanced, Dai Mubai quietly inquired, "Why did you stop me?" Tang Sen replied softly, "In these woods, we should minimize unnecessary killings. The scent of blood will attract other soul beasts. Additionally, wanton hunting will jeopardize the population of soul beasts, ultimately endangering the profession of soul masters." Dai Mubai nodded in admiration. "Your teacher must be an extraordinary individual." Tang San and Yi Yao exchanged glances, both sharing a bittersweet smile. Extraordinary? The master, deemed invincible in theory among soul masters, was indeed formidable in that regard. Yet, in terms of strength as a soul master, he was not on par with the master. This was a lingering pain in the master's heart, leading him to focus all his energy on his two disciples, hoping they could ascend to the pinnacle of the soul master realm in his stead. Chapter 25. Slaying the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The group had traversed the forest for over an hour, nearing midday, when Zhao Wujie ordered break. They gathered in a circle, while Oscar prepared sausages to restore their energy. Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San, appearing somewhat listless, yet each time Yi Yao and Tang San inquired, she merely shook her head, insisting she was fine. After a short while, Zhao Wujie and Tang San suddenly turned their gazes toward a certain direction. "Everyone, stand up. Something is approaching," Zhao Wujie commanded. The group immediately rose, alert, as they heard the rustling noise growing nearer. "Zhu Zhuqing, go take a look," Zhao Wujie instructed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her figure darting up to the treetops, gazing toward the source of the sound. Soon, her cold voice echoed back, "A flying snake, adorned with a fleshy crest and a fan-shaped tail." Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked upon the phoenix-tailed cock-comb serpent. "Zhu Zhuqing, pay close attention to its trajectory. If the age is suitable, Oscar will be in for a treat." Tang San interjected, "What is its length and wing coloration?" "It measures between 6 to 8 meters in length, with wings of a delicate crimson hue." Both Yi Yao and Tang San chimed in unison. "Its age ranges from 1,300 to 1,500 years, which is indeed perfect." Oscar, slightly impatient, inquired, "What kind of spirit beast is the phoenix-tailed cock-comb serpent? And what type of spirit skill can it bestow upon me?" "The phoenix-tailed cock-comb serpent possesses extraordinary speed, and the nutrients contained in its comb can accelerate its swiftness at critical moments. Thus, the spirit skill it grants you will likely pertain to speed." Rubbing his hands together, Oscar grinned, "Excellent. I have decided that my third spirit ring will be from it." Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. "Very well. However, I, Zhao Wujie, have just had an epiphany. You shall handle this phoenix-tailed cock-comb serpent on your own." Noticing Oscar's anxious expression, he reassured him, "Fear not. I shall intervene at the crucial moment to prevent its escape. But," he continued with a mischievous grin, "should your performance fail to meet my expectations, you shall all return for practical training." The group exchanged resigned glances, and then Dai Mubai said, "Little San, you ought to devise the strategy." Tang Sen nodded and spoke earnestly. "Serpent-type spirit beasts are generally afraid of avian creatures, so Fatty's phoenix martial spirit should serve as a countermeasure. When the time comes, Ning Rongrong will provide support. Dai Laoda and Yi Yao will take the lead in offense while I control the situation. Xiao Wu, look for an opening to use your charm. Fatty, You must restrain it with all your might, and Zhu Zhuqing, remain vigilant to prevent its escape. As their discussion concluded, Zhu Zhuqing called out urgently, "Be cautious, it approaches." Tang Sen commanded now. Ning Rongrong lifted the 7-treasure glazed tower, invoking the renowned powers of strength and speed, enhancing her companions. The phoenix-tailed cock-comb serpent erupted from the thicket, and Dai Mubai swiftly unleashed a torrent of white tiger's radiant light waved toward its head. The serpent evaded slightly, resulting in the attack striking its armored belly instead. Startled, the serpent hissed and expelled a cloud of colorful mist, causing Dai Mubai to halt abruptly, instinctively wanting to retreat. "Do not worry. The mist is non-toxic. It merely serves to intimidate," Yi Yao cautioned. Upon releasing the mist, the phoenix-tailed cock-comb serpent appeared unwilling to engage further and began to retreat. In response, Yi Yao activated his second spirit ring, unleashing a burst of spirit power as he swiftly positioned himself before the serpent. With sword in hand, he pointed the blade directly at the creature, the swirling winds dissipating to reveal the gleaming sword of the Wind King. A powerful gust struck the serpent's flank, leaving it battered and momentarily halting its retreat. A crimson flame arrived, adhering to the serpent's wing and eliciting a cry of pain. At that moment, Dai Mubai, having activated the white tiger transformation, leapt into action, slamming his paws down with furious force, demanding it to submit. The serpent was successfully knocked to the ground, and before it could react, blue-silver grass rapidly entwined around its body as Tang San commanded, "Yi Yao." Yi Yao charged and leapt, delivering a decisive blow to the serpent's wing. The phoenix-tailed cock-comb serpent let out a painful roar, thrashing violently as the blue-silver grass threatened to unravel. Suddenly, Xiao Wu darted in front of the serpent, sweetly calling, "Hey, silly snake." The serpent's fierce gaze met her enchanting eyes, causing it to freeze momentarily. Xiao Wu stumbled a bit, as the disparity in their power was significant, allowing her charm to only momentarily stall it. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yao activated his judgment mark, driving the sword of Oath of Victory deep into the serpent's flesh, then swiftly moving sideways to create a gaping wound. Dai Mubai, not to be outdone, plunged his claws into the same injury, holding on tightly. The phoenix-tailed cock-comb serpent, facing such grievous wounds, momentarily froze before erupting into a frenzied struggle, blood gushing from its wounds. Dai Mubai grunted as the serpent's thrashing caused him to feel a wave of nausea, yet he maintained his grip. Tang San, his face pale, continuously summoned blue-silver grass to keep the serpent subdued, wary of its potential escape. However, having sustained severe injuries and lost its wings, the serpent was no longer capable of fleeing. After a brief struggle, its massive body collapsed to the ground, only slight movements indicating it clung to life. Yi Yao shouted. Oscar, quickly, stabbed the flesh crown atop its head. "That will damage its brain." Oscar, without hesitation, brandished his short sword and rushed to its head, poised to plunge the blade into the crown. "Wait!" A hoarse voice interjected, as two figures emerged from the nearby thicket. One was an elderly woman, appearing in her 60s or 70s, with sharp eyes and an energetic demeanor, wielding a serpent-headed cane adorned with 6 glowing spirit rings. Beside her stood a young girl, around 16 or 17, strikingly beautiful, holding a similar serpent-headed cane with 200-year spirit rings. The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their unease at the unexpected visitors. Zhao Wujia spoke coolly, "What brings you here?" As his 7 spirit rings began to rise slowly, the elderly woman's expression shifted, and she replied gently, "Greetings, esteemed spirit sage. Might you allow this child to claim the phoenix-tailed cock-comb serpent?" "Why?" The elderly woman smiled and pointed to the serpent's abdomen. "This serpent was discovered by us first. I intend for it to be my granddaughter's 3rd spirit ring. Moreover, the wounds on its belly are from my own doing, which is how we tracked it here." Zhao Wujia scrutinized the serpent, noting the 2 distinct wounds on its abdomen. But the thought of relinquishing the spirit ring from the hands of the immovable king Zhao Wujia was utterly preposterous. "May I inquire your name, esteemed senior?" Zhao Wujia asked. The elderly woman replied casually, "I am Ko Shengxiang, known as the serpent matron among spirit masters. This is my husband, Meng Shu, known as the Dragon Lord." Yi Yao felt a jolt of surprise. He had heard Master mention the formidable couple, renowned in the spirit master community. The serpent matron was merely a spirit emperor, while the dragon lord was a spirit Douluo, and their martial spirits could even fuse, making them a legendary duo known as the Supreme Dragon and Serpent. Zhao Wujia's heart sank as he spoke. I am Zhao Wujia. It is an honor to meet you, matron. Ko Xiangxiang responded with surprise. Ah, the immovable King Zhao Wujia. No wonder such a young spirit sage is present. Zhao Wujia awkwardly chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Esteemed matron, while you wish for this spirit ring for your granddaughter, we also have a member seeking to obtain a spirit ring. This is quite a predicament. Ko Xiangxiang frowned, surveying the members of Shrek Academy. Are you implying that someone among them has reached level 30? This cannot be. The young girl gasped in disbelief. Zhao Wujia chuckled, waving his hand. Boys, show matron your spirit rings. As the group displayed their glowing spirit rings, Ko Xiangxiang felt a wave of astonishment. She noticed that only Yao remained inactive, dismissing it as a result of his lower cultivation, thus feeling embarrassed to reveal his spirit rings. Where did Zhao Wujia find such a plethora of prodigies, and all with optimal spirit ring configurations? Ko Xiangxiang pondered silently. Ah, esteemed elder, if there are no further objections, let us proceed to absorb the spirit ring. This serpent cannot endure much longer. Zhao Wujia cleared his throat, interrupting Chao Tianxiang's contemplation. Indeed, that won't suffice. Chao Tianxiang awoke from her thoughts, glancing at the faltering phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. How about this? Let the soul master wishing to absorb this spirit ring spar with my granddaughter. Meng Yiran, limited to 10 exchanges. The victor shall claim the spirit ring. That may not be feasible, Zhao Wujia replied, perplexed. What? Is the immovable king under the impression that my husband's absence renders me an easy target? Chao Tianxiang's irritation was palpable as Zhao Wujia continued to evade. Elder, it's not that I am unwilling, but my student is a food-type soul master. He lacked combat prowess. Zhao Wujia explained innocently. What? A food-type soul master? Chao Tianxiang was once again taken aback. It was truly astonishing that a food-type soul master, notoriously difficult to cultivate, could reach level 30 at such a young age. What a prodigy. Very well, we shall relinquish this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to you. She sighed, realizing that further debate could lead to neither side obtaining the spirit ring. Moreover, she feared Zhao Wujia might take action against them. So she opted to extend a favor by gifting them the spirit beast. Oscar, what are you waiting for? Move swiftly, Zhao Wujia commanded. Oscar nodded, hastening to the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and plunging his dagger into it. The serpent's body finally stilled, and a circle of purple spirit rings began to rise from its lifeless form. Chapter 26. Titan Giant Ape Chao Tianxiang regarded Oscar and then spoke kindly. Young man, do you have any intention of joining our sect? Oscar hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Apologies, esteemed elder, but I do not currently plan to join a sect. Chao Tianxiang sighed in disappointment and addressed Zhao Wujia. In that case, if the mountain won't come to Muhammad, we shall part ways, until we meet again. With that, she turned to leave, and Meng Yiran shot a fierce glare at the others before following the serpent woman. Zhao Wujia exhaled in relief. All right, Oscar, quickly absorb the spirit ring. Oscar nodded, sitting cross-legged as he began the absorption process. The others also settled down, for the recent battle with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had not been easy. Xiaowu had suffered a backlash from her charm ability and incurred minor injuries, while Dai Mubai had sustained internal damage, and Tang San had exhausted much of his spirit power. For some reason, Yi Yao felt a sense of unease, as if danger were approaching. He recalled his instincts and felt a heavy sensation in his heart. Noticing his pallor, Zhao Wujia inquired, "What is it? Did you sustain an injury?" Yi Yao shook his head, hesitating before responding. Teacher Zhao, once Oscar has absorbed the spirit ring, can we leave the Stardo Force promptly? Zhao Wujia frowned. Why? Provide me with a reason. In a low voice, Yi Yao replied, my intuition warns me of impending danger. Intuition? Zhao Wujia was momentarily speechless, intending to mock Yi Yao, but upon seeing the seriousness etched on his face, he held his tongue. Teacher Zhao, my instincts have proven accurate. They have saved my life on multiple occasions during battle. Zhao Wujia pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, once Oscar completes the absorption, we will have fulfilled our mission. It would be prudent to return swiftly. Yi Yao sighed in relief, striving to calm his spirit power. Approximately half an hour later, As dusk descended, Oscar awakened. 3 spirit rings ascending from beneath him. Congratulations, little Oscar, Zhao Wujia smiled. You are the third among us to surpass level 30. Pray, reveal to us your third spirit ability. However, Oscar did not exhibit the exuberance one might expect after absorbing a spirit ring. Instead, he demurred. Let us save that for when we return to the academy. Come now, just show us. The others urged him repeatedly. Finally, Oscar relented, gritting his teeth. Fine, but don't laugh at me. Everyone nodded, promising not to mock him. With a sigh, Oscar muttered, I have a mushroom sausage. Silence enveloped the group, until someone succumbed to laughter, triggering a cascade of chuckles that even the anxious Yi Yao could not resist. Oscar exclaimed in frustration. Didn't you all promise not to laugh? Apologies, little Oscar, but it was simply too amusing. Dai Mubai laughed, clutching his stomach. Oscar decided to embrace the moment, declaring, If you think it's so funny, then you better not eat my mushroom sausage in the future. Zhao Wujia was the first to regain composure, asking, little Oscar, what is the effect of this mushroom sausage? Oscar, beaming with pride, surveyed the group before hesitating to answer. Noticing their eager gazes, he hurriedly added, the effect is flight. What? The group gasped in astonishment. Air for 1 minute, Oscar clarified. How disappointing. They scoffed. What a waste of our expressions. Oscar chuckled. Wait. I haven't finished. It allows flight at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for 1 minute. The group fell into a momentary silence, and then Dai Mubai cracked his knuckles. Oscar, if you ever speak incompletely again, you will know what true suffering is. Flying at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for 1 minute rendered this spirit ability far from trivial. Indeed, at that speed, one could cover 2,000 meters in a minute. After the laughter subsided, Zhao Wujia caught sight of Yi Yao's meaningful glance and said solemnly, All right, since we have completed our mission, we should return promptly. Wait, Teacher Zhao, we may not be able to return just yet, Tang San interjected. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, but Yi Yao impatiently asked, Why? I have just broken through to level 30, and I require a spirit ring, Tang San explained. Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback, then elated. You've broken through? I recall you haven't yet reached 13 years of age. Are you older or younger than Yi Yao? Yi Yao was born half a month before me, Tang San replied. Then it seems the record for the earliest breakthrough to level 30 is still held by Yi Yao, Zhao Wujia remarked, casting a reluctant glance at Yi Yao. Yi Yao hesitated, contemplating whether to relinquish the opportunity for Tang San to obtain a spirit ring due to his own vague intuition. Ultimately, he nodded in affirmation to Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia subtly acknowledged him and then smiled at the others. It appears we will need to remain here a bit longer to help Tang San find a suitable spirit ring. Over the next 2 days, under Zhao Wujia's guidance, the group assisted Tang San in searching for an appropriate spirit beast, but to no avail. As night fell, they gathered around the campfire, exchanging laughter, while Yi Yao wore a grave expression. The unease that had plagued him for the past 2 days had intensified rather than diminished, and by that evening, it had become nearly suffocating. He resolved that the following morning, he must insist that Zhao Wujia lead them out of the forest. Spirit rings could wait. But 1's life was singular. Suddenly, Yi Yao's heart skipped a beat, and goosebumps prickled his skin. He leapt to his feet, startling the others with his urgency. Quickly, we must leave. Oscar, make the mushroom sausages now. Hurry, or we'll be too late. Zhao Wujia spoke sternly. Wait, Yi Yao, calm down and explain what is happening. Then, Zhao Wujia's gaze sharpened, and he stared in horror at a distant location. Zhao Wuji let out a low roar, directly channeling his martial spirit. He shouted, Xiao Ao, mushroom sausages, quickly. Mubai, lead everyone away from here. Yi Yao sighed, a hint of bitterness in his voice. It's too late. He has already arrived. What exactly is it? Dai Mubai asked solemnly. Suddenly, 2 massive trees parted silently, and a colossal figure emerged from the shadows. The crowd gasped in unison, their minds echoing a singular thought. Oh no, we are doomed. A gigantic, obsidian ape, resembling a mountain, was quietly gazing at them. The Titan giant ape, Zhao Wuji, said bitterly, an absolutely supreme soul beast, and this one from the Stardow Forest might be a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, rivaling even the typical title Douluo. Respected king of the forest, we mean no harm to your territory. We shall retreat at once. Zhao Wuji spoke solemnly. Before he could finish, the Titan giant ape roared and charged forward. Damn it! You all run! Zhao Wuji bellowed. The first, second, third, and fifth soul abilities activated simultaneously as he swung his bare paw, striving to buy time for the others' escape. Tang San, take everyone away. I will assist teacher Zhao. Dai Mu Bai exclaimed as he rushed forward. 7 treasures, famous for strength, speed. Ning Rongrong's clear voice rang out, enhancing Zhao Wuji and Dai Mu Bai. Tang San glanced at the others, hesitating slightly, but soon his gaze solidified on Yi Yao. Before he could speak, Yi Yao sighed. I know you want me to lead them away, but give up. We can only defeat the Titan giant ape here, otherwise we will not escape. At this juncture, Yi Yao cast aside all fear, worry, and trepidation, leaving only a fervent battle spirit. Without a half-hearted resolve, one could not confront the Titan giant ape. Rongrong, enhance me! Yi Yao shouted. His armor had already shattered. Against the Titan giant ape's might, the minuscule defense provided by the armor was futile. Thus, sacrificing defense for ultimate power and speed might leave it with some wounds. As Yi Yao felt the 7-treasure glazed tile augmenting him, he launched himself like an arrow, swiftly surpassing Dai Mu Bai as golden fields began to spread beneath him. Wind King's hammer. Unscathed, Yi Yao's heart sank again as he gritted his teeth. Activating the judgment mark, the field beneath him coalesced into a sword, the judgment sword. Yi Yao roared, swinging the glowing oath of victory sword with all his might. Yet this time, the once indomitable weapon met an obstacle. Despair washed over him as he saw his full-powered strike merely leave a shallow mark on the Titan giant ape's leg, which healed within a breath. Yi Yao quickly retreated, dodging the ape's swinging arm, grinding his teeth in frustration. There was no other choice. At that moment, a wave of dark energy emanated from the Titan giant ape, hurling everyone nearby away. Dai Mu Bai shielded Zhu Zhuqing in his arms before crashing into a pit, while Tang San tossed Xiao Wu away and kicked the fallen fat man. Though Yi Yao managed to retreat in time, he couldn't help but spit out blood. The Titan giant ape leaped to Xiao Wu's side and, in the despairing gaze of Tang San and Yi Yao, seized her. No! They both cried out in anguish. Zhao Wuji roared, release her, as he activated his 7th soul skill, manifesting his martial spirit. In an instant, he transformed into a towering bear exceeding 5 meters in height and charged at the Titan giant ape's arm without hesitation. The Titan giant ape swatted Zhao Wuji aside, closing its eyes to block Tang San's numerous hidden weapons, letting out a furious roar. A dark energy wave erupted, sending Tang San and Yi Yao, who were about to charge forward, crashing into nearby trees, leaving them gasping blood. Don't! Xiao Wu cried out. The Titan giant ape, after a low growl, ignored the already incapacitated group and leaped away into the forest. Wait, Yi Yao managed to say, but his body had temporarily lost control, leaving him helplessly leaning against a tree, watching the Titan giant ape vanish. Chapter 27. The face-devouring spider. After the Titan giant ape departed, everyone scrambled to their feet. Yi Yao locked eyes with Tang San, both understanding each other as resolve. Oscar patted his chest, relieved. When the Titan giant ape had captured Xiao Wu, he had protected Ning Rongrong by lying against the ape's abdomen, sustaining the least injury, merely experiencing some shock. Tang San quietly approached Oscar, requesting a sausage, and silently observed the direction the Titan giant ape had departed. Zhao Wuji's martial spirit had dissipated, his face pale. With Xiao Wu captured, the situation was dire. Yi Yao trembled upon hearing, but said nothing more, merely asking Oscar, Xiao Ao, give me 2 sausages. Oscar silently handed over the sausages without a word. Zhao Wuji, feeling guilty, said, it's my fault for not being able to stop. No, it's not your fault. We failed to protect Xiao Wu, Yi Yao rasped. Tang San remained silent, subtly moving closer to Oscar. Xiao Ao, give me 2 mushroom sausages. Keep it quiet, I beg you. Tang San whispered. Oscar was startled, turning to glance at Tang San, only to meet blood-red eyes, then quickly glanced at Yi Yao, who was occasionally eyeing them. Torn within, he thought, sending Tang San and Yi Yao to find Xiao would undoubtedly be a death sentence, but if he didn't let them go, considering their current state. Xiao Ao, I'm begging you. Xiao Wu is our sister. We must bring her back. Tang San's voice was urgent and pleading. Fine, Oscar sighed softly, quietly reciting a soul incantation, beginning to create sausages. Just as Oscar handed the sausage to Tang San, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "Oscar, what are you doing?" Zhao Wuji's expression changed, bellowing, "No, stop them." Tang San swiftly tossed a mushroom sausage to Yi Yao, then consumed another. Racing toward the direction the Titan giant ape had vanished. Yi Yao shouted, "Teacher Zhao, you take everyone back first. Xiao San and I will find Xiao Wu in return." Two beams of light illuminated the two, quickening their speed further. Zhao Wuji turned around sharply, realizing Ning Rongrong had unleashed the seven-treasure glazed tile, shouting, "Go! Bring Xiao Wu back." "Thank you, Rongrong." Yi Yao called back without looking. Zhao Wuji's face shifted between anger and concern as he watched the two depart. Dai Mu cautiously asked, "Teacher Zhao, don't blame them. They're worried about Xiao Wu." Zhao Wuji retorted angrily, "What is there to blame? If that is the case, then let us all stay. If we must die, we die together. Oscar, quickly, create more of those mushroom sausages. We'll chase after them." Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, no one from Shrek retreated. All nodded resolutely. "Xiao San, follow me. My judgment mark is still on it. Though it's over a kilometer away, I can still sense its general direction. We must hurry. In about an hour, the mark will dissipate." Yi Yao shouted to Tang San as they flew through the forest. Tang San nodded anxiously. Surpassing this time would mean losing all hope of retrieving Xiao Wu. In a fleeting moment, the countdown reached its end as two figures leaped and dashed through the forest. Suddenly, an ominous warning flashed in Yi Yao's mind, prompting him to shout, "Be cautious." Tang San. Reacting instinctively, Tang San crouched down just as a long, hairy leg, resembling a spear, swept past his head. It was a face spider. Upon seeing the pale visage at the base of the leg, along with its 8 elongated limbs, Yi Yao gasped in horror. Tang San retreated swiftly, calling out to Yi Yao, "How long has this face spider been alive?" Yi Yao furrowed his brow and replied gravely, "I cannot ascertain its exact level, but I can confirm that it exceeds a millennium." Their expressions darkened. The previous millennium-level phoenix-tailed cockatrice had required a collective effort to defeat, and now they faced a face spider of even greater power, with only the two of them and their health far from optimal. Damn it, the judgment mark cannot be utilized, or we risk losing Xiao Wu's location. Fortunately, according to our teacher's speculation, the face spider is likely one of the few soul beasts imbued with evil attributes, which means the judgment domain should be effective against it. However, we must act quickly. My soul power has dwindled to less than half, Yi Yao thought. A multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. "Yi Yao, give me a chance. I will use the Zhuge crossbow." Tang Sen yelled, producing a black box from the depths of the 24 Bridges moonlit night. "The Zhuge crossbow?" Yi Yao licked his lips, his gaze fixated on the face spider. With a determined push, he propelled himself towards the creature. It appears this face spider has sustained injuries. Yi Yao suddenly noticed that 2 of the creature's eyes beneath its abdomen had been destroyed. However, there was no time for contemplation. He raised his sword and aimed for its sturdy legs. The face spider's raised limb clashed with the ethereal blade of the Oath of Victory, producing a resonant sound of metal striking metal. With a furious roar, the face spider found one of its legs nearly severed, and in retaliation, it lifted another limb, intent on shredding the human before it. After successfully striking, Yi Yao did not linger, swiftly retreating. Thankfully, he managed to breach its defenses. With a surge of soul power amplified by the judgment domain, he calculated that he could sever its limb. Yet, to his surprise, it had not ensnared him in webs. Could it be that its webs were depleted? Yi Yao pondered, having been prepared to evade any webs with a burst of soul power, only to find the face spider resorting to leg attacks instead. Without webs, it poses significantly less threat. Yi Yao inhaled deeply, aware that his soul power was waning and time was of the essence. With a sudden burst of energy, he unleashed a wave of force beneath his feet, propelling himself beside the previously injured leg of the face spider. The judgment domain began to expand from beneath him as he swung his sword toward the previously wounded area. A spray of blue blood erupted, and Yi Yao's heart sank. At the critical moment, the face spider's 8 legs moved with astounding speed, causing his strike to merely graze it, leaving a deep wound instead of severing a limb. Damn, its speed is too rapid. Yi Yao gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of despair. At that moment, the armor on his body shattered, and his speed increased, leaving behind a blur. Still not fast enough. Yi Yao felt a wave of hopelessness wash over him. Just then, The retreating face spider became ensnared by several tendrils of blue silvergrass. Although they were quickly corroded by its venom, they served their purpose well. With a pained shriek, one of its legs was severed. Gasping for breath, Yi Yao observed as the face spider's body twisted in agony. Wind King's hammer, he shouted, channeling his remaining soul power into the attack. The unsteady face spider was hurled into the air, exposing its abdomen with the ghastly visage. A series of mechanical sounds echoed as 16 shadows shot toward the face spider's face. A chilling scream pierced through the night, resonating throughout the forest. Overwhelmed, Yi Yao collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as a ghost. After the intense battle, his soul power was entirely depleted. Watching the thrashing body of the face spider, Tang Xin suddenly declared, "I will absorb the face spider's soul ring." Are you mad? Our teacher warned us against absorbing soul rings of unknown ages. This face spider likely exceeds the limits of what the third soul ring can withstand. Yi Yao exclaimed anxiously. We have no other choice. Tang Xin interrupted him. To rescue Xiao Wu, we must seize every available power. Absorbing this soul ring will enhance my physical capabilities and grant me a powerful soul skill, increasing our chances of saving her. Yi Yao opened his mouth, only to let out a resigned sigh, striking the ground in frustration. Damn it, Tang Xin muttered. Please protect me. He then sat cross-legged, preparing to absorb the face spider's soul ring. Yi Yao gazed at Tang Xin, his fist clenched tightly, slowly dripping blood. First, his sister had been taken by the Titan giant ape right before his eyes, and now his brother was about to recklessly absorb an unknown soul ring. What kind of older brother was he? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and began to ponder the events of the night. Why had the Titan giant ape appeared on the outskirts of the Stardow forest? Why had it only taken Xiao Wu and left without attacking them? In his previous haste, he had not considered these questions deeply. Now, with a clearer mind, his heart was filled with doubt. At that moment, Yi Yao's gaze sharpened as he noticed several uninvited guests approaching through the trees. A sinking feeling enveloped him as he recalled the wounds he had seen on the face spider's face. Could it be that someone else had injured it and was now pursuing? Why do I say again? Wait, could it be? Yi Yao's expression turned grim, and when he finally recognized the three figures that emerged, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The foremost figure was a tall, slender elder, clutching a gleaming silver dragon-headed cane, adorned with 8 pulsating soul rings. Ah, the face spider is dead? Kid, did you kill this face spider? The elder queried with a frown. What? My face spider is dead. Who killed my face spider? A melodious voice exclaimed in shock. As the gazes of the 3 individuals converged upon him, Yao managed a dry laugh. Miss Meng, it's been a while. It's you. Meng Yiran gasped, clearly recognizing Yao. Yao wiped the cold sweat from his brow and stammered, yes, it's me. This is a disaster. What a coincidence that it's you again, Yao internally lamented. You again. You are truly overstepping. Meng Yiran's eyes reddened with frustration. No, we didn't intend for this to happen. It's just that the situation unfolded this way. If we hadn't killed the face spider, we would be the ones dead now. Ye Yao applied it helplessly. The elder, presumably Long Gongmeng Shu, inquired in astonishment. Did the 2 of you truly kill this face spider alone? Yao nodded yes. It was just the 2 of us. He had no intention of hiding the truth, as the evidence at the scene was too conspicuous. If Zhao Wujia had been present, the face spider would have posed no threat. To think that just 2 of you could slay a millennium-level face spider. How old are these kids? Long Gong pondered in astonishment. Long Gong spoke slowly. Do you know that we have been pursuing this human-faced demon spider for an entire day? If we had not exhausted its web, do you truly believe that the 2 of you could have slain it? First, it was the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and now this even rarer human-faced demon spider. Do you really think we, the mighty dragon serpent, are easy to bully? As his words fell, Long Gong's dragon-headed staff struck the ground heavily, creating a ripple of air. Yao responded with calmness. I do not dare to presume, but the human-faced demon spider attacked us first. Should we simply submit to slaughter? What a bold statement about not submitting to slaughter. I won't waste my breath on a child like you. Call Zhao Wuji out. I wish to ask him what he means. Long Gong retorted with a mix of anger and mockery. Cough. Teacher Zhao is not here. We shall bear the consequences of our own actions, Yao replied nonchalantly. Very well, I shall offer you a chance. Join our family, and we shall let bygones be bygones. Long Gong finally revealed his ulterior motives, smiling slyly. "Ah, old fox, so you have been waiting for me here," Yao responded with a mix of amusement and disbelief. "Apologies, Senior. While I may consider joining your family, I have one condition." Just as Yao was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of something and quickly changed his tone. Meng Yiran's expression changed, and she was about to speak when she was stopped by Meng Shu, who chuckled lightly. "What condition? Pray tell." "My younger sister has been captured by a soul beast. I hope, Senior, you can rescue her. If you can help me recover my sister, then I shall be at your service for life," Yao declared resolutely. Although his hope of retrieving Xiao Wu alongside Tang San seemed bleak, the addition of the formidable dragon serpent would undoubtedly increase their chances significantly. What soul beast could possibly be beyond even Zhao Wuji's capabilities? Chao Tianxiang inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, my companions and I have ventured forth to retrieve my sister," Yao affirmed. "Huh, just because Zhao Wuji cannot handle it does not mean I cannot. Speak. What soul beast dares to challenge us?" Meng Shu stroked his beard with a smile. "The Titan Great Ape." "What?" Meng Shu nearly yanked out his beard in shock. "You mean the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape? No wonder even Zhao Wuji cannot withstand it. That Titan Great Ape has a cultivation of over 100,000 years." Chao Tianxiang exclaimed in disbelief. "Even with the capabilities of both you seniors, is it impossible?" Yao asked urgently. Long Gong appeared somewhat embarrassed. He had boasted earlier, but now realized the gravity of the situation. Chao Tianxiang replied curtly, "With the Titan Great Ape's cultivation and her even more formidable brother, unless at least 5 titled Douluo unite, we stand no chance." "I see." Yao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Then he raised his head. "Seniors, you need not defeat the Titan Great Ape. Merely holding it off for a moment will suffice. Just grant me a chance to rescue my sister." He summoned 3 soul rings beneath his feet, intending to bolster the 2 of them with additional power. 1,000-year second soul ring. Both exclaimed, with Meng Yiran's eyes wide in astonishment. "How is this possible? Senior, would it be worth the risk for both of you to try?" Yao said in a low voice. The dragon serpent hesitated, possessing an unprecedented 1,000-year second soul ring. Such a prodigy could undoubtedly elevate their family to new heights, perhaps even rivaling the 7 great sects of the world. However, the 2 exchanged glances, and Meng Shu sighed. "I'm afraid, even though your proposal is tempting, it is still unfeasible. You have no idea how powerful the Titan Great Ape is. Even if we both exert our utmost, we cannot hold it back. Give up, boy. Abandon your sister, join our family, and I can betroth the Ran to you. With our family's full support, your talent will surely lead you to become a titled Douluo. Then, avenging your sister will not be too late." Grandfather Meng Yiran could not help but exclaim, but Chao Tianxiang swiftly pulled her back, his gaze serious. Meng Yiran bit her lip, realizing her grandparents were serious. If that fellow truly agreed, she would. Meng Yiran's face flushed, and she covertly glanced at Yao, thinking he was rather handsome and possessed remarkable talent. Perhaps he was not unworthy of her. As that thought crossed her mind, her face felt as if it were on fire, and she shyly concealed it with her hands. "Is it still not enough?" Yao smiled bitterly. In retrospect, Meng Shu's offer was indeed generous. Not only would he gain the full support of the family, but the beautiful granddaughter was also willing to marry him. What more could he desire? In his past life, this would have marked him as a protagonist destined for success. Yet, Yao shook his head. "I must decline." "What?" Meng Yiran gasped. "He rejected it. He actually rejected it." This thought echoed in her mind, and she blurted out, "What makes me unworthy of you?" Long Gong and the Snake Lady exchanged amused glances at Meng Yiran's outburst. Yao was also taken aback. Shaking his head, he earnestly replied, "This is not a matter of worthiness. Firstly, we share no emotional foundation. If I were to casually agree, it would be disrespectful to you, potentially ruining your life. Secondly, my sister's life is uncertain, and I currently lack the time and energy to consider matters of the heart." Meng Yiran's expression faltered slightly, and she stammered, "Feelings can be cultivated." Yao, feeling helpless, shook his head and addressed Meng Shu. "Apologies, Senior, but I cannot join your family." Meng Shu furrowed his brow in contemplation when Chao Tianxiang suddenly interjected, "Old man, we must leave here quickly. The Titan Great Ape has appeared at the forest's edge. This is not a good omen. It could return at any moment." Meng Shu jolted awake, nodding in agreement, then fixed Yao with a stern gaze. "You must come with us. it is for your own good. As for that boy who is currently absorbing the soul ring, he can fend for himself. Yao smiled lightly. You may take my corpse. Meng Shu scoffed, boy. Do you think you can resist me? Yao shook his head in resignation. Summoning the sword of Oath Victory. After years of training, he recognized that this sword was not the one he had once wielded. It was the old sword. Even though he had spent a night tossing and turning, lamenting, I do not want the old sword. Old sword, go away. Return my original sword. Enough to make Tang San think he had lost his mind. Yet now, since it was indeed the old sword, Meng Shu watched as Yao gazed at the empty space where his right hand was, then smiled. Senior, I do not wish to be your enemy. What do you think you can do? Meng Shu retorted. Indeed, Yao chuckled softly. I would like to witness the true power of the sword of Oath Victory. Then Yao began murmuring something incomprehensible to Meng Shu. My martial soul, at its core, is still a divine artifact. A divine artifact can be unleashed as long as one knows its true name. Yes, as long as the true name of the divine artifact is known. It can be released at any time, unlike ordinary martial souls which require level 70 to access their true forms. However, the price may be my life. Ordinary releases might not have much of an effect on a soul Douluo like Meng Shu, so he could only hope that his vitality would endure. As the Wind King barrier slowly dissipated, all three of Meng Shu were drawn to the revealed true form of the sword of Oath Victory. Then, someone solemnly declared, 13 restraints lifted, the round table deliberation begins. The domain of judgment spontaneously expanded, glimmers of light rising from within, swirling as the sword's body grew increasingly dazzling. At this moment, all the soul beasts within the Star Do forest sensed a terrifying power coalescing. Not far from Yao, a slender figure was leaping through the forest, embodying the strength of his elder brother. What on earth has transpired? Wait for me, brother, do not act recklessly. At this moment, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang gazed at Yao in astonishment, acutely aware of the immense power contained within the resplendent sword, as if merely brushing against it could utterly annihilate them. Have you lost your mind, young man? Yao chuckled softly. Perhaps I have. The sudden arrival of the Titan Great Ape had left him no opportunity to unleash his treasure. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Wu was taken away, a regret that would haunt him for a lifetime. Yet now, someone was attempting to stop him from retrieving Xiao Wu, urging him to abandon Tang San, who was in the midst of absorbing a soul ring. My sword has never been wielded for the purpose of slaughter. It exists to protect. I am merely a knight, safeguarding everything I hold dear with my blade. Tang San, I entrust Xiao Wu to you. May you both find happiness. The fate of a knight is to sacrifice oneself for the happiness of their beloved. Now is the moment to expend all his strength to protect what is most precious to him. Yao's visage had turned ashen, yet he maintained his composure. The Oath of Victory sword gleamed like the sun, and behind him, 13 golden figures seemed to emerge from a void. Yao felt his life force waning rapidly, his mind flooding with memories of everything that had transpired since his rebirth in the Douluo continent. The astonishment of discovering he was on this land, the sorrow of losing his parents, the ecstasy of awakening his martial soul, and the laughter of the Shrek members, along with the face of the master flashing before him. Ultimately settling on the moment he and Tang San, Xiao Wu became siblings. His consciousness began to blur, and he murmured, I send tea this quite good? Stop. Please stop. A voice filled with urgency rang out. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang turned, relief washing over them as they spotted Zhao Wujin and the others from Shrek rushing towards them. Meng Shu shouted, Zhao Wujin, you must make this boy cease. Zhao Wujin, lacking the time for idle chatter, focused on Yao, who was enveloped in golden light. Yao, calm down. You must stop immediately. Your body cannot endure this. Yao appeared oblivious, the ethereal figures behind him solidifying, their armor becoming faintly discernible. Damn it! Has he lost consciousness? Zhao Wujin exclaimed, then turned to Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. What have you done to him that he would resort to such extremes? Yes, it was an act of mutual destruction. The power of Yao's strike was unlike anything Zhao Wujin had ever witnessed. Despite not knowing how Yao could unleash such power at this moment, he was certain it came at a grave cost, most likely his very life. Meng Shu internally lamented, realizing too late that he should have refrained from pressing him. Giving the soul beast to them would have forged a better fate. Yet, seeing this young man's extraordinary talent, He had momentarily lost his senses. It is finished. He is doomed. Even if he perishes, my granddaughter. I am sorry, my dear, that I have brought you into this. Grandfather, is there truly no way to stop him? Meng Yiran asked, panicked. It is too late. We have missed the best opportunity to interrupt him. His momentum is now unstoppable. Even a titled Douluo cannot intervene. Meng Shu sighed. He then lifted his gaze to meet Chao Tianxiang's, both recognizing the determination in each other's eyes. Let's flee. It is futile. His aura has locked onto us. Escape is impossible. But Chao Tianxiang suddenly flung Meng Yiran away, and then Meng Shu commanded, Zhao Wujin, my granddaughter is not involved in this. I hope you will spare her. My wife and I may perish, but please, let our only lineage survive. I, Meng Shu, have never asked for anything in my life. This is my sole request. Zhao Wujin caught Meng Yiran, a complex expression crossing his face as he slowly nodded. Meng Yiran struggled in Zhao Wujin's grasp, crying out, no. Grandfather, grandmother, if we must die, let us die together. Release me. Meng Shu looked at her tenderly, then turned to Chao Tianxiang. Do you regret any of this? Chao Tianxiang gazed at him softly. What foolishness are you speaking? How could I regret? She gently caressed his face. Old man, you have aged. We are no longer young. Alas, we shall not witness Yiran grow up. A golden beam shot into the sky as Yi Yao met his demise. The story concludes here. Of course, this is not truly the end. At this moment, 100 meters around, Yi Yao was engulfed in golden light, as if a phantom emerged from behind him, declaring with authority, no, brother, please. A familiar voice echoed. Yi Yao's body trembled violently. Against all odds, he miraculously regained a sliver of consciousness. This is Xiao Wu's voice. With great effort, Yi Yao opened his eyes, striving to discern the scene before him. Yet his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, revealing only a golden veil. Is this a dream? Brother, I am not dead. Please stop. Another voice resonated. Xiao Wu was alive, not dead. Yi Yao summoned his final strength. Addressing the phantom that had just spoken, perhaps. Let this one slide? Next time? What nonsense! The round table has convened, and you wish to withdraw? Young man, what is the matter with you? The phantom seemed taken aback. I have spoken, and you wish to back out? Do you think I lack dignity? No. This must come to fruition. At that moment, a gentle voice interjected. It appears the time has not yet come. Let it be. This voice held great influence, and many phantoms nodded slightly before gradually dissipating. One phantom, before vanishing, shot Yi Yao a glare. You better watch yourself. I shall find a way to trip you up eventually. The realm of judgment began to retract, and the holy sword gradually reverted to its original form. A gentle voice echoed through the air. Young sword-bearer, strive to grow swiftly. As all light faded, the onlookers beheld Yi Yao standing motionless, gazing blankly at Xiao Wu not far away. Xiao Wu, then his body swayed, collapsing to the ground. The crowd snapped back to reality. Zhao Wujin immediately released Meng Yiran, his figure flashing to Yi Yao's side, bellowing, Oscar, sausages, bring as many as you can, hurry. Oscar jolted, not daring to delay, reciting soul incantations and conjuring 5 sausages, exhausting his remaining soul power. Zhao Wujin fed Yi Yao the sausages, finally exhaling in relief. Xiao Wu leaned in anxiously, supporting Yi Yao's body. Teacher Zhao, is my brother all right? Zhao Wujin replied curtly, his life has been salvaged. Fortunately, his essence remains intact. Had he not moderated his power in time, he would have perished without a trace. Nonetheless, he will need to rest in bed for a month. Xiao Wu sighed in relief, murmuring, as long as he is fine, as long as he is fine. Then she asked, puzzled, why did my brother act this way? Zhao Wujin raised his head. After you were captured by the Titan Great Ape, he and Tang Sim became frenzied, determined to find you. They left the group, and as for what happened next, his gaze fell on Long Gong and Shi Pa, who were comforting the weeping Meng Yiran. You will have to inquire with them. Chao Tianxiang consoled Meng Yiran, while Meng Shu awkwardly recounted the events that had unfolded. With a long sigh, he remarked, this matter is the fault of this old man first. It cannot be blamed on others. It is this young brother who has spared the lives of my wife and me. We are ashamed to linger here. Such kindness and grace shall be repaid in the future. At that moment, Meng Yiran ceased her weeping. She struggled free from Chao Tianxiang's embrace, her expression a mixture of emotions as she approached Yi Yao, ignoring Xiao Wu's hostile gaze, and whispered, what is his name? Xiao Wu coldly regarded her, remaining silent. In her eyes, this woman, along with the dragon lady, was a villain responsible for injuring her elder brother. Zhao Wujie casually replied, Yao. Meng Yiran softly echoed, Yao, and then unexpectedly leaned down to gently kiss the corner of Yao's mouth. Xiao Wu exclaimed in anger, what are you doing? Meng Yiran's face flushed slightly as she replied, this is a token of gratitude for sparing my grandparents. What? The others stared in shock, with Ma Hongjun enviously exclaiming, wow. A beautiful woman takes the initiative to kiss. Yi Yao is truly fortunate. After the kiss, Meng Yiran stood and departed, leaving behind a message. When he awakens, tell him I will be waiting for him at the Beast Academy. The Shrek group stood in stunned silence for a while, and finally, Oscar hesitantly asked, does this count as a confession? Dai Mubai nodded woodenly, uncertainly replying, it should be yes. Ma Hongjun, filled with envy, remarked, not just a kiss. She has completely claimed him. Yi Yao is indeed a model for us all. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she spat. Vixen, utterly shameless. Then, gazing at Yi Yao's pale yet content smile, Xiao Wu felt a deep sense of regret. I'm sorry, brother. I should have returned sooner. It's all because of Erming. He shouldn't have come to find me. If he hadn't, you wouldn't be. Erming, hey, are you blaming me? Suddenly, Xiao Wu realized something and looked around, finally spotting Tang, Sin not far away, absorbing a soul ring, alongside the corpse of a faceless demon spider. The sight of the faceless demon spider made her eyes widen, especially as she noticed its legs exceeding 3 meters in length. This is a faceless demon spider with over 2,000 years of cultivation, surpassing the limits of a third soul ring. What? Are you sure? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, and upon seeing the struggle on Tang San's face, he realized that ordinary soul rings would not cause such difficulty. Indeed, it appeared to be an over-limit soul ring. What should we do? Ning Rongrong asked anxiously. There's nothing we can do. It's up to him now, Zhao Wujie sighed. He felt exhausted. Their journey had begun with the theft of a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake from the dragon lady, followed by an encounter with a titan giant ape. Xiao Wu had been captured, while Yi Yao and Tang San risked their lives to pursue her. They then took a faceless demon spider from the dragon lady. And Yi Yao nearly lost his life fighting against the dragon lady. Just when he thought everything was over, Tang San was now trying to absorb an over-limit soul ring. Zhao Wujie lamented his age and his aching stomach, calling out, Oscar, bring me my stomach medicine. Oscar, meow. Suddenly, Tang San let out a muffled groan as blood beads began to form on his skin, evaporating into a pale red mist. Watching Tang San enveloped in mist, Xiao Wu's worry deepened. She had never felt such self-loathing. If it weren't for her, neither Yi Yao nor Tang San would have ended up like this. Teacher Zhao, Tang San. Dai Mubai expressed his concern. Zhao Wujie shook his head with a sigh. Absorbing soul rings was something outsiders could not assist with. This challenge he must face alone. By the way, Xiao Wu, how did you escape? Zhao Wujie suddenly inquired. Yes. Xiao Wu, how did you manage to evade the Titan giant ape? The others asked curiously. I didn't need to escape. He was actually my little brother. I just told myself a reason on the way. After hearing a bellow from a bull, the Titan giant ape set me down and hurriedly left. A bull's bellow? Zhao Wujie frowned, surprised that any soul beast could intimidate the Titan giant ape. Yet, there were countless types of soul beasts. So it was not strange that there existed powerful ones he was unaware of. He nodded and said, as long as you are back, that is what matters. Oh, by the way, it seems my soul power has broken through to the 30th level, because the Titan giant ape's roar stunned the nearby soul beasts, and one of them was just right for me. Now, I am a soul master, Xiao Wu declared boldly. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Zhao Wujie swallowed hard. You're a few months younger than Yi Yao. When did he break through? Xiao Wu understood Zhao Wujie's implication and hesitated before responding. I probably broke through a few days earlier than him. The crowd erupted in astonishment, unable to believe Yi Yao's record had been surpassed so swiftly. Moreover, Tang San had also broken through at an early age, before turning 13. Truly, the 3 siblings were exceptional. After a while, Tang San's expression gradually calmed, and the blood beads ceased to emerge, replaced by a faint blue light emanating from his body. Zhao Wujie exclaimed in delight, it's done. The most perilous moment has passed. Xiao Wu finally felt her heart relax. Just when everyone thought the situation was stable, Tang San suddenly let out a cry of agony, his upper body arching sharply. Third brother. Xiao Wu gasped, involuntarily releasing her support from Yao. Thud! Yao's head hit the ground, his previously relaxed brows furrowing slightly, eyelids fluttering. Oh no, brother, how did you end up on the ground? Xiao Wu hastily helped Yao up. Yao expressed his confusion, unsure whether to voice his thoughts. What is happening to me? Xiao Wu, you're back. Are you all right? Yao slowly opened his eyes, initially bewildered. But upon seeing Xiao Wu, he became excited. Brother, I'm fine. The one in danger is third brother, Xiao Wu urged. Third brother? What happened to him? Yao asked, bewildered. Following Xiao Wu's gaze, he turned to see 8 spider legs emerging from Tang San's back. 8 spider legs? What is going on? Yao exclaimed. But his weakened condition caused him to cough violently. Brother, are you all right? Calm down, Xiao Wu quickly soothed, patting Yao's back. The members of Shrek exchanged glances, unsure whether Tang San's transformation was for better or worse, but all they could do was wait quietly. Could it be that third brother is turning into a spider? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but suggest. Xiao Wu glared at him, and even Yao's expression turned slightly unfriendly. Third brother would never turn into a spider, she retorted angrily. Ma Hongjun, faced with the intensity of these two siblings, could only repeatedly apologize. This waiting continued for 12 long hours. During this time, Yao received unprecedented care. Oh, I'm a bit thirsty. Brother, I have water. Oh, my back feels a bit sore. Brother, let me massage your back. Enjoying Xiao Wu's attentions, Yao couldn't help but reflect on how his sister had grown up, now caring for him. Yet, he felt a twinge of discomfort as Xiao Wu's gaze kept drifting toward the cocoon formed by Tang San's blue silvergrass. Yao felt a pang of jealousy. Ma Hongjun leaned closer to Yao, whispering, Yao, what are your thoughts? I heard the Dragon King is giving his granddaughter to you, and you don't want her? Under the night sky, Yao instinctively touched his lips. He had learned from the mouths of others about the events that transpired during his unconsciousness, and he knew that his first kiss was lost. After a moment of contemplation, he stroked his chin and said, how should I put it? It lacks that flavor, you understand? Ma Hongjun scoffed, what do you mean? This beauty was practically given to you. What more do you want? A peach flavor? Yao sighed deeply, gazing at the heavens at a 45-degree angle, and solemnly declared, Fatty, do you know that I am a knight? Ah, and what does that have to do with anything? Can a knight find a wife? No, I am a knight who judges evil. But clearly, Meng Yiran is not evil enough. Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, I feel like you're driving, but I have no evidence. At this moment, Xiao Wu exclaimed, and everyone noticed the blue silver grass surrounding Tang San was gradually unfurling, revealing its master within. Yao's expression turned slightly excited as he intended to ask Xiao Wu to help him up, but she had already dashed over. I am back to tasting lemons. Tang San slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat confused, as the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings on his body gently pulsated. Third brother, Xiao Wu called out sweetly. Tang San's pupils gradually focused, and in a hoarse voice, he asked Xiao Wu. His body trembled violently, as if he wished to rise. But he was currently supported by 4 spider legs, causing him to stumble forward. Xiao Wu swiftly opened her arms to catch Tang San, who immediately embraced her in return. I can't be dreaming, can I? Xiao Wu, is it you? Tang San asked excitedly. Yes, it's me, third brother, Xiao Wu sobbed, tightly holding on to Tang San. Shoo, don't cry. It's good to be back. Third brother, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, it has nothing to do with you. It's my fault. Yao watched this scene with relief, thankful that everyone was safe. Wait, why do I keep feeling like something is off? Yao stroked his chin in contemplation. Xiao San, put on your clothes. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. Soon, Tang San was hurriedly putting on his pants, while Xiao Wu shyly hid behind Ning Rongrong, who was quietly teasing her. Yao cast a casual glance at Tang San. Xiao San, what's the deal with those spider legs? Tang San appeared puzzled. I don't know, let me see. After a long moment of contemplation, he said, the absorption of the soul rings is fine. It shouldn't be a mutation. The teacher never mentioned anything like this. Ah, Ma Hongjun suddenly let out a cry. At that moment, his left hand had turned entirely black, and his body was twitching unnaturally, his chubby face contorted in agony. This is bad. He has poisoned. Oscar, Tang San shouted. I have a small sausage. Oscar quickly manufactured a sausage and handed it over. However, to everyone's dismay, after consuming the sausage, Ma Hongjun's symptoms showed no signs of alleviation. The toxin continued to spread. Xiao San, He just touched your spider legs. Try to see if you can absorb the toxin back, Yao quickly suggested. Tang Sin nodded, saying, I will give it a try. Utilizing his Xianyu hand, he pressed towards Ma Hongjuan's left hand, and indeed, the toxin swiftly retreated along Tang San's arm. Ma Hongjuan's complexion turned pale as he nervously glanced at the spider legs behind Tang San, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. Yao teased, Fatty, are you still feeling reckless? Ma Hongjun hastily shook his head. He was genuinely afraid of those spider legs. Dai Mubai frowned and asked, Xiao San, can you retract them? You can't go out like this. You'll be seen as a monster. Tang San casually replied, Aren't we already monsters? Then, with resignation, he said, I will give it a try. As the command to retract flashed in his mind, the 8 spider legs began to fold slowly and finally merged into Tang San's ribs. Everyone watched in awe, and Yao suddenly remarked, Xiao San, doesn't this seem a bit like a soul bone? Tang San frowned. But I've never heard of soul bone in this area. Teacher Zhao, do you know? Zhao Wujun shrugged. In all my years, I've never even heard of a soul bone like this. Everyone pondered for a moment, and finally, Yao sighed. It seems we can only wait for the teacher to arrive and ask him for answers. That is all we can do, Tang San sighed. All right, since everything has been resolved, let us return to the academy, Zhao Wujun said, smiling at the children before him. They were the future of Shrek, no, the future of the entire Douluo continent. Everyone cheered in unison, their hearts filled with the thought they could finally go home. Although this journey had been harrowing, it had not been without its merits. 3 of the students had acquired their 3rd soul rings, greatly enhancing their collective combat power. Most importantly, after facing the Titan giant ape together, they had forged an unbreakable bond, and even the aloof Zhu Zhuqing was no longer so cold towards others. Ning Rongrong, once an outcast, had proven her worth as a member of Shrek through her efforts. As they prepared to leave, everyone curiously inquired about the weapon Tang San used to defeat the Spider Queen. Tang San, without reservation, took out the Zhuge crossbow and demonstrated its terrifying power, causing everyone to gasp in awe. Tang San, did you create all of this? Tang San hesitated for a moment before nodding, sort of. Ning Rongrong immediately declared, I want you to buy me some of these. You can set any price. Tang San chuckled, I'll gift you one later, but you'll need to buy the materials yourself. Everyone chatted and laughed as they exited the Stardow forest. This time, they encountered no further incidents, only facing a few waves of century-old soul beasts, and finally emerged from the forest safely. As they stepped out of the Stardow forest, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Yao remarked, We finally made it out. That wasn't too easy. At that moment, he was resting on Dai Mubai's back, for after recklessly unleashing his treasure, even if he had stopped in time, he wouldn't be able to walk for a month, so he had to rely on Dai Mubai and Tang San to alternate in carrying him. Aladikt, Ye Yao. Leave it to me to carry you. Let us hurry to the town and rest for a day. Everyone is exhausted from this trip. Long live Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun cheered. Once we reach the hotel, I'll treat everyone to drinks. Teacher Zhao, you must join us. Dai Mubai said grandly. Ha ha Xiaobai. My drinking capacity is quite good. Zhao Wujun laughed heartily. No worries. Dai Mubai, am left with nothing but money. Dai Mubai chuckled. Zhu Zhuqing huffed softly, but said nothing. After the journey through the Stardow forest, her relationship with Dai Mubai had significantly improved, although she was still reluctant to speak with him. At least she no longer shot him icy glares. Dai Mubai grinned. No rush. We have all the patience in the world. Ning Rongrong expressed her concern. Drinks? I've never had any. Oscar's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Rongrong. Just take a few sips when the time comes. If anyone offers you a toast, I'll help you drink. Okay, thank you, Xiao Ao. You're welcome. Hee hee. Yao looked at everyone with envy, murmuring, I want to drink too. But Xiao Wu Shamaglair, drink what? Look at your injuries. You can't drink. As the night deepened, Yao sought assistance from Tang San, who merely shrugged, indicating his inability to help. Yao couldn't help but lament how difficult it is for me. However, that evening, he realized that abstaining from alcohol proved to be quite a fortuitous decision. The others indulged heartily, continuously refilling their cups until even Zhao Wuji succumbed to inebriation, while a seemingly inexperienced Ning Rongrong persistently urged everyone to drink more. Yao, why not join us for a drink? Ning Rongrong asked, her gaze slightly dazed. Yao shook his head vigorously, his instincts warning him that if he imbibed, he would surely be overwhelmed. Goodness, Haven't you ever drunk before? How did you manage to get them all drunk, and now you extend your grasp towards me? Oh, how terrifying. Teacher, I wish to return to the academy. Chapter 31. Returning to the academy a day later. The group finally returned to Shrek Academy. Ah, we're finally back. The feeling of home is truly wonderful. Oscar exaggeratedly proclaimed. Tang-san, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you privately. Ning Rongrong's voice cut through, causing Oscar's expression to freeze in shock. Hey, can I listen too? Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled. Apologies, Xiao Wu, Tang-san replied, casting a discreet glance at Oscar. Is it of great importance? Yes, it is. Ning Rongrong affirmed with determination. Very well, let us converse over there. Yi Yao, seated nearby, awaited Tang-san to carry him back, glancing at Oscar, who seemed on the verge of gnawing on his handkerchief, and sighed helplessly. What are you worried about? Can't you see that Rongrong merely wishes to discuss Tang-san's hidden weapons? Ah, of course I know that. Oscar defended himself, though his demeanor relaxed. Yi Yao secretly rolled his eyes, thinking, you know that, yet you still wear a face that suggests you've been wronged. Hey, Yi Yao, do you think Rongrong and I are compatible? Oscar asked, fidgeting. Compatible? Absolutely. Have faith in your charm. I can tell that Rongrong already harbors feelings for you. Besides, in terms of talent, you're on par with anyone. What you lack is merely a good family background, but once your strength rises, that will no longer be an issue, Yi Yao reassured him. Oscar felt his spirits lift. Yes, you're right. Thank you, Yi Yao. I shall return to my training. I must strive to become a man worthy of Rongrong. With that, Oscar cheerfully headed back to his dormitory, leaving Yi Yao to chuckle maliciously behind him. TSK. Little Oscar is still too young, believing every word I say. Yet, I did not deceive him. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Rongrong is destined to be the future sect master. The challenge is formidable, yet not insurmountable. It is merely a hellish difficulty. Yi Yao mused, not overly concerned, thinking that if the time came, his brothers would lend their support. As long as he and Ning Rongrong were mutually affectionate, they would not remain idle bystanders. At this moment, Tang-san returned after conversing with Ning Rongrong, bending down to carry Yi Yao towards the dormitory. Little San, remember to explain things to Xiao Wu later, Yi Yao said lazily. Tang-san, puzzled, asked, explain what? You fool. Just now you were talking with Rongrong. Oh. I merely discussed some matters regarding hidden weapons, Tang-san replied, realization dawning upon him. Yi Yao looked at him in exasperation. Are you oblivious? Did you not know that women can be unreasonable? No wonder after all these years, I've always tried to create opportunities for you. Yet you two still have not established a relationship. Be cautious. Otherwise, Xiao Wu might run off with another man, and you'll have nowhere to cry. I absolutely will not assist you. I will certainly side with Xiao Wu. Yet, the words that almost escaped his lips were merely, all right, as long as you're happy. Yes, as long as you're happy. Having such a foolish brother when it comes to romance is truly challenging for me. It seemed that a gentle push was inevitable. I, Yi Yao, the professional matchmaker, am once again at work. Tang-san suddenly felt a chill, sensing that something was amiss. As if someone were plotting against him, particularly the scoundrel behind him. Tang-san slowly inquired, were you just thinking about something inappropriate? Huh, not at all. Yi Yao feigned innocence. Tang-san silently loosened his grip on Yi Yao. Smack! Tang-san, you scoundrel. The following morning, as Yi Yao groggily awoke, he found someone sitting beside his bed. His body tensed momentarily, but soon relaxed. Teacher, you've arrived, Yi Yao said respectfully. Upon seeing Yi Yao, the master's expression appeared less rigid, and he gently nodded before sighing. Let us talk. How did your body end up like this? Yi Yao recounted the entire ordeal, though when it came to his martial soul, he merely mentioned that it seemed he could utilize his martial soul's true form without the seventh spirit ring. After the master finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh again. Your martial soul continually brings me unexpected surprises. His expression then turned serious. However, that does not justify your reckless use of it. Yi Yao couldn't help but defend himself. It wasn't entirely reckless. The Dragon King and Snake Lady were simply too formidable. I didn't notice the master's increasingly stern countenance, and my voice grew softer. Do you remember what I emphasized to you all? Use wisdom to resolve problems. Don't just blindly resort to force. Tell me at that moment, was desperation truly your only option? Yi Yao fell silent for a moment before quietly responding. Indeed, there were other solutions. but I had no choice but to take this path. Hearing this, the master's heart softened, and his expression eased. Ah, you and Tang San are alike, placing too much importance on emotions. This is your strength, yet it is also a fatal flaw. When Xiao Wu was captured, both of you completely lost your usual composure. Tang San risked absorbing a spirit ring, while you even risked your life to use your martial soul as true form. The master paused before solemnly advising, remember, regardless of the circumstances, you must prioritize your own safety. As long as you are alive, there's always hope. But teacher, there are many things in this world that require us to protect them with our lives, Yi Yao replied softly. The master, feeling a surge of frustration, glared at Yi Yao, yet upon meeting his steadfast gaze, he realized the boy had no intention of yielding. He eventually sighed deeply. Very well, you have grown. You possess your own thoughts. As your teacher, I cannot and do not wish to hinder you from pursuing your own principles. However, I ask that before you push yourself to the limit, consider that you still have friends and a teacher like me. Yi Yao lowered his head, taking a long while before saying, Teacher, I will. All right then, take good care of yourself. Until you have fully recovered, do not participate in training during this period. I need to have a word with Tang San. The master patted Yi Yao's shoulder and stood to leave. Teacher, please take care. Yi Yao called out as he watched the master depart. After some time had passed, Xiao Wu entered Yi Yao's dormitory with breakfast. Ah, Xiao Wu, what brings you here? Where is Tang San? Yi Yao inquired, slightly puzzled. Tang San and Fatty went to the city, Xiao Wu answered casually. Upon hearing this, Yi Yao nearly spat out the bun he had just taken a bite of. Cough, cough. Tang San and Fatty, ugh. What are you thinking? Tang San is in the city hiring a blacksmith, Xiao Wu said, her face slightly flushed. Yi Yao innocently replied, I didn't say anything. By the way, you didn't see it earlier. In the cafeteria, the master was scolding the dean after seeing our breakfast. Night Yao, with a hint of mischief, remarked, It seems that Dean Flander, the penny pincher, is about to loosen his purse strings. Xiao Wu chimed in with a laugh, indeed. However, I can't help but notice that Dean Flander's expression appears rather cheerful. Could it be that he has lost his senses? Wait, cheerful? Night Yao was taken aback. The two exchanged glances, and Night Yao cautiously suggested, I sense a conspiracy. Surely, spending such a large sum of money while that cunning merchant of a dean is smiling. Could it be that he intends for us to earn it? Given Flander's principles, this possibility seemed rather plausible. Yet Night Yao pondered, what does this have to do with me, a bettered patient? Surely, Dean Flander wouldn't impose such burdens upon me. In Chapter 32, The Battle, Night Yao was surprised to find that for the following month, the members of Shrek were undergoing rigorous training. Dean Flander had invested a substantial amount of money to enhance their meals and prepare herbal baths, showing no inclination for them to earn money. This revelation filled Night Yao, who had previously doubted Flander, with a sense of shame. After a month, Night Yao's injuries had finally healed. One morning, he stood with the others on the training grounds, where Master quietly observed them. Night Yao, you have fallen behind in training for a month, so your forthcoming sessions will be more challenging to help you catch up, he stated. Understood, Master, Night Yao replied. The Master nodded slightly, then announced, for today's first lesson, Night Yao, you will face all 7 of them alone. What? Gasped the others in unison. Master, this seems unfair. Even though Night Yao is formidable, it is impossible for him to defeat us 7 single-handedly, Dai Mubai frowned. Indeed, Master. This is quite unreasonable, echoed Ma Hongjun. However, Tang San remained contemplative and silent. The Master remained non-committal, simply turning to Night Yao and asking, What say you? Are you willing? After a moment of contemplation, Night Yao nodded. If this is your arrangement, Master, I am willing to give it a try. Very well, prepare yourselves. Xiao San, you must refrain from using your special weapon, the Master instructed before stepping off the field. Dai Mubai looked at Night Yao, grinning. Night Yao, I'm sorry in advance. I'll hold back a bit. Night Yao smiled in return. I appreciate it, Boss Dai. The Master's voice rang out, begin. Night Yao immediately unleashed his martial spirit. His second spirit ring shimmering as his soul power erupted, and his armor shattered as he entered a state of second-level explosion. Be careful, Dai Mubai shouted, his face paling. A wave of energy rippled from Night Yao's feet as he vanished from sight, his speed rivaling that of a soul master at the soul sect level. The onlookers could only blink as Night Yao disappeared. Only Tang San, utilizing his purple extreme magic eyes, tracked Night Yao's position. With a swift motion, he summoned several strands of blue silvergrass that shot towards Knight Yao. Anticipating this, Knight Yao deftly sidestepped, his invisible sword slicing through the grass, continuing unabated towards his targets, Rong Rong and Oscar. At that moment, Ma Hongjun had positioned himself in front of Ning Rong Rong and Oscar, his two spirit rings glowing. Fiery Phoenix, Phoenix Fire Line. A robust crimson fire line hurtled toward Knight Yao. Unfazed, Knight Yao's footwork remained steady as he pointed his sword at the fire line, unleashing the Wind King Iron Hammer. The powerful gust extinguished the Phoenix fire line and struck directly at Ma Hongjun, with two support-type soul masters behind him. Ma Hongjun had no choice but to take the blow head-on. Ma Hongjun grunted as he was sent flying, leaving Knight Yao with a clear path to the two support soul masters. Knight Yao's sword tip was now mere inches from Ning Rongrong, and he flipped the sword to strike horizontally, aiming to incapacitate her. However, both Ning Rongrong and Oscar suddenly maneuvered aside, and Knight Yao halted, realizing that a strand of blue silvergrass had ensnared his waist. Seizing this moment of hesitation, Dai Mubai arrived, his white tiger protection and white tiger Vajra transformation activated, and his massive tiger paws slammed toward Knight Yao. Just then, Tang Sin's third spirit ring glimmered, and a blue-purple web shot at Knight Yao from the side. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing silently approached from behind, having struggled to keep pace with Knight Yao's earlier speed. Caught unawares from three directions, Knight Yao had no means to evade and faced imminent defeat. In a critical moment, he withdrew from his second-level explosion state, his armor reappearing. He first sliced through Tang San's web with his sword, then reversed his grip to block Dai Mubai's strike. Knight Yao staggered from the impact, but managed to withstand the blow. However, Zhu Zhuqing's assault struck his back armor, leaving a dent. Fortunately, due to Zhu Zhuqing's relatively weaker soul power, the blow failed to breach his armor. Seeing her attack ineffective, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly retreated, activating the judgment mark. Knight Yao repelled Dai Mubai and charged toward Ning Rongrong once more. Ma Hongjun had risen from the ground, unleashing another Phoenix fire line. Knight Yao's expression hardened as he swung his sword to parry the attack. This is not sustainable, Knight Yao gritted his teeth, noticing Tang Sin blocking Ning Rongrong. He raised his sword again, unleashing the Wind King Iron Hammer. The attack shattered the web, forcing Tang San to use blue silvergrass to shield Ning Rongrong from the blow. Knight Yao was now mere moments from reaching Tang San. "I've got him," Knight Yao thought triumphantly. However, Tang San, instead of retreating, advanced boldly, crashing into Knight Yao and seizing his wrist with a technique known as Control the Crane. Capture the dragon. He then bent his knees slightly and struck Knight Yao's chest with his elbow. Although the blow could not penetrate Knight Yao's armor, the force still pushed him back 2 steps. Damn it, I forgot that others might underestimate the length of the Oath of Victory sword, but Xiao San won T. Knight Yao lamented inwardly, recalling that the iron sword he had practiced with had been forged by Tang San. "Brother, be careful." Xiao Wu's voice cut through. Knight Yao instinctively turned toward the sound, but as he moved, a wave of dread washed over him. Before him were a pair of eyes glowing with pink light. Knight Yao's mind blanked as Xiao Wu teleported beside him, activating her first spirit ability, the waist bow. She ensnared his neck with her scorpion tail and clamped her legs around him, preparing to throw him down. Startled, Knight Yao exploded back into his armor state, causing Xiao Wu's movement to falter slightly. Seizing the opportunity, he broke free from her grasp, yet with Tang San and Xiao Wu blocking the way. Dai Mubai and the others had encircled him. "All right, cease hostilities," the master's voice commanded. Knight Yao sighed with relief, retracting his martial spirit and standing still, awaiting the master's guidance. The master regarded the group and asked Tang San, "Xiao San, what observations did you make during this battle?" Tang San nodded slightly and responded solemnly. "First and foremost, we did not take this seriously from the outset, which caused us to lose the initiative and become disordered, ultimately allowing Knight Yao to approach the support soul masters. Had he succeeded, this match could have easily ended in our defeat." The master nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Indeed, underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake. I hope you all remember this. Furthermore, from this battle, have you understood Knight Yao's role within the team?" Tang Sin pondered for a moment and exclaimed, "The sword." The master nodded in approval, stating, "Correct. Knight Yao is the sharpest sword in your team. Knight Yao, remember, if you choose to strike, Your aim must always be at the opponent's crucial points. Dai Bai, you are the oldest and the strongest in terms of soul power. With the formidable white tiger martial spirit, thus you are designed to be the shield of the team. You must always confront the most powerful enemy, creating opportunities for others. Xiao-san, you are the brain of the team. You are responsible for coordinating the team's operations, and every decision you make pertains to the lives of your comrades. The master slowly elaborated on the positions and responsibilities of each member within the Shrek team, emphasizing that a deeper understanding of one another would facilitate better cooperation. Chapter 33, The Trial, Part 1. The master gazed calmly at the students before him and declared, "What I needed to say has been said. Now, you're to undergo an assessment." He pointed to a neatly arranged set of backpacks, each bearing the name of a student. "Put them on." The group approached and donned the backpacks labeled with their names. Knight Yao gave as a slight shake. Though somewhat heavy, it remained within his capacity. The master sighed. This assessment was inspired by Knight Yao. His innovative ideas have greatly assisted me. Noticing everyone's attention shift towards him, Knight Yao quickly stepped back and waved his hands, saying, "Not me. I didn't do anything. Please don't say that." Confused, Knight Yao thought, "My inspiration? I don't recall giving him any. Could it be that?" As a realization struck him, his expression paled. "Oh dear, if that's the case, I might be in serious trouble. Is it too late for me to run away?" He began contemplating the feasibility of an escape. The master pointed to a narrow path beside them, saying, "Follow this path and run straight down. A teacher will inform you of the assessment details." Although perplexed, the group complied and began to run along the path. The master watched their receding figures, an inexplicable smile gracing his face. Flinder approached the master and remarked, "Setting up such an assessment, you truly spare no effort." The master replied calmly, "There is nothing to spare. One must endure hardship to rise above others." Flinder's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he observed the diminishing figures on the path, internally chuckling. "Little monsters, do your best. From today onwards, you will learn just how merciful I can be. I shall prepare as well," he added. "Yes. Do remember not to go easy on them. Rest assured, I will treat them well," he laughed. As they ran, Oscar, slightly bewildered, asked Tang-san, "Xiao-san, what kind of assessment do you think the master will set for us?" Tang-san shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. "Well, I don't know what the assessment entails. I am certain of one thing. The teacher will not allow us to pass easily." Knight Yao chuckled nervously, thinking, if it turns out as I suspect, it won't be an easy pass. It could be life-threatening. Dai Bai then solemnly stated, "When soldiers come, we shall defend. When water comes, we shall block it." After running for about half an hour, they arrived at a river. "Ha ha ha, little monsters, I've been waiting for you." A loud laugh echoed from the opposite bank. "Teacher Zhao?" the group exclaimed in surprise. It appeared that Teacher Zhao was indeed responsible for their assessment. Tang-san squinted and said, "Teacher Zhao, what is our assessment?" Dai Bai shouted, "Do you see the wooden stumps on the river surface?" The group looked and indeed saw a series of wooden stumps extending across the river. To cross this river, you must jump from stump to stump. Remember, no aid from your martial spirits is allowed. The group exchanged glances. What kind of assessment was this? Although the distance between each stump was slightly far, it was trivial for them as soul masters. Even Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who had the weakest physical capabilities, could easily make the jump. With this thought, smiles began to appear on their faces. Only Tang-san frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled as to why the assessment would be so simple. Knight Yao, however, noticed something nearby and inwardly groaned. "Oh no, I was right. Oh, by the way, do you see a rope near you? Be sure to tie it around your waist," Zhao Wuji added. Ma Hongjun, with keen eyes, spotted a bundle of thick hemp rope in the grass. "This must be the rope," Tang-san deduced. "Once we tie this rope, our movements must be synchronized. Otherwise, we risk all falling into the water, which would lead to failure. I suspect this assessment is not so simple. So let's arrange our formation." The group nodded in agreement. And Dai Bai said, "Xiao-san, you take charge." Tang-san nodded. "All right. Knight Yao first, followed by Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, Xiao Ao, myself, Rong, and Fatty bringing up the rear." Seeing no objections from the others, Tang-san affirmed, "Good, let's proceed." Knight Yao led the way and jumped onto the first stump. The moment he leaped, he thought, "Oh no." His body swayed dangerously, nearly causing him to fall into the river. "Knight Yao, what happened?" Tang-san inquired. Knight Yao shouted, "Everyone be careful. Teacher Zhao used gravity control. The Group S expressions turned serious. Indeed, it was not so simple to complete the assessment. With Zhao Wuji applying gravity control, the pressure on the two support-type soul masters increased significantly. Tang Xin said solemnly, "Everyone, we must pass quickly. Otherwise, Xiao Ao and Rong Rong won't be able to hold out much longer." Then, they all began to jump onto the stumps, progressing in an orderly fashion. Before long, Night Yao, in the lead, found himself only 10 stumps away from the opposite bank. Just then, he noticed Zhao Wuji tossing pebbles in his hand. Zhao Wuji chuckled, "Little monsters. Be careful," and then threw the pebble with force. "Oh no!" Night Yao tensed up, only to realize the target was not him. "Oh, his target is, Oscar shouted in panic, losing his balance and falling into the river. Due to the rope, the others tumbled in as well, and as they surfaced, they heard Zhao Wuji's gleeful voice, "If you fall in, you must swim back and start over." With no other choice, they could only swim back to the shore. Back on land, Dai Mubai shook off the water and frowned at Oscar, asking what happened just now. Oscar grimaced, "A pebble suddenly hit my leg." Night Yao sighed, "It was Teacher Zhao's doing." Tang Xin realized this assessment truly is not as simple as it seems. "Have you all noticed that our backpacks feel a bit heavier?" Xiao Wu remarked. The group paused, and Ning Rongrong added, "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit heavier." Night Yao and Tang Xin exchanged glances and opened their backpacks, discovering each contained small bags. Night Yao shook one of the bags, his expression darkening. "It's sand." The expressions of the crowd changed dramatically, for it was indeed sand. When sand encounters water, it becomes exceedingly heavy, and the backpack they carried was evidently not very water-resistant. This meant that the more frequently they fell into the water, the heavier their burdens would become, consequently diminishing their chances of passing the assessment. Tang Xin said, "Let us be cautious this time, especially regarding the two auxiliary soul masters. Let's try again." They stepped onto the wooden stakes for the second time, returning to the spot of their previous failure. Zhao Wuji employed the same tactic again, launching a stone toward Oscar, who was caught just before he fell into the water by Tang Xin. "Oh, you are quite impressive, but you shall now face an even greater challenge," Zhao Wuji said with a mischievous grin as he simultaneously launched more stones. Most of the stones were aimed at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, but with Tang Xin's assistance, they both narrowly escaped danger. Seizing the opportunity, the group advanced 2 more stakes, leaving Yi Yao just 8 stakes away from the opposite bank. Zhu Qing, following closely behind Xiao Wu, prepared to leap when she noticed a stone hurtling toward her. Instinctively, she twisted her body, but this brief movement caused her to lose rhythm with the group, resulting in her falling directly into the river. Thus, the group found themselves submerged once more. Upon returning to the starting point, they felt the weight of their backpacks had increased. Zhu Qing gritted her teeth, unable to accept that the problem had arisen with her. A blow to her pride. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Qing and coughed. "It's all right. Everyone makes mistakes. Just be careful." Tang Xin nodded. "Indeed. And I believe we should intercept those stones proactively rather than waiting to remedy the situation after being hit." Soon, they began their third attempt. During the third attempt, Ma Hongjun was struck by a stone and fell into the water, failing again, leaving them 7 stakes away from the opposite bank. In the fourth attempt, the 17th, Xiao Wu dodged a stone but fell into the water, still 5 stakes away from the bank. "Why must we endure such a trial?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in exasperation. A certain someone awkwardly turned away. "Sis, don't blame me. It's really not my fault." In the 18th and 22nd attempts, Ning Rongrong, exhausted, failed to leap to the next stake and fell into the water, leaving them 3 stakes away. "The master must be a devil," Ma Hongjun said in despair. Another individual lowered his head in embarrassment, praying the group wouldn't discover that this assessment was his suggestion. At this point, their burden had nearly doubled compared to the beginning. In the 25th and 33rd attempts, they had been at this assessment for 2 hours, soaked and covered in mud, their faces showing signs of fatigue, yet their eyes remained sharp. Tang Xin spoke solemnly. "Previously, our best result was just 2 stakes away from the opposite bank, and now our stamina is nearly depleted, so we must succeed this time." The group nodded in agreement and began yet another attempt, with 10 stakes remaining. The stones aimed at Oscar were blocked by Xiao Wu. 9 stakes left, and the stones aimed at Oscar and Ning Rongrong were intercepted by Yi Yao and Tang Xin. 6 stakes, They achieved their best performance yet. Zhao Wuji hurled over 20 stones, and while the group managed to block most, 2 stones got through, nearly causing Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong to fall. But thanks to Dai Mubai and Tang San's assistance, they succeeded in passing. Just one step away from the opposite bank, Zhao Wuji unleashed nearly 40 stones, nearly knocking Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing down in midair. But with the help of Yi Yao and Xiao Wu, they made it across. Yi Yao reached the opposite bank first, followed by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar, while Ning Rongrong was struck down and the others had no time to rescue her. Those who made it ashore used their remaining soul power to pull everyone else back from the brink. On the 33rd attempt, they finally passed the assessment. Chapter 34, The Assessment, Part 2. Zhao Wuji looked at the sprawled-out group, devoid of dignity, and smiled with satisfaction. "How do you feel, little monsters?" He laughed heartily. Ma Hongjun gasped, "Teacher Zhao, you were too ruthless. You knocked me down 9 times. Oscar protested, 9 times? I was down 21. I had 7. 18 for me. I had 2. Yi Yao added helplessly. Haha, that is not my fault. It was all the master's idea. If you have complaints, take them up with him. Zhao Wuji said, reveling in their plight. The group fell silent. Even if they complained to the master, he would likely ignore them or increase the difficulty further. Ning Rongrong whispered to Xiao Wu, "Did the master train you like this before?" Xiao Wu shook her head. "I didn't train with the master, so I'm not sure." The group then turned their gazes toward Yi Yao and Tang San, while Dai Mubai looked at them with sympathy. "You two are fortunate to still be in one piece." They exchanged wry smiles, and Tang San pondered, "The teacher never subjected us to such trials. Most of our training focused on theoretical knowledge." Suddenly, Ma Hongjun slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Didn't the master say he got the inspiration for this assessment from Yi Yao?" Yi Yao froze, sensing the increasingly hostile looks directed at him. He chuckled nervously. "I'm not sure about that. I merely suggested a simple idea," his voice dwindling. The others looked at Yi Yao in disbelief, sighing collectively. After a while, Zhao Wuji clapped his hands to regain their attention, clearing his throat. "Your break time is over. Now you will proceed to the next assessment." "Oh no!" Ma Hongjun and Oscar lamented in unison. Zhao Wuji shot them a glare. "Enough chatter. Get up." Reluctantly, the group rose as Zhao Wuji pointed to a nearby path. "Follow this path straight to reach the next trial." The group glanced at the winding trail and sighed once more before setting off. With a thud, 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 Zhao Wuji gazed in disbelief at the 8 individuals who tumbled to the ground, covering his face. Moments later, an angry shout echoed, "You little rascals. Remove the ropes from your waists." Despite the minor mishap, they made it to the next trial smoothly. Half an hour later, the group stared despairingly at the towering cliff before them, their minds echoing a single thought. Surely it can't be that cruel, can it? But soon, a rather lewd voice from above shattered their hopes. "Ha, little monsters, you finally made it." "Teacher," Ma Hongjun groaned. Dean Flender sighed. "Your task is quite simple. Ascend this cliff without using your soul powers." For some reason, Yi Yao sensed a hint of enjoyment in that voice. Simple? The group silently gazed up at the towering cliff, hundreds of meters high. If they could use their soul powers, it would be manageable, but now, with their powers nearly depleted, the challenge had escalated. Moreover, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth. "That cunning merchant of a Dean 1T let us climb easily." Tang San shook his head with a wry smile. "Even so, we have no choice but to start climbing." The crowd nodded helplessly. Such is life. Even when one is aware of the pitfalls ahead, one must inevitably choose to tread into them. "Let us draw closer together," Tang San stated gravely. "This way, if anyone becomes exhausted, we can provide timely assistance." The group nodded in agreement and began their ascent. After climbing approximately 20 meters, the boisterous laughter of Flander echoed downwards. "Little monsters, are you ready? I'm about to unleash my powers. Everyone pay attention." "Night," Yao shouted. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from above, causing the weary bodies of the group to struggle to maintain their grip on the rocks, their forms swaying precariously. "Be careful," Night Yao cautioned, extending his left hand to steady Ning Rongrong. "Thank you, Night Yao," Ning Rongrong gasped, having nearly lost her grip moments before. "Tang San at this rate. Rongrong and Xiao Ao won't be able to hold on much longer," Night Yao exclaimed. Tang San recognized the dilemma and spoke loudly. "In that case, we should redistribute the weight." "All right, Rongrong, hand your burden to me, or you won't be able to endure." Night Yao instructed Ning Rongrong. After a moment's hesitation, she relinquished her load to him. Xiao Ao, can you manage? Tang San inquired. Oscar, panting heavily, replied, I can still go on. I'll let you know when I can't. Attention, a stronger wind is coming. The group's expressions shifted. Night Yao, Mubai, we still have some stamina. Let us form a line and take turns shielding those below from the wind. Night Yao and the others nodded, accelerating their climb. They formed a sequence. Dai Mubai first, Night Yao second, Tang San third, Oscar fourth, Xiao Wu fifth, Ma Hongjun sixth, Zhu Zhuqing seventh, and Ning Rongrong eighth. Zhuqing, can you still hold on? Dai Mubai called down. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, but continued to ascend without responding. Although Dai Mubai was concerned, he felt powerless to intervene, allowing her to proceed. As time passed, the wind stirred by Flander intensified. Dai Mubai took his turn at the front, allowing Night Yao to lead. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing's face glistened with sweat. Her eyes glazed as her left hand involuntarily loosened its grip. Zhuqing, a shout rang out. It was Dai Mubai, who had slipped down and caught her with his right arm, preventing her from falling. Let me go. I can manage myself, Zhu Zhuqing protested, regaining her senses and struggling against him. Be quiet, Dai Mubai commanded, then firmly added, cling to me. I will carry you. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her chin defiantly. But as she met Dai Mubai's resolute gaze, her heart softened, and she ceased her resistance, leaning against him. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, bearing both Zhu Zhuqing and two burdens. Even with his superior soul power, he found the weight increasingly challenging. As he climbed, his left hand grasped a protruding rock, only for it to shatter under his grip. Not good. Dai Mubai's complexion darkened, but before he could falter, a hand reached out to steady him. Be cautious. Big brother Dai. I'll keep an eye on you, Night Yao said solemnly. Dai Mubai nodded slightly and continued his ascent, teeth clenched. Before long, Ning Rongrong could no longer endure. Oscar tossed his burden to Tang San and continued to ascend with Ning Rongrong on his back. Moments later, Ma Hongjun nearly slipped, but Night Yao was there to catch him just in time. Amidst the relentless winds stirred by Flander, the Shrek group struggled upwards with tenacity. After half an hour, Tang San finally reached the cliff summit, followed by Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Night Yao. As they reached the mountaintop, darkness enveloped their vision, their bodies refusing to obey their commands. Flander observed the exhausted group with a smile. Now you understand how benevolent I truly am, he remarked. The group, drained of energy and resolve, could barely muster a response, their ears ringing with a persistent hum. You have one final task, Flander announced. Simply return to the academy. It's not far, just 10 kilometers. Ma Hongjun trembled as he attempted to raise a finger, only to let it fall in defeat. He lacked even the strength to lift his hand. Flander, hand behind his back, turned it apart. Rest well and return quickly, or you shall find yourselves without meals. The sunset bled crimson across the horizon as Flander stood at the academy's entrance, addressing the master. Xiao Gang, when do you think they will return? The master fell silent for a moment before replying. I do not know. Flander shook his head, but just then, the master chuckled softly. Isn't that them returning now? Flander turned to see 8 figures, supporting one another as they approached. Chapter 35. Revenge. Gazing at the radiant 8, the master beamed with satisfaction. 3 months of training had concluded, and the group exhibited significant changes in both demeanor and physique. During this time, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Night Yao had all elevated their soul power by 1 level. The first phase of training has concluded, the master stated calmly. You have 7 days of rest, after which we shall commence the second phase of training. Now, you're dismissed. After the master departed, Ma Hongjun eagerly approached Dai Mubai. Big brother Dai, I'm heading to the city. Will you join me? The grueling training over the past 3 months had noticeably slimmed Ma Hongjun, leaving him without the energy to unleash his fiery temperament. Now that he was free, he was determined to address his frustrations. Dai Mubai appeared slightly tempted, but just as he was about to respond, he felt a chill at his back. A pair of piercing eyes was fixed upon him. Thus, he resolutely declared, If you wish to go, then go. I will not accompany you. I am not that kind of person. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing let out a dismissive huff. Dai Mubai quickly sought to placate her, saying, Zhuqing, you must believe me. I truly am not that kind of person. Knight Yao regarded Dai Mu Bai's typical obsequious behavior with pity. Oh, you're still so young, my boy. In the end, the sycophant is left with nothing. Ma Hongjun cast a resentful glance at Dai Mu Bai as he pursued Zhu Zhuqing, muttering under his breath about twins and resources, recalling that it was once Dai Mu Bai who had guided him. Oscar noticed Ma Hongjun's gaze shift to him and discreetly glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was observing the exchange with keen interest. Fatty, if you plan to go, just hurry up and don't dawdle here, he urged. Ma Hongjun pouted before turning hopefully to Tang San and Night Yao. Xiao Wu's eyes widened, and she brandished her petite fists threateningly. Fatty, I warn you, if you dare take my brother and Tang San to that sort of place, I will turn you into a pig's head. Ma Hongjun immediately recoiled, falling silent as he departed for Suotai City alone. Night Yao watched this unfold, sighing inwardly. You ought to consider the beauty of our academy's girls. Which man would forsake a lovely partner to venture into such places? If he does, he must be a fool. Ah, it seems I have overlooked something, Night Yao mused, lowering his head in contemplation. Suddenly, Yao slapped his thigh, and a thought struck him. Douluo pursuing Zhu Qing, Xiao Ao chasing Rongrong, and Xiao San with Xiao Wu. Although these three pairs had yet to be solidified, it seemed they were close to it. This meant that among the students in the academy, only I and the chubby one remained single. Upon realizing this, Yi Yao was momentarily stunned. No, this cannot be. Yi Yao, the proud owner of the Sword of Victory, the chosen man of the esteemed king of hair, the new generation of holy sword wielders, handsome, talented, and strong. Yet why do I find myself without a girlfriend? I apologize, esteemed predecessors. I have lost face as a traveler, lost the dignity of Camelot, and lost the honor of my king. Figures like Lancelot and Tristan are so well liked by women, and here I am, a knight aspiring to surpass them, yet without a hint of romantic interest. My apologies, Tang San observed Yi Yao, who suddenly appeared dejected, exuding an aura of gray and white. He hesitated and said, Is Yi Yao all right? Xiao Wu casually glanced at Yi Yao and replied, It's nothing. Let us not bother with this foolish big brother. Let us go. When Yi Yao regained his spirits, he found himself alone. He dusted himself off and resolved to be more upbeat. In truth, being alone is quite nice. A girlfriend is not essential. After all, what could a relationship offer compared to the joy of training? Having grasped the true essence of life, Yi Yao thought to himself as he made his way to Soto City. As he strolled through the bustling streets of Soto City, he felt as if he were in a different world. The past 2 months had been intense. Having missed the first month of training, his workload had surged by 30%. Each day consisted of training until exhaustion, soaking in medicinal baths, awakening in the tub, eating, and then continuing the cycle. However, this rigorous regimen had elevated Yi Yao's soul power to 34 levels. Thus, where could the chubby one be? Yi Yao glanced around as he walked. Ahem, do not misunderstand. He did not intend to indulge in the same vices as the chubby one. He merely wished to witness the places the chubby one frequented. After all, in 2 lifetimes, he had only heard of such places. His curiosity was genuine, and as a knight of Camelot, he never spoke falsehoods, swearing an oath before his king. Suddenly, Yi Yao spotted a familiar figure. Was that the chubby one? Why is he covering his face and walking so briskly? Chubby, why are you in such a hurry? Yi Yao quickened his pace and slapped Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. However, when Ma Hongjun lifted his head, Yi Yao was taken aback and stepped back. Wait, who are you? Ma Hongjun's face was swollen like a pig's head as he mumbled, Yao Gu, it's me, Ma Hongjun. Is it really you, chubby? Yi Yao asked cautiously, for the swelling made it impossible to discern his original appearance. It's really me, Ma Hongjun said with a mournful expression. What happened? Who hit you? Yi Yao struggled to contain his anger. After spending so much time at the academy, he had come to regard everyone as friends, and now, seeing Ma Hongjun in such a state, it was difficult for him to remain calm. That despicable scoundrel named Douluo did this. That little sister was clearly the one I had my eye on first, Ma Hongjun declared indignantly. Yi Yao's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he listened. It seemed there was a rivalry over affection. Rubbing his forehead, he thought, to be beaten up over such matters in a place like that is truly unfortunate. With a sigh, he interrupted Ma Hongjun's tirade against the soul master named Douluo, saying, All right, stop talking. I'll take you to reclaim your dignity. Huh? But that guy is a soul master, and his martial spirit is rather strange. Ma Hongjun hesitated. Oh, a soul master, you say? No wonder he could defeat you. What is his martial spirit? Yi Yao asked with interest. It's 2 pink shields. I have no idea what kind of martial spirit that is. But it managed to block my Phoenix Fire line, Ma Hongjun said, feeling somewhat dejected. Pink shields? Yi Yao was taken aback. He couldn't quite fathom what kind of martial spirit that was. Well, I suppose I'll find out when I see it. Regardless of what it is, I shall deal with it. Should we go back and get Douluo and the others? Ma Hongjun suggested cautiously. Well, I have no issue with that. But do you want everyone to know about this rivalry over affection? Yi Yao said with a smile. The thought of the Mu Bai and Oscar finding out made Ma Hongjun's face contort in fear, and he quickly said, Then I leave everything to you, Yao Ge. Very well, Chubby, lead the way, Yi Yao replied with a gentle smile. All right. A few minutes later, Yi Yao stood silently before a building, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Is this really where you vent your frustrations? Ma Hongjun patted his chest proudly and said, What do you think? It's a nice place, isn't it? Nice. Nice my foot. Yi Yao could no longer suppress his emotions and shouted angrily. Look at this place. A remote corner of Soto City, a dilapidated house 3 meters high, with a few faded pink lanterns hanging at the entrance, and some heavily made-up women trying to attract customers. I was wrong. I truly erred in believing in the chubby 1's taste, Yi Yao lamented, recalling how to Mu Bai was with the beautiful twin sisters, and comparing it to the chubby 1's choices made him wonder if Mu Bai also had a penchant for such places. Achoo! Mu Bai sneezed in the academy, prompting Zhu Zhuqing, who was training nearby, to look over. Mu Bai muttered, I wonder who is talking about me. It must be your twin thinking of you. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed before turning to leave. No, Zhuqing, who told you about the twins? Let me explain. Ma Hongjun chuckled awkwardly, realizing the implications. Isn't this quite a bargain? 1 silver coin for 1 time, and 2 silver coins for 3 times. And there's even a golden phoenix in the grass hut. Yi Yao took a deep breath, releasing Ma Hongjun, and said irritably, Where is he? Hurry up and show me. Ma Hongjun hurried inside, returning shortly with excitement. He is coming out. Yao Ge, it's all up to you now. Yi Yao remained silent, simply waiting. He needed a fight to soothe his wounded spirit. Before long, a lewd middle-aged man wearing flip-flops emerged, flirting with the women at the entrance. Yao Ge, that's him. What do we do? Ma Hongjun whispered. What do we do? We go straight for it. Yi Yao replied decisively. Yerbolo? The man asked, tilting his head. You injured my brother. Yi Yao pointed at Ma Hongjun. Oh, it's this little fatty. So, you called for help after losing? Does it still hurt? Did I not hit you hard enough? Douluo laughed upon seeing Ma Hongjun. Yi Yao's expression turned cold. All right. It seems I could be a bit more forceful now. Ma Hongjun felt a tightness in his chest and shouted, Don't get too cocky. Just wait until you see what my brother can do. With him, this little brat can't be much older than you. Douluo remarked, sizing up Yi Yao. Enough chatter. Let us fight, Yi Yao said with a calm demeanor. All right then, Uncle Douluo will play with you, Douluo said with a sinister grin, raising his hand to summon a pink light. 2 pink shields appeared in his grasp, and 4 soul rings, 2 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple, floated rhythmically around him. Isn't that a bra? Yi Yao thought, his expression turning strange as he gazed at Douluo's martial spirit. How vulgar. He struggled to suppress his laughter as he drew forth the sword of victory. Little thing, crawl for me. Not feeling well. Douluo activated his 1st and 3rd soul rings, causing his martial soul, known as the twin covers of heavenly net, to swell rapidly, closing in on Yi Yao from both sides. A chill ran through Yi Yao's heart at the thought of being caught by such a thing. He could not allow himself to be touched by it, for it would not only ruin his appetite, but also become a lifelong embarrassment. Not to mention the potential demise it could bring upon the portly one. A wave of energy surged from his feet, and with a flicker of movement, Yi Yao wielded his formless sword toward Douluo's chest. Although Douluo could not see the blade, he felt a prickling sensation as it neared, prompting him to roar. Activating his 4th soul ring, the twin covers of heavenly net instantly retracted, emanating a pink glow that shielded his chest. To Yi Yao's surprise, the sword felt as if it had sunk into a quagmire, failing to slice through the twin covers of heavenly net. Douluo grunted, the immense force of the blade causing him to stumble back 2 steps. This martial soul possesses considerable strength. No wonder it could withstand the Phoenix Fire line of a rotund one. Yi Yao thought with astonishment. Yet, undeterred by his initial failure to inflict damage, he pressed on, shadowing Douluo with relentless strikes. Douluo, now filled with a mix of alarm and fury, had not anticipated this little imp would be so formidable. Had he not promptly utilized his fourth soul skill, that strike could have severely injured him. This cannot continue. I will not endure much longer, Douluo resolved. Relying solely on the properties of the twin covers of Heavenly Net to fend off Yi Yao's onslaught, which was becoming increasingly difficult to withstand. Desperate, Douluo activated his second soul ring, causing the twin covers to shudder violently and deflect Yi Yao's blade, then launched the twin covers fiercely toward him. Success! A flicker of delight crossed Douluo's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by shock as Yi Yao's armor exploded, allowing him to narrowly evade the attack and collide directly into Douluo's embrace. With a gasp, Douluo felt a coldness pierce his chest as if a sharp blade had passed through him, followed by a tremendous force to his abdomen that sent him crashing to the ground 3 meters away. Yi Yao retracted his kicked leg and stowed his martial soul. Stating calmly, all done, Ma Hongjun hurried over, glancing at the fallen Douluo. Yao, good, did you take him out? No, I avoided the vital points with that strike. He won't die, but he'll need to rest in bed for a few days. Oh, I see. Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously. All right, fatty, I must take my leave. How about you? Yi Yao inquired. Go ahead, Yao Go. I have other matters to attend to. Ma Hongjun hesitated before chuckling. Yi Yao recognized that he was off to relieve his pent-up desires, and, having lost all hope in Ma Hongjun's taste, decided not to follow. Very well then, I shall take my leave. As Yi Yao departed, Ma Hongjun approached the unconscious Douluo with a mischievous grin, muttering, time to test the flavor of roasted chicken. With that, a flame erupted from his hand, shooting toward Douluo's groin. Douluo, suffering this grievous blow, opened his eyes wide, ready to spring up, only to be silenced by Ma Hongjun's swift slap, rendering him unconscious once more. Satisfied with the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air, Ma Hongjun turned to leave, planning to seek out other outlets for his frustrations. Meanwhile, Douluo lay desolate in the corner, forgotten by all. To clarify, the current stock of chapters has been depleted, and due to the author's clumsiness and the requirement to attend online classes, updates may not consistently occur at 7 o'clock. However, rest assured that there will still be daily updates. I will not abandon you. Chapter 36. Combination since the last trip to Soto City left him with sore eyes. Yi Yao had dutifully remained at the academy for 7 days. On a clear morning, the members of Shrek Academy arrived at the training ground, where Master and Flinder awaited them. Upon the group's arrival, Master nodded at Flinder and led them to Soto City. From today onward, you will commence the second phase of your training. You must obtain at least a Silver Soul badge at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Due to the substantial expenses incurred for your meals and medicinal baths over the past 3 months, the Academy's funds have been depleted. Consequently, you will be responsible for your own lodging and meals. However, should you achieve a high win rate at the arena, these costs will be negligible, Master elaborated. Seeing Flinder's righteous demeanor, radiating a no education is too expensive attitude, Yi Yao felt a wave of gratitude. Flinder is a good person. Who says he's a greedy merchant? He is clearly a benefactor, sacrificing his own salary for our better training. Master then outlined several additional requirements, stating that they must conceal their identities and refrain from using hidden weapons provided by Tang San, emphasizing participation in team battles. To facilitate communication, you should each adopt a nickname, as you will refer to one another by these names during the matches, Master suggested. Dai Mubai chuckled. I'll stick with my nickname. Evil Eye White Tiger. Yi Yao, what about you? Yi Yao scratched his head. I suppose I'll go with Holy Sword Knight. Ma Hongjun declared. Then I shall be the Evil Fire Phoenix. Xiao Wu blushed, retorting, you mean the Brothel Phoenix. Ma Hongjun protested. That's unfair, Xiao Wu. I simply couldn't suppress the evil fire. Yi Yao's expression darkened, clearly recalling the establishment Ma Hongjun had taken him to previously. Ultimately, the group settled on their nicknames. Dai Mubai, Evil Eye White Tiger, Oscar, Sausage Vendor, Yi Yao, Holy Sword Knight, Tang San, Thousand Hands Azura, Ma Hongjun, Evil Fire Phoenix, Ning Rong Rong, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, Xiao Wu, Soft Bone Enchantress, Zhu Zhuqing, Ghostly Shadow Cat. Upon finalizing their nicknames, Master provided each of them with a mask, resembling the emblem of Shrek Academy, a grotesque green creature. Oh, how hideous! Yi Yao exclaimed, taken aback. We're expected to wear this to the arena? Yi Yao's lips twitched in disbelief. He contemplated asking Master if there were other masks available, but upon observing Master S' serious expression, he ultimately swallowed his words, sighed, and donned the garish green mask. Well, this certainly eliminates any hope of attracting female attention, Yi Yao lamented internally. Sutenli, Mahongyun's hamelesli aprotet ningrong. Disregarding Oscar's murderous glare. Rong, since Master said we can form our own teams, how about we pair up? With you? I'd rather team up with Sangge. Ning Rong replied with disdain. Master interjected. Actually, Ma Hongjun is a commendable choice. If you team with Tang San, you'd be entering soul battles at the Soul Master level, as both your soul powers are relatively low, which may affect your win rate. However, Ma Hongjun is different. You would be competing at the Great Soul Master level, where your soul powers are already considered high. Furthermore, Ma Hongjun's martial soul holds a significant advantage, complemented by your 7 treasure glaze tile, ensuring a higher win rate. After pondering Master S' words, Ning Rong hesitated. Under the intense gaze of Ma Hongjun, she ultimately shook her head and turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, let us team up. Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently in agreement. Dai Mubai, seeing this, retracted his eager gaze, wishing to team with Zhu Zhuqing as well. However, given the disparity in their soul powers, he doubted she would be willing to join forces with him. What? You say he was previously teamed with Yi Yao? That's simple, just kick him out. Oscar also sidled up to Yi Yao, ingratiatingly suggesting, Yi Yao, why don't you take me under your wing? Night Yao sighed helplessly, but I've already teamed up with Big Brother Dai. Oscar immediately cast a pitiful glance at Dai Mubai, as if fearing that his disapproval would lead him to cling to his leg and weep. The master added, Mubai, let Xiao Ao and Night Yao team up. He is a food-type soul master, and without participating in the 2-on-2 soul fights, it would be challenging for him to earn enough points relying solely on team battles. Witnessing Oscar's dramatic antics sent a chill down Dai Mubai's spine, and upon hearing the Master S words, he quickly conceded, all right, you and Night Yao can team up. I'll fight one-on-one. Oscar was overjoyed and hurriedly dragged Night Yao to register. Under Oscar's unilateral decision, they named their team Sausage Knights. Upon hearing this name, Night Yao felt a wave of despair wash over him. Great, not only will I fail to impress the ladies, but I might even be mistaken for a pervert. Dai Mubai, I regret this decision. Despite his grievances, Night Yao advised Oscar, during the match, stay behind me and be cautious. Prepare the mushroom sausages in advance. And if anything goes awry, take to the skies immediately. If that fails, retreat decisively. Safety comes first. Oscar nodded vigorously, understanding that as a food-type soul master, his assistance on the battlefield was limited, so his primary goal was to ensure Night Yao remained focused. Now, let us commence the next 2-on-2 soul fight. Please welcome the rookie team, Sausage Knights, announced the host. Laughter erupted from the audience. What a ridiculous name. How lewd. They must be perverts. Night Yao sighed, lowering his head as he stepped onto the soul fighting platform alongside Oscar. On the platform, a somewhat enchanting middle-aged woman giggled, covering her mouth. Hee, one interesting name. It seems the opponents must also be quite amusing. A rather aged, middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. Just another third-rate combination trying to grab attention. Indeed, quite reliable. The enchanting woman replied with a smile. Upon seeing Night Yao and Oscar take the stage, she chuckled, Little brother, you two are truly amusing. The audience erupted into more laughter upon noticing the masks on their faces. Oscar felt so embarrassed he wished he could hide his head in his trousers, while Night Yao, too curious to feel awkward, asked, How did you know we're younger than you? The alluring woman swayed her slender waist and replied in a soft voice, Of course. It's women's intuition. Night Yao chuckled silently at the notion of women's intuition. However, his expression darkened the next moment as the woman continued. Not only do I know you're younger, but I also suspect you're still a virgin. What is wrong with being a virgin? It's not like I'm eating your rice. Night Yao felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. My king, I apologize this time. I must violate the knight's code and strike a woman. With a grim expression, Night Yao summoned his martial soul, exchanged a glance with Oscar, then stepped forward. Cutting straight to the chase, let us begin. The woman laughed again. Little brother, I don't wish to harm you. How about you remove your mask, so I can see if you're handsome? If you catch my eye, perhaps I can help you lose that virginity. She provocatively licked her pink lips. This time, Not only Knight Yao, but even the middle-aged man's face darkened. TSK, Ludvigsen. Even now you're trying to seduce a boy, he muttered under his breath. Knight Yao scrutinized the woman before him. She appeared to be in her 30s, somewhat attractive, but her beguiling demeanor resembled that of a ripe peach. Her figure was impressive. Perhaps this wouldn't be a total loss? Knight Yao could already hear Oscar gulping beside him. I'm sorry, I must decline, Knight Yao said regretfully. The woman looked taken aback. Why? Because you're a bit too old for me, Knight Yao firmly asserted, feeling he wasn't an easy target. Indeed, age is one of the most sensitive topics for women. The woman's expression darkened instantly, and through gritted teeth, she commanded, Bald Eagle, show them some color. Don't call me Bald Eagle, the man shouted angrily, immediately summoning his martial soul. His physique seemed to stretch, appearing gaunt, and the hair on his head seemed to thin further, resembling a balding man. 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, emerged beneath him. The woman's martial soul manifested in an even stranger form. Her legs merged into a serpentine tail, covered in black scales, her eyes transforming into slits. She bore 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple soul ring, swaying ominously. Little brother, I must teach you a lesson. Remember, I am called Snake Lady. 1,000-year soul ring, Knight Yao thought, somewhat surprised, yet his face remained impassive. It was about time, he declared calmly, leaning slightly forward, propelling himself like an arrow. Snake Lady swung her tail to meet him, her 3rd soul ring glowing as her right hand morphed into several venomous snakes, lunging towards Knight Yao with deadly intent. Though surprised, Knight Yao remained unflustered. He halted his steps and swung his sword down, severing the snakes in half. Snake Lady's expression shifted as she swiftly retreated, shouting, Bald Eagle, what are you waiting for? Bald Eagle roared in response. I told you not to call me Bald Eagle. But he did not dare to delay. His 2nd soul ring lit up, his arms transforming into wings as he soared into the air, charging directly at Knight Yao, his feet glowing with a faint azure light. 1st soul skill, Eagle Claw. Knight Yao observed Bald Eagle drawing closer. 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, holding his sword firmly as he softly uttered, Wind King as hammer. A powerful gust erupted outward. Bald Eagle attempted to dodge, but it was too late. He hesitated for just a moment before unleashing his 1,000-year soul ring. Feathers from his wings falling like arrows towards Knight Yao. 3rd soul skill, Eagle Wing Ring. After a moment of stalemate, Bald Eagle spat blood, his feathers scattering as he was sent flying backward. Knight Yao lowered his hand, calmly regarding the horrified Snake Lady. It's your turn. Snake Lady's pupils constricted as her 2nd soul ring illuminated, and she exhaled a cloud of black gas, retreating rapidly. Knight Yao snorted softly, his feet stirring the air, no longer remaining in place. Where'd he go? And did I just see a purple 2nd soul ring? Snake Lady thought in terror. But upon perceiving the black gas enveloping her, she couldn't help but exhale a breath of relief. I'm sorry, but it's time for you to take a little nap. However, before she could react, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, and she felt a sharp pain in her neck before succumbing to unconsciousness. After the black mist dissipated, the onlooker saw Knight Yao standing tall as ever, while Snake Lady lay motionless on ground. The winner is the Sausage Knights, the host exclaimed in astonishment, announcing the outcome of the match. Damn it, don't mention that team name again. I feel so embarrassed, Knight Yao grumbled as he hurried off the stage. All right, I was wrong. I overestimated my abilities. I want to be able to produce anything today. I'll make it up tomorrow. 3 updates, I promise. Chapter 37. Provocation. Following this, Knight Yao, with a serious expression, engaged in a one-on-one soul fight. This time, he refrained from any idle chatter, unleashed his martial soul, and with a surge of soul power, secured victory with 3 swift strikes. Today in the arena of soul battles, whether in one-on-one or two-on-two matches, the Shrek team achieved an unblemished record. However, the master did not exhibit any signs of joy upon witnessing such success. In his eyes, victory for Shrek was a foregone conclusion, and any defeat would be deemed abnormal. In contrast, Flender was beaming with delight, enthusiastically praising the team and hurriedly rushing to the counter for an unknown purpose. Noticing the puzzled gaze of Ye Yao, Oscar whispered, "The dean has gone to place a bet. He spent all the academy's funds during training recently. So he surely intends to capitalize on our initial foray into soul battles while we remain relatively unknown, thus enjoying higher odds. Otherwise, once our winning rate increases, the potential returns on his bets will diminish significantly. You see, the reason he was so generous with the funds during training was because he anticipated this phase of soul battles, believing he could recoup his investments, or perhaps even profit further. Otherwise, I would wager that even the master would find it difficult to extract a single coin from him. Yao understood, realizing that the dean remained true to form, ever generous, and the notion of him being a miserly figure was indeed a fade. All right, it's time for the team battle, the master stated calmly. The expressions of the group turned serious, as this was their inaugural team battle. Despite their months of training and confidence in their coordination, a cautious approach was warranted. Ahem, you are free to devise your own strategies for the team battle. I shall not intervene, he declared. Upon hearing these words, all eyes turned to Tang San, the control-type soul master, deemed most suitable for leading the tactical command during the fight. Moreover, the group had previously acknowledged his intelligence and prowess. Tang San accepted the responsibility without hesitation, stating, "In a moment, Mubai will take the center position, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing will flank on either side to restrain the opponents. Yao will seize the opportunity to first engage the enemy's support-type soul master, followed by the control-type soul master. I will remain at the rear to provide main control, while the fatty will protect Rong Rong and Oscar." Oscar placed his arm around Ma Hongjuan's shoulder, saying, "Fatty, we entrust our safety to you. Rest assured, I am a phoenix. I shall make them aware of the scorching embrace of fire." Ma Hongjun boasted confidently. Yao teased, "Perhaps they won't even be able to get past us, leaving you with no chance to intervene, Fatty." "Oh, come on, Yao, go, leave me at least 2 chances," Ma Hongjun replied with a grin. At that moment, in the lounge, over 30 individuals were present for the team battle, and upon overhearing the conversation of a Shrek team, they could not help but chuckle. Judging by their voices, they appeared to be quite young. It seemed that these youths had come to partake in the soul battles, perhaps led by some wealthy young master enjoying a playful outing with friends. Though, that mask is rather unsightly. Have the tastes of young masters become so peculiar these days? One scoffed, his disdain unabashed. The group frowned, turning to see a towering man, over 2 meters tall, striding toward them, his face a mask of contempt. "What are you little kids doing here? This isn't a playground for pampered young masters. Hurry back home to play in the mud." He laughed heartily. Some members of the Shrek team had good temperaments, and Xiao Wu leaped up, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? What we do here is none of your business." The burly man raised an eyebrow. "Oh, little sister, you have quite the voice and your figure is decent too, though I wonder how you look beneath that mask." The 3 girls from Shrek, though still young, possessed the makings of great beauty. Despite their masks, their grace and form were undeniable. Upon seeing Zhu Qing's devilish figure, the man's eyes gleamed as he reached out with a large hand. "Come here, let me see what you look like." Zhu Qing regarded him coldly, and before she could react, a similarly large hand came crashing down. "Get lost." Dai Mubai forcefully swatted the man's hand away, his eyes glinting with cold fury. "Ha ha! Do you think you have any right to interfere with me?" The giant laughed mockingly, throwing a punch toward Dai Mubai's face with the sound of wind slicing through the air. Dai Mubai let out a low growl, his right arm's muscles tensing as he met the attack with a punch of his own. A dull thud echoed as the giant staggered slightly. While Dai Mubai was forced to take 2 steps back, he maintained a composed demeanor, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. The burly man, noticing that Dai Mubai had only retreated a couple of steps, felt a twinge of confusion but remained dismissive, beckoning with his hand. At this moment, the atmosphere began to spiral out of control. As Dai Mubai prepared to charge again, a sharp voice rang out, "Stop." A middle-aged man suddenly intervened, placing himself between Dai Mubai and the giant. "Are you too unaware of the rules of the Soul Battle Arena? Fights must take place on a battle stage. No fighting is permitted in the lounge." The giant's expression changed, and he quickly plastered on a smile. "My apologies, Supervisor AO. I couldn't help myself." Supervisor AO ignored him and turned to the Shrek team. "You must be the newly registered Shrek 8 monsters. Since you've caused a conflict, I shall offer you a chance to resolve your grievances. I can swap your original opponents, allowing both sides to battle on the soul battle stage. What do you think?" Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San, who gave a slight nod, and thus he replied coldly, "Very well, we agree." "And you, Quan Chi?" The giant hesitated momentarily, recalling how his previous punch had failed to injure Dai Mu Bai, causing irritation to bubble within him, leading him to nod vigorously and snarl, "If they seek death, I shall gladly oblige them." Supervisor AO remained neutral but cautioned, "Remember, this is the last time. Do not let me see you causing trouble on my turf again." Just as he was about to leave, he paused. "Oh, by the way, you 8 from Shrek, there are 8 of you, correct? Quan Chi's team has only 7 members. How will you address this discrepancy? Will you leave one person out?" Or Quan Chi sneered, "What does it matter if they all come at us? A bunch of little kids. I'll teach them what a soul battle truly entails." Supervisor AO cast a long glance at Quan Chi, but said nothing further. "Then let it be so. All of you may enter the stage together." Quan Chi laughed coldly. "Little brats, be sure to write your last wills." He then turned to leave, needing to inform his teammates of this unilateral decision to change opponents. Watching Quan Chi depart, Supervisor AO turned to the Shrek team and remarked, "Quan Chi is the captain of the Crazy Battle Team. All of their members are above level 35, though they have only recently formed. They have already achieved 7 consecutive victories in battles at the Soul Ancestor level. Those who have faced them have either perished or been severely injured. They are arguably the team with the best chance of advancing to the Copper Soul Battle Team within the Soto Great Soul Arena. Even if you have the numerical advantage, I advise you to seek your own fortune once you take the stage. If you find yourselves at a disadvantage, concede early to preserve your lives." "Thank you for the warning," Yao acknowledged with a nod. Supervisor AO frowned, scrutinizing Yao for a moment, seeing that the others also appeared unfazed. He said nothing more and took his leave. Upon exiting the lounge, Supervisor AO instructed the woman standing nearby, "Please bring me the registration details for the Shrek 8 monsters, along with each individual's battle records. Let me see what confidence you possess to disregard even the Crazy Battle Team." Chapter 38, Confrontation with the Crazy Battle Team. After Supervisor AO departed, the Shrek team gathered closely. Tang San stated solemnly, "This Crazy Battle Team is certainly formidable. We must not underestimate them. Their soul power is generally above level 35, and in terms of sheer soul power, they surpass us." Oscar nodded in agreement, noting that the formidable wild rhinoceros had gained the upper hand after trading blows with Dai Mu Bai, suggesting that his soul power was likely at the 39th level. And he was a powerful assault-type soul master. Dai Mu Bai, maintaining a serious demeanor, concurred, recognizing that his own soul power was at 37, and after months of rigorous training, he was but a step away from reaching 38. The fact that the wild rhinoceros managed to inflict some minor setbacks on him indicated that his strength was indeed formidable. Tang San remarked, "Fortunately, that fellow has agreed to let all of us participate, and with our numerical advantage, as long as we coordinate effectively, our chances of victory are promising." Yao interjected, "Xiao San, have you noticed how the expressions of the others in the resting area have changed since the wild rhinoceros arrived?" Tang Sin replied gravely, "Indeed. Fear is evident on everyone's faces. Our opponents are either destined for defeat or serious injury. We must be thoroughly prepared. Xiao Ao, when we're in the arena, prioritize preparing the flying mushroom sausage, ensuring each person has one. If the situation becomes dire, do not hesitate to consume it and retreat from the battlefield." Oscar nodded solemnly. Matters of life and death demanded utmost seriousness. Given that the wild rhinoceros bore its namesake, its martial spirit was likely that of a rhinoceros, suggesting strong power and defense, albeit potentially lacking in speed. We should minimize direct confrontations, so I will attempt to restrain him. But if I fail, Mu Bai, I will rely on you to hold him off. Dai Mu Bai flashed a grin, replying, "Of course, this is part of my duty. Now let us proceed." The members of Shrek Academy ascended the battle platform, finally catching sight of the complete lineup of the Wild Battle Team. 6 men and 1 woman formed the team. The lone female adorned with heavy makeup, her age indiscernible, and her attire quite revealing. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. "Yao Ge, that woman over there is really—" "Shut up, fatty," Yi Yao retorted coldly, having grown weary of Ma Hongjun's tastes. Although he lacked a girlfriend and had little luck with women, he was not so desperate as to entertain such thoughts. "I've decided I need to keep my distance from fatty," he silently resolved. The woman, noticing Ma Hongjun's unabashed gaze, merely cast a fleeting glance before her eyes lit up upon spotting Dai Mu Bai at the forefront of the team, and she playfully blew him a kiss. In response, Dai Mu Bai remained unfazed. His standards were not as low as Ma Hongjun's, having encountered many beautiful women over the years. This one hardly piqued his interest, especially with Zhu Zhuqin watching from behind. Their relationship had only recently improved, and he dared not entertain any thoughts that might jeopardize it. The host approached, the same AO steward from before who observed the Shrek 8 monsters with keen interest before announcing, "We now commence the team battle, featuring the 7-time victors. The Wild Battle Team, against the newly established Shrek 8 monsters. Let's witness the outcome." As the AO steward stepped down from the battle platform, the Wild Rhinoceros sneered, "You youngsters, once you step onto the platform, the AO steward can no longer protect you. Even if I were to eliminate all of you, it would be within the rules. Try your best," Dai Mubai responded coolly. "Very well," the Wild Rhinoceros declared. "Let's unleash our martial spirits." Subsequently, an array of soul rings materialized beneath their feet, aside from the Wild Rhinoceros, who bore a white, yellow, and purple configuration. The other men displayed a dismal array of 102 yellow rings. Surprisingly, the flamboyant woman possessed the best soul ring configuration. "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits," Dai Mubai commanded. The 7 treasures glazed tower emerged, with Ning Rongrong exclaiming, "First, strength, second, speed." A shimmering light enveloped the members of Shrek Academy. 7 treasures, glazed tower? You are from the 7 treasures, glazed sect? The Wild Rhinoceros questioned, uncertainty etched across his face. "That's none of your business." Dai Mubai scoffed disdainfully. The Wild Rhinoceros's expression darkened as he regarded the uniform best soul ring configurations among the Shrek team. Given their formidable strength at such young ages, could they truly be the young heirs of the 7 treasures glazed sect? "Damn it, this is troublesome," he thought, while Ma Hongjun impatiently called out, "Hey, are you going to fight or not?" With no alternative, the Wild Rhinoceros resolved to engage, albeit cautiously to avoid seriously injuring these young prodigies. He grit his teeth and instructed his teammates, "Stay alert. Be careful not to provoke the 7 treasures glazed sect, or we'll all be in deep trouble." His teammates nodded gravely. They were mere pawns with no backing, relying solely on their skills in the arena to make a living. Against a significant sect like the 7 treasures glazed sect, their lives would be as expendable as ants. The Wild Rhinoceros let out a fierce roar. A single horn sprouting from his head, enveloped in a circle of yellow light, manifesting his martial spirit. The other 5 men displayed various spirits. 1 bore a disc, 2 were monkeys, and the last 2 were goats. The female soul master, however, had a spider as her martial spirit. The man wielding the disc shouted, "Rui disc. Unleash the light of defense. Activate the attack aura." 2 beams of yellow-white light enveloped the group. Yi Yao chuckled quietly, "Showing off your support in front of the continent's premier auxiliary martial spirit. The 7 treasures glazed tower? Brother, you must still be dreaming. Fine, go ahead and be the first to take a nap." With a roar, the Wild Rhinoceros charged forward, followed closely by the 2 goat soul masters activating their first soul rings, while the 2 monkey soul masters flanked the sides, aiming directly for Ning Rongrong. "How reckless! Brothers, are you not leaving anyone to protect the rear? Then I shall not hold back." The female soul master waved her hand, and a web descended upon the Shrek team. "Fatty, Phoenix Fire Line," Tang Sen commanded. Ma Hongjun activated his first soul ring, unleashing a purplish-red flame, even with a power advantage. An ordinary spider's web could not possibly withstand the might of the Phoenix's fire, especially since he was the evil Fire Phoenix. As the web made contact, it melted away. With a flick of his right hand, Tang San employed his unique Tang Sect hidden weapon technique, launching his 3rd soul skill, Spiderweb Binding, directly at the Wild Rhinoceros. Yet, the Wild Rhinoceros was no fool. His 2nd soul ring glowed, and he met the oncoming web binding with his fists cloaked in black light. However, regrettably, the potency of Tang San's 3rd soul skill was formidable, within the same rank, unless there was an elemental counter. A soul master would find it exceedingly difficult to resist such an attack. Consequently, the Wild Rhinoceros found himself ensnared. The Spider-Woman's expression shifted as she realized that the Shrek team was not as easily dealt with as she had assumed. Attempting to alter her strategy, she signaled for the 2 monkey soul masters to fall back and protect the rear. However, it was too late. The Spider-Woman froze, her gaze darting to see Yi Yao seemingly vanish from her peripheral vision. "This is bad." She suddenly turned. "Watch out." The disc-wielding male soul master's expression faltered. still unaware of what was happening, when Yi Yao's figure appeared like a wraith behind him. "You're going down," Yi Yao stated coolly. Then with a swift motion of his sword, he struck the male soul master off the battle platform. Having witnessed the wild rhinoceros being restrained, he recognized a golden opportunity. He unleashed a burst of soul power, sacrificing all defense for a significant boost in speed, allowing him to swiftly eliminate the auxiliary soul master of the wild battle team. As for using the sword's body rather than the blade, the small stature of that soul master would likely lead to his demise. Damn it! The Spider-Woman's soul master let out a furious roar. At that moment, the two monkey soul masters had retreated, rushing towards Yao. Dai Mubai was engaged in a fierce battle with the rampaging rhino, while Xiao was holding off a goat soul master. Unfortunately, this particular soul master possessed a trample skill that severely countered Xiao Wu, making it difficult for her to secure victory. She could only temporarily stall him. Meanwhile, Tang San and Ma Hongjun were jointly restraining another goat's soul master. Despite their advantage in soul power, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit provided considerable leverage, and combined with Tang San's continuous control, the goat's soul master was unlikely to escape defeat. Zhu Zhuqing dashed towards the Spider-Woman's soul master with remarkable speed, her claws extending as she activated her first soul skill, the nether stab, aiming directly for the soul master's neck. The Spider-Woman's hair bristled as her second soul ring illuminated and silk threads erupted from her body, forming a barrier to deflect Zhu Zhuqing's strike. Undeterred by her initial failure, Zhu Zhuqing attempted to sidestep for another attack, only to be met with a piercing scream from the soul master. Her third soul ring glowed, and 8 strands of hair lashed out like whips towards Zhu Zhuqing. Caught off guard, Zhu Zhuqing was struck and spat blood, tumbling to the ground. "Zhuqing!" Dai Mubai roared, unleashing a blast of white tiger light wave towards the Spider-Woman. Ignoring the rampaging rhino, he charged directly at her. The Spider-Woman, startled, rolled to evade the white tiger light wave and shouted, "Rampaging rhino, how long will you feign death?" The rampaging rhino let out a furious roar. His third soul ring lit up, causing him to swell in size as he broke free from the web's constraints, then swung both fists towards Dai Mubai's back. "Mubai, watch out!" Tang San shouted, shooting another web to restrain the rampaging rhino. But it was too late. His fist connected with Dai Mubai's back. Hearing Tang San's warning, Dai Mubai managed to shift his body slightly, but he was still heavily injured, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. Dai Lauda. Yi Yao's pupils constricted. With both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai incapacitated, Tang San's web could not hold the rampaging rhino for long, and his soul power was running low. They had to end the battle quickly. Yi Yao knelt slightly, gazing at the two approaching monkey soul masters, and commanded, "Wind King Iron Hammer." A powerful gust of wind erupted, forcing the two monkey soul masters to dodge, giving Yi Yao the opportunity to vanish from sight. In the next moment, Yi Yao reappeared beside the recovering Spider-Woman soul master, delivering a diagonal slash with his sword. The soul master felt a sudden alarm and instinctively activated her third soul skill, launching several strands of hair like whips. Yi Yao, undeterred, slashed through, severing the hair and causing the soul master to cry out in pain, her complexion turning pale. The blade continued its descent, and with the sharpness of the Oath of Victory's sword, it seemed she was on the verge of demise. However, in a last-minute effort, the soul master groaned as she was struck by the sword's immense force, sending her flying out of the arena. Yi Yao, at the critical moment, had altered his strike to a horizontal swipe, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Yet due to his hesitation, he was unable to fully retract his power and sustained a more serious injury than intended. He then ignored the two pursuing monkey soul masters and flashed to the side of the rampaging rhino, who was on the verge of breaking free from Tang San's second web. The rampaging rhino roared in fury, his veins bulging as he exerted all his strength to finally escape the web. However, Yi Yao was already before him, and as he felt a sharp pressure on his chest and abdomen, the rhino's second soul ring lit up, his fists glowing black as they shielded his chest. With a thud, blood spewed forth as the rampaging rhino stumbled back 2 steps, his hands twitching slightly. The sword strike had not been fully blocked, and he had sustained some damage to his hands, rendering him unable to fight at full strength. Yi Yao took a deep breath. He had maintained his soul power in a state of explosive release, but the consumption was substantial. Over 60% of his soul power had been expended. If the battle did not conclude soon, he would be unable to continue. Yi Yao stepped forward, drawing his sword, and a golden mark appeared on the rampaging rhino. Activating his third soul skill, the Judgment Mark, which further amplified the Oath of Victory Sword's power. The rampaging rhino roared again, placing his hands defensively before him. But he knew he could not withstand the blow. His first soul ring glowed, and the short horn on his head radiated yellow light as he charged headlong into the blade of the Oath of Victory sword. Ah! The rampaging rhino cried out in pain as his horn was cleanly severed by the blade, his martial spirit severely wounded and nearly rendered powerless. Yi Yao's complexion paled slightly as he kicked the rampaging rhino away, turning to face the two monkey soul masters who had been pursuing him. So, are we still fighting? At that moment, Tang San unleashed his final web to restrain the goat soul master that Xiao Wu had been holding off, and seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu executed a swift move, seamlessly transitioning into an 8-dan throw to eliminate her opponent. Meanwhile, with Tang San's continuous support, Ma Hongjun finally managed to subdue his foe. Now, the only enemies left standing in the rampaging rhino's team were the two monkey soul masters who had been chasing Yi Yao from the beginning. On the side of Shrek, the two support-type soul masters remained unharmed, while Tang San had depleted most of his soul power. Nevertheless, with Oscar's sausages aiding his recovery, he still possessed enough strength to fight. Xiao Wu was uninjured, with over half of her soul power intact, and Ma Hongjun was in a similar position to Tang San, bolstered by Oscar's sausages, maintaining a measure of combat capability. The two monkey soul masters exchanged glances, their expressions darkening before finally admitting, "We concede." Yi Yao sighed in relief. Truthfully, he was at the end of his rope, having exhausted nearly 90% of his soul power. In just a few moments, he would no longer be able to sustain his explosive state, and, at that point, the two monkey soul masters might indeed take the risk of a final confrontation, leading to a Pyrrhic victory, although they were already on the brink. And the victors are the Shrek 8 monsters. Manager Ao's voice echoed, met with a thunderous wave of cheers from the audience. Yet, the Shrek group had no time to revel in their triumph. Yi Yao rushed to Zhu Zhuqing's side, noticing her pallid complexion, and shouted, "Xiao Ao, Xiao Sausage, hurry!" Oscar wasted no time, quickly reciting the soul incantation to produce a sausage and handing it over. Yi Yao fed it to Zhu Zhuqing, and upon seeing the color return to her face, he breathed a sigh of relief. The female soul master's skill was poisonous, and although the force of her earlier strike had not been overwhelming, Zhu Zhuqing must have been poisoned, which was why Yi Yao had sought to end the battle swiftly. Looking toward Dai Mubai, he noticed Tang San had already fed him a sausage. Fortunately, we avoided any critical injuries, with a couple of days of rest. "He should be fine," Tang San murmured. Manager Ao observed the Shrek group quietly, surprised at their ability to defeat the rampaging rhino team. Recalling the intelligence he had gathered earlier. The Shrek 8 monsters, indeed intriguing, he mused. Chapter 39. Summary. Xiao Wu helped Zhu Zhuqing to her feet, while Tang San and Yi Yao assisted Dai Mubai as they descended from the battle arena. The master awaited them backstage, his expression stern. "Now that the first team battle is over, share your thoughts," he commanded. Dai Mubai paused, then spoke softly. "I was the one who held everyone back this time. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament." Oscar shook his head, bitterly responding, "Dai Lauda, this isn't your fault. Zhuqing was injured, and it's only natural you would react emotionally. I took up a position, but ended up being rather ineffective." Zhu Zhuqing's complexion appeared somewhat pallid as she clenched her teeth tightly, remaining silent. The master suddenly spoke with gravity. "Do you comprehend the perilous nature of this soul battle? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing have both sustained injuries. Had it not been for Tang San's relentless efforts to subdue the rampaging rhino and assist Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun in overcoming their adversaries, while Yi Yao simultaneously felled 3 opponents and restrained 2 others, the conclusion of this soul battle would not have been so easily attainable." The master continued, "Firstly, you recklessly engaged the rampaging squad without concrete intelligence regarding their capabilities, which is undoubtedly inadvisable. Tang San, this was your error. Are you aware of the potential ramifications of such actions on the battlefield? It could very well lead to the annihilation of your entire battalion. You are the brains of this team. While Dai Mubai may act impulsively, you must not." Tang San nodded subtly, murmuring, "Indeed, this was a miscalculation on my part." Then he turned to Dai Mubai and asked, "In confronting the opponent's strongest rampaging rhino, what did you do?" Upon witnessing Zhu Qing's injury, you carelessly exposed your back to the enemy while they still possessed their fighting spirit. Did you truly believe that Tang San's control was invincible? Such behavior on the battlefield could not only result in your own demise, but could also jeopardize the lives of your entire team. Dai Mubai bowed his head deeply, remaining silent. Zhu Qing, and you as well, why did you not retreat immediately after your first strike failed, but instead chose to attack again? Zhu Qing replied softly. The opportunity was rare. Opportunity? The master retorted. The opponent's soul power surpassed yours by 10 levels. Their soul ring configuration was comparable, and they were a control-type soul master. Given that the enemy had already regained their composure, how could you possibly have the confidence to believe you could defeat her head-on? The master inhaled deeply, surveying the members of Shrek Academy. After today's team battle, do you still presume that your coordination is adequate? The group silently shook their heads, and the master nodded in satisfaction. Then do not allow pride to blind you. Henceforth, absorb the lessons learned and remain humble in your pursuit of knowledge. Yes, we understand. The members of Shrek Academy affirmed with resolute nods, their initial arrogance dissipating. A faint smile graced the master's previously stern countenance. Nevertheless, you have emerged victorious. Despite the numerical advantage and superior soul ring configurations, overcoming the rampaging squad, who had achieved 7 consecutive victories, still surpassed my expectations. Oscar, do not belittle your contributions. While you may not directly engage in combat, you serve as their support, providing them with sustained combat capability. If it were not for your sausages replenishing Tang San and the other soul power, the outcome of this soul battle might have been drastically different. The faces of the group brightened slightly, and Oscar chuckled, offering praise. It is all thanks to your guidance, Master. Enough flattery. Let us celebrate this achievement. Find a place to commemorate our success, the Master suggested with a faint smile. Dai Mubai, though his voice was weak, waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Let us go, brothers. It's on me." Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, excitedly exclaiming, "Dai boss, I know a great place." Dai Mubai chuckled, jesting, "I know you, fatty. You just want to eat. Let us hurry." Ning Rongrong, curious, inquired, "Are we drinking later?" "I found a taste of alcohol quite pleasant." The group's expressions instantly paled as they recalled the terrifying experiences of drinking with Ning Rongrong at the table. "Cough, cough. Let's skip it this time," Tang San replied, his face slightly ashen. Despite his good tolerance for alcohol and his ability to expel its effects with Xiantian's skill, he had still not managed to endure the last occasion. Dai Mubai forced a laugh, adding, "I'm injured, so I want tea drink this time." Yao, avoiding Ning Rongrong's gaze, looked skyward at a 45-degree angle and mused. "The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful." Ma Hongjun glanced up at the sky, muttering, "Moonlight? It's not even dark yet. Where's the moon?" Oscar coughed lightly. Rongrong, drinking is harmful. Let us skip it this time." Ning Rongrong tilted her head in confusion. "Really? But I think it's quite enjoyable. The more I drink, the more spirited I feel. Goodness, what is this? This is talent," Yao thought to himself in astonishment. Xiao tugged at Ning Rongrong's hand, continuously advising her against drinking too much, but Ning Rongrong seemed perplexed. Just as she was about to inquire further, a cool little hand landed on her shoulder. Zhu Qing's voice was icy as she stated, "No drinking today." Seeing Zhu Qing take such a stance, Ning Rongrong finally relinquished her desire to drink, though she kept muttering about wanting to drink next time, causing the others to break into a cold sweat. Yi Yao addressed the master. "Teacher, will you and Dean Flinder also be joining us?" The master shook his head. "You young ones go ahead. Flinder and I have some matters to attend to." Yi Yao did not press further, bidding farewell to the master before joining Dai Mubai and the others. Flinder held a money pouch in his hands. His eyes crinkled in glee as he murmured, "We struck it rich. We struck it rich." The master sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. "You're all spirit saints now. How can you get so excited over such a trifling sum? And what of it? Spirit saints still need to eat. Our academy is struggling to make ends meet. Several teachers haven't been paid for months, and as the dean, I've been tightening my belt just to get by. I even had to open a shop to subsidize the academy." Flinder lamented dramatically, eliciting a series of headshakes from the master. "Let's not dwell on that. Today's battle has garnered quite an audience. As dean, you must help them address any subsequent issues." "Of course," Flinder replied, stroking his beard with a smile. "Excuse me, are you two teachers from Shrek Academy?" A somewhat reserved voice inquired from behind. Flinder and the master exchanged glances, detecting a shared amusement in one another's eyes. Speak of the devil. Flinder turned around, clearing his throat. Indeed, we are. Manager A.O. stood respectfully beside them, saying, on behalf of the Soto Great Soul Arena, I hope to discuss a potential collaboration with your esteemed academy. Would you two teachers be amenable to this? His tone conveyed utmost respect. If the rampaging rhino were present, he would surely be astonished to witness the once formidable manager A.O. so humble before Flinder. Yet, manager A.O. felt no discomfort, for the records indicated that the Shrek 8 monsters likely hail from Shrek Academy, and he had certainly heard of the Academy's esteemed reputation within Soto City. In the Heaven-Do Empire, it is not considered a formal Soul Master Academy, being somewhat remote and lacking facilities with only a handful of teachers. However, among these few instructors, there are known to be 2 Spirit Emperors. It is worth noting that the head of the Spirit Hall in Soto City is merely a Spirit Emperor. Such an academy cannot be overlooked. Moreover, it is said that Shrek Academy has exceptionally stringent admission criteria, and upon graduation, students typically attain at least the title of Viscount within the Empire, a guarantee that even the Royal Academy of the Heaven-Do Empire cannot match. I am the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder stated nonchalantly. Manager A.O.'s eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this was the head of the mysterious Shrek Academy. If even the teachers were Spirit Emperors, then surely the Dean would be of an even higher caliber. At this realization, Manager A.O.'s demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Esteemed one, we hope to have the Shrek 8 monsters become a permanent battle team at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Oh, Flinder stroked his beard thoughtfully. He was aware that some permanent teams were established to prevent other city teams from exploiting the opportunity to participate in lower-level soul battles, thereby achieving consecutive victories and profiting from the soul arena, which could severely tarnish its reputation. Consequently, certain soul arenas would maintain a few formidable teams specifically to counter such situations. As Flander pondered, the master nodded in agreement. All right, Shao Gang. Flander furrowed his brow. Typically, the opponents faced by a permanent team were not to be underestimated. Even though the Shrek 7 Devils possessed remarkable talent, their youth and significant disparity in soul power made victories challenging, much like the current frenzied battle team. Although he was somewhat envious of the substantial rewards offered by the Soul Arena, the safety of his students remained paramount. The master waved his hand dismissively and addressed Manager A.O. However, we have a condition. We request detailed information about the location before the battle. And if the opposing team is excessively strong, we reserve the right to decline the match. Flander's expression brightened at this concession. There was room for negotiation. Manager A.O. contemplated this condition, deeming it reasonable. Even if it were somewhat unconventional, fostering goodwill with at least Soul Emperor-level powerhouses was advantageous. He nodded very well. I represent the Soto Great Soul Arena, and I accept. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Flander suddenly bore a somewhat mischievous grin, rubbing his fingers together, contemplating the financial prospects. Manager A.O., understanding his intent, smiled and gestured subtly to Flander, whose grin widened even further. He warmly placed an arm around Manager A.O.'s shoulder. My dear A.O., I have another idea regarding the odds for our students' matches. The master shook his head, choosing not to engage with Flander, who had once again become consumed by monetary pursuits. His agreement to establish a permanent team stemmed from the necessity for the Shrek Academy members to endure a series of intense battles for honing their skills. Generally, the adversaries faced by permanent teams were formidable, at least on par with the frenzied battle team, serving as an excellent honing stone. Continuous combat would forge them into a seamlessly cohesive unit, and he believed the brilliance they would ultimately radiate would astonish the entire continent. In the days that followed, due to injuries sustained by Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, the team refrained from engaging in group battles, focusing instead on individual and duo soul fights. 2 days later, Zhu Zhuqing recovered and immediately commenced one-on-one battles, as well as duo matches with Ning Rongrong in the 7-treasure Ling Cat combination. 5 days later, Dai Mubai healed, and lacking a partner for duo fights, he fervently participated in matches to catch up with the team. Throughout the following month, the Shrek members achieved a series of victories, with few defeats. In duo battles, the 7-treasure Ling Cat combination recorded 20 wins and 4 losses, while the trio of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Alongside the sausage night combination of Yi Yao and Oscar maintained a staggering winning streak. In one-on-one battles, Tang San remained unbeaten, while Yi Yao recorded 28 victories with a single defeat, the latter occurring during a match against Dai Mubai. Following a clandestine agreement between manager Ao and Flander, Yi Yao and Dai Mubai engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately resulting in Yi Yao's narrow loss, which ended his winning streak. Nevertheless, Flander profited handsomely from the gambling, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing also thrive within the ranks of Great Soul Masters, despite not achieving records as formidable as Yi Yao and Tang San's. They still encountered few setbacks. Notably, after the match, Yi Yao and Dai Mubai jested about whether they should receive a share of the winnings, prompting Flander to admonish them with righteous indignation, asserting that as soul masters, they should not overly value material possessions. A true man should be magnanimous, he declared, which resulted in Yi Yao and Dai Mubai casting discreet glances of disdain. During this period, alongside their regular group battles, they accepted the invitation from the Soto Great Soul Arena to serve as a permanent team in 2 contests, facing opponents who were not weaker than the Frenzied Battle team. In the most challenging match, the Shrek 7 Devils barely triumphed, relying on Oscar's mushroom sausages to exhaust their opponent's soul power before securing victory. Ultimately, they won, and the master refrained from further commentary, as the progress of the Shrek members was evident. Their cooperation had become remarkably seamless, with their only shortcoming compared to other elite teams being soul power. Observing the Shrek team once again seize victory in a group battle, Flander sighed, "Shao Gang, I concede. I have ultimately fallen short in the realm of teaching disciples compared to you." The master smiled slightly, acknowledging that Ma Hongjun was indeed commendable, possessing a mutated phoenix, martial soul, and a commendable work ethic. Although the side effects of the evil fire posed challenges, he remained a diamond with slight imperfections, destined to become a formidable force in the future. Flander sighed with a wry smile. "Yes, this chubby boy is indeed impressive. I have invested much effort into him, and he has not disappointed me." However, he pointed at Tang San and Yi Yao. "Look at your 2 disciples. Each surpasses the other in extraordinary talent. Tang San speaks for himself, being the child of that esteemed individual, but Yi Yao, a commoner born with such a powerful martial soul, possessing a domain and the ability to wield his martial soul's true form without reaching level 70. His combat prowess far exceeds that of his peers. Even Tang San, without his special weapons, would hardly stand a chance against Yi Yao. It's not that exaggerated. His martial soul is indeed powerful, but the significant soul power consumption is a clear drawback. As for other aspects, he still has much to learn." The master waved his hand as if unconcerned, yet his eyes sparkled with pride for this student he held in high regard. Flander scoffed, "Please, I know you too well. You feign indifference to their shortcomings while secretly reveling in their accomplishments. Never mind, your disciples are your prerogative. I shall just enjoy my lemon." He sighed, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun, his right hand instinctively stroking his beard. "Nevertheless, my disciples seem to lag behind too far. It's rather embarrassing for me. I suppose I must provide this chubby boy with some extra coaching. He should focus on training rather than indulging in the evil fire. Once he is well trained, he won't have time to entertain such distractions." With this thought, a sinister smile crept onto Flander's face. Just as Ma Hongjun was preparing to step down, he suddenly shivered, casting a suspicious glance around. Oscar inquired curiously, "Fatty, what is wrong? Are you up to something?" "No, it felt like someone was plotting against me just now." Ma Hongjun replied, puzzled. Oscar chuckled. "Who would take the trouble to plot against you? You probably just want to indulge in the evil fire again." Ma Hongjun shrugged off his earlier concerns, smirking. "Little Ao, you have no idea. I recently discovered a rather splendid place." "Huh? You found a new spot? Weren't you just telling me about a place where you could exchange 1 silver coin for 2, 3 for a grass nest with a golden phoenix?" Oscar asked curiously. "Oh, that. You wouldn't understand." Ma Hongjun's voice grew agitated, about to divulge the previous incident when a cold glare suddenly swept over. Yi Yao approached silently, delivering a firm slap on Ma Hongjun's shoulder with a forced smile. "Fatty, weren't you eager to relieve yourself? Hurry up and go." Feeling the increasing pressure on his shoulder, Ma Hongjun dared not retort and nodded repeatedly before hastily departing. As Ma Hongjun left, Yi Yao coolly withdrew his gaze, not wanting anyone to know he had been involved in that kind of situation with Ma Hongjun, especially with someone possessing such a lecherous martial soul. This was what? This was black history, In a contemplative mood, Yao pondered the possibility of silencing the hefty individual to prevent him from spreading rumors. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, who had already distanced himself, felt a shiver run down his spine, wondering who else sought to harm him. Master and Flander had initially planned to depart, but the serious expression of Steward Ao compelled them to pause. "Gentlemen, I have a request," Steward Ao intoned gravely. Flander, taken aback, was puzzled by the unexpected plea from Steward Ao. Master furrowed his brow and urged, "Please disclose the matter at hand. I wish for the Shrek 8 monsters to serve as a permanent combat team in the central main soul arena against a particular squad." "That contradicts the regulations," Master replied. "Only teams of Silver Soul rank and above are permitted to battle in the central arena. Even if they are a permanent team, other ranks cannot compete. And if the opposing team is of Silver Soul rank, their soul power should already be at the Soul Master level. The disparity in our soul power renders us virtually without chance." Steward Ao managed a bitter smile, acknowledging the truth in Master S' words. "Typically, yes. However, this team is unique. Each member possesses a Silver Soul badge, yet their soul power only reaches the Soul Elder level. They are not far from the Soul Master rank, but it remains improbable for us to engage them with a Soul Master level team. Among teams below that rank, only yours holds a glimmer of hope." Steward Ao then bowed deeply, pleading, "I implore you to assist us at the Soto Great Soul Arena. If this continues, our losses will be substantial and could jeopardize the arena's operations." Flander contemplated refusing, for possessing a Silver Soul badge at the Soul Elder level indicated formidable strength. It was worth noting that the previous graduation standard of Shrek Academy was merely obtaining a Silver Soul badge, and these young prodigies had only been enrolled for less than 6 months. "We can increase our compensation," Steward Ao added quickly. Flander hesitated, despite his fondness for wealth. He could not allow his students to risk their lives in combat. Yet Master interjected, "Provide me with their intelligence." Steward Ao promptly handed over the prepared dossier, anxiously awaiting Master S' response. Master scrutinized the information in his hands, and Flander admonished, "Shao Gang, you cannot genuinely wish for these youngsters to partake in this battle." Master remained silent, and after a moment of reflection, he sighed, his gaze complex as he murmured, "The Royal Combat Team. So, it is him. Very well. We shall accept this battle." "What?" The exclamations came in unison. Steward Ao felt elated, while Flander appeared astonished. "Shao Gang, are you certain?" Flander asked with earnest intensity. Master unwaveringly met Flander's gaze. "I would never jest with the safety of my students." Flander fell silent for a moment, inhaling deeply. "Very well, if you insist." He then turned his attention back to Steward Ao, who swallowed nervously, uncertain of Flander's intent. "We agreed. The compensation must increase," Flander declared emphatically. Steward Ao was momentarily taken aback, before smiling apologetically. Of course, we will certainly increase it. We will ensure your satisfaction." Master pressed his palms to his forehead, feeling the weight of his questionable associations. However, the Royal Combat Team, if indeed such was the case, would present the fiercest adversary Yi Yao and his companions had ever encountered. After all, their opponent was. Master focused intently on the dossier in his hands, where he had inadvertently grasped a fragment of an individual's information. Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Soul Power, Level 39. Chapter 41. Discussions in the luxurious lounge of the Soto Great Soul Arena. 7 young individuals were perusing a document. Shrek 8 monsters? I've never heard of them. Which obscure corner did this ragtag team emerge from? A Steel Soul ranked team, and they're a permanent squad? Surely, Soto City is devoid of competent fighters. Scoffed a handsome youth with golden hair. Beside him, a middle-aged man remarked nonchalantly, "Indeed, they're a Steel Soul ranked team. Yet they have achieved a staggering 20 consecutive victories this month. It is only a matter of time before they earn their Silver Soul badge," prompting the Soto Great Soul Arena to grant it to them ahead of schedule. Upon hearing of the 20 victories, the youth's mirth diminished slightly, yet he still dismissed. It merely indicates that the teams in Soto City are lacking, allowing such a minor team to achieve a winning streak. Ah, but their debut opponent was the Frenzied team, the very team you faced. I recall you did not win easily. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. The youth was taken aback. They had triumphed over the Frenzied team? The middle-aged man nodded slightly, making it evident. Not just the youth, but the expressions of the others grew serious. They had faced a frenzied team and recognized that without significant advantages in martial souls and spirit rings, victory would have been uncertain, even if hard fought. Wait, they fought the frenzied team as a group of 8? Another young man in black interjected. With one more member? Huh. I suppose winning with a numerical advantage isn't particularly impressive. The golden-haired youth exhaled in relief, chuckling. This team's soul power seems somewhat low. A blue-clad youth observed coolly. Low? How low could it be? Surely not below level 35? The golden-haired youth inquired curiously. A mesmerizing woman leaning against the blue-clad youth expressed her surprise. Only one exceeds level 35, and there are even 3 great soul masters among them. How is that possible? The golden-haired youth exclaimed, and the others' expressions shifted as well. Such low soul power? The black-clad youth pondered. Although they had one additional member, could they truly defeat the frenzied team with such a significant difference in soul power? The 2 silent giants seated on the floor spoke in unison. Do not underestimate them. The blue-clad youth nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in the Stone Brothers' words. By the way, Ling Ling, aren't you going to sit down? A veiled woman standing in the corner responded in an ethereal voice. No, I prefer standing. The blue-clad youth shrugged, no longer insisting, and casually tossed the document onto the table. Though they should not be underestimated, there was little to warrant special concern. They had managed to defeat the frenzied team. But it was a Pyrrhic victory. As long as they remained vigilant, victory would remain in their grasp. The alluring woman shifted slightly closer to the young man, finding a more comfortable position. She languidly remarked, Tianheng is correct. While they possess some strength, they do not warrant our utmost attention. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Speaking sternly, is this how you, as captain and vice-captain, perceive this opponent? If so, I assure you, you will face significant setbacks. The group fell silent, clearly aware of the authoritative presence the middle-aged man held among them. The golden-haired youth chuckled uneasily. Teacher Qin, please don't be upset. Let us observe further, and resumed examining the document. Captain, evil-eyed white tiger. This one seems quite strong, but still not a match for the leader. Vice-captain, thousand-handed Azura. Soul power seems a bit low. Martial soul. Blue-silver grass? The golden-haired youth suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, they're bringing out the blue-silver grass martial soul? Haha, is it a control type? Can it truly control anyone? The golden-haired youth laughed heartily, nearly shedding tears. Wait, what is this? There's another with an unknown martial soul? The black-clad youth queried, perplexed. Unknown martial soul? The group focused intently on the document. The Sacred Sword Knight, at level 34, possesses an unknown martial spirit and belongs to the powerful offensive spirit master category. Upon releasing his martial spirit, parts of armor manifest on his body, and his right hand seems to grasp an unseen weapon, which, judging by his title, appears to be a sword. The youth named you Tianheng read aloud each word with precision. This individual is peculiar. While he displays portions of armor, it seems not to be his martial spirit. He appears to wield an invisible weapon, and in previous team battles, he has played a pivotal role, particularly in the match against the frenzied warriors, where he secured victory. Teacher Qin nodded in acknowledgement. An intangible weapon? Yu Tianheng mused thoughtfully. Haha, Teacher Qin, boss, look here. Someone is claiming this person seems to possess a millennium-old second spirit ring. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Why not say they saw a 10,000-year fourth spirit ring while they're at it? The blonde youth erupted into laughter. The youth in black, caught between laughter and disbelief, remarked, this is a soul master at the soul sovereign level. How could there possibly be a fourth spirit ring, especially a black one? Yet, this information is indeed peculiar. Perhaps someone was inebriated and misread it. Teacher Qin suddenly interjected. This individual seldom reveals his spirit rings during battles. A look of astonishment finally crossed Yu Tianheng's face. Teacher Qin, are you suggesting? Teacher Qin gently shook his head, stating, I have said nothing. I am merely observing how you, as the captain, will judge. Regardless, this is too outrageous. A second spirit ring can be no more than 100 years old. That is an ironclad rule. Anyone who disregards this principle is long deceased. A captivating woman frowned. Yu Tianheng also furrowed his brow, aligning with this belief. However, given Teacher Qin's esteemed status, he inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, whatever the truth, we shall discover it during the competition. However, his potential threat is undoubtedly the most significant. This is beyond debate, and we must strategically focus on him. Teacher Qin, hearing this, felt a subtle sigh escape him. He chose not to elaborate further, simply stating, during this competition, you are not permitted to use excessive force. If anyone is poisoned, Yanzi, you must help them detoxify immediately after. Although the members of the royal battle team were puzzled, they nodded in agreement. At this moment, the Shrek team was also engaged in discussions regarding the impending battle. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, Tang Sin pondered, his head bowed. The world's strongest offensive beast martial spirit. Ye Yao rubbed his hands together, excitement evident in his demeanor. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with fervor. Battling against the blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master is indeed a dream for every offensive spirit master, and he was no exception. He yearned to face Yu Qianheng in a direct confrontation to see if his white tiger martial spirit could surpass the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Once again, I will leave the tactical arrangements to Xiao San. I shall not say much, the master spoke calmly. Tang San hesitated, saying, the opposing support spirit master wields the phosphorescent snake martial spirit. Yao's expression shifted. The phosphorescent snake martial spirit, a control type, it could only belong to that individual. Tang San nodded gravely. Indeed, the poison overlord, the phosphorescent Douluo. The master slightly inclined his head, approvingly stating, that is correct. The phosphorescent snake spirit master is named De Viyen, and coincidentally, the phosphorescent Douluo shares the same surname. But how will the phosphorescent snake martial spirit control its opponents? Tang Sin raised his query. Poison, he realized. In that case, I believe our primary target should be... Wait, a clear voice interrupted Tang San. What is it, Rong? Tang Sin inquired, puzzled. I believe our foremost target should be the support spirit master with a 9-heart begonia martial spirit. Ning Rong replied softly. 9-heart begonia? Tang San echoed, perplexed, then turned to Yao. Yao shrugged. Don't look at me. We were taught by the same master. If you don't know, how could I? The others shook their heads in confusion. The master then asked, Rong, do you know what the 9-heart begonia martial spirit entails? Teacher, you don't even know? Yao was taken aback, astonished that such a martial spirit could exist without the master's knowledge. Excluding the sword of oath victory, which is not from this world. If someone recognizes it, that is truly surprising. Ning Rong proceeded to enlighten them about the significance of the 9-heart begonia and her father Ning Fengji's evaluation of it. If not for the fact that only one person can wield the 9-heart begonia at a time, the title of the world as foremost support martial spirit might not still belong to the 7 treasures glazed tile. The group fell silent. Given that the current continent's top support spirit master made such claims, it carried substantial weight. In that case, we must prioritize neutralizing the support spirit master. Tang San surveyed the group, ultimately fixing his gaze on Yao. Do not worry. Leave it to me, Yao replied with a slight smile. Cutting the back line, slicing through the fragile targets, is my forte. Chapter 42. The royal battle at the Soto Great Soul Arena. In the central main arena, a stunning young woman, around 18 or 19 years old, announced, Hello everyone, I am the host of today's battle. My name is Douluo. Welcome to the Soto Great Soul Arena to witness this match. Today, we have the Rare Soul, Sovereign Level Silver Soul Battle Team facing off against the Shrek 7 monsters, who have achieved a remarkable 20 consecutive victories. What direction will this battle take? Let's wait and see. Douluo then revealed 3 yellow spirit rings. As the 3rd spirit ring illuminated, a pair of pristine white wings sprouted from her back, and she ascended into the sky to commentate on this rare match. Now, let us welcome both teams to the arena. The Royal Battle Team and the Shrek Team walked onto the Soul Battle stage in succession. Since the Royal Battle Team consists of only 7 members, for fairness, the Shrek Academy could field only 7 participants as well. After much deliberation regarding who would not compete, it was ultimately decided that Zhu Zhuqing would sit this one out. Given the Soul Sovereign level competition, it was essential for Ning Rong, the primary support, to participate, leading to the final decision between Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. The two had similar spirit power, however, considering Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix martial spirit could counter the opposing Wind Bellbird and Black Tortoise martial spirits to some extent. And as the master had instructed Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing to refrain from revealing their martial spirit fusion skills, the decision was made for Ma Hongjun to compete. As they stepped onto the battle stage, Yu Qianheng and Dai Mubai locked eyes, sparks seemingly igniting in the air, both recognizing the formidable opponent before them. Ma Hongjun, however, was fixated on Dugu Yin behind Yu Tianheng, drooling slightly. Yet Dugu Yin paid him no mind, her entire focus directed toward Yu Tianheng. The Shrek brothers and Oscar remained silent, while the blonde youth, Yu Feng, scanned the Shrek team, seemingly searching for something. Ye Yao's gaze landed on the veiled figure at the back of the royal battle team, Yi Lingling. Sensing his attention, Yi Lingling cast a cold glance in Ye Yao's direction. Ye Yao smiled slightly beneath his mask, nodding in acknowledgement. As both teams approached each other, Yu Feng eagerly questioned, "Which one of you possesses the evil phoenix martial spirit?" The members of Shrek were momentarily taken aback, then collectively turned their gazes toward Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, confused. "What do you want with me?" "What? It's you?" Yu Feng exclaimed, taken aback. Among the 7 members of Shrek, 5 were male, with the imposing Dai Mubai clearly the captain of the evil White Tiger, leading Yu Feng to initially assume the phoenix martial spirit belonged to the elegant Ye Yao, or possibly the somewhat effeminate Oscar, or perhaps even the tall and sturdy Tang San. As for Ma Hongjun, his stature is rather short and somewhat plump, resembling a stout figure, with a hint of lewdness. "You dare to tell me this is a phoenix? Are you certain this isn't merely a lowly chicken?" Upon witnessing Yu Feng's bewildered expression, Ma Hongjun instantly grew displeased. "This is indeed the phoenix martial spirit. Don't believe me? We shall demonstrate shortly." Yu Feng, regaining his composure, retorted with indignation, "If you have the capability, then bring it on. I am eager to discern whether you truly possess a phoenix or merely a chicken." Enraged, Ma Hongjun detested the implication that his martial spirit could be likened to a mere chicken. Just as he was about to voice his anger, Dai Mubai interjected, "Fatty, silence yourself. We shall ascertain the truth once we engage in combat." Yu Qianheng, too, admonished Yu Feng, in a competition, refrain from excessive chatter. Neither Yu Feng nor Ma Hongjun dared to contradict their captain, exchanging a cold snort and turning their heads away. Both Yu Qianheng and Dai Mubai felt a twinge of headache, exchanging glances that conveyed an understanding of the challenges that come with leadership. Subsequently, Yu Tianheng extended his hand, expressing his eagerness to battle. Dai Mubai, not one to be stingy, reciprocated with a firm handshake. Their brief clasp of hands, lasting only a few seconds, revealed the slight bulging of Dai Mubai's muscular right arm. After their handshake, they nodded in acknowledgement and retreated with their respective teams. "Dangsan Sureli Inquit Zai. What is your assessment?" Dai Mubai's expression darkened as he glanced at his trembling right hand, murmuring, "Very formidable. In terms of strength, he likely surpasses me. Although I did not exert my full power, he too must have held back." Tang Sen nodded gently, acknowledging that this was the expected outcome. The blue lightning tyrant dragon was inherently superior to the white tiger martial spirit, not to mention that Yu Qianheng's soul power was a level higher than Dai Mubai's. If Dai Mubai could maintain advantage, it would raise questions about whether Yu Qianheng was merely feigning weakness. Meanwhile, Yu Qianheng's expression was grave as he remarked, "The opposing captain is exceptionally strong. Even for me, securing a victory will require considerable effort." Dugu Yin softly reassured, "Do not worry, no matter how strong. He is merely one individual. Their overall strength is still somewhat inferior. As long as we remain vigilant, victory will be ours." Yu Qianheng nodded slightly. Despite Teacher Qin's earlier caution and his brief skirmish with Dai Mubai heightening his awareness, he ultimately did not perceive the Shrek team as a significant threat. With a commanding shout, "Martial spirit, manifest!" Yu Qianheng invoked his powers, a blue lightning mark appearing on his forehead as he was engulfed in a burst of blue-purple electricity, his right arm transforming into a fearsome dragon claw. Knight Yao observed this spectacle with intrigue. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit, upon reaching level 30, would undergo a partial transformation for every 10 levels, enhancing its strength until level 70 when it would attain its true form. The Shijia brothers erupted in earthy yellow light, their limbs slightly retracting while dark yellow turtle shells appeared on their backs. Dugu Yan's eyes turned a vivid green, her pupils narrowing into slits reminiscent of serpent's gaze, green scales adorning her forehead, and her lower body morphing into a serpent's tail that swayed rhythmically. Osro's hair darkened, his pupils morphing into fierce leopard-like orbs. Fixed intently on the Shrek team, Yu Feng's arms transformed into wings as he soared into the sky, gesturing provocatively at Ma Hongjun. Yi Lingling stood composed with her hands resting calmly before her. Observing this, Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with fervor as he laughed heartily. Brothers, let's not be underestimated. Unleash your martial spirits. Dai Mubai's physique swelled, his already imposing stature resembling an iron wall, as his palms expanded, sprouting white fur and extending sharp claws. Tang Xin stood silently, a faint blue glow flickering at his fingertips. Xiao Wu shimmered with pink light, her rabbit ears elegantly protruding, and her legs seemingly elongating without any hint of awkwardness. Ma Hongjuan's hair transformed into a vivid purple-red mohawk, flames of the same hue igniting around him. Oscar murmured incantations for his soul abilities, though it remained unclear which type of sausage he intended to conjure. Ning Rongrong held a delicate, exquisite tower aloft, standing gracefully. Knight Yao donned blue and white armor, his right hand poised in readiness. Yu Feng, unable to suppress his laughter at Ma Hongjuan's appearance, taunted. And you claim not to be a lowly chicken? Ma Hongjuan's expression darkened, remaining silent as he glared furiously at Yu Feng. With a fierce roar, Dai Mubai activated his White Tiger's protection and White Tiger's transformation, charging fiercely at Yu Tianheng. One of the Shijiao brothers retreated towards Yi Lingling, while the other advanced directly towards Dai Mubai, only to be intercepted by a figure clad in armor. Apologies, but I cannot permit you to disrupt Dai Mubai, Knight Yao said, smiling as he brandished his sword. The approaching Shijiao brother's expression hardened. Realizing he could not bypass Knight Yao, he steeled himself to counter the impending attack. Yu Tianheng's gaze sharpened, and his first soul ring glowed as purple lightning coiled around his dragon claw. He did not evade, but lunged forward, aiming to demonstrate that no beast martial spirit could withstand the might of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. At this moment, two beams of light descended from behind Shrek and enveloped Dai Mubai, enhancing his speed and strength. In an instant, he collided with Yu Tianheng's dragon claw. A violent shockwave erupted between their claws, dispersing lightning in all directions. After a brief stalemate, both fighters were forced back, Yu Tianheng retreating 3 steps while Dai Mubai stepped back 1.5. Impressive, Dai Mubai grinned, revealing his appreciation. Yu Tianheng took a deep breath. It was no wonder Dai Mubai was heralded as the continent's foremost support-type spirit master. With the enhancements from the 7 treasure glaze tile and White Tiger's transformation, Dai Mubai was nearly overpowering him. With that thought, Yu Tianheng's 3rd soul ring illuminated, and he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Thunder Fury, unleashing a surge of electricity as he roared. Come again, I fear not. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. As the two resumed their fierce exchange of blows, Yu Feng soared over the others, diving directly toward Ma Hongjun, his 1st soul ring glowing as his wings transformed into blades, executing his 1st soul skill, Wingblade. Ma Hongjun activated both his 1st and 2nd soul rings, empowering himself with the Phoenix's flames, unleashing a fiery projectile. As a robust purple-red fire line shot forth, Yu Feng's instincts flared. He veered midair to evade the attack. The fire line grazed by him, striking the wall beyond the arena, creating a shallow crater with flames still flickering upon the surface. Surprised by this, Yu Feng felt a sudden apprehension, questioning whether this chubby fellow might truly be a phoenix. Regardless, he dared not underestimate Ma Hongjun any longer. Ma Hongjun continued to unleash fiery projectiles, which Yu Feng calmly countered using his wind manipulation abilities. Osro, agile as a shadow, slipped past Dai Mubai, aiming for the 7 treasure glaze tile soul master who posed the greatest threat from behind Shrek. However, as he charged forward, he found his path obstructed by a pink figure, the agile Xiao Wu, her long leg aimed directly at his shoulder. Osro, deftly shifting his body, narrowly avoided the kick, realizing that it was Xiao Wu who stood in his way. You cannot impede my progress, Osro stated coolly. We shall see about that, Xiao Wu replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Osro smirked coldly, transforming once more into a blur of shadow. Let's see if you can keep up with my speed. Yet, just a few meters into his sprint, Osro found himself halted, glancing down to discover several strands of blue-silver grass ensnaring his feet. Tang San's eyes shimmered with a violet glow as he activated the purple extreme demon eye. In the presence of the finely honed purple extreme demon eye, Osro's speed was utterly insignificant. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu darted forward once more. Knight Yao, wielding the formless sword of Vows Victory, slashed toward Shimo's arm. Although Shimo could not see the blade, the faint sharpness he felt warned him, prompting him to slightly turn his body and block the strike with his chest plate. A resounding clang echoed as Shimo grunted, yet he did not retreat, having anticipated Night Yao's defensive capabilities. Shimo's expression grew grave, although he had successfully blocked the strike. A lingering sting remained at the point of impact, and his opponent had yet to employ any soul techniques. With a sudden shout, he activated his second soul ring, causing the turtle shell on his body to detach, transforming his previously robust form into a somewhat smaller stature. He held the two pieces of turtle shell in his hands, resembling shields. Quite interesting, Night Yao chuckled softly. With shields in hand, Shimo adopted a defensive stance, seeking to avoid mistakes rather than to achieve glory. As long as he could delay Night Yao, a crucial force in battle, victory would eventually belong to them. In the rear, Douluo observed the seemingly stalemated battle and let out a soft snort, activating her second soul ring. A green mist began to drift towards Shrek's side. Yu Qianheng retreated 2 steps after clashing with Dai Mubai, just in time to see the green mist wafting towards them, and he shouted, "Shimo Osro." Shimo and Osro slightly distanced themselves from their opponents and quickly retrieved items from their pockets to consume. Meanwhile, Yu Feng soared higher in the sky to evade the mist. Upon catching a whiff of the sweet and pungent odor emanating from the green mist, the members of Shrek instinctively covered their mouths and noses. "Foolish. My poison is not so easily overcome," Douluo sneered. The members of the Imperial battle team charged forward once more, and they distinctly felt that Shrek's strength, speed, and reactions had slowed. The balance of victory had tilted in favor of the Imperial battle team. Seeing their advantage, the previously tense demeanor of the Imperial team relaxed, while Shimo, who was originally tasked with protecting Yi Lingling, began to contemplate whether he should assist in swiftly concluding the battle. An excellent opportunity. Night Yao's eyes sparkled with intensity as his lips moved slightly, and Shimo suddenly noticed 3 soul rings illuminating around Night Yao. Yellow, purple, purple. Shimo's pupils constricted sharply as he recalled the details from the pre-match briefing that the members of the Imperial battle team had scoffed at. Could it truly be the legendary second soul ring of a millennium? As this thought crossed his mind, he involuntarily hesitated. Night Yao's second and third soul rings flared to life, activating the judgment mark. With a surge of soul power, his armor exploded open, unleashing a second wave of soul power, enhanced by Ning Rongrong's amplifications. Oh no! Shimo's mind reeled in shock, but before he could react, the formless blade struck his shield with tremendous force. Blood gushed forth as the shield shattered, leaving him grievously wounded and devoid of combat capability. With a single strike, Night Yao toppled Shimo and surged towards the rear, aiming for Yi Lingling with utmost speed. Douluo, caught off guard, felt the rush of wind as Night Yao dashed past her. She spun around and shouted, "Stop him!" Night Yao, spotting Shimo, had no desire to waste time and called out, "Wind King, Iron Hammer." The wind coalesced around the sword, revealing the radiant sword of Vao's victory as a powerful gust erupted from it. Shimo, finally regaining his senses, felt the fierce wind and, gritting his teeth, summoned all his soul power. His turtle shell gleamed brightly as he thrust his chest forward to withstand the blow. Though blood trickled from his lips, he ultimately bore the impact, but he was forced back from Yi Lingling's side. Yi Lingling, startled, was about to move when she sensed a chilling sensation at her neck. The Wind King's barrier was forming, with the remaining portion of the sword of Vao's victory poised dangerously close to her delicate throat. "My dear lady, might I request you to withdraw from this soul battle?" Night Yao spoke gently. Yi Lingling cast a frosty glance at him and replied softly, "What is your name?" Night Yao smiled slightly. "I am a member of Shrek's 8 monsters, the Holy Sword Knight." Yi Lingling nodded lightly. "Very well, I shall remember you." With that, she slowly began to retreat. Night Yao observed her veiled face, and an impulsive thought struck him. He reached out to lift the veil. "Ah!" Yi Lingling gasped, instinctively raising her hands to shield her face. Her skin was as fair as jade, with willow-like brows and subtly arched eyes, complemented by faint dimples on her cheeks. Night Yao's eyes gleamed with astonishment as he involuntarily exclaimed, "Like autumn waters for the spirit, jade for the bones, with a face like a lotus and brows like willows. My lady, such beauty deserves no concealment." Yi Lingling's face flushed crimson, and in a flustered state, she stamped her foot and ran away, her voice echoing indignantly. Lecher. Knight Yao stood awkwardly in place, unsure whether to discard the veil he held or to keep it, momentarily at a loss. Just then, a loud roar snapped him back to reality. Yu Qianheng exclaimed angrily, "What is happening? Were they not poisoned?" It turned out that at the moment Knight Yao unleashed his power, the rest of Shrek's team experienced a surge in strength and speed, catching their opponents off guard. When the Imperial team regained their footing, Shimo had been severely wounded, Shimo's combat ability diminished, and Yi Lingling had retreated. Suddenly, their side was down 2.5 fighters, including a key support soulmaster. Dai Mubai chuckled softly, remaining silent. The truth was that when the green mist appeared, Tang Sen deduced it was not a true poison. Thus, while the others covered their mouths and noses, they took the opportunity to place Oscar's small sausage in their mouths without swallowing, preparing for this explosive moment. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened, though he did not understand why. The current situation was increasingly unfavorable for them. He too had to exert his utmost effort, or they risked losing. With his second soul ring activated, bolts of lightning crackled around him as he summoned his second soul skill, Thunderbolt. Dai Mubai let out a cold snort and unleashed a white tiger radiant light wave, colliding fiercely with the lightning. As white and blue light intertwined and flashed, two muffled grunts followed. Yu Tianheng staggered back a step, while Dai Mubai retreated 1.5 steps. Dai Mubai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Thunderbolt was an area effect soul skill, yet even so, it had to surpass the single target soul skill of the white tiger radiant light wave. It seemed Yu Tianheng was indeed giving it his all. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun faced Yu Feng, relying solely on the enhancements from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, while continuously using Phoenix Fire Line to restrain him. However, the consumption of soul power was substantial, and had it not been for Oscar's consistent provision of sausages, Ma Hongjun would have long since been unable to endure. Seeing the chaos unfolding behind him, Yu Feng promptly ceased his entanglement with Ma Hongjun. Activating his third soul ring, he unleashed his third soul technique, wind rising and clouds moving. As his wings began to stir up waves of azure soul power, seeking to thoroughly understand Ma Hongjun. "Yu Feng, be careful!" A loud shout rang out. Instinctively, Yu Feng glanced back, only to see a bluish-green light hurtling toward him. "What is that?" Yu Feng shouted in panic as the bluish-green light transformed into a web upon contact, ensnaring him tightly and sending him plummeting from the sky. As he fell, he glanced at another figure soaring above him. Tang Sen exhaled softly. Just moments ago, he had seized the opportunity created by Yu Feng unleashing his third soul skill to stealthily consume Oscar's mushroom sausage. He soared behind Yu Feng and executed his third soul skill, web binding, swiftly subduing the enemy. Damn it! Yu Qianheng felt a surge of anxiety within. The situation had indeed become dire. "Du Guyan, retreat!" she shouted sharply. Yu Qianheng hesitated for a second, aware of Du Guyan's intentions. However, Teacher Qin had previously mentioned that failure to act might lead to defeat, so victory was paramount. With this thought, he immediately called for Oscar to fall back. At that moment, Shi Mo had also risen from the ground, silently brandishing his turtle shell shield, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Yao. Yi Yao's mind sharpened. He sensed Du Guyan might unleash a lethal poison, although Tang San had claimed he could neutralize the toxin. Preventing her from using it would be the most prudent course of action. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged from beneath him, propelling him from his initial position. As Shi Mo observed Yi Yao closing in, his expression hardened. He hurled his shield at Yi Yao with all his might, activating his third soul ring. Invoking his third soul skill, Shield Explosion. The two turtle shell shields shattered into 32 small fragments, shooting towards Yi Yao's body in an instant. A warning flashed in Yi Yao's mind. He was unarmored and taking this hit would likely inflict significant damage. He had no choice but to forego this opportunity and evaded to the side. In that brief moment, Yu Qianheng and Oscar had returned to Du Guyan's side, which left Yi Yao feeling a tinge of regret. Du Guyan's expression was icy as her third soul ring illuminated, and she exhaled a plume of purple mist. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, then threw 2 water bags, exclaiming "Mubai, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Fatty, Phoenix Fire Line." In the next instant, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave shattered the water bags, while the Phoenix Fire Line transformed the mist into a fiery vapor, instantly extinguishing the purple haze. How is this possible? How could you dispel my, phosphorus purple poison? Du Guyan exclaimed in disbelief. A mere trick. Your phosphorus snake poison lacks finesse, Tang Sen replied nonchalantly. To play with poison in front of Tang, sect disciples? Utterly laughable. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened completely. Du Guyan's poison had proven ineffective, rendering her combat capabilities nearly null. Sure Mo was injured and significantly weakened, and both he and Oscar were low on soul power. Although the enemy had also expended considerable energy, they remained intact with food-type soul masters to replenish their soul power. As he watched Yi Yao and Dai Mubai approach, Yu Tianheng's expression fluctuated between despair and resolve. Finally, he sighed, "We concede." Yi Yao was taken aback, but soon the members of Shrek displayed smiles. Shrek vs. Huangdo, Victory. Chapter 43. Post-match. Incredibly, against overwhelming disparities in soul power, the Shrek team had achieved a miraculous victory over the formidable Huangdo team. Now, let us welcome the new champions of the Soto Great Soul Arena. The excited voice echoed from above. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into cheers and roars that resonated throughout the Soul Arena. Shrek! 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 Listening to the cheers surrounding him, Yu Tianheng's expression soured, though he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Lingling, heal Sure Mo, he is gravely injured. Then attend to me, Yu Tianheng ordered methodically. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Lingling had reappeared, donning a veil. She nodded and returned to the stage, extending her hands before her as a pink begonia flower materialized. Her 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rhythmically pulsed. The purple soul ring glowed, and a beam of light resembling a white petal floated from the begonia, landing on Sure Mo, who had previously appeared deathly pale, soon revealed a hint of color in his cheeks, and his previously feeble aura stabilized and strengthened. Yi Yao observed in astonishment, realizing why Ning Rongrong's father held such high regard for the 9-heart begonia martial soul. It became clear why Ning Rongrong insisted they first eliminate this soul master. He felt a shiver of apprehension, given her recovery capabilities. If she were allowed to unleash her full potential, the battle would indeed be unwinnable, as their inflicted damage might be outpaced by her healing. Terrifying, this individual must not be underestimated. Wait, is she a beauty? Perhaps I could compromise my principles and seduce her to our side. Wouldn't tea that make future endeavors significantly easier? Yi Yao pondered, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth, accidentally catching Yi Yao's smile. Yi Lingling blushed once more, exclaiming, "Lecher." Yi Yao looked up bewildered. "What is wrong? I haven't done anything yet. Why am I being scolded again?" After receiving treatment, Yu Tianheng sighed and slowly approached Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was silently observing him, making no move. After a moment of mutual silence, Yu Tianheng broke it first, extending his right hand and lamenting, "We lost. Your teamwork was exquisite." Dai Mubai smiled and extended his hand, grasping Yu Tianheng's firmly. "I concede." Suddenly, Yu Tianheng's expression turned serious. He spoke earnestly, "Though we lost this time, we will surely reclaim our honor. You are of similar age to us, and I trust you will participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. We, the Huangdo, shall await your arrival there." Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly. "Age similar? The youngest in your Huangdo is likely older than our oldest in Shrek. As for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament," Dai Mubai cleared his throat, masking his embarrassment. "We also look forward to our rematch." With renewed determination, Yu Tianheng nodded vigorously and strode away. He would not be defeated by a single loss. He had ample opportunity to redeem himself. "Hey, Shrek's rascals, could you please free me from this damned web?" A frustrated voice rang out. Everyone turned in astonishment to see Yu Feng ensnared in a blue web, having been forgotten, rolling helplessly on the ground. Tang Sen slapped his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. How could I forget him?" Yu Tianheng, who had just turned to leave, touched his nose, feeling equally awkward as he had momentarily overlooked Yu Feng's predicament. Consequently, he had to return, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Could we remove my teammate's soul skill first?" Tang Sen nodded, responding calmly, "Of course." He then moved to release Yu Feng from the web. At that moment, Ma Hongjun smirked mischievously and crouched beside Yu Feng. "Oh dear, aren't you the heavenly bird? Why aren't you flying? Didn't you soar quite high? Why not beg me, fatty, to help you break free from this bind?" "Beg you?" Yu Feng shouted angrily. "Don't be ridiculous, you pathetic creature." "I'm not pathetic. I'm a phoenix. Ma Hongjun retorted indignantly. But there's no phoenix like that. Don't flatter yourself. Yufeng scoffed. Ma Hongjun's expression darkened, ready to argue with Yufeng, but two coughs interrupted him. Yu Tianheng's face soured as he admonished. Enough, Yufeng. Don't provoke trouble. Dai Mubai added, Fatty, that's enough. Yufeng and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, both huffing before turning their heads away. Tang Sen shook his head helplessly, approaching to remove the web. Wait, Sango, let me do it, Ma Hongjun suddenly interjected. Tang Sen hesitated but, seeing the earnestness in Ma Hongjun's eyes, sighed internally and nodded gently. Ma Hongjun broke into a radiant smile. What do you intend to do? I warn you. Yufeng responded, feeling an ominous premonition as he nervously twisted his body. I'm here to help you, Ma Hongjun declared, and then, with a swift motion, he breathed out a slender jet of purplish-red flame that landed on the web. Ah, that is hot, Yufeng screamed, leaping from the ground. Though his bindings had been released, the purplish-red phoenix flames still clung to his garments, compelling him to summon the power of his martial soul to extinguish the flames. Ha ha! Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, clutching his belly, and the others from Shrek couldn't help but chuckle as well. Even Yu Tianheng's lips twitched, though he managed to stifle his laughter. At that moment, Yufeng's once handsome face was smeared with soot, and his attire was charred with several significant holes, exposing his fair skin. Yufeng gritted his teeth, determined to make Ma Hongjun understand the consequences of his actions. Ahem, Yufeng, that's enough, Yu Tianheng interjected. However, before Yufeng could finish his retort, he caught sight of Yu Tianheng's unwavering gaze, causing his mouth to twitch in defeat. Yufeng shot a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun and whispered, Remember this. When the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament arrives, I shall teach you a proper lesson. Undeterred, Ma Hongjun returned the glare. I'll be waiting, Fat Master. Yu Tianheng nodded at Dai Mubai and led the reluctant Yufeng down from the battle platform. Yi Lingling walked at the rear of the group, and just as she was about to depart, a voice called out from behind, Miss, wait. She halted her steps, casting a wary glance at the approaching Yi Yao. What is it? Yi Yao hesitated for a moment before retrieving a black veil from his pocket. This veil, well, I had no choice before, so please don't hold it against me. At this point, Ma Hongjun whispered to Tang San. Brother Yao claims he had no choice, but it's clear he was just trying to take advantage of that woman. After all, she had already conceded, yet he still removed her veil. Tang San nodded in agreement, affirming this perspective. Yi Lingling seized the veil from Yi Yao's hands, took a deep breath to steady her flustered emotions, and with her ethereal voice declared, The Holy Sword Knight. Is it? I shall remember you. This marked the second time she had uttered such a phrase, indicating her current emotional state. Yi Yao rubbed his nose and remarked softly, Though wearing a veil is fine, it is a pity that such beauty remains concealed. What? Yi Lingling retorted, Het Anger Fredering. I merely spoke the truth, Yi Yao replied with a soft chuckle. Upon seeing Yi Yao's smile, Yi Lingling felt her heart flutter, her ears turning slightly red. She stomped her foot in frustration, ignoring Yi Yao as she turned and fled. Yi Yao, feeling somewhat helpless, muttered, I didn't say anything wrong. Dai Mubai approached, draping an arm around Yi Yao's shoulder. Well, it seems you've taken a liking to that girl. Yi Yao, feeling flustered, quickly shook his head. No, I'm not. I didn't mean that. I was just being honest. She is not my type. Yet, Dai Mubai wore an expression of understanding and patted Yi Yao's shoulder, encouraging him with a simple, good luck. No, you don't understand. What I need luck for? Yi Yao lamented, feeling as if he were the target of jest when he was typically the one to tease others. Meanwhile, on the stands, a middle-aged man was bidding farewell to Flandra and Zhao Wujia. In that case, I should take my leave, the man said with a smile. Flandra remarked, I never imagined you would be teaching at the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Ming. You're even the instructor for the Royal Fighting Team. Qin Ming, the Royal Fighting Team's teacher, smiled appreciatively. Thanks to your guidance, Dean, and the other teachers. Also, regarding my previous proposal, Flandra paused, thoughtfully. I need to discuss it with the others. Qin Ming nodded, choosing not to press the matter further, and cheerfully said, Well, I must go discipline my students. It seems they've been quite shaken by my younger students. Perhaps it's for the best, as they need to be grounded. Flandra smiled and nodded, watching as Qin Ming departed. Zhao Wujia, puzzled, inquired, Where did the master go? Flandra's expression turned complex as he replied, He went to visit a relative. At that moment, Yu Qianheng was staring in astonishment at a man in the corner, exclaiming, "Uncle?" The master felt a mixture of nostalgia, sorrow, and comfort as he softly uttered, "Tianheng." Chapter 44. Decision. The Shrek team descended from the battle platform and immediately spotted Zhao Wujia and Zhu Zhuqing waiting for them. Yi Yao curiously asked, "Teacher Zhao, where did the master and Dean Flandre go?" Zhao Wujia, with a content expression, casually remarked, "The master mentioned he was visiting relatives. As for Flandre," he scoffed, "that old fellow placed a hefty bet on you all. He just left joyfully to collect his winnings. Plus, he needs to settle a payment at the battle arena." The group fell silent, realizing this was indeed typical of Flandre. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together excitedly, exclaiming, "If the teacher made such a fortune, we must make sure he treats us to a meal." Oscar's eyes lit up with interest. "Ah, that is a good point. However, prying money from Dean Flandre would not be an easy task." Ma Hongjun patted his chest confidently. "No worries, I'll take care of it. I'll make sure the teacher spends a little." Yi Yao exchanged a glance with Tang San, both filled with curiosity and doubt. After years of learning from the master, they had never heard of him having any relatives. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was chatting animatedly with Ning Rongrong about where to shop in Soto City now that the battle was over. Dai Mubai approached Zhu Zhuqing, gently comforting her for not being able to participate in the match. "Oh, it's quite lively here," Flandre chimed in with a smile, leisurely strolling over while humming a tune. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, and Ma Hongjun whispered, "I'm sure the hall was substantial." Oscar discreetly nodded, both recognizing the shared amusement in their eyes. Even their gazes towards Flandre had shifted. If one were to describe it, it would be, "Wow, what a plump sheep." Flandre suddenly shivered, his previous joy evaporating. "Something's off. Someone is trying to swindle my money." Ma Hongjun pitifully approached Flandre. "Teacher, you and T believe how badly we were beaten by the royal fighting team today." Flandre eyed Ma Hongjun warily, unsure of what scheme he might be concocting. But upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You were beaten badly? I can hardly find a scratch on you." Look at the royal fighting team. Their faces were a sight to behold as they left the platform. Some were questioning their existence. And how many of them left without injuries? The one with the Xuanwu turtle martial soul suffered the worst, enduring one of Yi Yao's strikes. Even with the healing of a nine-hearted sea pearl soul master, he will need a good night's rest. Things were clearly amiss. This chubby boy was undoubtedly trying to trick me out of my money. Everyone in Shrek knew my reputation for being miserly. "No money, and you think you could threaten me?" Flandre replied calmly, "Oh, I cannot discern any merit. All I witnessed was your team, the Imperial battle team, suffering a crushing defeat." Ma Hongjun lamented, "Teacher, you cannot merely judge by appearances. Look at my hands." And he extended his plump, fair hand. Flandre scrutinized it closely. Due to rigorous training, his palms bore some roughness and a few calluses, reminiscent of those who have labored in the fields for years, but otherwise there seemed to be no issue. Flandre delicately remarked, "This does not significantly differ from an ordinary soul master's hands. I truly cannot perceive any problem." Ma Hongjun exclaimed vehemently, "Teacher, have you not noticed that the calluses on my hands have been worn down?" Not only Flandre, but also the others present were taken aback. Even Oscar, who was part of his group, gazed in disbelief and murmured, "Isn't this a bit absurd?" Yi Yao expressed, "Such a significant matter as calluses being worn down is indeed noteworthy," but he found it impossible to continue in good conscience. One could only wonder how the members of the Imperial battle team felt upon hearing Ma Hongjun's statement. Flandre's normally small eyes widened abruptly, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. His trembling right hand pointed at Ma Hongjun as he laughed in exasperation. "You have worn down your calluses?" In a bid to provoke Flandre, Ma Hongjun boldly met his gaze and declared, "Indeed, we are all injured. My calluses have been worn down." Flandre was genuinely at a loss. He could not fathom what madness had overtaken this chubby boy today. With a sigh, Flandre waved his hand and resignedly said, "All right, speak your mind. What do you wish to do?" Ma Hongjun immediately transformed his expression, epitomizing the phrase, changing faces quicker than turning pages, and with a grin, he said, "Teacher, you have earned quite a fortune today, and we have worked so hard in the match. Shouldn't you express some acknowledgement?" Oscar eagerly nodded in agreement. "Like a chick pecking at rice." "Exactly, esteemed Dean." Flandre observed the fatigue etched on the faces of the Shrek students. His heart softened. They had indeed triumphed over the Imperial battle team and deserved some reward. Very well, let's go eat together. Fatty will lead the way, and I shall treat. Oh, long live the teacher. Ma Hongjun cheered, and others could not help but smile. At that moment, the master and Qin Ming approached. The master maintained his usual impassive demeanor, while Qin Ming cast a surprised glance at him. Dai Mubai directed an inquisitive look towards Flender. Ah, allow me to introduce you. This is Qin Ming, the teacher of the Imperial battle team, and also your senior brother. He graduated from Shrek Academy many years ago. Qin Ming, please share your soul power rank with him. Qin Ming smiled and replied, I am a rank 61 Battle Soul Emperor. The eyes of the Shrek's students widened in astonishment. Qin Ming appeared to be around 30 years of age, and to achieve the rank of Soul Emperor at such a young age was indeed formidable. Wow, senior brother is impressive. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, astonished. Qin Ming chuckled, it's not such a big deal. I heard from Dean Flender that the record for the earliest breakthrough to Soul Master that I left at the Academy has already been surpassed by you. Your future achievements will undoubtedly rival mine. The Master also smiled slightly. All right, enough boasting. Let's find a place to eat. Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened, and he eagerly exclaimed, yes, the greatest joy in life is food. I am nearly starving, patting his round belly. Yao Ti's starving is good. You should lose some weight, fatty. Ma Hongjun straightened his back and surveyed the crowd with disdain, then declared, this is not fat. This is prosperity, abundance, a symbol of good fortune. Yao felt a twitch in the corner of his eye as he looked at the self-righteous Ma Hongjun. For some reason, he recalled a painting shown in his art appreciation class in a past life, where the instructor remarked on the beauty of the plump women of the Tang dynasty. Just thinking of the women in that painting sent a shiver down his spine. I apologize, teacher. Perhaps my aesthetic sense is lacking, but I truly cannot see any beauty in that painting. All I see are merely overweight women. Enough of the nonsense. Lead the way, Flender said, his expression darkening as he kicked Ma Hongjun lightly, scolding him. He felt that if he did not intervene, this chubby boy would embarrass him further. Upon reaching the matter of food, Ma Hongjun dared not act foolishly. Skillfully dodging Flender's kick, he eagerly led the way. He brought everyone to a modest restaurant, expertly beckoning the waiter, and then turned to the group with a smile. The finest delicacies often lie not within the grand establishments, but rather in these humble eateries. This place is quite good. It offers affordable prices and authentic dishes. All right, let us order. I know you can eat. No need to spare expenses for the teacher. Flender waved his hand grandly. Ah, I was just waiting for you to say that, teacher. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, then picked up the menu, pointing out several dishes for the waiter to note. Flender discreetly glanced over and noticed that Ma Hongjun had chosen only inexpensive dishes. He nearly laughed out loud at the thought. Fatty, you truly care for the teacher, knowing to save money for him. However, this sentiment lasted barely 3 seconds before Ma Hongjun added, just these few, the rest bring one of each. He calmly signaled the waiter to take back the menu. Flender's expression froze instantly, his mind filled with a chorus of exasperated llamas. I truly believed your intentions to help me save money. You must have come here specifically to swindle your teacher. Yet, having made the request, Flender had to uphold his dignity as the dean, so he could only delicately suggest. Isn't this a bit too much? Wastefulness is not a commendable habit. Too much. How could that be? I fear it may not be enough. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise. Flender felt as though he had been shot, his heart bleeding as he realized he could not win. Observing Flender's contorted face, Qin Ming could not help but chuckle, saying, how can we let the dean pay? This meal shall be on me, he offered. Flender was revived, internally jubilant. He maintained an outwardly conflicted expression. Is that truly appropriate? It's nothing. Back in the day, Dean, you and the other teachers were so kind to me. I ought to return the favor. It's merely a meal, Qin Ming insisted resolutely. Well, since you were so adamant, I cannot stop you, Flender replied with a chuckle. The group laughed, realizing he was still greedy for money. While they dined, Flender suddenly spoke up. Qin Ming, I accept your proposal. Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment, then rejoiced. Really, Dean? Have you decided? Flender sighed, appearing somewhat melancholic yet nodded. Yes. I will bring the teachers and students to join the Tiando Royal Academy. What? Chapter 45, Departure. Dai Mubai inquired solemnly. Dean Flender, why the sudden change? Indeed, teacher. Why should we join that so-called Tiando Royal Academy? Ma Hongjun retorted indignantly. despite his tendency to tease Flinder deep down. He holds a profound affection for Flinder and the Academy. He is well aware that although Flinder is somewhat frugal, he is genuinely committed to the success of the Academy, having invested nearly all his savings into its operations. Now, with the sudden announcement that Shrek Academy may cease to exist, Qin Ming feels somewhat awkward, as he himself is a teacher at the so-called Tiando Royal Academy. Flinder, having made his declaration, feels no further hesitation and calmly states, "The Tiando Royal Academy boasts the finest teaching resources, environment, and faculty on the continent. The education you receive there will be superior." Ma Hongjuan's eyes redden, and with a quiver in his voice, he responds, "But even so, that cannot be." Yi Yao falls silent as well. Although he has only spent about 6 months at Shrek Academy, he has developed a fondness for it and holds great respect for Flinder, Zhao Wujin, and the other teachers. However, witnessing Flinder in such a state truly unsettles him. The others likewise lower their heads, and an air of melancholy envelopes the gathering. Zhao Wujin swiftly intervenes to lighten the mood. "What is going on here? This is not a matter of life and death. All of us teachers will accompany you. You will still be instructed by us, merely in a better location, correct, Xiaoqin?" Qin Ming offers a bittersweet smile and promptly adds, "Indeed. I will assure the Academy provides the best training environment for the teachers and all of you disciples, with all teachings primarily led by you, esteemed teachers." Flinder, smiling, inquires, "By the way, Xiaoqin, do the teachers there receive a decent salary?" Qin Ming nods. "The salaries of the faculty at the Tiando Royal Academy are among the highest on the continent. Approximately this amount." He gestures with his hands as he speaks. Flinder's eyes brighten, and he chuckles while stroking his beard. "Ah, splendid treatment. It seems we shall be living more lavishly in the future." "Indeed, Flinder. Do you recall how little you used to pay us? Sometimes even delaying payments," Zhao Wujin grumbles. As Flinder and Zhao Wujin engage in a lighthearted discussion, the others at Shrek manage strained smiles, though their expressions remain somewhat unnatural. Eventually, amidst this slightly awkward and peculiar atmosphere, they finish their meal. Qin Ming takes his leave, and the Shrek group prepares to return to their lodgings. "Yao, Xiao-san, accompany me for a while," the master suddenly announces. Naturally, Yi Yao and Tang San have no objections, as they are brimming with questions for the master. After signaling Xiao Wu to head back, they follow the master. The night in Situa City remains vibrant with lights and bustling with people, yet the master deliberately leads them down a less traveled path. Walking ahead, the master has Yi Yao and Tang San flanking him, each trailing a body length behind. "Are you perplexed by Flinder's actions?" the master inquires. Yi Yao and Tang San nod, genuinely confused about Flinder's motives. Why would he propose transitioning to the Tiando Royal Academy at this particular moment? If it were a matter of the Academy's survival, that would not make sense, as it is evident how much Flinder has invested in the Academy. Furthermore, the faculty members boast considerable strength, with none below the sole emperor rank. Surely, making a profit should not be insurmountable. Yet for so many years, Flinder has not considered other options, especially with the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. The master states matter-of-factly, "Indeed, the tournament is about to commence." Yi Yao hesitantly recalls hearing Yu Tianhing mention he would be waiting for them there, though he is unsure of the tournament's nature. Tang San nods, admitting he is also unaware of it. This tournament is jointly organized by the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. It is considered the most prestigious competition for young soul masters. There, you will have the opportunity to compete against some of the finest contemporaries on the continent. It is a chance for you to gain a clearer understanding of the world, showcase yourselves, and enhance your skills. This is crucial for you, which is why it is one of the conditions for joining the Tiando Royal Academy, allowing you to represent the Academy in the competition. Yi Yao questions, "But what does this have to do with our move to the Tiando Royal Academy? Can our Academy?" Suddenly, Yi Yao seems to grasp something, gasping in surprise, his expression turning peculiar. "Yes, this competition is exclusive to Advanced Soul Master Academies, and Shrek Academy lacks that eligibility," the master admits, his expression tinged with resignation. "So we are still attending a mid-level Soul Master Academy?" Yi Yao remarks, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Mid-level?" The master scoffs. "Do you really believe that with Flinder's meager funds and the Academy's facilities, it can truly be considered an academy?" Yi Yao's realization dawns as he muses, "So, I am currently enrolled in a subpar Soul Master Academy." "Subpar?" That description is rather fitting, the master mutters with a chuckle. There's no escaping it. Establishing a legitimate Soul Master Academy involves a considerable process and numerous requirements. It cannot simply be determined by the number of talented individuals you produce. All right, back to the main point, the master continues. Do you remember when I spoke about the simulated training environments? Tang San nods, recalling. When a martial spirit aligns with its environment, a soul master's cultivation speed can accelerate. As seen with Mu Bai's white tiger martial spirit in the forest or Oscar's sausage martial spirit in the kitchen. Exactly. But therein lies a challenge. The students' martial spirits each require different training environments. The academy needs various simulated training conditions, and consider this. Can our academy achieve that? Yi Yao shakes his head decisively. Not a chance. Shrek Academy is far too limited in space. We might manage a kitchen, but forests and other environments. Thus, it is imperative for you to attend the Tiando Royal Academy. There, your cultivation speed will be significantly enhanced. I have previously mentioned you are in a phase of rapid growth in your soul power. Even a moment's delay is unacceptable, the master asserts firmly. Yi Yao, feeling conflicted, sighs, acknowledging the truth in the master's words. However, do not disregard Flender. Ultimately, what he values most is your growth. As long as he sees you becoming exceptional soul masters, he will find solace. The master offers reassurance to the two. Moreover, this may very well serve as a liberation for Flender. After years of tirelessly supporting the academy, he is undoubtedly weary. Yi Yao and Tang San remain silent, recalling the sense of relief evident in Flender's expression, yet Yi Yao still perceives a deep-seated reluctance in his eyes. Quietly, Yi Yao muses, is there a hint of reluctance? Perhaps there is. A new book has been released, The Alchemist's Sovereign. At this moment, let the gods bid farewell to humanity. Beholding the myriad of deities, a young man wields his sword, leading his profound brethren to declare to the world. What secrets lie behind the slumbering gods? The origin of abilities, the divergence among gods, the continual emergence of alternate realms. One young man inadvertently steps into this world, and behold how he ascends the celestial ladder, destined for the highest throne. The new book is currently serialized in the light novel section. I hope everyone will take a moment to read it. Chapter 46. Night Conversations 2 months later. In the past 2 months, Ning Rongrong returned home regarding Tang San's hidden weapons, while Tang San busied himself with forging. The others also focused on their individual training, each making progress. As it stands, the soul power levels of the Shrek members are as follows. The Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai, at level 38. Is a 3-ring Battle Soul Master. Oscar, the Sausage Specialist, at level 31, is a 3-ring Tool Soul Master. Night Yao, the Holy Sword Knight, is a level 35 3-ring Battle Soul Master. Tang San, the Thousand-Hand Shura, is at level 33, also a 3-ring Battle Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, the Evil Fire Phoenix, is a level 28 Battle Soul Master. Xiao Wu, the Soft Bone Enchantress, is a level 32 3-ring Battle Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, the 7-treasure Glaze Tile, is a level 27 2-ring Tool Soul Master. And Zhu Zhuqing, the Nether Cat, is a level 28 2-ring Battle Soul Master. Today, they are set to embark on their journey to the Tiando Royal Academy. At the entrance of the academy, Flander gazed at the crude sign depicting a green monster and reminisced about the complex emotions stirred by his 20 years of running the academy. All right. We're all grown-ups now, and the little monsters are still watching you. It's not like we won T-return. We can always come back to retire, Zhao Wuji advised. However, he too felt a pang of nostalgia. Flander smiled wryly and nodded. At that moment, Zhao Wuji mumbled about how none of their group had managed to find a wife, prompting an odd look shared between Flander and the master, who then lowered his head, somewhat disheartened, while Flander's eyes reflected both nostalgia and an unexpected hint of anticipation and pride. All right, little monsters, Soto City is approximately 2,000 kilometers from Tiando Imperial City. We must hurry, Flander declared, regaining his composure. He then led the master, while Zhao Wujia took charge of the food-type Soul Saint Xiao Exine as they set off ahead. The Shrek members exchanged bemused smiles and followed closely behind. Thanks to the master's recent training, everyone had significantly improved their stamina, allowing even the physically weaker Ning Rongrong and Oscar to keep pace. However, Night Yao vaguely overheard a conversation between Flander and the master during their journey. Why do we have to run to build our stamina? This amount of exercise is no longer beneficial for us, the master questioned. Hee. Hiring a carriage would be too costly. You know our funds are tight, and walking would take too long, requiring us to stay at inns for additional nights, which also incurs costs. So, running is better. It saves time and a considerable sum of money, Flander replied with a sly grin. Night Yao dumbfounded thought, it's still that money-driven Flander. But inside, he felt relieved. It seemed Flander had come to terms with things. Under Flander's guidance, they covered over 400 kilometers in just one day, completing 1/5 of their journey. As evening approached, Flander led them to a tavern in a small town for lodging, justifying the limited accommodations by stating that soul masters must learn to adapt to various environments and cannot be coddled. Thus, they secured only 3 rooms, one for the teacher, one for the male students, and one for the female students. Upon entering their room, Oscar immediately collapsed onto a bed, too exhausted to move. Night Yao shook his head, exclaiming, "Come on, little AO, you can't be serious." Dai Mubai chimed in. "Exactly, you spent most of the day hanging on to me. What are you tired from?" Due to Flander's relentless pace, Oscar had ultimately relied on Dai Mubai to keep up with the group. Oscar shifted his body into a more comfortable position and exclaimed, "I'm a food-type soul master. I can't be compared to you beasts. Besides, I have to make sausages for you, which consumes a lot of soul power." Ma Hongjun, wearing a frown, asked, "Hey everyone, do you think there is any fun to be had in this place?" Dai Mubai scoffed, "Fatty, are you crazy for wanting to indulge? Look at this remote town. There are only a few buildings here. What fun do you expect to find?" Tang San, however, remained silent as he contemplated, then said to Night Yao, "I'll go out for a bit. I need to find Xiao Wu." As Tang San pushed the door open, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar exchanged glances, unknowingly wearing similar smiles filled with anticipation. Oscar teased, "What do you think little San is looking for Xiao Wu for at this hour?" Ma Hongjun's expression shifted to excitement, wondering what could be happening. Dai Mubai smirked. "I didn't expect little San to be so bold." As for the trio of mischief makers, they could only express their amusement. "The girls are in one room," Night Yao stated calmly. Instead of feeling disheartened, Dai Mubai and the others grew even more animated. "With the girls in one room, how daring of little San. Zhu Qing, that evil eye enchantress. Oh no, Rongrong might be in danger." Ma Hongjun exclaimed. "Wait, why do I feel like this has nothing to do with me? No, little San shouldn't be doing this. As an upright person, I must intervene," he decided firmly. Night Yao, exasperated, thought, "I wonder if I should say something." Seeing 3 sets of eyes on him, he rubbed his temples in frustration. "All right, if you want to eavesdrop, go ahead, but remember not to disturb them." Although he wished for Tang San and Xiao Wu's relationship to progress, he knew he had provided ample opportunities over the years. Yet, Tang San remained oblivious. And despite Night Yao's best efforts, he felt he had done all he could for the 2 siblings' feelings. Thus, he understood that Tang San and Xiao Wu were likely just having a simple conversation. Otherwise, he wouldn't allow Dai Mubai and the others to eavesdrop, fearing they might interrupt. With Night Yao's consent, the trio swiftly snuck out, expertly positioning themselves by the door to listen intently. "Wait a minute. Haven't you guys done this before? You're so good at it," Night Yao observed, exasperated. "Wow, little San is impressive," Oscar remarked, impressed. Indeed, he usually keeps a low profile. Who knew he was capable of such prowess? Dai Mubai whispered with a chuckle. "Yeah," Ma Hongjun agreed. Night Yao eyed them suspiciously, wondering if he had misheard. Could it be that Tang San truly had a breakthrough? "Should I listen to?" he thought, shaking his head vehemently. Eavesdropping was not an option. He couldn't afford to lose face. "Even if I jumped down from here, I wouldn't." Suddenly, the trio of eavesdroppers emitted a strange noise, prompting Night Yao to hastily approach them. "Little AO, move aside, give me a spot." "Hey Dai, you two make some room." That's nice." "Ah, yes, oh, comfortable." "Third brother, you're amazing." "Is that Xiao Wu's voice?" "What are you doing, little San?" Night Yao gaped in shock. "Xiao Wu, are you comfortable?" "See, third brother cares for you," he heard Tang San say. Third brother, you're the best. What on earth are you doing?" Oscar chuckled beside them, teasing, "I never expected little San to be so bold." In the next instant, Oscar's expression froze. "Little San, why don't you come help me too?" Rong. Oscar's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. "Oh my goodness, are they really going this far?" Ma Hongjun was just as stunned. Little San wouldn't agree to that. Would he? Dai Mubai queried uncertainly. Sure. What? He agreed? That was the only thought lingering in the minds of the four eavesdroppers. Damn it, no. I must get in. I need to let go of me. Oscar protested, his mouth covered by Dai Mubai's hand, forcefully pinned in place. Calm down. There may be a misunderstanding here, Dai Mubai urged. Yes, calm down, Yao quickly added. Zhu Qing, do you want me to help you? What? You still want to target Zhu Qing? Dai Mubai exclaimed, furious. In an instant, he released his grip on Oscar, flinging the door open. Brute, what are you doing? The four individuals in the room stared in astonishment at Dai Mubai, who stood at the threshold, followed by the indignant Oscar and the bewildered Ma Hongjun. You're talking about Yi Yao? Upon seeing Dai Mubai push the door, he promptly slipped away. Dai Mubai hesitated and asked, What are you all doing? Xiao Wu sat on the bed, with Tang San behind her, his hands resting on her shoulders. Ning Rongrong leaned over the bed, half her body draped over it, while Zhu Qing sat on the bed, occasionally glancing at Xiao Wu and Tang San. I was worried Xiao Wu was too fatigued, so I came to give her a massage, Tang San stated in surprise. Oh, so it's a massage? Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged relieved glances. What did you think it was? Xiao Wu frowned. Nothing. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Oscar chuckled awkwardly, then shot Dai Mubai a knowing look and quickly pulled the still-dazed Ma Hongjun away. After Dai Mubai returned to the room, he shut the door firmly, exhaling deeply. He then turned to the relieved Oscar, frustration bubbling within him. Little Oscar, how many times must I say this? There's definitely a misunderstanding. Isn't that kind of person. Oscar rolled his eyes and muttered. It wasn't me who pushed the door. Dai Mubai glared. Are you implying this is my fault? Just as Oscar was about to assertively nod, he noticed Dai Mubai's cold smile and clenched fists, prompting him to sheepishly say, No, it's my fault. Seeing Dai Mubai nod in satisfaction, Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Outwardly, they were like brothers, but inwardly, it was a different story. By the way, Yao, why did you leave so quickly? Oscar suddenly realized. Yao, puzzled, responded, What do you mean by leave? This has nothing to do with me. I believed isn't that kind of person all along, so I confidently walked back into the room, emphasizing the word confidently. The three scoffed at him. You were quite the sight back then. Enough. We need to rest. We have to travel again tomorrow. Chapter 47. The kill the following day, the group set out again, arriving at Silv City. In the evening, Flinder, unusually, led everyone to stay in the most luxurious hotel in the area, booking 5 rooms. Flinder, have you changed your ways? Zhao Wujia asked, astonished. There's a conspiracy. Yi Yao's instincts flared, and exchanging glances with the others, they decided to remain vigilant and see what Flinder was up to. Why would you say that? Am I usually stingy? Flinder's expression darkened slightly. The others maintained a composed demeanor, aware of Flinder's reputation. Please, know yourself. Come, let us eat. Hongjun, eat more. You're still growing. Mubai, you too. Have some of this. You've been traveling with Oscar, and you must be tired. And little Oscar too. Flinder warmly invited everyone to the table. Yi Yao and the others exchanged knowing glances, eating the meal, but fully aware of Flinder's ulterior motives. They chuckled inwardly. After all, Flinder, the notoriously frugal dean, treating them to dinner was likely a ploy, and they would surely spit out the candy-coated bullet later. Ahem. I do like to discuss something with you all. Flinder cleared his throat awkwardly. The fox's tail has indeed been revealed. What scheme do you have for us this time? You haven't participated in the Soul Arena for 2 months. To prevent you from losing your edge, I've arranged for you to partake in a team battle today. Since we have to travel tomorrow, let us skip the one-on-one matches, Flinder explained confidently. Will the earnings from the battle go to you, or can we keep them? Dai Mubai asked directly. You underestimate me. Do you think I'm the type to take my students' hard-earned money? Flinder declared, feigning indignation. Are you truly that benevolent? The Shrek group exchanged skeptical glances. Ma Hongjun, having spent the longest time with Flinder, smirked knowingly and silently mouthed to the others, gambling. Realization dawned upon them. It made sense. The meager earnings from winning battles were nothing compared to the gains from gambling, explaining Flinder's willingness to forego the former. Cunning calculations. Old hand at this. While the Shrek group understood Flinder's motives, they refrained from outright refusal. After all, they weren't particularly concerned about money. And it had indeed been 2 months since their last match, so exercising their skills wouldn't hurt. All right, let us proceed, Flinder said with a smile, leading everyone to the Silv's Grand Soul Arena. What? Why can't you arrange a team battle for us? Flinder exploded upon arriving at the Grand Soul Arena. After submitting the information for the Shrek 8 monsters, he was met with the staff's disheartening response that they could not accommodate their request. To ensure these little monsters could participate and earn a substantial profit, I booked a lavish hotel and paid for an extravagant meal. I invested heavily, Flinder exclaimed, his frustration mounting. But now you tell me it's not possible. Oh dear, what a loss. Why? Give me a reason. Is there truly no one at the Sylph's Grand Soul Arena? Flinder's expression darkened, almost apoplectic, feeling the world's cruel indifference. Ma Hongjun, meanwhile, was quietly enjoying the spectacle of his teacher's misfortune, savoring the moment. The staff's demeanor was equally strained, but to some extent, Flinder's claims held merit. And they could only explain, we sincerely apologize, but the Sylph's Grand Soul Arena currently does not have a gold battle team at the Soul Sovereign level. Yes, the gold battle team. After concluding their team battle against the Imperial battle team, the group had tallied their points at the Soto Grand Arena, and due to their astounding winning streak, both Yi Yao and Tang San had remarkably reached the gold battle level, while the others attained the silver battle level, effectively making the Shrek 8 monsters a gold battle team. This achievement set a record for the Soto Grand Arena, and even the manager, AO, confessed that this record might remain unbroken for many years to come. Flinder's expression clearly soured as he realized that gold battle teams at the Soul Sovereign level were exceedingly rare. After all, even the Imperial battle team had only reached the silver battle level. Is this what they call being too clever for one's own good? Flinder lamented internally. What about the silver battle team? They only have 2 gold battle level members, Flinder reasoned, hoping for a glimmer of hope. The staff, maintaining a polite smile, coldly replied, I'm sorry, but that is the regulation. Flinder felt defeated, his spirit crushed. If a Soul Sovereign level 1T do, then what about the Soul King level? Surely there must be silver battle teams at that level. The Master suddenly interjected. According to the regulations of the Soul Arena, if one challenges an opponent beyond their rank, they may disregard the Soul Badge and select their adversary at will. The staff, though somewhat taken aback, diligently began to consult the records. Yi Yao and his companions gazed incredulously at the Master, exclaiming that there was indeed someone even more formidable, a gold soul badge at the soul sect level, and they feared they might be utterly overwhelmed. Flinder, having risen from the ground, furrowed his brow and remarked, Shao Gang, let's not consider opponents at the soul sect level. The disparity in soul power among these little monsters is far too vast. This is no longer a matter of talent or teamwork, and a team at the gold soul badge level would surely possess remarkable coordination. Despite the skeptical gazes directed at him, the Master remained unperturbed and even calmly added, Please find me examples of the most ruthless opponents, those with a high casualty rate. The staff was stunned, staring at the Master in disbelief. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his throat tightening. In his eyes, the seemingly despondent Master appeared akin to a terrifying, merciless ancient soul beast. The staff could not help but wonder if this individual bore a grudge against those seeking soul battles, as it seemed a blatant attempt to incite violence. Emma, this could spell disaster. Has someone angered the Master? Yi Yao and his companions exchanged anxious glances, swallowing hard. Shao Gang, are you mad? Do you want these children to perish? Flinder erupted in fury. Though he cherished wealth, he would never place financial gain above the safety of Yi Yao and the others. The Master smiled serenely. Trust me, Flinder, Yi Yao and Tang San are also involved. Do you think I would allow them to meet their demise? Flinder was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Yi Yao and Tang San were the Master's most cherished disciples, and it was clear he regarded them as his own. Thus, he would not let them perish. Flinder furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent, placing his full trust in the Master. The Master turned to the staff and inquired, Have you found what I requested? Oh yes, we have found it. The staff members stammered, hurriedly presenting the information. The team that meets your criteria is the Fierce God team, a Silver Soul Badge team at level 40, with a record of 46 battles and 31 victories, having killed 63 opponents. Yi Yao's expression darkened. The number of casualties was alarming, indicating this was not mere collateral damage, but a deliberate act of slaughter. The Master nodded in satisfaction. Very well, we shall select them. The staff hesitated, noting that the Fierce God team consisted of only 7 members, while the Shrek 8 comprised 8. Shall we withdraw one of your members, or should we negotiate with the Fierce God team to allow you an extra member? Considering this is a rank-up challenge, It seems plausible they would agree. The master, hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly. Inform the fierce god team that if they are unwilling to permit us an extra member despite their significant soul power advantage, then they might as well disband their team. After the staff departed, the master turned to the still stunned Shrek 8 and stated, as per usual, you will devise your own strategy. I shall not intervene. He then stepped aside with Flinder and Zhao Wujie to engage in a hushed discussion. The 8 members of Shrek exchanged glances, with Oscar hesitantly asking, is the master serious? Dai Mubai added gravely, Yao, Tang San, you have spent the most time with the master. Do you think he is truly serious? Yi Yao and Tang San shared a knowing look and nodded resignedly. Based on my understanding of the master, he is likely quite serious. What shall we do now? Ma Hongjun expressed his despair. I'm not afraid of battling a soul master, but a soul sect? Then we must rely on strategy. Tang San, you lead the tactical arrangements as usual, Yi Yao said, massaging his temples in frustration. Tang San pondered for a moment before responding. Given our current strength, facing a team of soul sect level is almost certain death. I have no solution. However, the group did not succumb to despair. Since Tang San had spoken, he undoubtedly had a plan in mind. I cannot immediately grasp the Master's intentions. But if we do not rely solely on our own strength and instead harness external forces, we may stand a chance, Tang San remarked, surveying the others thoughtfully. Come on, third brother, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. Xiao Wu urged, her impatience evident. Conversely, Yi Yao and Ning Rongrong began to contemplate deeply, their eyes suddenly lighting up as they exclaimed in unison, the Zhuge crossbow. Tang San nodded solemnly. Indeed, it is the Zhuge crossbow. Yi Yao surmised this due to their long companionship, while Ning Rongrong recalled that Tang San had recently gifted her a portion of a Zhuge crossbow, which her father and the sword Douluo had confirmed was capable of inflicting damage upon soul sects. Xiao Wu blushed and stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had known of the Zhuge crossbow, but had not thought of it at that moment. Does the master permit us to use external forces? Oscar asked, clearly hesitant. We cannot afford to hesitate. What third brother said is correct. Without external assistance, we have no chance of victory. Our lives take precedence, Dai Mubai declared resolutely. Yi Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the master would not overlook this aspect. He must have factored the Zhuge crossbow into his calculations. Yet, relying solely on a Zhuge crossbow for victory, what significance does that hold? The group fell into contemplative silence, shaking their heads in confusion. Tang San, however, seemed to have an epiphany. His pupils constricted, his expression shifting, but after glancing at the others, he chose not to elaborate. Very well. I shall first instruct you on the usage of the Zhuge crossbow. Welcome, everyone, to the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena. The next battle is a rare rank-up match, featuring the Gold Soul Badge team of Soul Sects against the Silver Soul Badge team, the Fierce God team, newly arrived Shrek 8. Both teams are now in position, and the battle is about to commence. I must say, the masks worn by the Shrek 8 are quite distinctive, and we're underway. The Fierce God team has initiated their charge. Why hasn't the Shrek 8 made a move? Have they been stunned into silence? They haven't even released their martial souls. The Shrek 8 has produced a black box. What are they planning? Are they seeking death? As the Fierce God team approaches, I must say, I believe the Shrek 8 is about to suddenly, a flurry of projectiles erupted from the box, striking the Fierce God team, who fell to the ground, bloodied and defeated. The arena fell silent. The announcer, the referee, and even the audience were rendered speechless, having only heard a series of rapid sounds. The Shrek 8's black box had seemingly unleashed something upon the Fierce God team, leading to their swift downfall. The members of Shrek appeared pallid, the girls trembling slightly as they struggled to maintain their grip on the Zhuge crossbow. Let us retreat for now, Tang San said softly, the most composed among them. The others felt a wave of relief wash over them, maintaining a semblance of calm as they quickened their pace to retreat. In the stands, Flinder wore a complicated expression, questioning whether this course of action was truly wise. The master remained expressionless, knowing they would eventually confront the reality that being a soul master was never a mere childish game. However, they are merely children, Flander sighed. He understood the reasoning, yet he felt a pang of sympathy. These children had performed admirably, and the eldest among them, Dai Mubai, was merely 15 years old. They required our guidance. You must believe in them. They are truly the pride of heaven, the extraordinary beings we have nurtured. This minor hurdle can surely be overcome. Now let us proceed. The master consoled. Backstage, upon entering the lounge, Yi Yao and the others could no longer contain themselves. They slumped onto the benches, and the three girls even doubled over in dry heaves, while only Tang San and Dai Mubai retained a semblance of composure. Yi Yao's gaze was somewhat dazed. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person, with few significant issues aside from his reclusive nature. In this life, as a soul master, he had engaged in battles, yet had never truly taken a life. His encounters had only resulted in severe injuries, with the only deaths being those of spirit beasts, which had not deeply affected him. But this time he had taken a life for the first time across 2 lifetimes, and the intensity of the scene was overwhelming for him, a young man shaped by the ideals of socialism in the 21st century. It was undeniably shocking. It was only now that he fully grasped that being a soul master was no child's play. It was a matter of life and death. The master in Flander slowly entered the lounge, and he spoke but 2 sentences. As a soul master, killing is an inevitable reality. Every formidable soul master has risen upon the corpses of countless foes. If you cannot endure the weight of taking a life, even that of an irredeemable person, I suggest you refrain from pursuing the path of a soul master. I cannot assist you in overcoming this. You must rely on yourselves. You will grow accustomed to it. And now, we shall return, lest you wish to be treated like rare spirit beasts under scrutiny. That night, as he lay in bed, Yi Yao found sleep elusive. Every time he closed his eyes, he recalled the faces of the fiend team members as they were struck by arrows. Turning in bed, he extended his right hand, summoning the sword of oath and victory, which appeared before him in all its resplendent glory, unadorned by the Wind King's barrier. Bathed in its golden radiance, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, and slowly he closed his eyes. Chapter 48. Arrival following the battle with the fiend team. The master refrained from subjecting them to further combat, and Flander, understanding their plight, significantly reduced their travel pace. The members of Shrek were resilient souls, and given that those they had slain were deserving of their fate, their hearts were not burdened too heavily. On the 6th day, they successfully arrived at the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City. Ah, it has been many years since I last visited Heavendo City. It remains as magnificent as ever, Flander remarked, hands clasped behind his back. Yi Yao gazed upon the grandeur of Heavendo City, which indeed surpassed Soto, and nodding. Embodying the stark contrast between nobility and commoners. Is the Royal Academy of Heavendo situated here? Tang San inquired. Unexpectedly, Flander shook his head. I do not know. Shao Gang, do you have any insight? The master cast a sidelong glance at Flander. As the Academy's principal, if you are unaware, how could I possibly know? Flander's face twitched slightly as he turned to Zhao Wujin and Xiao Xian. What about you fellows? The others exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. They were not formally trained soul masters and had not fared well in the soul master realm, seldom coming to Heavendo City. Thus had no knowledge of the Royal Academy's location. What now? Shall we seek someone in the city for directions? Yi Yao rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. No need. Someone among us is knowledgeable. The master unexpectedly interjected, then directed his gaze towards Ning Rongrong at the back of the group. Rongrong, among the 3 great sects. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has close ties with the Heavendo Empire. So, as the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, you must know the location of the Royal Academy of Heavendo. Ning Rongrong nodded gently. Yes, our direct disciples often train within the sect. But the collateral disciples usually study at the Royal Academy of Heavendo, so I have indeed heard of its location. The Royal Academy of Heavendo is not within Heavendo City, but located outside the city, much like our Shrek Academy. The master nodded slightly. Very well, Rongrong. Please guide us there. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of twilight, Ning Rongrong led the group to their destination, the Royal Academy of Heavendo. Upon reaching the base of a grand mountain, Ning Rongrong halted. Flander inquired with confusion, Rongrong, why have we stopped? We have arrived. Ning Rongrong replied matter-of-factly. Yi Yao swallowed hard, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that this mountain is? Indeed, this mountain is the Royal Academy of Heavendo. Along with the forest behind it and the lake at the mountain's foot, Ning Rongrong stated calmly. At that moment, the members of Shrek were consumed by a singular thought. This place is incredibly affluent. Flanders' expression twitched slightly, and he waved his sleeve dismissively, displeased. Look at you all, making such a fuss over something so trivial, while inwardly lamenting the financial drain, crying out, wasteful, wasteful. How much must this have cost? What purpose does such a vast expanse serve? Beauty cannot be consumed as sustenance. It is all money, money. Ma Hong-jun, true to being Flanders' disciple, struck a nerve. Teacher, perhaps you were just envious. What? Envious of what? Flanders' voice escalated sharply, indignantly retorting, I fail to see what is so splendid here. To spend so much on this grand, yet meaningless expanse is folly. The funds could be better allocated elsewhere. Why would I envy this extravagant display? No, you are envious. Yi Yao thought, internally mocking. Enough, let us proceed. We must not squander time. The children should seize every moment to train. The master interrupted, clearing his throat. Reluctantly, Flanders ceased his complaints, darkening his expression as he silently led the way up the mountain. Stop! What are you doing here? A haughty voice rang out. Yi Yao turned toward the sound, spotting a group of students clad in the Royal Academy of Heavendo uniforms standing nearby. The one speaking was a striking young man at the forefront. Though Flanders found the youth's tone distasteful, being newcomers, he refrained from retorting, offering a polite smile. We are from Shrek Academy, here to engage in exchange with your Royal Academy of Heavendo. Shrek Academy? The young man echoed, a peculiar smile forming on his face. He scratched his ear, casually asking, Brothers, have you heard of the Shrek Academy? The young men surrounding him, having understood his expression, shook their heads in unison, proclaiming loudly, No, we haven't heard of it. Indeed, we have no knowledge of the Shrek Academy. It is not a third-rate institution that can simply seek to associate with us, let alone engage in exchanges. Huh, how laughable. The young man's laughter erupted, growing increasingly audacious. Flanders was incensed. Shrek Academy was the culmination of his life's work. In sacrificing the name of Shrek Academy for the sake of his students' growth, he had chosen to merge with the Royal Academy of Heavendo. Yet that did not grant others the right to belittle all he had sacrificed. Yi Yao and the others wore grim expressions. They were acutely aware of Flanders' dedication to them. If they stood idly by while their principal's efforts were insulted, it would be a disservice to their identity as students of Shrek Academy. If the expressions of Yi Yao and the others were merely grim, then Ma Hongjuan's countenance could only be described as grotesque. He had endured immense torment due to the mutation of his martial soul, and it was Flanders who nurtured him into becoming a formidable soul master. Flanders was akin to a father to him. At this moment, a faint purple-red flame of the phoenix flickered around him. Yi Yao coldly inquired, Brother Dai, what do you suggest? Should we follow protocol or proceed directly? Dai Mubai clenched his fists and grinned menacingly. Following protocol is a hassle. Let us take a direct approach. Let us keep it simple. The dean and the others are waiting. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately stepped forward. She was no stranger to authority, having ruled the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy for 6 years. In such a situation, she was eager to jump into action. Tang San furrowed his brows and placed a hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder, admonishing her, Leave this to us men. It's best if the girls refrain from intervening. Xiao Wu pouted, about to retort, but upon receiving a glance from Yi Yao, she begrudgingly stepped back. Leave me too. I need to educate these fools. Ma Hongjun chimed in angrily. Oscar, feeling helpless, expressed his desire to contribute, but as a food system soul master, he lacked combat prowess. What am I supposed to do? I have no combat ability, he lamented. Yi Yao scratched his head. You can cheer for us from the back. Oscar replied, What? You think I want to fight? A young man sneered. Do you even know where you are? You still want to tussle with us? How noisy. Yi Yao retorted calmly, and in an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing beside the young man, whose neck he struck with the edge of his hand. The young man rolled his eyes and collapsed unconscious. What did you say? Go on, I'm listening, Yi Yao mocked. The sudden turn of events caught the attention of the other students from the Heavendo Royal Academy only after the young man fell. What are you doing? Do you even know who he is? One shouted angrily. Who he is has nothing to do with us. Dai Mubai scoffed as he charged through the crowd, swiftly taking down 2 others. Leave some for me, Brother Dai. Ma Hongjun called out anxiously, as Dai Mubai's strikes were far too rapid, overwhelming their opponents, who clearly lacked combat experience and were defenseless against his onslaught. Yi Yao shook his head at the scene and exchanged glances with Tang San. Neither intended to intervene, as Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were more than capable of handling the situation. Before long, The two clapped their hands, disdainfully gazing at the groaning students of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy on the ground. Is this the caliber of students from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy? Flander frowned. They're likely just a bunch of spoiled brats. After all, the academy is large and encompasses all kinds of students. The true elite are those in the royal battle team, the master remarked. Zhao Wujia spoke solemnly. So what now? We've beaten them. Should we still proceed? Flander hesitated. If it were just him, he would have turned back after witnessing the Heaven-Do Royal Academy's demeanor. However, with a quiet sigh, he remarked, since we have come this far, we might as well take a look. The group had no objections, and thus the Shrek team made their way toward the summit. Chapter 49. Speculations at the halfway point. A figure awaited them. Dean Flander. Qin Ming greeted with joy. Ah, Qin Ming, Flander nodded slightly. Little Qin, the students from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy are lacking in quality. If they're all like this, we should not have come. It's disheartening. Zhao Wujia expressed his dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that? Qin Ming was perplexed until Yi Yao and the others recounted the events that had transpired, allowing him to grasp the reason behind the discontent on everyone's faces. Dean Flander, esteemed teachers, fellow students, please do not worry. I will ensure there is an explanation for this matter. Qin Ming took a deep breath, his heart aflame with indignation, having graduated from Shrek Academy. He could not tolerate anyone insulting the institution that had shaped him and the teachers who had shown him great kindness. At the same time, he felt a pang of guilt for proposing this visit to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, having once boasted of its excellence and the quality of its students. Now, having witnessed the humiliation of his teachers, he bore an undeniable responsibility. Which team was patrolling today? Qin Ming inquired coldly of a nearby student. If I recall correctly, it should be the Avalanche team, the student replied, grimacing. Avalanche? Another bunch of spoiled brats. Why can't he learn from his older brother? Qin Ming initially frowned, only to become increasingly enraged. Notify them. Impose a week, no, half a month's confinement on them. Qin Ming announced sternly regarding the punishment for Avalanche and his peers. The student hesitated to speak further, but upon meeting Qin Ming's stern gaze, fell silent. After all, everyone knew that Qin Ming was one of the academy's most promising teachers, highly regarded even by several members of the teaching committee, and he had every right to enforce discipline, regardless of Avalanche's somewhat privileged status as a student of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Qin Ming turned back, apologetically addressing Flander. Dean Flander, are you satisfied with my handling of this situation? He then bowed deeply, expressing his remorse for the indignity suffered by his teachers. Oh, this matter is not your fault. My child, Flander quickly gestured for Qin Ming to rise. Indeed, little Qin, it has nothing to do with you. There is no need for such formality, Zhao Wujia concurred. After much persuasion, Qin Ming finally straightened up, sighing. Under Avalanche's leadership, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy does indeed harbor a cohort of aristocratic ruffians. Due to their lineage, many teachers find it challenging to discipline them, leading to such unfortunate behavior. The master consoled him. This is to be expected, as the Heaven-Do Royal Academy is supported by the royal family, naturally affording privileges to those of noble birth. While this was true, Qin Ming shook his head again. But Avalanche's background, his brother? Flander inquired, perplexed. Oh, I haven't introduced his background yet, have I? Qin Ming slapped his forehead. The master frowned. Avalanche's surname is Shui. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. Could it be? Qin Ming nodded with a smile. Indeed. Just as you surmised, Avalanche is the prince of the Heaven-Do Empire. His older brother is the crown prince, Shui Qinghe. A prince? Yi Yao and the others were taken aback. Flander grew increasingly concerned. What if we have harmed this prince today? Will there be repercussions? Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Though he is a prince, he is still a student of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. He receives no special treatment within the academy. If he misbehaves, he must face the consequences. This will serve as a small lesson for him. He then inquired, Dean Flander, it is getting late. Allow me to take you to your accommodations. We can meet with the 3 committee teachers tomorrow morning. Flander nodded slightly. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Subsequently, Qin Ming led the group to their residence, which boasted a spacious courtyard. Each individual was provided with a private room, along with a large guest area, fully equipped with amenities. Upon stepping outside, one could admire the picturesque mountain view, complemented by a small path that directly led to the foot of the mountain. The environment was tranquil and seldom disturbed, earning praise from Flander and the others. Zhao Wujia remarked with a smile. Well done, Qin. This place is indeed marvelous. Flander, stroking his beard with a grin, added, indeed, it appears we are destined to enjoy our retirement here. Qin Ming modestly smiled, emphasizing that such arrangements were to be expected, as the Academy places significant importance on the arrival of esteemed faculty members like them. He assured them that he would address any shortcomings they might encounter. The master interjected with a smile, this is more than sufficient. For soul masters, excessive luxury can be detrimental. We should not coddle them too much. Qin Ming nodded regretfully. Well then, I shall take my leave for now. I will return to escort you all in the morning. After his departure, the master looked at the others and said, all right, find your rooms and rest for the night. We should rise early tomorrow. Given the sincerity of the Tiando Royal Academy, we must not be negligent. Night Yao and the others nodded and each found a room, tidied up a bit, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, everyone arose early, and Qin Ming was already waiting for them. With a gentle gaze, he inquired, how did you all sleep last night? Zhao Wujia stretched and chuckled, it's been ages since I slept so soundly. Flander, that miserly old fellow, compared to the bed I slept in last night. The ones back at the academy felt like resting on a stone. Flander's face twitched, feeling a bit embarrassed by Zhao's remarks. As soul masters, we should not place such importance on material comforts. I was merely honing my resilience, he retorted. Spare me the excuses, you're just stingy, Zhao scoffed, picking his nose dismissively. Qin Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that even during his time at the academy, Flander and Zhao Wujia had always engaged in this playful banter. After reminiscing for a moment, Qin Ming regained his composure and smiled at everyone, saying, I have brought breakfast for you all. Afterward, we shall meet with the 3 instructors from the Academic Affairs Office. We will also hold a welcome ceremony for the teachers and junior students at noon. A welcome ceremony? Oh dear, that won't be necessary. Your goodwill is enough. There's no need to be ostentatious, Flander advised, appearing well-meaning. Please do try to conceal that smile on your face, Night Yao said, covering his face in mild exasperation. Qin Ming smiled silently and gestured for the chefs to bring forth the breakfast. The food here is quite excellent, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, stuffing his mouth and speaking indistinctly. You glutton, try not to look like a starving ghost. It's quite embarrassing, Night Yao said with a frown, subtly shifting his seat away from Ma Hongjun to distance himself. By the way, Qin Ming, who are the instructors from the Academic Affairs Office? Please introduce them to us, Flanders suddenly asked. Qin Ming nodded and replied. The Academy does not have a principal. Most affairs are handled by 3 instructors from the Academic Affairs Office, all of whom are esteemed educators at the Tiando Royal Academy, each possessing a rank of over 80 as Soul Daw. They are Chief of the Academic Affairs Office, Meng Shinji, with a martial Soul Black Demon, a control-type Soul Daw of level 86, Deputy Chief, Bai Baoshan, with a martial Soul Celestial Star Furnace, a defense-type Soul Daw of level 85, and the 3rd seat, Jilin, with a martial Soul Sky Blue Vine, a control-type Soul Daw of level 83. 3 Soul Douluo? The faculty at Tiando Royal Academy is truly remarkable, Flander remarked in awe. However, Night Yao's attention was diverted to the side. Xiao Wu, is something the matter? He inquired. Since Qin Ming had begun speaking, Xiao Wu's complexion had appeared somewhat pale, for reasons unknown. I'm fine, Xiao Wu replied, forcing a smile. Tang Sen also noticed her pallor and expressed concern. Xiao Wu, if you're feeling unwell, don't push yourself. Night Yao spoke softly. Xiao Wu remained silent for a moment before nodding. I'm just a bit under the weather today, so I won't be joining you. I'll rest here for a while. Tang Sen nodded, then I'll stay with you. Xiao Wu shook her head, mustering a faint smile as she squeezed Tang Sen's arm. No need to accompany me. I'll be all right after some rest. Besides, it's our first meeting with the higher-ups. It's best I don't miss it. After a brief hesitation, Tang Sen acquiesced with a nod. Night Yao felt a flicker of doubt within him. When he had first seen Xiao Wu that morning, her complexion had not appeared so dire. What had changed after hearing Qin Ming's words? Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Wait, what did Qin Ming say? Night Yao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meng Shinji by Baoshan and Jilin were all Soul Daw, but what implications did that hold? Reflecting further, he recalled why the Titan giant ape had ventured to the outskirts of the forest and why it had only taken Xiao Wu while merely injuring the others. How had she returned unharmed afterward? Was it truly as Xiao Wu had claimed, due to the sky blue bull python? All of this was too chaotic and difficult to connect. Knight Yao rubbed his temples in frustration, feeling a headache coming on. Wait a moment. Could it be that the Titan giant ape sensed Xiao Wu's aura and approached from deep within the forest? The reason it spared us might also be linked to Xiao Wu, he thought, contemplating a bold hypothesis, though it seemed utterly implausible. Eliminating all other possibilities led him to this conclusion, no matter how improbable. Then came the pressing question. Why would the Titan giant ape recognize Xiao Wu? Had they known each other previously? This didn't add up, as the Titan giant ape resided deep within the Tian-Do Great Forest, where few humans ever encountered it. Suddenly, Knight Yao's expression stiffened. It dawned on him that they had never witnessed Xiao Wu acquiring a spirit ring, nor had she ever mentioned her family or homeland. Furthermore, her demeanor upon entering the Tian-Do Great Forest had been carefree and joyful, only to turn despondent upon encountering spirit beasts. The master had previously mentioned some obscure knowledge that few were aware of. Knight Yao inhaled sharply, his pupils dilating in shock as he turned to look at Xiao Wu, his mind racing with revelations. "Brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Wu asked, shifting uncomfortably. Oh, it's nothing, I just lost my train of thought," Knight Yao said, quickly regaining his composure. After a moment of silence, he added, "Xiao Wu, since you're not feeling well, you should rest here. Please remember not to wander around." "Got it. Big brother, you're being a bit too naggy," Xiao Wu pouted in playful complaint. Knight Yao dismissed her words, for his mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must not allow Xiao Wu to encounter anyone above the level of Soul Douluo, especially not a title Douluo, or else. Chapter 50. The Trial Tang. San approached the master and whispered a few words. "Xiao Wu is unwell. Then you should rest here with peace of mind." The master nodded after glancing at Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, you seem fine this morning. What happened?" Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, Knight Yao interjected, "Since that's the case, let us proceed. We should complete the necessary formalities early so that our junior brothers can begin their training." Qin Ming stood up, signaling the start of their day. The crowd naturally had no objections. Apart from Xiao Wu, the others rose to follow Qin Ming outside. The teaching committee of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy was situated at the heart of the main campus. By the time Qin Ming led Yi Yao and the others there, 3 elderly gentlemen were already awaiting them at the entrance. Yi Yao observed the 3 elders. Although his expression remained unchanged, he felt a jolt of surprise within. Their mere presence, standing there with an air of tranquility, imparted an impression of being harmoniously integrated with the universe, which required not only formidable strength, but also profound familiarity with their surroundings. Most notably, their robes were remarkably similar, entirely black, adorned with intricate golden threads weaving strange patterns. If memory served, these ceremonial robes could only be worn by those at the level of Soul Douluo or higher. The simultaneous appearance of 3 Soul Douluo level powerhouses at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy was striking. Frand, feeling a rush of astonishment, quickly stepped forward, crossing his arms over his shoulders and bowing slightly in respect. "I am Flinder from Shrek Academy, Wuin, Cat Eagle, level 78 Agile Attack Type Battle Soul." The elder in the center gestured with his hands, indicating that Flinder need not be so deferential. With a genial smile, he replied, "There is no need for such formalities. Dean Flinder, I am Meng Xinji, the chief of the teaching office at Heaven-Do Royal Academy. On behalf of the Academy, I extend a warm welcome to all from Shrek Academy." Flinder felt a warmth wash over him, the slight tension in his heart dissipating as he shook his head with a wry smile. "Thank you, but how can we possibly accept such honors from esteemed seniors? Kulme, come, let us all enter and converse further," Meng Xinji replied cheerfully. Once inside the teaching office, Meng Xinji instructed a servant standing by to serve tea, and everyone took their seats in turn. After some pleasantries, Meng Xinji remarked, "With the addition of Dean Flinder and the esteemed teachers and students from Shrek Academy, our Heaven-Do Royal Academy is undoubtedly gaining an advantage. It seems we are poised to achieve even greater success in this Continental Advanced Soul Master competition than ever before." Flinder forced a bitter smile, reflecting that Shrek Academy had become a fleeting memory. Meng Xinji replied earnestly, "No. These children behind you are the very testament to Shrek Academy's existence. As previously agreed, we will provide the highest level of resources to the students, and all other teachings will be under your auspices. Of course, the other courses at Heaven-Do Royal Academy will be unconditionally open to them. This proposal stirred not only Flinder, but also Zhao Wujia and the Master, who were deeply moved. This arrangement could not merely be described as generous. It was akin to granting unrestricted access to resources without any obligations. Apart from the absence of Shrek Academy's name, everything else remained unchanged. Flinder's expression grew solemn as he declared, "Esteemed seniors, I, Flinder, shall repay your kindness to Heaven-Do with utmost sincerity." Meng Xinji laughed heartily and extended his hand to Flinder, who reciprocated the gesture, both declaring in unison, "We shall create brilliance together." What followed was a delightful gathering, solidifying the integration of Shrek Academy into Heaven-Do Royal Academy. With the major matters settled, only minor details remained. An elder beside Meng Xinji stroked his beard and remarked, "I never anticipated that the Master would also be at Shrek Academy. It truly surprises me." The Master, taken aback, inquired, "May I ask who the esteemed elder is?" "I am Jilin," the elder replied with a smile. "Ah, Jilin Sr., the Master acknowledged. "I had heard of your theories on the 10 core competitive principles of martial souls and was convinced of your unparalleled talent in martial soul research. I had no idea you also excelled in nurturing disciples." Jilin sighed. "Indeed, it is said that during the battle between your esteemed academy and our royal battle team, your 2 disciples played significant roles." Meng Xinji added, "Master, could you enlighten us as to who your disciples are? We would be eager to witness their prowess." With a serene smile, the Master gestured towards Yi Yao and Tang San. "Yi Yao, Little San, do come forward and greet the 3 esteemed elders." Yi Yao stepped forward, halting 3 meters away from Meng Xinji and the others. He bowed slightly and proclaimed, "I am Yi Yao, Wuhuan, Oath Victory Sword, level 35 Assault-type Battle Soul. Honored to meet the 3 esteemed elders." Standing beside Yi Yao, Tang San also introduced himself. "I am Tang San, Wuhuan, Blue Silvergrass, level 33 Control-type Battle Soul." Meng Xinji expressed astonishment. "Level 35, level 33. Master, may I inquire how old your disciples are this year?" The Master chuckled lightly. "They are merely 13 years old." A collective gasp escaped Meng Xinji, while Jilin nearly tugged a tuft of his beard in disbelief, and Bai Baoshan could only shake his head in amazement. 13 years old. Meng Xinji marveled. He had believed that some of the talents in his royal battle team were extraordinary, but in comparison to the Master's 2 disciples, they paled significantly. The remaining 6 from Shrek Academy surely could not be far behind. Such terrifying potential could not be ignored. But wait, now they were part of Heaven-Do Royal Academy, which meant they were on the same side. With this thought, Meng Xinji's eyes crinkled into a smile. Well, this is indeed a great fortune. However, a test was still in order. Meng Xinji exchanged a glance with Jilin, and they both nodded slightly, turning their attention to Yi Yao and Tang San. Yi Yao felt a peculiar stillness enveloping him, akin to Zhao Wujia's gravity control, but distinctly different. It felt like pure soul power instead. Stealing a glance at Tang San, he noticed his companion's expression mirrored his own surprise, indicating that they were experiencing a similar phenomenon. Yi Yao raised his head to find Meng Xinji smiling silently at him, immediately realizing that this was an evaluation of their abilities, not merely a display of power, but rather a means to gauge their true strengths. Thus, Yi Yao straightened his posture, maintaining eye contact with Meng Xinji while focusing inwardly, quietly summoning his soul power to withstand the relentless pressure surrounding him. As Meng Xinji's trial unfolded, the atmosphere grew quiet. The Master remained calm, seemingly unfazed, and casually sipped tea to soothe his throat. Though Flinder and Zhao Wujia felt a twinge of concern, they trusted Meng Xinji's judgment and, seeing the Master's composure, remained at ease. Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath, "What's going on with Brother Yao and Little San? Are they locking eyes with those 2 old men?" Dai Mubai interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? Clearly, the 3 elders are testing Yi Yao and Little San." Oscar voiced his worries. "Do you think I'll be all right?" Ning Rongrong shook her head softly. "I doubt it. While I haven't met the 3 elders, I've heard my father speak of them. They are known to be kind and gentle souls, so they should know when to stop." Meng Xinji maintained a subtle smile. Generally speaking, a low-level soul master capable of enduring the pressure exerted by a higher-level soul master, achieving 2/3 of their own level, was already a remarkable feat today. He sought to determine how far these 2 youths could go. 18 levels surprised Meng Xinji. He had not yet revealed his martial soul. At 22 levels, Meng Xinji's expression grew serious, for this surpassed 2/3 of Yi Yao's soul power. Most soul masters would falter at this point. Yet Yi Yao still had not summoned his martial soul. The face of the 30-level dream machine was filled with astonishment, yet he still did not release his martial spirit. He glanced at Tang San, who, like Yi Yao, wore a solemn expression but refrained from unleashing his martial spirit. Dream Machine exchanged a look with Jilin, both bewildered by the extraordinary nature of these two individuals. The reason Tang San could endure this situation stemmed from the uniqueness of his Xiantian skill and his exceptional skills that surpassed his peers. In contrast, Yi Yao relied solely on the enhanced physical attributes provided by his 3 extraordinary spirit rings and the might of his martial spirit. In simple terms, one relied on skill while the other depended on talent, as the ancestors bestow their blessings without any alternative. The expression on the 38-level dream machine's face grew increasingly wooden, yet he remained unfazed by the absence of martial spirit release, having grown accustomed to such anomalies. Unable to contain himself any longer, the 39-level Tang San finally raised his hand to summon blue silvergrass. Jilin let out a sigh of relief. He was hesitant to apply further pressure with his soul power, fearing for Tang San's safety should he push too hard. At the 40th level, a significant threshold, Yi Yao gasped but still refrained from releasing his martial spirit. At the 45th level, Tang San's face contorted in pain as his body suddenly expanded. Jilin's expression shifted as he prepared to cease the pressure, but Tang San emitted a muffled groan, and the 8 spider lances erupted forth, causing his expression to relax. Soulbone? Jilin pondered in surprise. The master, filled with joy, hurried forward to drape a garment over Tang San and bowed slightly to Jilin, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. It has allowed Tang San to fully integrate with this external spirit bone. It is indeed an external spirit bone. Bai Baoshan marveled, noting that even he had only heard tales of such a phenomenon without ever witnessing it personally. Jilin chuckled wryly, remarking on their age. It seems we truly are getting old. Such remarkable talent and the presence of an external spirit bone, even as title Douluo experts. We cannot help but be awed. It appears that surpassing us 3 old fellows is merely a matter of time. At this moment, only Yi Yao continued to endure, while Dream Machine hesitated, concerned that increasing the soul power might inflict internal injuries on Yi Yao. However, upon witnessing Yi Yao's determined gaze, Dream Machine resolutely decided to add another level of soul power. If this still failed to compel Yi Yao to unleash his martial spirit, so be it. He could not gamble with Yi Yao's future. At the 46th level, Yi Yao let out a muffled sound, panting heavily, yet his gaze remained unyielding. The 47th level saw Dream Machine's heart tremble as Yi Yao's legs began to quaver, his body swaying. No, I haven't reached my limit yet, Yi Yao thought, gritting his teeth. Upon reaching the 48th level, Yi Yao sensed an overwhelming force pressing in from all sides. His legs weakened, and he felt on the verge of kneeling. Damn it, how could I possibly kneel? He roared inwardly. Simultaneously, Yi Yao extended his right hand, releasing a brilliant golden light as a magnificent longsword materialized in his grip. Dream Machine, captivated by the resplendent sword of Oath Victory, failed to notice that Yi Yao, who had almost knelt, now stood tall once more. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, a refined young man suddenly turned his gaze in a particular direction. This feeling is reminiscent of 6 years ago, he mused, frowning slightly. Back then, it felt so distant, and given my current status, I refrained from seeking you out. However, now that I have arrived in Tiando City, it would be unreasonable not to pursue this opportunity. He murmured to himself, is that direction the Tiando Royal Academy? Come, I wish to go to the Tiando Royal Academy. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 51. The assessment at the Tiando Royal Academy's Academic Affairs Office. Dream Machine exclaimed in shock, what on earth is this martial spirit? Jilin tugged at his beard, feeling that today had brought more astonishment than the entire year combined. He feared for the longevity of his well-groomed beard. Bai Baoshan exclaimed, I have been in the Soul Master community for decades, having encountered countless martial spirits. I thought nothing could pique my interest any further, yet today, it seems my vision has been insufficient. He could not help but exclaim, what a dazzling martial spirit. After releasing the Sword of Oath Victory, Dream Machine ceased his intervention, and Yi Yao suddenly felt lightheaded. He stumbled, but quickly regained his balance through years of training, straightening up once more. Panting heavily, Yi Yao sheathed his martial spirit, feeling as though he had emerged from water, yet his eyes shone brightly. In facing Dream Machine's trial, despite appearing somewhat disheveled, Yi Yao had gained considerable insights. The complete pressure exerted by Dream Machine's soul power forced Yi Yao to continuously circulate his own soul power for support. As Dream Machine's intensity increased, so too did Yi Yao's speed of soul power circulation. It would take some time to return to his previous pace. This meant that, during this period, Yi Yao's training speed would also improve to a certain extent. He estimated that his training speed could increase by approximately 20%, lasting for about half a month. Moreover, under such pressure, Yi Yao's soul power was compressed and solidified, implying that his body could now store more soul power. This had its pros and cons. The downside was that leveling up would require more time, while the upside was that he would possess more soul power than others at the same level. For Yi Yao, a slower training speed was not a significant concern. After all, he was already a 35-level battle spirit master at the tender age of 13. So what if his progress was a bit slower? He remained a prodigy among prodigies. The enhancement of his soul power was crucial for him, especially given the considerable consumption of his martial spirit and soul skills. Now that he had reached level 30, he needed to be frugal with his soul power, fearing that he might run out during battles, not to mention the even more demanding domain skills. Yi Yao felt an inner conflict. This kind of soul power pressure tested one's control abilities, and a slight miscalculation could lead to internal injuries. Given Yi Yao's current capacity, even releasing his martial spirit might pose challenges for Flender, leaving only these 3 title-level elders capable of managing the situation. Why did you stop? Increase it a bit more. I haven't yet reached my limit. I haven't reaped enough benefits. He thought, well, it's the first time meeting, so it wouldn't be courteous to trouble the elder too much. After all, I will be staying in this academy. We have plenty of time ahead. No worries. It feels most comfortable to take advantage of a good opportunity. The 3 members of the committee felt an inexplicable chill, sensing that someone was keeping them in mind. Who would have imagined such a talent? I thought our academy's Royal Battle Team students were already the pinnacle of the continent. I believe we would secure a high ranking in the upcoming Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Yet, Master, your disciple has thoroughly awakened us from our dreams. Truly, Shrek Academy produces monsters, Dream Machine sighed. Ji Lin and Bai Baoshan nodded in agreement. While they understood that Shrek Academy's students possessed exceptional talent and could surpass the Royal Battle Team, they had believed that Yi Yao and his peers were merely fortunate and slightly more talented. However, they were astonished to find that they were indeed monsters. A singular thought resonating in the minds of Dream Machine and the others. Not at all. They still have a long way to go and require further training. Just a moment ago, they couldn't even endure, Flender chuckled, feigning modesty as though the praises were excessive. Would you kindly refrain from wearing that smile on your face while uttering such words? Your visage resembles that of a blooming chrysanthemum, Dream Machine thought disdainfully. Ahem. In light of this, let us allow Teacher Chin to escort you to acquire essential items for the academy, followed by a welcoming ceremony, Dream Machine said with a smile. Oh dear, how could I possibly accept such kindness? Flandre chuckled, rubbing his hands together. It is only right. The inclusion of Shrek Academy's esteemed members into our Tiendo Royal Academy is undoubtedly the most commendable event in recent years, Dream Machine stated earnestly. Flandre composed himself, nodding solemnly. Yet his heart brimmed with comfort. Upon reflection, perhaps residing here in peace wouldn't be so bad after all. But hold on. A voice imbued with authority echoed throughout the hall. The members of Shrek were momentarily taken aback, and Dream Machine's expression stiffened as he inwardly lamented the arrival of this ominous figure. With a serious demeanor, Dream Machine queried, "What guidance does Prince Shueshing have for us?" A middle-aged man, bearing an air of gravitas, strode into the hall, followed by an elderly figure draped in a green robe and a student clad in the Tiendo Royal Academy uniform. Knight Yao frowned upon recognizing the youth, Shui Peng, the Tiendo Empire's prince whom he had incapacitated the previous day. At that moment, Shui Peng's eyes were filled with animosity, and a mocking grin played upon his lips as he mouthed, "You are all doomed." The authoritative middle-aged man, Prince Shueshing, clasped his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, I do not presume to offer guidance, but I would like to inquire, Dream Machine, about the welcoming ceremony I overheard outside. What is its purpose? Dream Machine replied solemnly. It is to welcome the faculty and students of Shrek Academy into the Tiendo Royal Academy. Flandra stepped forward, slightly bowing. I am Flandra, the principal of Shrek Academy. It is an honor to meet you, Prince Shueshing. Shrek Academy? Prince Shueshing did not even glance at Flandra, muttering under his breath. Isn't that a new advanced soul master academy? Why have I not heard of it? Dream Machine hesitated. It is not quite that. Night Yao's heart sank. The principal issue with Shrek Academy was that it was not a recognized soul master academy. It was doubtful that the name Shrek Academy even appeared in official records. Oh, so it is merely a mid-level soul master academy? Prince Shueshing sneered. Not exactly, Dream Machine replied helplessly. If it is not even a mid-level academy, it is no wonder I have never heard of it. What audacity for such a place to seek admission into the Tiendo Royal Academy and hold a welcoming ceremony. Dream Machine, are you not losing your senses? Prince Shueshing scoffed. Upon hearing the prince's unabashed ridicule, Flandra's expression darkened, yet he maintained a semblance of composure, his hands clenching involuntarily. Flandra could endure, but the others could not. Ma Hongjun was ready to retort, yet Night Yao swiftly placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to remain calm. Dream Machine took a deep breath, striving to keep his tone even. Prince Shueshing, you may be unaware, but our esteemed teacher Qin Ming hails from Shrek Academy. Oh, Prince Shueshing cast a surprised glance at Qin Ming, who appeared displeased, his expression softening slightly. He had heard Qin Ming's name often enough to acknowledge him with respect. However, there must be an assessment to join, correct? I wonder if these individuals from Shrek Academy have passed any evaluations? Prince Shueshing surveyed Flandra and the others with a dispassionate gaze. There is no need for an assessment. All teachers from Shrek Academy are at least Soul Emperor rank and possess qualifications to serve as Tiendo-level educators, Ji Lin interjected. This revelation genuinely astonished Prince Shueshing. Such individuals were indeed Tiendo-level instructors. Yet, just then, Shui Peng tugged at Prince Shueshing's sleeve, his eyes brimming with resolve. Sighing inwardly, Prince Shueshing's gaze regained its steely resolve as he addressed Dream Machine. Rules are rules. To join Tiendo Royal Academy, an assessment is mandatory. This is unacceptable. Dream Machine's frustration bubbled to the surface. Even mud figures possess a modicum of anger, let alone myself. At that moment, Flandra declared loudly, if that is the case, we are willing to undergo the assessment. Dream Machine's heart raced in alarm as he attempted to dissuade him, but Flandra resolutely shook his head. After a moment of silence, Dream Machine gravely stated, then it will be the three of us. No, Dream Machine, let the assessment be conducted by my esteemed companion here, Prince Shueshing interrupted. Gesturing to the elderly figure in green robes, Mr. Dugong, I kindly ask you to demonstrate your prowess. The elderly man nodded nonchalantly, stepping forward, his 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and more pulsating rhythmically. Title Douluo, Oscar murmured in awe. Night Yao's eyes widened. Among humans, this figure was undoubtedly the mightiest he had ever encountered. Yet, one thought consumed him. Thank goodness Xiao Wu is not here. He felt a wave of relief. Had Xiao Wu been present, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Though she might strive to conceal her presence, it would be exceedingly difficult for a title Douluo to overlook her. If that were the case, he would have to reconsider unleashing the holy sword. Dream Machine mused in astonishment. Dugong, the title Douluo? You are the poison Douluo Dugong Bo. Bai Baoshan exclaimed. Dugong Bo regarded Flandra and the others impassively, stating, I shall not take advantage of you. If you can endure for 5 minutes against me, I shall consider it a victory. Chapter 52. Departure Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, and the sound echoed sharply in the tense atmosphere. 5 minutes against the poison Douluo? Night Yao's eyelids fluttered anxiously. Although the poison Douluo was not the strongest among titled Douluos, he was exceptionally troublesome. His fame stemmed from the lethal poison associated with his martial spirit. While other titled Douluos might withstand him, very few could endure a direct encounter. Consequently, even among titled Douluos, the poison Douluo was renowned for his terrifying capabilities against lower-ranked opponents. Even with the strength of the esteemed teachers at the Soul Emperor level, their chances of lasting against Dugong Bo were exceedingly slim. Even if they somehow managed to endure, they would likely be gravely injured, if not face death. We absolutely cannot agree to this, Knight Yao thought resolutely. If you cannot endure, well then, you shall all be expelled from the Tiando Royal Academy, Prince Xuesheng mocked coldly. Flandra recognized the gravity of the situation, yet the repeated insults to his life's work from Prince Xuesheng were intolerable. The notion of being expelled was a humiliation he could not bear. Thus, he stepped forward, ready to accept the challenge. Master, Flandra growled, unable to comprehend why the master would retreat at such a moment. If we were alone, I would stand by you no matter who he is. Death would be the worst outcome. But he is the poisoned Douluo, a figure of unparalleled might. Do you truly wish for these children to perish alongside you? The master, suppressing his fury, whispered urgently in Flandra's ear. As if doused with a bucket of cold water, Flanders suddenly awakened. Indeed, there were these children. He sighed, slowly unclenching his tightly held fists, his expression weary, as if he had aged a decade in that moment. Douluo, you are truly crossing the line. Dream Machine exclaimed vehemently. Stepping forward, he confronted Douluo directly, from which a thick black mist emanated. Beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black soul rings rose in a display of power. Zhiling remained silent, quietly positioning himself behind Dream Machine, a sky-blue vine emerging in his right hand, gracefully coiling around him, with 8 soul rings mirroring Dream Machine's, undulating in rhythm. Bai Baoshan also let out a cold snort, extending his right hand to reveal a small cauldron adorned with 7 silver stars, causing the atmosphere in the hall to grow palpably tense. What do you 3 committee members mean by this? Prince Xuesheng demanded sharply. He had thought that with Douluo's involvement, the Shrek members would surely retreat in defeat. But he was taken aback by Dream Machine and the others' unexpected resolve to protect the Shrek Academy. Regret washed over him. Dream Machine and his companions were formidable soul Douluo, who had dedicated years to nurturing talent at the Tiando Royal Academy and held significant influence in the eyes of his elder brother, the Tiando Emperor. If a conflict were to arise, he feared severe repercussions. Prince Xuesheng, we will report your actions to the Emperor in full detail, Dream Machine retorted. Fury blazing in his eyes, he understood that every individual at Shrek, from teachers to students, was a rare gem of talent. To expel them due to Prince Xuesheng's selfishness would be an affront he could not bear, for it would bring shame upon him in front of the crown prince and the emperor. Douluo scoffed, regarding the 3 committee members with a bemused expression. Although they were indeed soul Douluo, to him, it was merely a matter of time. Very well, committee members, we shall take our leave, Flanders sighed, voicing his resignation. Dream Machine suddenly turned, urgency lacing his voice. Director Flanders, with us here, Douluo cannot harm you. We will report to the Emperor afterward. Yet Flanders shook his head, his countenance bittersweet, bowing deeply to the 3. We have caused you enough trouble, and it would be unthinkable to let you 3 elders fight for our sake. It appears that fate has deemed us incompatible with the Tiando Royal Academy. Thus, we shall take our leave. The kindness you have shown today shall be repaid in the future. Upon hearing this, Prince Xuesheng secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. This was the best possible outcome. He had achieved his original objective, allowing for a moment of vindication, and Douluo had not engaged in a brawl with the committee members, sparing him from punishment. Director Flanders. Dream Machine attempted to persuade him once more, but Flanders had already turned and strode away without looking back. Knight Yao and the others followed him. Yet their hearts were heavy with humiliation and resentment. What a snowstorm. What a Prince Xuesheng, what a Douluo. Knight Yao's eyes glinted with coldness. His temper had not yet reached a point where he could overlook such indignities. It was one thing to insult him, but they had tarnished the honor of his mentor. The culmination of Flanders' lifelong efforts. I shall remember this debt. Shui Bing cast a triumphant glance at Knight Yao, but when she caught sight of his icy gaze, a shiver ran down her spine, and she quickly averted her eyes. Both Prince Xuesheng and Douluo sensed the chill in the air but dismissed it to Prince Xuesheng. While the Shrek Academy members possessed some power, they ultimately posed no threat. Douluo felt even more secure. As a title Douluo, few things in this world could intimidate him. Unfortunately, he deemed Shrek's members to be among those insignificant few. At that moment, a figure in dark green dashed through the entrance, brushing past Knight Yao and launching herself into Douluo's embrace. Knight Yao squinted. It was Dougian from the Emperor's battle team. Naturally, She must be related to Douluo, his granddaughter, perhaps. Upon seeing Douluo's somber expression transformed into a warm smile, resembling an ordinary elder. Douluo then cast a glance at Night Yao and the others, whispering something into Douluo's ear. He nodded indifferently, his gaze lingering on Tang San for a moment. Damn it, he has his sights set on little San. Night Yao's heart sank. Douluo must have informed him of Tang San's triumph over her green phosphor snake poison in the competition, prompting Douluo to seek retribution. This woman not only bore a serpent-like martial soul, but also possessed a treacherous disposition. Unable to defeat him in the arena, she resorted to summoning her grandfather for vengeance. No, he must ensure that little San remains vigilant and does not stray from the group. Furthermore, he should inform Director Flanders and the others. Douluo would likely refrain from acting in public. As Night Yao and the others exited the hall, the master spoke solemnly. Little San, go fetch Xiao Wu. We must descend the mountain now. Tang San nodded and dashed toward their residence. Night Yao hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the hall, and said to the master, Teacher, I will accompany little San. The master paid little heed, merely nodding slightly. Dai Mubai pondered for a moment before speaking. Director Flanders, Master, where shall we go after we descend the mountain? Flanders sighed. Let us first head to Tiando City, and we shall decide afterward. Dai Mubai nodded in silence. Night Yao and Tang San returned to their residence. Xiao Wu, hearing their footsteps, emerged and, seeing only the two of them, asked in confusion, Big brother, little San, why are there just the two of you? Where are the others? Tang San replied succinctly, The others are waiting for us ahead. We are leaving the Tiando Royal Academy. Ah, leaving? Why? Xiao Wu exclaimed, but Night Yao, keen-eyed, detected a fleeting joy in her expression. Night Yao spoke rapidly. I will explain the reason once we're down the mountain. For now, do not ask too many questions. We must hurry. There is a tidal Douluo on the mountain. Xiao Wu's face drained of color, and without further ado, she retreated to her room to gather her belongings before quickly reappearing, signaling her readiness to leave. Though Tang San was puzzled by Night Yao's words and Xiao Wu's reaction, the sudden turn of events left him with little time for contemplation. Once Xiao Wu emerged, the trio promptly set off to reunite with Flanders and the others. As they descended the mountain, Xiao Wu recalled Night Yao's warning. What did he mean by a tidal Douluo? A surge of anxiety washed over her. Night Yao approached her discreetly, whispering, Do not overthink it, regardless of what happens. You are still my sister. Xiao Wu's heart trembled. Night Yao was indeed aware of her identity. Yet despite this, he still acknowledged her as his sister, filling her with warmth. Shortly after their descent, another group arrived at the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy. At the forefront stood a handsome, refined young man clad in elegant attire, gazing up at the peak with a smile. Let me see who it is that resonates with my martial soul. Chapter 53, Fury, Tiando Royal Academy. Dream Machine extended a trembling finger, pointing at Prince Xuesheng, heartbroken as he implored, Prince Xuesheng, do you have any idea of the immense loss your selfishness has inflicted upon the Academy and the Empire? Jeline and Bai Baoshan both wore expressions as somber as the depths of water, their hearts bleeding with anguish. Several esteemed teachers from the Tiando level, alongside 8 exceptional students, had chosen to depart, including the Academy's distinguished educator, Qin Ming. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's departure, Prince Xuesheng felt a twinge of regret, though he masked it with a dismissive wave of his sleeve, coldly retorting, significant loss? Chief Ming, it seems you have truly lost your wits. At these words from Prince Xuesheng, Meng Xinji trembled with indignation, rendered momentarily speechless. Your Highness, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Douluo said with a hint of impatience. His presence here was primarily due to Prince Xuesheng's request, but more importantly, he had come to see his granddaughter. Otherwise, he would have no interest in this affair. Now that the matter was resolved, he preferred to guide his granddaughter in her cultivation rather than listen to the squabbling between Prince Xuesheng and the 3 committee members. Mr. Douluo, please feel free to depart. We are grateful for your assistance today, Prince Xuesheng said hastily. Despite his royal status, he felt compelled to show immense respect to the titled Douluo, known for his eccentric temperament, especially since their relationship was amicable. Douluo nodded casually, then smiled as he led Douluo away from the scene. At this moment, Meng Xinji had regained his composure and exclaimed angrily, Prince Xuesheng, We shall certainly bring you to account before the emperor. Prince Xuesheng merely chuckled coldly, be my guest. Just then, a clear and bright laughter resonated through the hall. Ah, what discord is afoot? Might I be privy to the details? Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of those present varied. Meng Shunji and his companions appeared pleased, while Prince Xuesheng's face darkened and Xue Bing's pallor deepened, his eyes betraying concealed rage, fear, and hatred. Your Highness, what brings you here? Meng Shunji inquired with surprise. The newcomer was none other than the first heir of the Tiando Empire, Prince Xuechenghe. He entered the hall with measured grace, contrasting sharply with the brash demeanor of Xue Bing. His presence exuded elegance, and a faint smile graced his handsome features, making him appear both radiant and approachable. Ah, I had some leisure time and thought to observe the talents of my Tiando Empire. Xuechenghe replied with a smile, then bowed respectfully to Prince Xuesheng, saying, Qinghe pays his respects to uncle. There is no need for formalities, Your Highness, Prince Xuesheng replied, forcing a smile. Xuechenghe did not linger on pleasantries. Instead, he gently inquired, I believe I heard Chief Meng mention a desire to hold you accountable. Uncle, might there be a misunderstanding? If so, I would be willing to help resolve it. Ahem, it is nothing of great consequence, Prince Xuesheng said, clearing his throat, attempting to downplay the situation. However, Meng Shunji interjected eagerly, Your Highness, the situation is as follows. Xuechenghe listened patiently as Meng Shunji recounted the events. His expression shifted from a smile to astonishment, then to anger, before settling into calmness. So, due to Xue Bing's recklessness, he offended a distinguished guest of the academy, and then sought your protection, uncle, bringing Mr. Du Gu to intimidate the other party, resulting in the departure of talented students who should have joined the academy. Am I correct? Xuechenghe spoke softly. Xue Bing, sensing the change in Xuechenghe's demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine and swallowed hard as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Prince Xuesheng, upon hearing his nephew address him as uncle, felt a pang in his heart, but refrained from voicing any further comments. Taking a deep breath, Xuechenghe suppressed his rising anger. He knew that the individual whose soul resonance harmonized with his must have been among the group from Shrek, who were destined to join the Tiando Royal Academy. This realization granted him the potential to easily control that individual, for those capable of soul resonance were exceedingly rare, akin to the occurrence of twin martial souls. Yet, this opportunity had been squandered by Xue Bing's debauchery, inciting Xuechenghe's fury. Elder brother Xue Bing, he said with a tremor in his voice, have I not instructed you that as a member of the royal family, while I do not expect you to be overly humble, you must not behave like a wastrel? Do you not understand that your every action reflects upon our royal family? Xue Bing recoiled, stepping back 2 paces to hide behind Prince Xuesheng. Enough, Qinghe. No matter the circumstances, Xue Bing is still your brother. It is unseemly to chastise him before outsiders. Prince Xuesheng interjected with a frown. Xuechenghe shook his head in disappointment, saying, Your Highness, you fail to comprehend that this is not a matter of kinship, but one of right and wrong. You have indulged Xue Bing too much. I will advise His Majesty to limit your interactions with him for the benefit of both you and him. Both Prince Xuesheng and Xue Bing's expressions changed dramatically as they cried out in unison, Unthinkable. I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. Xuechenghe declared firmly, his demeanor now devoid of the previous gentleness, replaced by an air of authority befitting the prince of the Tiando Empire. Prince Xuesheng stepped closer, gritting his teeth, and asked, Are you truly prepared to go this far? Xuechenghe cast a dispassionate glance at him, choosing to remain silent. Very well, Prince Xuesheng said, his face ashen, as he forcefully waved his sleeve and strode towards the exit. Xue Bing, we are leaving. With faltering steps, Xue Bing lowered his head and followed Prince Xuesheng. As they passed by Xuechenghe, Xue Bing dared to glance up, only to feel a chill wash over him, for he thought he glimpsed a fleeting glint of murderous intent in Xuechenghe's eyes. Xue Bing, remember to isolate yourself for a month upon returning to the palace. Xuechenghe said coolly. Xue Bing, now too terrified to linger, hastened his pace to keep up with Prince Xuesheng. After they departed, Xuechenghe rubbed his forehead in exasperation and smiled wryly at Meng Shunji. I apologize, Chief Meng. My brother and uncle have caused you trouble. Thank you, Your Highness. For your sense of justice, Meng Shunji replied, shaking his head in gratitude. It is my duty. Now, our priority must be to resolve this mess, Shueqing has said helplessly. Do you think it is still possible to retrieve the individuals from Shrek Academy? Meng Shinji and his companions exchanged glances, recalling the humiliation suffered by Flender and the others, followed by Flender's resolute demeanor, all shaking their heads in resignation. Is this truly the case? Shueqing murmured. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the confirmation brought a wave of disappointment. Curse Shuebing, curse Shueqing, curse Dugubo. His eyes flashed with cold fury, and his robe billowed slightly as his soul power surged, creating a gust of energy. Your Highness? Meng Shinji and his companions gasped in astonishment. Suddenly realizing his loss of composure, Shueqing mentally chastised himself and quickly calmed his turbulent soul power. I apologize for my outburst, he said with regret. The three shook their heads to indicate it was of no consequence. Though each harbored a lingering doubt, the prince's soul power seemed far beyond the level of a mere 40-some ranks. By the way, esteemed committee members, I understand you recently assessed 2 students from Shrek Academy. May I inquire about the results? Shueqing asked suddenly, given that he sensed a soul resonance. He was certain that the individual he sought must have manifested their martial soul. And having heard Meng Shinji's account of 2 individuals from Shrek releasing their martial souls during the assessment, he instinctively deduced that one of them was the person he was looking for. Dreaming Machine awoke from his reverie. Reflecting on the testing results of Yi Yao and the others, still incredulous, he recounted everything to Shueqing. The external soul bone of the blue-silver grass martial spirit caused Shueqing to frown. Although the external soul bone amazed him, the blue-silver grass, being of such a low rank, could never resonate with his martial spirit. After all, his martial spirit was a sword martial spirit? Brilliant, resplendent? A mutated martial spirit? Shueqing's eyes sparkled. He finally discerned a clue from Dreaming Machine's narrative. Was this youth named Yi Yao? Shueqing murmured to himself. Yi Yao, you are mine. You cannot escape. Chapter 54. Blue Tyrant Academy Qinming. You need not accompany us, Flandra sighed, casting a complex gaze at Qinming, who stood nearby. When they descended the mountain earlier, Qinming had caught up with them and announced that he had resigned from his position as a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy to follow Flandra. Qinming shook his head resolutely, stating, everything I have is thanks to Dean Flandra, to Shrek Academy. My teacher has been humiliated before me. How can I turn a blind eye? If the Tiando Royal Academy does not welcome me, then I shall follow you, my teacher. Please do not disdain me. Flandra was rendered speechless. Who in the continent would disdain a 30-year-old soul emperor? Even in the spirit hall, where strong talents abound, a soul emperor is considered high-ranking, especially one so young with the potential to become a titled Douluo. Very well, since you are so determined, I shall not hinder you. Flandra nodded with a sense of relief. What could bring more joy to an educator than witnessing a former student maintain respect and gratitude toward him years later? Gathering his scattered thoughts, Flandra raised his eyes to the enormous city gates and the shimmering 3 characters above, Tiando City. Let's enter the city, he said. The master, feeling somewhat guilty, interjected, Flandra, I apologize. The master regretted insisting that Flandra abandon Shrek Academy for the Tiando Royal Academy, only for them to be expelled. He genuinely felt remorseful toward his old friend. Flandra shook his head. Xiao Gang, this is not your fault. After all, I consented to it. If there is blame, I share in it. We must first find a place. Flandra's eyes sparkled as if he had seen something. He quickly approached the city wall, gazing intently at a notice. Xiao Gang, I have found our destination, Flandra exclaimed joyfully, his previous gloom and despondency vanishing as he tore down the notice and smiled at the master. The master, puzzled, stepped forward for a closer look and murmured, Blue Tyrant Academy is hiring teachers? Flandra's enthusiasm was palpable. Qinming noticed the other's confusion and proactively explained. Blue Tyrant Academy is also a prestigious Soul Master Academy located in Tiando City. Although it lags behind the Tiando Royal Academy in terms of faculty, resources, facilities, and students, it is still quite commendable within the Tiando Empire. I recall that during the last Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, the team from Blue Tyrant Academy achieved remarkable results. The master frowned. What is the reputation of this academy? It cannot be similar to, for some inexplicable reason. The mere sight of the words Blue Tyrant Academy stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Well, I do not know much about it. But I do know that Blue Tyrant Academy differs from Tiando Royal Academy in one significant way. It does not accept noble students, only commoners. The master's expression softened slightly. The fact that it only accepted commoners suggested that the academy's atmosphere could not be too corrupt. Flandra waved the notice exuberantly, declaring, "This is my carefully chosen option. There is certainly no issue." "No, Dean, you decided after barely a minute," Yao silently criticized. "All right, since you all have no objections, we shall proceed with this decision," Flandra declared. Zhao Wuji and the other teachers exchanged glances, each having no objections. After all, they were merely following Flandra. The master, feeling a bit uneasy, hesitated due to the circumstances surrounding the Tiando Royal Academy, but ultimately chose to remain silent. As for Yi Yao and the others, it was even simpler. They would follow their teacher wherever he went, having no choice in the matter. However, why did it seem so suspicious? Yi Yao cast a wary glance at Flandra, who appeared completely at ease. Having just been humiliated at the Tiando Royal Academy, how could he have found a new position so swiftly? Wasn't Flandra the type to refuse to be dependent on others again, opting instead to return home and strategize for the next Continental Advanced Soul Master competition? There must be something amiss. Yao scrutinized Flandra's demeanor closely. Upon seeing the master nod, he discerned that Flandra seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. At that moment, he became certain that this was all part of Flandra's long-laid plan. There had to be a conspiracy involved. Could it be that the events at the Tiando Royal Academy were also orchestrated by Dean Flandra? Was the humiliation anticipated? Were the subsequent anger and despondency merely an act? Contemplating this, Yi Yao realized that Dean Flandra was indeed playing a grand game. What a cunning old fox, he thought. I must be cautious in the future, lest I be sold without even realizing it. Flandra, I am not. I did not. Do not say such things. Blue Tyrant Academy, Blue Tyrant Academy. Oh, we have arrived. Flandra mumbled as he walked, hastening his pace upon spotting a sign not far ahead. What kind of place was Blue Tyrant Academy? Why was Dean Flandra so insistent on coming here? And why did it seem he was in such a rush? Honestly, if it weren't for his understanding of Flandra's character, knowing the deep bond he shared with the master, Yao would almost suspect that Flandra intended to sell them out. Ahem, esteemed teacher. We are here to apply for teaching positions. May I inquire about the necessary procedures? Flandra asked a teacher in the recruitment office. You all wish to apply as teachers? The teacher was somewhat taken aback. Flandra was one thing, but Dai Mubai and Yi Yao seemed rather young. Oh, they are our students. Should we successfully become teachers at your esteemed academy, we hope they can also enroll, Flandra explained, waving his hand dismissively. I see. However, students must undergo assessments as well. If they do not pass, I'm afraid the teacher said apologetically. Not to worry, not to worry. If they do not pass the assessment, we shall deal with it as required, Flandra replied with a smile. Not passing? Impossible. Even if your Blue Tyrant Academy is one thing. Those academies directly under the Spirit Hall would likely fight to have my little monsters as students, he boasted confidently. Very well. Then I shall take you all for the assessment, the teacher said, leading the Shrek group into a spacious hall. Inside the hall were 3 teachers. Upon seeing the Shrek group, one of them remarked indifferently, Are you here for the teacher assessment? The rules are simple. If you can withstand a stick of incense's worth of time against any one of us, you will pass. Oh, it seems the assessment is quite simple. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. Simple? The faces of the 3 teachers darkened. Are you implying that we are weak? Who do you look down upon? Decided. We usually use 70% of our strength for assessments, but for you, we shall use our full power. Let us see if you dare. The 3 of them ceased their contemplation, their expressions unexpectedly in unison. 3 individuals stood with vacant expressions, their eyes glazed and mouths slightly agape, uttering indistinct sounds of Before them lay a multitude of soul rings in a kaleidoscope of colors. 1, 2, 6. Goodness. A soul emperor. 1, 2, 6. Another soul emperor. But why is he so youthful? He appears to be around 30. My word, 6, 7. Goodness, are there even 2 soul saints? Is this an April Fool's prank? The 3 teachers yearned to rise and loudly inquire of the crowd. Well then, allow me to begin, Flandra said with a grin. Stepping forward, the 3 teachers twitched at the corners of their eyes. Bestow guidance. What a farce. We are but soul kings, and you, shameless old fellow, are a soul saint. You could easily dispatch all 3 of us without breaking a sweat. What on earth is this? A gathering of deities? Not a single one below level 60. And what of that one who hasn't released their martial soul? Could they be even more formidable? Are we facing a soul Douluo? The three teachers inhaled sharply, gazing in astonishment at the composed master. Meow, meow, meow. The master looked at the three teachers in confusion, not comprehending the reason behind their bewildered gazes. Dear esteemed Signor, there is no need for testing. You may enter our academy without examination. However, my level does not permit me to make that decision. It must be determined by our dean. The teacher in the center wiped the cold sweat from his brow, chuckling nervously. Oh, in that case, let's meet your dean, Flander said, stroking his beard with a smile, resembling a cunning fox. Chapter 55. Arrival at the academy. The teacher wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly stood to lead the way. He was well aware that they were amongst great figures and could not handle the situation alone. He needed to seek the dean. Knight Yao followed behind, certain that the crux of the matter lay with this dean. As they exited the hall, the teacher did not guide the Shrek group through the academy's buildings, but rather led them down a narrow path behind the academy, heading directly toward the forest at the rear of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Doesn't your dean reside within the academy? The master inquired, puzzled. He harbored no concerns regarding the teacher's intentions. After all, with their formidable assembly, as long as they did not encounter a title Douluo, even a soul Douluo posed no threat. How many title Douluos could there be in Douluo continent? If a title Douluo were stationed here, how could Blue Tyrant Academy have consistently been overshadowed by the Tiendo Royal Academy? Indeed, our dean prefers solitude and lives alone in the forest. Routine academy affairs are managed by other teachers, and we only approach the dean for significant matters, the teacher explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, the master nodded, refraining from further comment, though his unease deepened. Shortly thereafter, a hauntingly sorrowful song wafted from the winding path ahead. Observing Flander's nostalgic expression and the shock upon the master's face, Knight Yao's demeanor turned peculiar. At that moment, he realized he had a bold notion. The master's expression shifted to one of fear, astonishment, anxiety, and anger. He abruptly turned to flee, only to be seized. His gaze sharpened as he regarded Flander, his voice taking on a sharp edge. Blue Tyrant Academy. Blue Tyrant, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. I should have seen it coming, Flander. You knew all along, didn't you? You knew she was here. At that moment, Flander could not possibly admit to his prior knowledge. He vehemently denied it. This is merely coincidence. I only just discovered it myself. But now that we're here, will you not consider meeting her? How long do you intend to evade this? Let's clarify our past matters. Who is it? Who dares disturb me? Did I not say not to interrupt, unless it is of great importance? A voice, tinged with ire, sounded from ahead. Before the guiding teacher could respond, Flander hollered, ere long. It's me, Flander. I brought Xiao Gang to see you. There was a brief silence, followed by the sound of something crashing to the ground, then hurried footsteps. The master's face grew increasingly grim, struggling against Flander's grip. Yet with his mere grand soul master cultivation, he could not free himself from the grasp of a soul saint like Flander. Soon, a beautiful woman in her 30s appeared, flustered, her eyes immediately locking onto the master. Though he appeared considerably aged, with strands of gray in his hair and an air of despondency, he was undeniably the one she had long yearned for. Xiao Gang, is that you? Am I dreaming? She murmured, tears glistening in her eyes. Longing and dreams intertwined. She lamented, days pass with thoughts of you, yet you remain unseen. The master tightly pressed his lips together, his eyes reddening, and for a long time, he found himself at a loss for words. Flander sighed and released the master, turning to the beautiful woman with a smile. I never imagined our former golden triangle would reunite under such circumstances. Ere long, it has been ages. How have you fared all these years? Ah, Holly, I knew it. Everything makes sense now, Knight Yao remarked, feeling enlightened. Such a classic scene. Every modern individual would comprehend it, a quintessential love triangle. I could easily conjure a story arc of 100,000 words in my mind. Yet, no matter how one viewed it, teacher, it seems your role is singular, the cad. To think that my esteemed teacher would be such a person. Oblivious to the label of cad his proud disciple had silently conferred upon him, the master gazed at the beautiful woman, his lips twitching, yet ultimately, he remained voiceless. Old Flander, you still possess your charm after all these years. The beautiful woman finally regained her composure, gently wiping her eyes and forcing a smile at Flander. Flander felt a bead of sweat on his brow. He insisted he hadn't aged that much. Yet what came out was, alas, we have all grown old. But you remain as youthful as ever. Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce you. These are all the teachers and students from Shrek Academy. I stumbled upon your academy's recruitment advertisement, so I came here to seek a livelihood, not realizing this was your domain. Flander then turned to Knight, Yao, and the others, explaining, this is Lu Erlong, the dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, and the final piece of our legendary golden triangle that once roamed the continent. By the way, Erlong, won't you listen to talk? Lu Erlong finally snapped back to reality and quickly turned to lead the way, but then paused, smiling wryly. I almost forgot. My dwelling is merely a small cabin that cannot accommodate so many. Let us head to the academy to converse. She then turned to the guiding teacher. What was your name again? The guiding teacher, with a sweat drop on his forehead, could only helplessly reply, Inshu. Oh, right, Teacher Inshu. Please arrange a banquet and accommodations for our guests. These are my friends, and they will be staying here for an extended period. Lu Erlong stated without room for dispute. Heaven forbid, the master had eluded her for over 20 years. It would be unacceptable to let him slip away now that Flander had finally brought him to her. Teacher Inshu promptly departed to make arrangements. And Lu Erlong turned to Flander. Old Flander, I still haven't asked. What brings you all the way to this state? Flander, with a bitter smile, recounted everything that had transpired to Lu Erlong, ultimately stating, it is nothing much, merely a matter of lacking skill. To his surprise, Lu Erlong's eyes widened, and a wave of explosive heat surged from her feet, causing the weaker members of Shrek, such as Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar, to instinctively take a few steps back. Yi Yao and the others exchanged glances, astonished. It seemed her power surpassed even Flandre's. Erlong, calm down. There are children present. Flandre admonished sternly. Lu Erlong quickly regained her composure, suppressing her turbulent soul power. Taking a deep breath, she replied coldly, the Heavendo Royal Academy is truly overstepping. Flandre, do not worry. You all stay. I wish to see what kind of participants the Heavendo Royal Academy will send to this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Flandre chuckled. Then we shall rely on your guidance in the future. The treatment must not be too low. What treatment? From this day forth, the Blue Tyrant Academy shall be renamed Shrek Academy, and you shall be its inaugural principal. I will step aside and announce this at the assembly tomorrow. Lu Erlong waved her hand casually, as if granting a mere gold soul coin. The room fell silent, and after a considerable pause, Flandre stammered, Huh? Erlong? You. Lu Erlong nonchalantly replied, Flandre, why bother with formalities? I am giving you this academy. It is yours. In her eyes, Flandre, enduring countless hardships to bring the master here, warranted her gratitude, and this was merely an academy after all. My goodness, this master is too extravagant. Yi Yao thought, utterly dumbfounded. Though he held a nonchalant view of money, he could not help but marvel at such reckless generosity. Indeed, having observed the expressions of Lu Erlong and the master, he was certain Lu Erlong was his master-esque partner. However, his mind was occupied with a single thought. After facing setbacks at the Heavendo Royal Academy, he had immediately turned to the Blue Tyrant Academy to sell the master to Lu Erlong, thus acquiring an academy for free. How terrifying! Flandre, the dean, was undoubtedly playing a grand game. Chapter 56. Persuasion. Lu Erlong gazed deeply at the master, her eyes filled with affection. She gently bit her lip and, with a soft yet resolute tone, declared, Xiao Gang, I will not allow you to leave me again. The master turned his head away, visibly shaken. Flandre sighed. 20 years have passed. How many 20-year spans does one have in life? Erlong, you must take good care of him this time. If he escapes again, it may be the last time you see him. The master's expression darkened further, resembling that of an African. He glared at Flandre. Brother, you not only betrayed my trust by bringing me here, but now you have cut off my escape route. You scoundrel. Flandre, undeterred, replied, Come now. On one side is a brother, and on the other is a sister. It is only natural to make sacrifices for them. Xiao Gang, you're still too young. Lu Erlong, however, nodded solemnly, clearly in agreement, and cast a grateful look at Flandre. All right, I believe the arrangements with Teacher Inshu are nearly complete. Let's first have something to eat, then I will organize accommodations for you. Now, allow me to share the details of our Blue Tyrant Academy. No, it should be Shrek Academy. With a smile, Lu Erlong began to introduce the academy to the members of Shrek. Yet she maintained a distance of 2 paces from the master as they walked, frequently casting glances in his direction, determined not to let him escape her sight. Noticing the master's gloomy expression, Yi Yao, as his proud disciple, felt compelled to express himself. I am an upright person, recognized by the sword of oath victory. Hence I choose to do nothing. Teacher, just give in to your partner. She is a rare beauty in the soul master world, utterly devoted to you. She is willing to spend the best 20 years of her life just to see you again, and now offers you a grand academy as a dowry. No, as a gift. However, it was clear to Yi Yao that the master harbored feelings for Lu Erlong, but was inexplicably resistant. Having been single for 20 years as a disciple, Yi Yao resolved that he could no longer allow the master to continue evading. No need to thank me. I am merely doing good deeds anonymously. I'm just a good person. He was determined to find a way to help the master, as this stalemate was a torment for both of them. Given his years of experience, what? You claim he is a lifelong bachelor? Where's the experience in that? Brother, have you never seen a pig run? Dinner had not yet concluded when the master quietly rose, disregarding Lu Erlong's fiery gaze, and uttered, Yi Yao, come with me for a moment. He then turned and left without hesitation. Lu Erlong gazed sadly at the master's retreating figure. Xiao Gang, is being with me so distressing? You want to even look at me? Yi Yao set down his bowl, pausing briefly as he walked past Lu Erlong, his lips moving slightly before he followed the master. Lu Erlong watched Yi Yao's departing figure with surprise. This kid. Flandre smiled. Erlong, are you not worried about Xiao Gang running away? Lu Erlong came to her senses and chuckled knowingly. Flandre, do you think that is possible? He will not escape my grasp. As they walked along the wooded path, the master remained silent, and Yi Yao and Tang San wisely refrained from speaking, simply accompanying him in quietude. You must be curious about my relationship with Erlong. The master suddenly spoke, his voice rough yet strained. Yi Yao and Tang San exchanged glances, both nodding. The master began to recount, with a hint of sorrow, the story of his connection with Lu Erlong, revealing how they had met, fallen in love, and ultimately separated for over 20 years, uncovering the master's deepest heartache. It was on our wedding night that I discovered Erlong is my sister, the master sorrowfully confessed. Yi Yao's first reaction, what? Second reaction, no way. Third reaction, is this the Douluo continent version of German orthopedic surgery? Teacher, I am quite curious. Have you ever broken your leg? Furthermore, teacher, you aren't traversing worlds. Are you? How do you play this so well? Clearing his throat, Yi Yao frowned. This question is simple yet complex. The most crucial aspect is not the judgment of the world. Ultimately, if you do not blur it out, who would know you are siblings? The key lies in overcoming the mental barrier. Once you do, all will be well. If not, teacher, why concern yourself with societal views? As long as you and teacher Erlong are genuinely in love, nothing should impede your path. At worst, you could elope with her to a distant land. You must not continue to evade. Prolonging this is torment for both of you. Tang Sen added. Indeed, similar to your situation with Xiao Wu, Yi Yao silently mocked. Although you share no blood relation. If he was correct, it was not only a matter of being siblings, but an entirely different species altogether. Sure enough, true love is invincible, transcending bloodlines and species alike. Once upon a time, if one were to recount the tale of a certain void to a teacher, would that teacher immediately grasp the essence of it? Of course, such thoughts were only harbored in the depths of the heart, for expressing them would invite repercussions. You do not comprehend. It would be unjust to Erlong, the master lamented. Teacher, this is not a matter of fairness. Even Erlong, a woman of great fortitude, fears not the trials ahead. She has long prepared herself to face all adversities. Let me ask you, do you truly believe that by acting in this manner, Erlong would find happiness? If she were indeed happy, why then does she sing such sorrowful melodies? Why has she spent over 2 decades in solitude? Why does she weep at the mere sight of you? Tang Sen spoke with fervor. The master's expression grew momentarily vacant as he began to introspect. Is it true? Is my self-doubt the source of this turmoil? Yi Yao subtly nodded, recognizing the impact of his words. Indeed, let me strike the final blow. Allow me to guide you further, and the task shall be accomplished. Ahem, dear teacher, I believe that if you truly love someone, then during times of hardship, one should never face it alone. No matter how daunting the challenges may be, confronting them together is the essence of love. Furthermore, one ought not to unilaterally decide what is best for another without considering their feelings. Have you inquired about Erlong's sentiments or her choices? You have not. Yet, over these past 20 years, Erlong has made her choice through her actions. Now is your turn to respond. Moreover, are you aware of a concept known as spiritual love? As long as you do not engage in physical intimacy, your relationship can resemble that of an ordinary couple, and outsiders may merely speculate about a close sibling bond. Yao administered this potent insight. Spiritual love is indeed a potential remedy. However, should you remain in this state for too long, should you falter even slightly, the boundaries will erode, leading to an inevitable fall into temptation. When that time comes, even if you feel regret, it may well be too late. Perhaps by then, you will have come to terms with it and found no reason for regret. The master, rigidly turning his head, managed to utter a single syllable. Spiritual love? No. Intimacy? What nonsense is this? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that there is some truth to his words. The master's previously unwavering resolve began to waver, revealing cracks in his steadfast beliefs. He is indeed correct, Xiaojiang. Did you ever seek my opinion? Why did you presume to make decisions on my behalf without considering my feelings? Did you think this was what was best for me? That I would find happiness in this arrangement? No, Xiaojiang. How could I be happy without you by my side? Lu Erlong emerged from the shadows, her voice tinged with sorrow. The master, caught off guard by her unexpected presence and her heart-wrenching words, felt a rising panic. Erlong, Yao silently nodded, recognizing the positive response, and thought, excellent, the plan is progressing smoothly. Now, we are but a step away from success. Teacher Erlong, if the master is only willing to engage in a spiritual relationship, to remain as nominal spouses, would you accept? Yes, I would. As long as he remains by my side, I will do anything, Lu Erlong replied, her eyes glistening with tears. The master's defense, already fragile, crumbled entirely. A woman willing to endure such for a man would surely stir any man's heart. He stepped forward, embracing Lu Erlong tightly, overwhelmed by the realization that this woman had waited over 20 years for him. Yao was right. Even if they could not be a traditional couple, as long as they were together and shared a spiritual bond, what else mattered? At that moment, the master felt immense gratitude towards his disciple Yao, entirely oblivious to the trap he had unwittingly fallen into. Dear teacher, having taken a step back with your wife's capabilities, you may find that your boundaries will vanish entirely. Once you comprehend the truth, do not blame me. Your disciple only wishes for your lifelong happiness. Lu Erlong, unable to contain her joy, embraced the master, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks, knowing that this man would no longer flee. He was finally hers. Tang San observed the scene with bewilderment, reflecting on his solitary experiences, utterly perplexed by the sudden shift in the master's demeanor. Why had he changed his mind? Why had Erlong appeared? And why did the person beside him wear such a triumphant smile? Casting a silent glance at Yao, Tang San, despite his confusion, recognized the latter's influence in this unexpected turn of events. After years of close companionship and countless trials, he had come to a profound realization. That rascal's heart must surely harbor darkness. Yao, sensing Tang San's complex emotions, wondered what thoughts were brewing in his mind. He then glanced at the two, locked in their own world, feeling an inexplicable bitterness. How I longed for such a connection. Wait, what am I thinking? What good comes from women? Better to focus on cultivation, striving for self-improvement. Solitude can be quite fulfilling. The more he pondered, the more irritated he became. He kicked Tang San, signaling him to leave. Are you not departing? You would rather linger here as a light bulb, consuming dog food? Tang San understood the cue, and the two stealthily retreated into the woods. We should escape. Having just dined, I don't wish to endure further displays of affection. As they walked through the trees, Tang San mused, it seems the master and teacher Erlong have finally become a couple. Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, at last, there is closure for Erlong after her 2 decades of waiting. Though he felt a tinge of discontent regarding the master, he reminded himself that as a student, he should not speak ill of his teacher. As they made their way back to the academy, having witnessed enough for one day, they truly needed rest. Suddenly, Yao's pupils dilated, his steps faltering for a brief moment before he resumed, walking nonchalantly. At that instant, a wave of profound fear and unease surged within him. Akin to facing a titan in the Stardew forest, it was a sensation reminiscent of an abyss, suffocating and trembling. Perhaps their impending visitor was not as formidable as a titan, Yet for Yao and Tang San, he would undoubtedly be an insurmountable force. And the proximity of his presence was palpable, hence the intensity of their instincts. Yao discreetly scanned the surroundings, detecting no immediate anomalies, yet he would never doubt his instincts, which had proven infallible time and again. Intuition is truly a remarkable gift. It is undoubtedly the most formidable skill possessed by the king of the spiky hair. Without this ability, one can only imagine how many times he would have perished, both in life and after becoming a spirit. I seem to have forgotten the way back. Night Yao said, perhaps we should retrace our steps and wait for the teachers to return. Tang San felt a chill in his heart and echoed, all right, let us head back and wait for the teachers together. Night Yao and Tang San turned around naturally, exchanging a glance that belied their inner trepidation. Despite their fear, their extraordinary mental fortitude prevented any signs of weakness from surfacing. They walked along the path for 5 minutes without incident, yet Night Yao remained vigilant. His instincts warned him that danger had not diminished. In fact, it had intensified, lurking just ahead. Without hesitation, Night Yao halted, pulling Tang San behind him. The sword of the Oath of Victory was drawn, its brilliance illuminating the space. 13 restraints, he declared. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a dark green robe appeared before them. Night Yao's heart raced. Douluo. Damn, he had not anticipated his arrival would be so swift, nor that he would disregard the dignity of a titled law to confront mere juniors. In the next instant, Douluo vanished. Instead of feeling relief, Night Yao grew tenser. The sword in his hand gleamed with an even more resplendent light. In 2 seconds, his judgment domain would be fully unleashed, and the round table resolution could commence. At that moment, even Douluo would likely be unable to interrupt. He had learned during their last encounter in the Stardow Forest that, given his current soul power, he could not unleash the holy sword without sacrificing his life. The moment the round table resolution concluded, he would die, unable to execute that decisive strike. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that the commotion would be significant enough for Lu Erlong, Flander, and the others to arrive in time. Douluo would not dare act in plain sight, ensuring Tang San's safety. At that moment, his thoughts were solely consumed with Tang San's safety, oblivious to the fact that he was effectively trading his own life for his friend S. Perhaps he had realized it, yet he remained indifferent. The radiant oath of victory sword abruptly vanished, and Night Yao's body was hurled into the depths of the woods, his fate uncertain. Douluo furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. For some reason, he had sensed an overwhelming threat of death emanating from this young boy, compelling him to instinctively intervene and disrupt the boy's actions. His strike had been somewhat excessive. The boy would likely not survive. Douluo pondered, feeling a mix of confusion and regret. His actions had been purely instinctual, despite consciously tempering his strength at the last moment. It was still a force that no soul master could withstand. What a pity! He had wished to witness the source of this boy's formidable power. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that a dead person, regardless of their secrets, held no significance and was not worth his concern. Now, how to deal with this boy? Douluo turned his gaze to Tang San. In Chapter 58, Near Death, Master and Lu Erlong nestled together, savoring a fleeting moment of tranquility. After a brief silence, Master spoke. Erlong, how did you end up here? Lu Erlong chuckled softly. Your disciple, that lad named Night Yao, asked me to follow you as you left. Master suddenly recalled Night Yao and Tang San's presence and looked back, only to find them vanished without a trace. He shook his head helplessly, chuckling, that rascal. Lu Erlong smiled silently, concealing from Master that Night Yao had addressed her as teacher mother. She had come to adore this little fellow, who was not only the first to call her that, but had also managed to sway Master. Now, she regarded Night Yao with affection, deciding to treat him as her own son. While Tang San was acceptable but not quite on par, he could be considered a half-son. Suddenly, Lu Erlong's expression shifted as she gazed in one direction, her eyes filled with horror. Master paused, about to inquire when he too sensed the ominous aura. What is this? Why do I feel such fear? Lu Erlong clenched her teeth. Master's brow furrowed. The sensation felt eerily familiar. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. This is bad. Night Yao is releasing his martial soul's true form. Erlong, we must hurry. What? Lu Erlong gasped. Realizing she had no time to question why a soul master could unleash their martial soul's true form. If this power truly belonged to Night Yao, then the cost would undoubtedly be his life. The very thought of losing the child she had just decided to treat as her own was unbearable. How dare they threaten my son right under my nose? I must see who has the audacity to challenge me. A whirlwind of violent energy surged from Lu Erlong's feet, her fury transforming her eyes, which now resembled those of a dragon, as red soul power visibly radiated from her. Xiao Gang, wait here for me, Lu Erlong instructed solemnly. No, we go together, Master insisted. Noticing Lu Erlong's hesitation, he suppressed his own unease and explained, Night Yao is my disciple. It is my duty to go. Moreover, his martial soul's true form indicates a dire situation, suggesting the enemy's strength is formidable enough to compel him to seek help in such a manner. Therefore, it is unsafe for you to go alone. Flander must have sensed this aura as well. He will be on his way. With the three of us. As long as the opponent is not a title Douluo, we stand a fighting chance. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong hesitated no longer. She grasped Master's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the academy, Flander, Zhao Wujin, and others looked up toward the forest in unison. What is this? Flander wondered aloud. Zhao Wujin's expression shifted dramatically as he cursed. That rascal Night Yao is at it again. Has he become addicted to recklessness? After nearly getting himself killed in the Stardow forest, he dares to do it again. What? Night Yao! Flander exclaimed, quickly rising. Everyone stay put. Do not wander off. Wujin, keep an eye on them. Zhao Wujin nodded, and Flander's figure transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the woods in an instant. Big brother, third brother, Xiao Wu exclaimed in a flurry, wishing to follow Flander. Night Yao must be facing an insurmountable danger, and Tang San was surely with him. This meant that the two most important people in her life were in extreme peril. Seeing Xiao Wu about to leave, Zhao Wujin admonished, Xiao Wu, calm down. Flander has already gone. Your powers are too weak to be of help. Do not risk your life. He then glanced at the anxious, restless Dai Mubai and others, his expression softening. There is no need for concern. We are in the city of Tiando, and Flander and Lu Erlong are both soul saints, capable of handling most situations. Moreover, Master is present. Remember, the three of them possess a martial soul fusion technique. Therefore, what you need to do now is patiently wait, avoiding any rash actions. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Wu immediately calmed down. Though she was profoundly anxious about the safety of Yi Yao and Tang San, she understood, just as Zhao Wuji had said, that with their abilities, their involvement against an adversary so desperate that even Yi Yao had to fight with all his might would only complicate matters. She feared not for her own life, but rather that her presence might lead to injury or even death for the two who could have otherwise escaped. Clenching her hands tightly, she silently prayed, Elder Brother, Xiao San, may you return safely. Simultaneously, in the city of Tiando, numerous powerful beings turned their gazes toward a single direction, where an ominous aura emanated. Within the imperial palace of Tiando, Prince Shui Qinghe sat cross-legged on his bed in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. What is happening? Why is my martial soul so agitated? Yeah, what have you done? After a moment of hesitation, Shui Qinghe's expression hardened, and he commanded, summon someone. I must leave the palace. In the forest, a scarlet figure appeared abruptly, almost simultaneously accompanied by a shadowy figure landing beside her. Fland, called Lu Erlong. Fland nodded swiftly and scanned the vicinity with caution. The aura had originated from this very spot, lasting only 2 seconds before abruptly ceasing. The Master's expression darkened as he meticulously sensed the lingering presence in the air, a warm richness mingled with a faint chill. Fland, you sense it, don't you? The Master gritted his teeth. Fland nodded gravely. The most potent presence should belong to Yi Yao's martial soul, while the other is familiar. We encountered it not long ago. It is Douluo. What? Douluo? How dare he intrude into the academy at night? Lu Erlong exclaimed in disbelief. If Douluo had made a move, it was likely that both Yi Yao and Xiao San were in dire straits. Fland's expression turned grim as he realized they had not found Yi Yao and Tang San. They might have already fallen into the hands of the poisoned Douluo. The Master suddenly noticed a section of the trees that seemed to have been severed and exclaimed, "Let us investigate over there." Fland and Lu Erlong exchanged a glance and nodded, following the master closely. Uncertain if Douluo had departed, they remained vigilant, ensuring the safety of their most vulnerable companion, the master. As the trio approached the severed tree, Lu Erlong gasped. "Yi Yao!" The master roared, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Yi Yao had already succumbed to unconsciousness, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his chest unnaturally caved in, and blood pooling beneath him, staining the surrounding grass. Fland remained the most composed. He knelt beside Yi Yao, gently placing his right hand upon him, quietly sensing his condition with soul power. The master urgently inquired, "What is his status?" Fland's eyes were aflame with fury as he replied, 3 to 4 bones are shattered, his internal organs are ruptured to varying degrees, and he is losing blood severely. A normal person would have perished long ago. Yi Yao is barely clinging to life through the soul power within him. And there seems to be an unknown force within him striving to sustain his existence, but I fear. Lu Erlong's gaze dimmed as he murmured, "Is there no hope?" Fland shook his head, speechless. The master's face turned pale as he repeated, "This cannot be. It cannot be. Yi Yao will not die. My disciple will be fine." He regretted bringing Yi Yao and Tang San out. Had it not been for him, Yi Yao would not be in this life-threatening state. And Tang San would not be lost to the unknown. What kind of teacher was he? "Shao Gang," Lu Erlong choked out, wanting to comfort the master. But the words failed to leave her lips. Fland sighed, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes blazing with wrath. What a prince of Snowstar, what a prince of Avalanche. What a poisoned Douluo Douluo. Not only did he drive us from the Tiando Royal Academy, but now he dares to take my students' lives. Very well. I shall spend the remainder of my life against you. We shall not rest until one of us is no more. But wait, Yi Yao. He may still have a chance.